In the ebb and flow of life, she wandered aimlessly, oblivious to whom she might have offended, and unaware that she would meet a cruel end. It was only in the moment her soul tore free from her body, before the very eyes of her killer, that she grasped the truth. She realized how muddled her perceptions had become, no longer able to see clearly the person before her. Despite the searing pain of the flames, she endeavored to discern every facet of his being, to unveil his masquerade, harboring the hope that in her next life she would possess greater wisdom. Awakening to the absurdity of returning a year later, living under a different guise, she found herself once more entangled with this man. This time, she vowed not to remain in ignorance. On a serene, early summer morning, the air retained a wintry freshness, infused with the delicate fragrance of flowers that only graced this season. In a secluded corner of the courtyard, within a small pavilion by the water, Wang Yubing reclined on a chaise longue, casually tossing fish food into the pond. A vibrant array of koi leaped from the water, competing eagerly for sustenance. Yet, the vivacity of the scene failed to ignite her interest. Her spirits were low. Through the distant camphor tree, her thoughts drifted, her face clouded with worry, as unease intertwined with her heart. Her husband had not returned to their quarters for 2 days. Inquiring with the maid revealed furtive glances and evasive responses, suggesting secrets she was not privy to. Occasionally, she caught whispers that ceased abruptly upon her approach, leaving her feeling like a mere jester in her own life. An inexplicable anxiety gnawed at her, exacerbated by the absence of her husband's presence. Nights spent alone on the plush bedding left her restless, her mind replaying the subtle changes in his demeanor, scrutinizing every detail, every expression, yet unable to pinpoint what was amiss. Rubbing her aching temples, a result of sleepless nights, she inhaled deeply, yearning to expel the suffocating gloom. "Sister," a soft voice chimed from afar, and a graceful figure approached, clad in a delicate gown of pink and lotus hues, reminiscent of a nimble fairy emerging from the woods. This was her younger sister, Wang Yuruo, who, having faced some trifling discord with her mother, sought refuge with her elder sister, married these past 2 years. Wang Yubing welcomed her with open arms, preparing the finest guest quarters for her stay. Though not particularly close to their mother, Wang Yubing felt immense gratitude that she had not obstructed her marriage to her husband. Similarly, she doted on her younger sister, eager to cater to her every whim. Among the half-sisters, none had enjoyed such fortune after marriage, a reality she once deemed unattainable. The joy of being chosen as his wife filled her heart, especially as he treated her with utmost respect and affection. "Sister, did you sleep well last night?" Wang Yubing asked, her voice weary as she poured tea for Wang Yuruo. The younger sister nestled against her side, feigning intimacy as she replied, "Very well. And you, sister?" Following her inquiry, a knowing smile flickered on Wang Yuruo's lips, though Wang Yubing remained oblivious to the exchange. "Yes, I fared well," Wang Yubing responded rather nonchalantly, tenderly adjusting her sister's wayward hairpin, which threatened to slip from her coiffure. In that moment, Wang Yuruo's expression shifted as she caught sight of the dark circles beneath her sister's eyes, quickly averting her gaze, suppressing a chuckle. Releasing her hold on Wang Yubing, she sat upright, sipping her tea in a leisurely manner, her eyes flitting towards her sister lost in thought, gazing out beyond the pavilion. Observing Wang Yubing's melancholic demeanor only heightened her own delight, prompting her to nibble on the pastries set out before them, all the while appraising her sister's troubled visage. "Sister, did brother-in-law return last night?" Wang Yuruo inquired, swallowing a morsel, her tone laced with feigned concern as she cast a sidelong glance at Wang Yubing. Uncertain how to respond, Wang Yubing redirected her gaze, attempting to mask her turmoil so as not to tarnish her sister's innocence. With a hint of lightness, she replied, "Not yet. Perhaps he is detained by matters outside." Her voice lacked conviction, as she dared not meet her sister's inquisitive eyes, fearful of revealing too much. Sipping the now-cold tea, she elegantly took a small sip, swiftly changing the subject. "How goes the making of your butterfly kite? Would you like me to assist you?" Wang Yuruo, seeking diversion from her boredom, had been preoccupied with various amusements, ordering the maids to fetch delicacies from the tavern, fishing by the pond, or chasing butterflies in the garden, her laughter echoing through the air. Wang Yubing delighted in her sister's happiness, reveling in the opportunity to prepare an array of treats for her, hoping to momentarily banish the clouds of melancholy that enveloped her heart. A closer bond with her sister felt like a blessing after years of distance. In the past, Wang Yuruo had shown little inclination to bond with her elder sister, But their relationship had blossomed in the 2 years since Wang Yubing's marriage, allowing for moments of genuine camaraderie. Regret washed over Wang Yubing for not having sought to understand her sister better earlier on. Opportunities had been scarce, with Wang Yuro residing in their mother's quarters, leaving Wang Yubing anxious and apprehensive, fearful of displeasing their mother. Thus, she approached her younger sister with utmost caution, treating her with the same diligence she devoted to the embroidery tasks their mother assigned her, fearing any semblance of negligence would provoke discontent. Fortunately, her needlework earned her praise, filling her with sweetness, especially when compared to her other half-sisters who had faltered in their tasks. "Oh, sister, I plan to return home this afternoon," Wang Yurua announced after finishing a pastry. "Home? What if mother sees you? What will you do?" Wang Yubing expressed her surprise. Wang Yurua had covertly brought her beloved maid without their mother's consent, and now she worried for her sister's well-being. Would their mother reprimand her for this? Noting her sister's intent to return, Wang Yubing's brows knitted with concern. "Fear not," Wang Yurua said with a playful smile, offering no further explanation. Reassured by her sister's demeanor, Wang Yubing relaxed. Perhaps their mother, despite her stern facade, would not punish her only biological daughter. "Allow me to prepare some gifts for you to take home as a token of goodwill," Wang Yubing instructed, summoning a maid from the pavilion. "Very well," Wang Yurua replied nonchalantly, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she observed her sister's bustling efforts on her behalf. The newly arrived maid, though ostensibly attentive to Wang Yubing's instructions, cast fleeting glances at her neckline, revealing a hint of intrigue. Wang Yubing, however, remained oblivious to the peculiar expression on the girl's face. Yet, Wang Yuru suddenly flushed, hurriedly adjusting her collar and swiftly shielding the girl's gaze with her hand. Her eyes flickered momentarily before she straightened up, hastily bidding farewell to Wang Yubing, who was earnestly advising a maid nearby. Afternoon, Wang Yubing arrived at Wang Yuru's quarters, carrying 5 newly released bolts of satin and 3 elongated brocade boxes, each containing nourishing ingredients such as bird's nest, angelica, and ginseng. Upon entering, she saw her sister Wang Yuru being attended to by her maid Honghu, who was styling her hair. Wang Yuru's hair was elegantly arranged in a high bun, revealing a delicate collar of her fitted jacket, adorned with soft white fox fur that lent her an air of noble charm and vitality. Nestled within her hairstyle was a golden plum blossom hairpin, while 2 wisps of smooth hair cascaded gracefully beside her youthful cheeks, epitomizing the latest fashion trends. Wang Yubing stood quietly by, admiring her sister's transformation, recognizing her beauty had blossomed into a more mature allure. Mature. A shiver coursed through Wang Yubing. She chuckled softly, shaking her head. After all, Wang Yuru was 3 years her junior, having just reached the age of maturity. In her mind, she still resembled a child, evident from her recent quarrel with their stepmother, which had prompted her to leave home and stay with her. Ignoring the alluring expression on Wang Yuru's face, Wang Yubing called out once her sister was ready. "Sister, come over and see if these gifts for our mother are suitable." With a blend of anticipation and anxiety, Wang Yubing gazed at Wang Yuru, whose captivating eyes seemed to convey her thoughts without uttering a word. "I brought these when Madame Li visited us a fortnight ago. I thought them delightful and wish to take a few back for our parents' health," Wang Yubing explained, relieved to see the joy on Wang Yuru's face. At home, she had always been somewhat reserved, yet her parents had never shown disdain for her and had even arranged a match with a husband of exceptional talent and looks. Though he occasionally treated her with indifference, their relationship remained respectful, though recent days had been different. "Oh, which Madame Li?" Wang Yuru inquired casually, delicately adjusting the ginseng strands back into the box, securing the lid of the precious Nama box, then raising her gaze to her sister. "She is the wife of the local magistrate, Jiang Shimo," Wang Yubing clarified. Wang Yuru gazed at a spinning silver incense burner in the room, biting her rosy lip as she pondered, though it appeared she did not recognize the name at all. Suddenly, her mood soured. She swept her sleeve across the table, brushing aside the beautifully decorated boxes, and her eyes fell upon the lengths of silk laid out, further deepening her vexation. "Did she come to you with a matter?" Wang Yuru asked, seated gracefully on a cushioned chair, her eyes lifting to Wang Yubing. With finely arched brows, she intended to pursue the inquiry, her thoughts lingering on her sister. It was merely a social call." Wang Yubing hesitated in her response. Wang Yuru's brows knitted together in jealousy, her heart swelling with resentment. So, it was just the usual socializing among official wives? Yet her half-sister's words carried a hint of something unsaid, almost as if she were boasting. Instantly, Wang Yura's spirits plummeted. Seated, she raised her gaze, a flicker of coldness shimmering in her eyes, although Wang Yubing remained unaware. Sister, you cannot accept these gifts, Wang Yuru declared, moving closer in astonishment, grasping Wang Yubing's hand with earnest insistence. Do you not know that this could cause trouble for your husband? How will he navigate his official duties if a malicious person were to report him to the censors? Do you comprehend the potential consequences? Wang Yura's eyes brimmed with concern and reproach as she scrutinized her sister. A sudden fire ignited within her as she scrutinized this half-sister. Such social engagements were prestigious affairs, and she believed she could navigate them far better than this seemingly dull woman. Why, my husband has already informed me that it is perfectly acceptable for me to accept them, Wang Yubing replied, perplexed. Is that so? Did he truly say that? Wang Yura's heart twisted with bitterness as she observed her sister's opulent attire. One hand discreetly gripped the edge of her garment, reflecting on the fact that her own wardrobe consisted of only a few new outfits, with the current one having been gifted by her very sister. How could she not feel angered? Seeing her half-sister, who had never been her superior, adorned so splendidly, living in comfort with numerous servants, made her heart ache with longing for what she felt was rightfully hers. As these thoughts crossed her mind, her mood lightened slightly, and she provocatively touched her collar, casting a smug glance at Wang Yubing. With her hand gently caressing her collar, she noticed Wang Yubing nodding at her words, prompting her to continue sternly, Sister, it is not that I wish to criticize you, but such social exchanges are delicate matters, especially among official wives. If you were to utter a single word that displeases them, they would surely hold your husband accountable. Have you considered whether you might have misspoken? Wang Yura's eyes sparkled with hope, silently urging her sister to acknowledge the truth. Wang Yubing hesitated, contemplating whether her husband's recent aloofness stemmed from some inadvertent mistake on her part. Yet, she could not recall offending anyone. Seeing her sister's lowered gaze, Wang Yuru felt vindicated, her spirits lifting as if she had just bestowed a favor upon Wang Yubing, gently patting her hand. All right, sister, how about this? In future social gatherings, invite me along to offer counsel. With me by your side, you will avoid saying anything that might displease them. Would that be agreeable? Wang Yuru stepped closer, her face radiating warmth as she grasped Wang Yubing's hand, her smile innocent and unassuming, concealing the true intent behind her words. Very well, Wang Yubing acquiesced gently. It seemed harmless enough. She thought the other ladies would not mind an additional companion, especially with such an astute sister beside her. This would ease her anxieties about navigating conversations with her husband's official colleagues' wives, where a misstep could lead to trouble. Yet unbeknownst to Wang Yubing, these gatherings were strictly for the wives of officials who prided themselves on their distinct status. They would not welcome the presence of an outsider, and while they might not voice their discontent, they would certainly harbor resentment if an outsider intruded. Chapter 3. Death. The carriage arrived at the entrance of an estate, where Wang Yura alighted first, followed closely by Wang Yubing. Upon standing still, Wang Yubing gazed at the quaint edifice before her. This was not the ancestral home of her childhood. Rather, it was a newly acquired grand residence. Since her marriage, she had shown her respect and gratitude towards her parents by utilizing her entire savings to procure this estate for their comfort and well-being. Sister, I can enter on my own. You need not come with me, Wang Yurua insisted, grasping her hand. Why? It's a rare occasion to return home, and I wish to see our parents and pay my respects, Wang Yubing replied, her confusion evident as she held onto Wang Yurua's hand in return. Wang Yurua, growing impatient, noticed that the maid, Honghu, had already prepared the gifts and was ready to follow her inside. Let her come in with me, she instructed, typically docile and compliant. Wang Yubing refrained from further questioning. She lifted her gaze once more towards the estate, feeling a twinge of disappointment at the missed opportunity to connect with her family today. Yet, she soon relinquished her concerns, watching as her sister entered, the door servant closing the crimson gate behind them. A sigh escaped her lips as she thought, not today, but there will be other opportunities. However, she could not help but wonder why, upon arriving home, she was not invited inside, even for a simple cup of tea, especially since she had invested her own resources into acquiring the residence for them. With a sense of disappointment, Wang Yubing climbed back into the carriage and lifted the curtain, only to be greeted by a delicate waft of sandalwood incense emanating from within. A smile graced her lips. It seemed her sister had instructed the maid to replace the incense as it was running low. How thoughtful of her. The fragrance, infused with subtle floral notes, was indeed delightful. As Wang Yubing basked in the lightness of the scent, she found herself growing fond of its natural elegance, untainted by artificiality. She resolved to inquire about the source of this pleasant aroma, intending to procure some for her own chamber, as it fostered a sense of relaxation, enticing her to recline and rest. Gradually, she felt her limbs loosening, a sensation of weakness enveloping her. She attempted to call out, but discovered she lacked the strength to even summon a voice to the driver outside. It was as if her energy had been entirely siphoned away, leaving her in a state of discomfort. Soon, she collapsed onto the soft couch, gazing outside with pleading eyes, her mouth agape, yet producing no sound. A wave of fear washed over Wang Yubing. As she lay there, helpless, she pondered what was happening to her. Was she ill? The sudden onset of weakness left her anxious and unsettled, her heart racing with unease. The carriage came to a halt, and the driver, whom she had brought along from home, lifted the curtain, revealing a toothless grin. Wang Yubing felt an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. She had never seen such a smile on his face, so foreign and disconcerting. Why was he smiling at her? What did he intend? Fearful, she attempted to shrink away, yet found herself utterly powerless, her body betraying her in its inability to resist. The driver's sinister smile widened as he leaned in, extinguishing the incense and reaching for her. In that moment, Wang Yubing realized the gravity of her situation. She understood that this man meant her harm, but she had never wronged anyone. Why would he act against her? Who had incited him to treat her in such a manner? This driver, who usually served her husband. Could he truly be acting on his behalf? Panic seized her heart as she felt herself plummet into a chilling abyss. Why? What had she done to deserve this? Tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably as she tried to curl into herself, desperate to keep him at bay. At this juncture, witnessing the malevolent visage before her, she felt utterly devoid of strength to resist. The driver seized her, dragging her from the carriage into a barren cliffside, where a few stray grasses swayed in the wind, the desolation echoing around them. Wang Yubing yearned to plead for her life, convinced that she had never offended anyone. Why would this driver, with whom she held no enmity, act so violently? What gain could he possibly derive from this? Surely, her husband would not have ordered such a thing. She grappled with her thoughts, unable to comprehend the motive behind this impending doom. Struggling to suppress her tears, they continued to spill over as she stared at the advancing figure of the driver, retreating as best she could. Who could be behind this treachery? A mere daughter of a concubine, she had scarcely interacted with others before her marriage, and her life had been confined within the estate walls. Today, she had only ventured out to accompany her sister for a brief visit. Having been thrown to the ground, Wang Yubing felt no pain from the sharp stones beneath her, only a profound chill and fear that coursed through her veins as she faced the grinning driver. Suddenly, he drew a dagger from his sleeve, advancing towards her. Tremors of dread coursed through Wang Yubing. What was his intention? Was she truly to perish here today? No, she did not wish for death. At the very least, she demanded to know why. Who sought her demise? She refused to be a victim of senseless violence. With pleading eyes, she gazed up at the approaching driver, imploring him for mercy as tears streamed down her face. Yet, as he unsheathed the cold blade, her hope dwindled. She squeezed her eyes shut, unable to bear the sight of the icy steel that would pierce her flesh. Footsteps grew nearer, crunching on the gravel, culminating in a sudden, searing pain in her chest. Wang Yubing realized the driver was merciless, the dagger plunging straight into her heart without hesitation. She opened her eyes, watching the crimson life force spill forth from her body, her anger unexpressed and pent up. As the blade twisted deeper, she felt an overwhelming rage welling within her, eclipsing the physical pain. Why? She croaked, summoning the last of her strength, her voice hoarse and cracking. But in that moment, she found herself unconcerned with the pain, only desperate for answers. The driver stood by, fixated on her demise, and without needing to hear her, he understood the question that lingered in her heart. As if waiting to witness her impending demise, or perhaps to allow her to comprehend her fate, he finally voiced the truth. With a demeanor marked by indifference and a predatory cruelty, he revealed to her the reason for her death. Chapter 4. The Hall of Yama. The surroundings were engulfed in darkness, damp and foreboding. The only illumination emanated from suspended lanterns, their crimson flames flickering endlessly. casting an eerie and chilling atmosphere while providing a modicum of warmth within the cold hall of Yama. Wisps of souls, glowing dimly, meandered about, some capable of levitating in midair due to their profound cultivation. However, according to the established rules, they would not be allowed to further hone their skills. On the 49th day after their demise, the King of Hell would judge them based on their actions in their past lives, meting out various forms of punishment, whether it be boiling in oil, descending into hell, or being cast into one of the 6 paths of reincarnation, was beyond their control. A cadre of ghostly officials forcibly escorted Wang Yubing into a hall illuminated as brightly as day, her movements hindered by heavy shackles. Yet, she was still dragged forward by another ghostly official, the chain tautly yanked, causing her to stumble and fall before the throne. The King of Hell, gazing coldly upon the newcomer who had repeatedly defied him, noted that her spirit, already scorched by the sun's rays, was in tatters. Still, she dared to risk her very essence to sneak back into the human realm, prompting his officials to retrieve her for the 3rd time. The king, having lost his patience, could no longer tolerate her repeated challenges to his authority. Wang Yubing, do you know your crimes? The icy and unfeeling voice resonated from above. The surrounding ghostly officials cast exasperated glances at the woman who had become a source of their frustration. For the past month, every disturbance at the boundary between the realms had been attributed to this seemingly frail spirit's transgressions. It was well understood that crossing this boundary without the king's token would subject one to unbearable agony far worse than boiling in oil. Yet this unassuming newcomer had repeatedly dared to breach it, pushing the limits of the king's patience. I know not what sin I have committed, she retorted defiantly, her hoarse voice reverberating with indignation as she questioned the ruler of this realm. Gasps filled the hall, as officials of varying ranks turned in astonishment toward this audacious female spirit who dared to confront the furious king. Pray tell, king, have I harmed anyone? Why do those who wrong me continue to live freely while I cannot? I do not understand. I beseech you to enlighten me. Silence enveloped the hall, as even the male and female spirits, who had previously lamented in anguish, widened their eyes in disbelief at the audacity of this charred figure. Never had there been a moment like this. The spirits before the king typically wept and begged for mercy, trembling in anticipation of their fates. No woman had ever dared to question the king so boldly. Did she not fear that with a mere stroke of his pen, she could be condemned to a life as a beast? Did she not fear eternal damnation? And why did she not weep like the other new spirits, longing for rebirth as a human? The ghostly officials gazed at her in astonishment, marveling at her courage to confront the king. Even the small scribe seated beside the king was rendered speechless, his jaw dropping in disbelief. 4 ages, in this dark and foul realm, Yama had been the supreme ruler. Yet here was this wretched spirit questioning him. It was a first in his tenure. The scribe, pen poised over the book of life and death, hesitated, his thoughts racing. When he finally lowered his gaze to write, he was startled by the ink-stained pages before him, quickly glancing up at the unyielding figure of Yama. The king's gaze bore down upon the unrepentant spirit. You remain unaware of your sins? Seize her and cast her into the 6th path of reincarnation. The cold, merciless decree sealed the fate of the newcomer. The 6th path of reincarnation was a dire fate, reserved for those who had committed heinous crimes. It denoted rebirth as a beast. There were various forms: as a womb-born creature, like cattle, dogs, and pigs; as an egg-born creature, like snakes and chickens; as a womb-born parasite, like fish and crustaceans; or, as the lowest form, as insects and vermin. The spirits cast sorrowful glances at Wang Yubing, who struggled to rise from the ground, desperately fighting against her fate. I refuse. I will not be reborn. I offer my next life in exchange, she cried out, her voice strained with desperation. The sunlight scorched her eyes, leaving her with only a blurred silhouette of the king from which she discerned his voice. Exchange? What do you know of exchange? Yama's chilling laughter echoed, filled with disdain. Do you truly believe you, a mere insignificant spirit, possess the right to barter with me? What would you possibly offer? He waved dismissively, signaling the waiting officials to take her, casting a glance at this anomalous spirit whose defiance was palpable in her sun-scorched, unfocused eyes. His curiosity piqued. He leaned back in his chair, drumming his fingers against the armrest as he scrutinized her struggle against the 2 officials. This was not the first or second time. It was the 3rd. Did she not fear the sun's energy? Apparently not. or she would not have persisted. Leaning forward, he addressed the small scribe, who had been poised to close the book of life and death. Xiao Ming, what does the record say? Describe to me her demise and her circumstances in life. The king reclined, one hand resting on the armrest, stroking his newly grown beard, while observing the newly arrived spirit fighting against her chains. The scribe, aware of the king's icy tone, felt a tremor of fear. Yet, a daring thought ignited within him, urging him to take a gamble. He glanced around at the foul atmosphere surrounding them, recalling the page detailing her life. Clearing his throat, he prepared to respond. Wait, allow her to remain. She might benefit from hearing this. Yama straightened, signaling for the officials to pause. They complied, returning to their places. As the king focused on the scribe, you may begin. The scribe nodded, standing before Wang Yubing, pointing at her and addressing the king. This female spirit was known in life as Wang Yubing. She lived for 18 years and met her end at the foot of a cliff a month ago, discovered by passing souls. Her death was tragic and unbearable to witness. She was fatally stabbed by a blade thrust in her heart, and the one responsible for her demise was her husband's mistress. The little scribe spoke slowly, and the king of hell, seated high above, merely nodded as he cast a stern gaze upon her. When the little scribe mentioned the words her former husband, a sudden blaze ignited in his nearly blind eyes. His fists clenched and trembling, teeth gritted as he glared at the little scribe recounting the moment of her death. After a brief pause, the little scribe continued. However, in life, this couple shared a deep bond. Their feelings were profound. It seems she had an affair with her husband, fearing her persistent entanglement. Her husband. As the little scribe spoke, he suddenly took 2 steps back, for Wang Yubing had charged towards him in a fit of rage. You speak nonsense. Utterly unfounded. Such fabrications. Wang Yubing's boundless fury surged forth, her heart ablaze. She had been so naive in life, only to discover her murderer at the moment of her demise. Now, in this netherworld, even as a spirit, she found herself ensnared and exploited. Why did she endure the excruciating pain of seeking him, risking exposure to the sunlight of the mortal realm? She only desired to understand. Why was she murdered? Why was she being slandered? With a primal scream that drained her of all strength, Wang Yubing collapsed upon the hall's floor, gradually losing consciousness. Chapter 5. Revive. As the clock struck the hour of the rooster, the Tang residence in Yangling City gradually illuminated with flickering lights. In the bedroom of the autumn residence, a woman awoke from her slumber, her hands entwined with 18 crystal prayer beads. As she lay on the bed, she slowly counted through them thrice before rising. Her long, lustrous hair cascaded over her shoulders as she padded softly in wooden clogs toward the dressing mirror, scrutinizing the changes in her appearance for the day. The sounds within stirred 2 maidservants guarding the outer room. One quietly exited toward the main courtyard, while the other gently pushed open the inner door, inquiring about her well-being. She then took the comb from Wang Yubing's hands and began to tend to her hair. After arranging it into a bun, she adorned it with a delicate pink hibiscus at the end. Wang Yubing sat in front, seizing the opportunity to lightly apply some brow makeup and a touch of red to her lips, quick and simple. Sitting on the embroidered stool before the mirror, she utilized the candlelight to inspect her reflection, casting a satisfied glance at her appearance, save for the 2 small wounds on her neck that throbbed slightly, causing her to furrow her brow. Where is Xiao Ming? Wang Yubing suddenly inquired, fixing her gaze on another figure in the mirror. The maidservant, Dongju, was assisting her with a final layer of a bright red floral embroidered outer garment. Hearing her mistress's question, Dongju's expression turned slightly irritable. She pouted and replied, Mistress, it's not that I'm speaking ill of him. He is merely a servant from the outer courtyard. Although he rescued you on the road and brought you back, our family only took him in out of pity. Nonetheless, he is still a male servant and cannot visit your courtyard 3 times a day as you wish. Besides, every time you two, Dongju hesitated, stealing a glance at her mistress's increasingly displeased demeanor. What she wanted to say was that there should be a distinction between men and women, that such familiarity was improper and should be avoided in a prominent family. Most importantly, since Xiao Ming's arrival, her mistress had dismissed the other maidservants, leaving only him in her quarters. Was it not ruinous for the reputation of a noble young lady? It would be one thing if her reputation were to be tarnished. But the greater concern was that no one in the household liked this male servant. His eyes were bloodshot, his face and hands marred by unsightly burns, and most notably, He reeked of a foul odor that could suffocate anyone nearby. Now, as Dongju responded to her mistress's inquiry about Xiaoming, she finally voiced the concerns she had harbored for a long time. Realizing her words might have been too forward, she lowered her head, stealing glances at her mistress, who had changed since being rescued by Xiaoming. It was unclear what enchantment he had cast upon her, but Wang Yubing had indeed transformed. Whereas Wang Yubing continued to sit upright, gently pressing for an answer as if she were determined to elicit a response. Mistress, Dongju wanted to step forward to offer further counsel. Speak. Wang Yubing's cold voice burst forth unexpectedly as she sat at her vanity, one hand holding a teacup and the other lifting the lid to discard the floating tea leaves and petals. Her gaze turned icy as she fixed her eyes on Dongju. It is. Dongju stammered, quickly kneeling, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she trembled. He should be either in the dark room, or in the kitchen below, or perhaps waiting outside our courtyard for your summons. This hardly needed stating, for this servant would only meander among those 3 locations. He was not permitted to undertake any tasks, yet he could always be found devouring meals in the servants' quarters, demanding more food whenever he finished a large bowl, boasting that he was the young lady's servant and that no one dared to offend him without incurring her wrath. Wang Yubing observed the kneeling maid with a pitiful gaze, yet she remained obstinate. She cast her eyes out of the open window, where festive lanterns hung among the branches, her thoughts drifting. Today marked the peak of Yanqi during the first month of the lunar calendar. A month prior, Wang Yubing had awakened in an abandoned temple. At that time, as dusk fell, she had slowly risen from a haystack, her clothing disheveled, staring blankly at her surroundings until the pain in her neck jolted her back to reality. When she gently touched her neck, she discovered 2 small wounds, not large, yet seeping fresh blood that had yet to coagulate, as if she had been bitten. Bitten? Wang Yubing gasped, immediately rising to her feet, only to trip over an object that had jutted out, losing her balance and falling beside it. She recognized the figure before her, not a man, but the very little scribe who had falsely accused her of infidelity with her husband in front of the king of hell. Consumed by rage, she struck him twice and kicked him, contemplating further punishment before seizing a hairpin and thrusting it into him, furious at his slander. In that moment, her heart was ablaze with anger, and she was oblivious to the lack of resistance from the scribe. She simply unleashed her fury upon him until, after a lengthy outburst, he weakly murmured, "Stop. Please don't hit me anymore." Finally, the little scribe awakened, lying motionless on the haystack, his head tilted as he looked at her with a twisted grin, revealing a hint of crimson at the corner of his lips. "Why do you tarnish my innocence? What grievance do I hold against you for you to speak such vile words? Why must I always be victimized and bullied?" Wang Yubing cried out, pouring all her strength into a desperate swing at the scribe, sprawled on the haystack, her voice wild with fury. "Did that beast bribe you to harm me in this way?" Enraged, she did not cease her assault, but instead struck him with even greater force. "Haven't I suffered enough?" In just a few words, it was incredibly arduous for him to utter them. He paused multiple times, delivering this faint statement in a stuttering manner. As dusk approached, with few pedestrians remaining on the streets, and only the 2 of them in the dilapidated temple, the small clerk's words still managed to reach Wang Yubing's ears. Wang Yubing raised her gaze, puzzled by his condition as he lay on the ground, allowing himself to be struck repeatedly. His lips curled into a wicked smile, betraying a sense of pleasure at having outwitted someone. Though his eyes were bloodshot, they sparkled with intensity, fixating directly on Wang Yubing. He scrutinized her several times, and seeing her in such high spirits only deepened his grin, his squinted eyes almost unable to open from the sheer delight. The small clerk remained still atop a pile of grass, his expression still imbued with mirth as he slowly and coldly remarked, "If you were still in the underworld, do you think you could strike me? Do you recall how weak you were there? Now, with this newfound bravery, it is I who has aided you. You should be grateful to me for bringing you back to life." The final remark struck Wang Yubing's heart like a heavy hammer. As the small clerk's feeble words echoed in her ears, she was left utterly stunned. He was in no hurry, still lying there, slightly shifting his position to gaze up at her, adopting a more comfortable pose while waiting for her to awaken from her stupor. After a moment of daze, Wang Yubing extended her hand to examine it, realizing it was not her original pair. She was taken aback, for this new pair was delicate, smooth, and youthful in appearance. As night fell, the small clerk regained his strength. Unbeknownst to him how he discerned the whereabouts of his body, he returned home, and under his insistence, she chose to remain with him. Now, she was the eldest daughter of the Tong family, Tong Luoyue. Dear friends, we have another novel that is diligently being updated. A farming tale, with 300,000 words already. It is quite substantial. Although the title may sound a bit peculiar and intimidating, do not misunderstand. It is far from what you might think. A simple click on the blue link below will allow you to delve into it. Title: Through Thorns and Bramble Synopsis. One day, I transmigrated and became a harbinger of disaster. The entire village feared and avoided me, even loathed and abandoned me, forcing me to retreat to the mountains. Thankfully, my parents cherished and protected me. Thus, I resolved to remain on the mountain, farming and raising rabbits, living a life akin to that of a celestial being. After achieving prosperity, I would make the village that drove me to the mountains envious. However, envy brought its own conflicts. But there was more. What did you say, mother? You are not my real mother? What? My real mother is dead, and my biological father is searching for me, intending to kill me. When my dream shattered, I made my decision. Chapter 6. Familiarity. Since Tong Luoyue heard the maid's words, she ceased to delve deeper into the matter. Her cold gaze swept over Dongju, who was cowering on the ground, too afraid to rise without her prompting. Tong Luoyue stood from her embroidered stool, adjusted the exquisite garment draped over her shoulders, and slowly walked towards the door. Upon reaching the curtain at the entrance, she noticed the maid had yet to catch up, prompting her to ask nonchalantly, "Why do you not wish to go today?" Dongju stiffened, quickly rising to follow, her face now devoid of the fear that had surfaced after her earlier indiscretion. She smiled and replied, "Ha, miss. You used with me just from Europe again. Of course, I wish to go. It is quite lively today. The entire household has been bustling, even sending some of our courtyards. Lanterns are hung, and friends are welcomed. Only you, miss, are favored by the old lady, allowed to rest before joining us. The old lady has also ordered that no one is to disturb you. If anyone comes, we are to say it was her express wish." Thus, the midday feast was rescheduled for the evening. The old lady truly dotes on the Mississippi. During the day, the second and third concubines did not arrive, but a few from his second and third families came to inquire after her. However, with the old lady's instructions, they were merely allowed to sit briefly in the outer room before being escorted away by Chiomei, ensuring they did not disturb the Mississippi. Once granted reprieve, Dongju beamed as she approached Tong Luoyue, lifting the curtain for her as they walked forward, her chatter flowing freely. Tong Luoyue chose to ignore her. She felt no need to engage with the maid's incessant prattle. Nevertheless, she relied on this maid to grasp the general situation within the family. Hence, she preferred to have her accompany her, as it allowed her to glean more information about her surroundings. In her previous life, she had been an unloved child of a minor household, while in this life, she was the cherished eldest daughter of a prominent family, receiving a vastly different regard from all. The disparity was so immense that having died once, she cherished this rare opportunity to live anew. However, she noticed that despite her esteemed status, there were many who regarded her position with envy, even within her own family. At the very least, she was aware that the accident that befell her original self a month ago was no mere coincidence. Upon awakening, she had not realized the gravity of her situation, but upon returning home, as the maid prepared a bathing ritual for her, she discerned something was amiss. She understood that this time, her body had not merely encountered a trivial mishap. As she observed the bruises covering her body, her brow furrowed slightly, and the sight of those marks brought an uncomfortable twinge of pain. The bruises on her arms and inner thighs were freshly acquired. Thankfully, she had dismissed the maid who attended her, or it would have resulted in a significant scandal. For a young lady of a prominent family to suffer such indignities was a grave matter, one that could impact her life and future profoundly. Yet at this moment, she found herself unperturbed. As long as she could live again, Tong Luoyue felt immense gratitude. Slowly, aided by Dongju, she strolled along the garden path, observing the meticulously trimmed flower beds that adorned the estate. To reach the main courtyard from her residence, she traversed through 2 small gardens, crossed a stone bridge, and passed several pavilions built along the meandering streams of the estate. A smile gradually formed on her lips as she contemplated the myriad of intrigues and the hidden filth within this grand family. Upon her return to the estate, she noted with clarity the astonishment in the eyes of those who came forward to greet her, a few clearly expressing their surprise at her return. Though it was a fleeting moment, she had seen it clearly. Ultimately, she confirmed that only her grandmother genuinely cared for her, as evidenced by the unmistakable concern in her gaze. Upon seeing Tong Luoyue, who had merely been missing for 2 days, her grandmother's eyes were red with tears. This gesture touched her deeply. In her previous life, such kindness had only been bestowed upon her by her mother. She had never fought or competed. She merely focused on fulfilling her duties diligently and cautiously, aiming to avoid any missteps, seeking satisfaction and praise from everyone around her, which made her feel sweetly intoxicated. Yet, the outcome was abandonment and death, without any justification when others deemed her unworthy. In her previous existence, Wang Yubing had spent her days confined to her chamber, obediently completing the embroidery tasks assigned by her mother. In this life, she is the legitimate eldest daughter, Tong Luoyu. Given the opportunity to start anew, she is determined not to hide any longer. She aspires to transform the insecurities and weaknesses that plagued her in her previous existence. After spending a month in the underworld, she finds that a year has passed in the mortal realm. Tong Luoyu is uncertain of the connection between the two realms, nor does she wish to delve into it. As for the little ghost who aided her escape, inexplicably, he has not attached his soul to another being, remaining unchanged during his time as a scribe in the underworld. Only her own soul has found refuge in the body of a recently deceased woman. The rapidity of these transitions leaves her with little time to ponder or inquire further. In her current identity, residing in this household necessitates adaptation to numerous individuals and circumstances. For Tong Luoyu, who once lived as a lowly concubine's daughter, learning to navigate this new life is no small feat. The household is populous and complex, requiring her to familiarize herself with its members. By day, she must still find time to rest her body, as she needs several hours of sleep. The sunlight outside is glaring, perhaps a remnant of her time in the underworld, instilling in her a fear of exposure. Consequently, her interactions with others, when not engaged in sleep, grooming, dining, or visiting her grandmother, are limited. Though the evenings afford her more time, others are inclined to retire for the night. Thus, she often finds herself alone in her chamber, inviting a few maids to join her in a game of cards while she observes or occasionally participates in pai gao. The maids, believing her to be eager to learn, enthusiastically teach her. As a result, they become quite chatty, allowing her to absorb much of their conversation about the household, who the servants and matrons are, their duties, their masters, their monthly allowances, and their ranks. This task consumes her time, and she must also allocate moments each day for the little ghost from the underworld, lest he cause a disturbance. Today, feeling unwell and aware that it is a day of heightened yang energy, she surmises that the little ghost has likely grown impatient. However, since she did not encounter him at the gate upon her departure, she assumes he can still endure a bit longer. Thus, she resolves to address the matters at hand before dealing with him. Chapter 7. In search of a suitable husband, moreover. Tong Luoyu has more pressing matters to attend to. She has no desire to engage in the intrigues and rivalries within the household. Her sole aim is to adapt and survive this period. A month ago, shortly after her return to this home, still reeling from the shock of her rebirth, she experienced a rush of emotions as she spoke and moved freely in the sunlight. It was then that her father, Tong Huin, visited her. His expression was cold and inscrutable as he entered her chamber, dismissing several maids who had come to serve him, rather than immediately stating his purpose. He scrutinized her with an assessing gaze. Tong Luoyu felt an oppressive silence envelop the room, reminiscent of her previous life. When facing her biological mother and father invoked a sense of unease and tension within her. Unconsciously, she began to rub her palms together, a habit formed long ago, revealing her growing trepidation. Standing before her father, she wondered why he had come. This was the first time she had encountered him at such proximity since her rebirth. Inwardly, she felt a profound gratitude for being granted a second chance at life through the body of his daughter. With a heart full of gratitude towards her mother in her past life, she approached him with caution. Tong Huin, observing her pale and sickly appearance, displayed little paternal warmth. Tong Luoyu sensed the coolness in his demeanor. He offered no pleasantries, instead launching into a lecture. She did not inquire about the reason for his visit, as her curiosity was piqued only by the fact that he had come to see her. After a brief preamble, he addressed the crux of the matter. A few days ago, You ventured out without permission and became lost. Such behavior is unacceptable for a family of our stature. His gaze bore into her, and out of habit, she instinctively stepped back, her eyes wide with confusion as she awaited his next words. Tong Huan continued, "You're no longer a child. If rumors damaging to your reputation were to circulate, it would adversely affect your siblings." Tong Luo, taken aback by his insinuations, pondered whether he had learned of her misadventures. She quickly dismissed the thought, as there had been no witnesses to her plight. Why then, she wondered, would her actions cause such distress to the family? Remaining silent, she assumed the role of a dutiful daughter, lowering her gaze to her embroidered shoes. Noticing her subdued demeanor, Tong Huan pressed on, "Therefore, there is no need for excessive concern. As long as you remain discreet and compliant, we shall treat this incident as though it never occurred. I have arranged a marriage for you with Ling Diqing of the Nanmen family. He is accomplished and talented, and you would be well matched." He spoke with an air of indifference, as if discussing the weather. Upon hearing the name Ling Diqing, a name that resonated deeply within her, Tong Luo felt a rush of recognition. This was the very name of the man she had married in her previous life, the one who had betrayed her, leading to her demise. As her father uttered the name, she was struck with disbelief. This was the man who had brought about her tragic end. The shock was palpable, and she stared at her father in astonishment. Sensing her hesitation, he grew impatient. "I'm telling you this whether you agree or not. Arrangements have already been made." He scolded her, and though she could not recall his exact words, the image of his mouth moving and his beard quivering remained etched in her mind. Finally, he demanded, "Do you consent?" His gaze bore into her, as if he would not accept anything less than her agreement. In that moment, she smiled and nodded, realizing that she had indeed heard correctly. The name echoed in her mind, rekindling feelings of vengeance and a desire to confront her fate. She had returned from the abyss, determined to uncover the truth behind her previous life and to ensure that in her next existence, she would not remain oblivious to her circumstances. The warmth of vitality scorched her soul, burning her eyes as she endured all discomfort. A soul devoid of any magical power could only suffer the pains that accompany existence, all in pursuit of understanding him better. Tong Luo nodded at that moment, smiling as she said, "I am willing. I shall heed my father's arrangements." Yet her father seemed incredulous, gazing at her with astonishment, his eyes filled with disbelief. Was this not the outcome he sought when he arrived today? Tong Luo pondered. Why did he find it hard to believe after she had expressed her consent? She regarded her nominal father with a cool detachment, feeling little affection for him. After he repeatedly sought confirmation, she nodded again, assuring him, and ultimately ushered him out the door. Chapter 8. The Authority of the Servant Dong Ju. "How are you assisting the young lady? Allow me to take over." A voice suddenly intruded, pulling Tong Luo from her reverie of recalling her father's words from that day, when he spoke of finding her a husband. She was compelled to divert her attention and halted her steps. Tong Luo faced a matronly woman of around 50, whose face bore few wrinkles, appearing quite rosy and well-preserved for her age, evidently thriving in this household. The woman reached out, grasping Tong Luo's arm, displacing the maid Dong Ju and pushing her aside. Standing before Tong Luo, the matron was met with her quiet gaze for a moment. Dong Yu, deprived of her prime position, wore a troubled expression, instinctively stepping back upon witnessing the woman's advance. This involuntary retreat revealed her unease, and by the time she realized her error, it was too late. The spot she had occupied beside her mistress was usurped. Dong Ju looked helplessly at her young lady, uncertain of how to proceed. Tong Luo remained silent, gently pushing aside the matron's outstretched hand. Standing before her, she slowly brushed off the sleeve that had been touched, casting a glance at the dejected Dong Ju before turning away and continuing her walk. After a few steps, without looking back, she casually called out, "Dong Ju, why are you standing there? Come along." "Young lady, I am coming." Dong Ju felt a surge of emotion, mixed with excitement, as she hurried to the matron, slightly bowing before hastily returning to support Tong Luo, moving forward once more. Dong Ju's confused voice rang out ahead, "Miss, why do you not allow Li Mama to assist you?" Dong Ju was taken aback, but felt immense gratitude that her mistress had not abandoned her. Otherwise, she would miss today's banquet. "Where's this Li Mama you speak of? I have not seen her. Can you point her out to me?" Tong Luo replied, gradually advancing, her voice calm as she passed clusters of blooming peonies, the gentle breeze causing them to sway. It seemed she truly had not noticed the dazed Li Mama lingering behind. Upon hearing her mistress's words, Dongju dared not glance back, internally astonished, convinced that Li Mama's expression at that moment was far from pleasant. She held a certain reverence for Li Mama. Yet, it was not that she did not wish to heed the matron's words. Her mistress had instructed her to assist, and she felt compelled to comply, for her mistress's words held the utmost weight. In her heart, Dongju resolved that if she encountered Li Mama again, she would explain that it was not out of disrespect that she had not allowed her to assist. As the two proceeded a few steps, Li Mama, still rooted in place, finally emerged from her shock. Observing the pair gradually disappearing from her sight, she felt a twinge of surprise, sensing a change in her young lady. Gritting her teeth, Li Mama hastened to catch up. After a brief chase, she managed to draw near, her voice low and anxious. "Miss, if I have done anything wrong, please tell me. I shall make amends." Li Mama's face was taut and hardened as she spoke. Dongju paused, glancing awkwardly at the matron. But seeing her mistress had no intention of stopping, she quickly resumed her support of Tong Luo Yu's left arm, continuing onward. "Miss, please speak with me. I will amend my ways." Seeing that neither of them acknowledged her, Li Mama's face flushed with anger as she pursued them, finally intercepting Tong Luo Yu and Dongju. This thwarted their progress along the flower-laden path, where during the day, Tong Luo Yu could not smell the blossoms, having chosen this route specifically to savor their fragrance. Stopped in her tracks, Tong Luo Yu fixed her gaze upon the matron, noticing that the lanterns hanging from the branches cast a pallor upon Li Mama's face, resembling that of liver, quite unappealing. Tong Luo Yu regarded the oblivious matron coolly, subtly raising her wrist, remaining silent. She cast a glance at her maid, Dongju, pondering how she would handle the situation. "Miss I..." Dongju, feeling the sweat in her palms, hesitantly looked toward her mistress, who seemed entranced by a bud on a branch ahead, lost in thought. Dongju grew increasingly anxious. Summoning her courage, she fixed her gaze upon the matron who had pushed past them, and with a determined expression, asked softly, "Li Mama, what is your intent?" After posing her question, Dongju glanced at her young lady's face, noticing she did not intend to intervene, which emboldened her further. "Li Mama, do you realize you are blocking the young lady's path to the matriarch? She is your mistress, and you must either allow her passage or step aside yourself. The young lady has chosen not to hold this against you, yet now you deliberately obstruct her way. What is your purpose?" With a sharp tongue, Dongju seized the opportunity to speak, her words flowing as she addressed the matron. Perceiving her mistress's silence and noting her rapt attention to the blooming camellias ahead, Dongju felt a surge of confidence. Understanding this was a test from her mistress. Succeeding would earn her favor and leave a lasting impression. With this thought, she straightened her posture, knowing well that within this household, none possessed the authority to surpass their master. "Li Mama, I implore you, will you yield to the young lady, or will you not? She wishes to proceed to the banquet. What do you say?" "You insolent girl, I am speaking with the young lady. You have no right to interrupt. Close your mouth." Li Mama, initially biting her tongue, could no longer restrain herself. As Dongju invoked her mistress's name a second time, Li Mama snapped back at her fiercely. "What did you say?" The maid, taken aback by the matron's reprimand, found her words faltering, her courage waning. "I meant you. Why does the young lady not speak to me directly? Why do you intrude upon our conversation? What is your intention, you lowly servant? Be careful. I will inform Madame Qin and have you dismissed from the Tong family." Li Mama's face flushed with rage as she glared at the audacious maid who dared to interject between her and the young lady. It must be noted that Li Mama's reputation for intimidation was well known among the household staff. "Ah, you truly possess a great deal of authority, matron. I am witnessing it firsthand," Tong Luo Yu remarked, turning to cast a cool glance at the matron, a soft smile gracing her lips as her gaze remained fixed on the woman before her. Chapter 9. The concubine Tong Luo Yu fixed her icy gaze upon the elderly woman, speaking slowly from her lips, "If you do not permit me, I shall turn back. As for my grandmother, I shall leave it to this nanny to inform her, if it is not too much trouble." With a frigid expression, Tong Luo Yu turned to depart. "Miss Mississippi," Li Nanny hurriedly pursued from behind, noticing a large stone in the flowerbed ahead that obstructed her path. She hastened to intercept Tong Luo Yu. Stopping in her tracks, Tong Luo Yu turned to face her, fixing her gaze intently. "Is there something else, Nanny? Do you intend to stop me from leaving?" Displeasure was evident on Tong Luo Yu's face, clearly displayed to the audacious elderly woman. And no, it is not that. The woman stammered, her voice trembling, as she kept a firm grip on Tong Luo Yu's right arm. Observing the gnarled hand that clutched her, Tong Luo Yu noted its increasing tightness. The hand showed no sign of loosening. In fact, it tightened further as she attempted to pull away, causing her pain. Tong Luo Yu mused whether this elderly woman truly intended to prevent her from leaving or to crush her arm with that iron grip. "Release me." Tong Luo Yu finally lost her patience, her voice sharp. The anxious maidservant, upon meeting Tong Luo Yu's gaze, seemed reluctant to relinquish her hold on the young lady's arm. "What is your intention?" Tong Luo Yu stared at her. "Do you wish for me to stay or to visit my grandmother?" "And no, not at all." The elderly woman shook her head, lowering her gaze as her hands clasped together in front of her, seemingly eager to argue further. Sensing that the young miss before her was not as amiable as usual, she nervously replied, "I merely wish to accompany you, miss, with no ill intent." "Have I granted permission?" Tong Luo Yu suddenly inquired, her cold stare piercing through the woman. The maidservant bowed her head, concealing her expression from Tong Luo Yu's view. "I am departing now. Would you kindly step aside?" Tong Luo Yu asked with a hint of sarcasm. The maidservant, taken aback, raised her head in disbelief, as if she had misheard the young lady's words. The maidservant cast a scrutinizing glance at Tong Luo Yu before quickly averting her gaze. Noticing the elderly woman's changing demeanor, Tong Luo Yu regarded her once more, also glancing at the silent maid, Dongju, by her side. With a wave of her sleeve, Tong Luo Yu dismissed everyone around her. She wished only to live quietly in this estate for the coming months, hoping these individuals would not disturb her. She intended to fulfill her role as the esteemed young lady of the household to the best of her ability. Under Tong Luo Yu's unwavering gaze, the elderly woman quickly restored her calm demeanor, stepping aside onto a patch of soft earth, lowering her head without another glance at Tong Luo Yu. The young lady, accompanied by maid Dongju, slowly passed her by. As she drew near, a pleasant fragrance wafted towards her, vaguely familiar, but Tong Luo Yu gave it little thought. Allowing Dongju to guide her forward, Tong Luo Yu reflected on how the elderly woman had never shown her any respect or inquired after her well-being. She had only forcefully disrupted Dongju's position, indicating she had someone backing her within the household. In her past life, as an illegitimate daughter, she was particularly sensitive to such breaches of decorum. She had always been meticulous, striving to avoid any missteps and to live each day with caution. For over a decade, she had adhered to the rules set by her legitimate mother, which served as a constraint for her and the other half-sisters. This upbringing allowed her, despite her status as a concubine's daughter, to cultivate a sense of propriety akin to that of noble young ladies in the outside world. These lessons proved invaluable, and she recalled how, after marrying into a so-called respectable family, her poise had often captivated her husband, momentarily entrancing him. Thus, she surmised that her legitimate mother had favored her, ultimately arranging her marriage to that man. Even now, filled with resentment, she would still express gratitude for her mother's teachings over the years. It was unfortunate that they had failed to see the man's true nature, allowing him to act against her. She pondered how he had changed over the past year. Her biological father had not spoken to her about him, and she had no further opportunity to inquire about the current state of his family. However, she knew her return to his side was imminent, and she would reclaim her rightful position. "Miss, the concubine approaches." Dongju, supporting Tong Luo Yu, keenly observed a woman surrounded by several maidservants ahead. The term concubine had been coined by the maidservants and nannies in private to mock this woman, who, despite being merely a concubine, demanded to be addressed as Madame Qin. Although this was clearly the Tong estate, she had insisted on affixing her surname before the title Madame. It was said that her father had not objected to this practice, thus allowing it to become commonplace. Consequently, another concubine had adopted the title Madame Lu, yet ultimately, she was still referred to as second concubine. It was absurd that such blatant disregard for propriety could exist within this household, revealing a complete lack of order. Chaos had become the norm, with all semblance of structure lost to the fray. As for her, the eldest daughter of the Tong family, upon first encountering such uniquely styled and comfortably crafted shoes, she had requested Xiaomei to bring them to her. There were only 2 pairs, and she tried them on one by one, instantly enamored with them. In her past life, she was a humble, illegitimate daughter, completely oblivious to the extravagant fashions that became popular. However, to her delight, after her legitimate mother arranged her marriage to her husband, her attire underwent a dramatic transformation. The monthly allowance her husband provided for clothing was saved diligently, accumulating a respectable sum over several months. Ultimately, she used this money wisely. On one occasion, when her legitimate mother visited, she hesitated before mentioning that her father's friends all resided in Qianyangfang, and that her aging father found it increasingly difficult to visit them due to fatigue and swelling in his legs after a day of travel. Hearing this, Wang Yubing felt a pang of sympathy for her father and unhesitatingly used her savings to purchase a tranquil residence for her parents, wishing to make them proud of their illegitimate daughter. This act secretly fulfilled her longing for recognition. After acquiring the residence, she was elated until one day her husband questioned her about it, regarding her with an unfamiliar gaze. At that moment, she did not comprehend, but now, in death, she surmised that this was likely the reason behind his actions. Was it her fault for using the funds he provided for her family? Tong Luoyue was unaware. All she knew was that she had died. Having been reborn, she yearned to understand why he sought her demise, especially since he had once told her to obey him and refrain from using her allowance for her parents. What justification did he have to kill her? Thus, when her father commanded her, his tone bordering on authoritative, she merely smiled. How could she refuse? If she had truly wished to reject him, how could she have broken through the layers of barriers after death to seek clarity? Yet all that was in the past. Now, her immediate concern was to navigate the complexities of her household, ensuring that no one discerned her true intentions. She had to remain vigilant, for she could not afford to be ensnared again in this life, as she had been in her previous one. Her past naivety stemmed from misplaced trust in a man who, less than a year after her death, hastily sought to remarry. How ironic it was. What was she to him? Just a discarded pawn? The vendetta of her past life could only be addressed once she attained a position of power. For now, her priority was to survive the month leading up to her wedding, ensuring she did not fall victim to treachery as she had before. Otherwise, what was the purpose of her 2 lives? Tong Luoyue was gradually assisted forward by Dongju, the secondary wife, who now wore a pleasant expression, in stark contrast to the earlier chill. As Tong Luoyue gazed ahead, she discerned a gentle face radiating warmth. Lost in thought, they soon approached more closely, and indeed, Tong Luoyue recognized a familiar slender figure accompanying the secondary wife, her maid, Bai Xiao. No wonder she hadn't seen her this morning. She had gone to deliver a message to this woman. How many times had this occurred? Now, Tong Luoyue had 4 close maids: Dongju, Chunlan, Xiaomei, and Bai Xiao. She had seen Xiaomei in the house, was aware that Chunlan had been borrowed, but Bai Xiao's whereabouts had been a mystery until now. Behind Madame Qin, Bai Xiao appeared to notice Tong Luoyue simultaneously, quickly lowering her head, afraid to look further. Yet, almost instantly, she raised her head again, seemingly emboldened. Tong Luoyue observed this transformation with curiosity, casting another glance at the smiling secondary wife, who was elegantly clad in vibrant red and approached with a graceful demeanor along the garden path. Just as she was about to step onto the small, soft stone-paved path, she paused slightly, gesturing subtly for Tong Luoyue to come closer. "Miss, you seem to have risen rather late today. How do you feel? Is your health improving? Would you like me to summon a doctor to prevent any further deterioration of your condition?" Madame Qin inquired with a slight bow, her face brimming with concern as she approached Tong Luoyue. Tong Luoyue gently adjusted the 18 crystal prayer beads wrapped around her wrist, assuring her, "I am much better now." Claiming to have fallen ill was merely an excuse for the outside world. How could she reveal that she was a soul borrowed from the afterlife, returning to life? She still relied on these prayer beads to stabilize her tenuous spirit. Speaking the truth would only frighten everyone away. This was something she wished to express, yet she knew they could not comprehend it, just as she herself was still acclimating to this new identity. "That's wonderful to hear. Bai Xiao, do take care of your mistress diligently. Let there be no further mishaps," Madame Qin said, laughing softly, her demeanor enchanting and tender. Observing the beauty of her face, Tong Luoyue felt an inexplicable discomfort and a sense of unease. After a moment, she diverted her gaze, brushing her sleeve as if to dispel the strange feeling. At that moment, Bai Xiao, who had mysteriously disappeared earlier, approached Tong Luoyue with her head bowed, displaying a most obedient demeanor. Tong Luoyue regarded her quietly. knowing there would be ample time to inquire later. Together, they, along with a throng of maids and servants, strolled along the path leading to the main courtyard. Bai Xiao followed closely behind Tong Luoyue, submissive and offering no explanation for her earlier absence. Chapter 11. Training the child. Tong Luoyue, alongside the secondary wife, now known in the household as Madame Qin, walked with a retinue of servants and maids along the winding stone path of the garden. They passed through a bamboo grove, arriving at a waterside pavilion. The four columns of the pavilion were adorned with delicate veils, and within, illuminated by flickering lights, shadows of several figures could be discerned, swaying gently in the breeze. As Tong Luoyue approached, she recognized a graceful silhouette. It was the secondary wife's daughter, Tong Yue, accompanied by two other figures, identifiable by their short and stout forms as her legitimate siblings. The veils obscured the inner figures, yet the sounds of laughter and joy floated out, creating a scene of harmony and camaraderie that was enviable to anyone who beheld it. As Tong Luoyue walked, she paused momentarily, then resumed her pace, feeling a twinge of envy. She shook her head, a hint of amusement crossing her features, glancing at the woman beside her, who seemed oblivious to the joyful voices emanating from the pavilion. Whether she truly did not hear or was feigning ignorance remained a mystery. Tong Luoyue's eyes flickered with intrigue. She knew this was her only daughter, naturally eliciting a closer bond, yet the secondary wife appeared indifferent. Tong Luoyue gazed at her for a while, her head unwaveringly fixed in place. Several times, she turned in the opposite direction, warmly engaging with herself in light-hearted banter, while pointing out exquisite flowers and stones on the nearby artificial hills for her to hear. Tong Luoyue chuckled softly, realizing that this woman possessed profound cunning. What was her true intention in extending such cordiality towards her? Moreover, the icy and profound gaze she cast towards that elderly woman just moments ago was genuinely terrifying. Simultaneously, in the main hall of the eastern courtyard, a sturdy candlestick illuminated the surroundings, casting brilliant orange flames that brightened every corner of the room. The opulent decor, already lavish, appeared to shimmer with a delicate golden hue under the glow of the candles, enhancing the atmosphere of grandeur and magnificence. Seated on a side couch was an elderly woman with strands of silver hair, dressed elegantly yet modestly. With a strict expression, she gently fiddled with a teacup in her hand, occasionally glancing downwards. At her feet knelt the male head of this household, her own son. "Do you not realize your mistakes?" After a long pause, the matriarch of the Tong family finally spoke, having leisurely finished her tea and consumed the red dates within. "There is nothing wrong on my part," replied the male head of the Tong family, Tong Liue's father, his stubbornness evident as he clenched his jaw. "Nonsense! How can you claim innocence?" Tong Lao Furin trembled with rage, pointing a quivering finger at him. "I never meddle in the affairs of your household. Yet your behavior has grown increasingly improper over the years. You should inquire outside. Which respectable family allows their concubines to be treated in such a manner? In our home, she is merely a concubine, yet you defend her, granting her the title of madam and compelling the servants to address her as such. Is it your intention to bring ridicule upon the Tong family?" As her agitation mounted, she pressed her hand against her chest, continuing, "Furthermore, you believe that my ailing health permitted you to leave the upbringing of our two legitimate sons and grandsons to her, placing them under her care. Over these years, what have you witnessed? She has raised your children with your legitimate wife, Rua, to be unruly, narrow-minded, and devoid of any noble demeanor. Ironically, her own daughter embodies the qualities of a legitimate Tong daughter. Mother, this has nothing to do with Shulan. The blame lies solely with those two children, who are simply too unruly to be guided to a better outcome. Now, Yue is well-educated, gentle, and possesses exceptional talent. She serves as a fine example for them. Shouldn't they strive to learn from their sister Yue rather than an ignorant half-sister?" The male head of the Tong family always tilted the scales in favor of his other daughter, Tong Yue. At this moment, he adamantly denied any wrongdoing. His face flushed as he knelt there, fervently defending his other daughter and rebutting his own mother with sharp words. "Nonsense! Do you truly believe our legitimate son and daughter should learn from a concubine's illegitimate daughter? Just look at the outcome of such an arrangement. I deeply regret not correcting your misguided notions sooner. The current state of the Tong residence is chaotic and unkempt. Do you think your three concubines harbor any genuine intentions?" They would relish seeing your 3 legitimate sons fail. And what of last time, when Ewer was nearly bullied? You still dare to speak of her merits? Mother, the situation is not as you portray it. Let me explain. That day at the temple, it was Luoyue who expressed a desire to take a stroll, claiming she could not tolerate the incense. Shulan had no choice but to acquiesce. How can you be so blind to the truth? Tong Leofuren was taken aback, struggling to believe such words could come from her own son. Was he truly so easily swayed by those women? As the head of a prominent family, he should not accept others' words without discernment, hastily labeling his 3 legitimate sons with such a sweeping judgment. Which family allows a concubine to raise their legitimate children? Wouldn't they be the subject of mockery from the offspring of noble families? Tong Leofuren studied her son intently, realizing he had always been this way. At that moment, a maid entered with a bright smile, announcing, "Madam, the young lady has arrived." Following her was Tong Luoyue, gracefully supported by 2 maidservants. Tong Leofuren's stern expression softened as she noticed her son rise immediately at the arrival of his daughter, adopting a facade of a strict father. Tong Leofuren mused about when he had begun to treat this daughter with such affection, while displaying tenderness towards the daughter of a concubine. Sitting in her place, she sighed softly, choosing not to dwell on his sudden change in demeanor, understanding he needed to maintain some dignity within the home. As she observed her approaching granddaughter, she nodded gently, her face adorned with a kind smile. Previously, she had thought her granddaughter preferred the tranquility of solitude, embodying a genteel demeanor that could sit quietly for hours. However, since that incident of her disappearance, Tong Leofuren sensed a shift. Her granddaughter appeared more assertive, a quality she found quite pleasing. "My dear granddaughter, come to your grandmother." Tong Leofuren beckoned to the slowly approaching Tong Luoyue. "Grandmother," Tong Luoyue called softly, stepping forward, only to be intercepted by the obedient maid, Baisha, who rushed to assist her. Tong Luoyue cast a fleeting glance at Baisha, pondering her motives. Observing the bashful maid, she then glanced at the more awkward Dongju, realizing that Dongju lacked the cleverness displayed by Baisha. Given Tong Leofuren's delicate health, she preferred not to have her servants crowded around her, as it made her feel suffocated. This was a well-known fact among the household staff. Thus, upon seeing Baisha step forward, Dongju no longer followed closely. Tong Luoyue approached her grandmother, greeting her with a respectful bow. At this moment, Baisha stepped back, also offering her respects to the matriarch. Tong Leofuren gently supported her granddaughter, pleased with Baisha's behavior, nodding appreciatively. Seeing her grandmother's joyful expression warmed Tong Liue's heart. In her previous life, such unconditional affection had only been occasionally bestowed by her biological mother. Now, to witness this kind face directed towards her daily was immensely comforting, filling her with a sense of completeness. As Tong Luoyue was drawn closer to her grandmother, she finally noticed her father standing in a dim corner, his expression unreadable. Tong Luoyue gradually approached her father, slightly bending her legs to pay her respects. After enduring a period of silence, Tong Huyen suddenly snorted coldly. "You spend all your time languishing in your Linqiu residence. Do you not realize that everyone at home is waiting for you? Your ignorance of propriety is utterly unfit for great undertakings." Tong Luoyue was momentarily taken aback. She was not one to disregard etiquette. She had specifically come early, yet she was still reprimanded, leaving her perplexed at his outburst. Amused by the absurdity of the situation, she had only known him for a short time, but she was already aware of his attitude towards her. Observing her father's flushed face, she had caught a glimpse of embarrassment. Was it merely her imagination? Tong Huyen continued to berate her. "You display none of the demeanor fitting a young lady of good family. Should you not learn from your sister? Her poetic talent far surpasses yours. How dare you even compare yourself to your half-sister? You truly bring shame upon the Tong family. Your lack of competence is astonishing." His tirade seemed to channel the frustration he had received from the matriarch, the old lady Tong, onto his daughter. Tong Luoyue gazed intently at her biological father, acutely aware that since his visit that day, it had become evident he harbored no affection for her. Lowering her head in silence, she feigned submission, but the flicker in her eyes revealed a resilience. She would no longer be bullied. The matriarch could no longer tolerate her son's scolding tone. "Fool, in whose presence do you presume to lecture? Are you unaware that it is I who instructed Luoyue to rest in Linqiu?" The physician has diagnosed her with a blood deficiency, requiring proper recuperation. Tong Luoyue remained silent, understanding that her father's attempt to assert his authority was bound to fail. A sudden wave of joy washed over her, an unfamiliar feeling that had never graced her before. She glanced at the matriarch, gradually making her way to her side. And as she walked, a barely perceptible smile graced her lips. This was her rightful course of action, avoiding conflict with her father, thereby appearing justified in the eyes of others. Noticing the old lady's deep sigh directed at her son, Tong Luoyue stood by quietly, embodying the demeanor her previous self had perfected. She simply wished to stand beside her grandmother. As the matriarch prepared to address the matter at hand, she inquired, "When will you seek a suitable husband for Luoyue?" "I am unaware of any arrangements." Tong Huan, momentarily taken aback, quickly devised a response. "Mother, she has consented to this arrangement. Ask her if she hasn't." He pointed an accusatory finger at her, as though fearing her to retract her agreement. Tong Luoyue met her father's gaze, then turned to her grandmother with clarity. "Grandmother, I also agree to this. Please do not misunderstand my father. He believes this man to be accomplished and a perfect match for me. I assent to that so, father." With a subtle glance towards her father, she wore a decorous, innocent smile, quietly observing him. Chapter 13. No confrontation. The old lady Tong looked at her son in astonishment before turning back to Luoyue, incredulous. "What? Did your father not inform you that this man is significantly older than you and has been married before? How can such a person be a suitable match for our daughter?" "Mother, I have already accepted this man as betrothal gifts," Tong Huan conveyed clearly to his mother, indicating there was no turning back. At this revelation, Tong Luoyue realized how swiftly her father had acted. Not only had he hastily set her wedding date, but he had also completed significant preparations within a month. Why the urgency to marry her off? Sitting beside her grandmother, she quietly observed her father, noting her grandmother's clear discontent etched on her face. Tong Luoyue mused that it was unnecessary for her to inquire. Her grandmother would surely confront the matter. However, even if she did ask, her father might not respond, rendering such inquiries futile. Just as the matriarch was about to voice her displeasure, a figure hurriedly entered. An elderly woman leading a man who announced, "Sir, a guest from afar waits at the gate to see you." "Who is it?" Tong Luoyue watched as her father, momentarily halted, quickly inquired. "This is his visiting card." The servant respectfully presented the card and retreated. Tong Luoyue's eyes widened in excitement as she grasped the gilded invitation, eagerly asking, "Is he still at the door? Quickly bring this esteemed guest inside." Tong Luoyue observed her father vanish from sight, contemplating how his departure might thwart her grandmother's impending outburst. The matriarch was questioning the newly arrived servant. What manner of person arrives on this day? Respectfully, I do not know, but judging by his attire, he appears to be a distinguished scholar. In this era, scholars held a unique status, renowned for their knowledge and capable of addressing matters directly with the emperor. Such individuals, revered for their intellect, were coveted by many prominent families. The arrival of such a person astonished the matriarch. She quickly glanced at her granddaughter, uncertain of what to say. "This is a rare opportunity. We must extend our finest hospitality to this esteemed scholar," Tong Luoyue suggested. "Indeed, how could I have overlooked this?" the old lady exclaimed, slapping her forehead. Thus, she promptly issued a series of commands to her servants and the estate steward, instructing them to prepare to welcome the scholar with utmost care. As the servants left to fulfill their duties, Tong Luoyue observed as the door curtain was drawn back once more, revealing a young woman holding the wrist of a man, shyly approaching the matriarch. This was the only other daughter of the Tong family, the half-sister Tong Luoyue had encountered earlier at the pavilion. Regrettably, this woman bears no resemblance to the demeanor she possessed in her past life as a mere concubine. She consistently adorns her face with a delightful smile, as if all sorrow has been banished from her visage. This disposition stands in stark contrast to her former self. Tong Luoyue admires her, yet they're not intimately acquainted within this household. Accompanying her is a man, whom Tong Luoyue regards with little recognition. However, he suddenly casts a glance her way, only to turn his face away dismissively to greet the esteemed matriarch. "Tong, old madam. This man, it seems, should be familiar to the body she now inhabits." Tong Luoyue muses, her grip involuntarily tightening. She is unaware of his identity and has no recollection of him. Even the loquacious maid, Dong Ju, has not mentioned him. In this setting, she fears that any misstep involving this individual may expose her true identity, a risk she cannot afford. Grandmother, how is your health? May I assist you to the hall for the banquet later? Tong Yuer inquired, moving forward to refill the old matriarch's teacup. She then knelt beside Tong Old Madam's couch, offering a shoulder massage. Tong Luo Yu stood aside, observing how effortlessly this charming woman engaged in such ingratiating behavior. Reflecting on her past life, she would never have dared to massage her legitimate mother's shoulders, concerned that her goodwill might not be received well. In her previous existence, she was rather taciturn, and even in this life, the original owner of her current body shared a similarly somber disposition, lacking the artifice of flattery. Thus, she resolved to remain seated rather than risk confrontation. As she settled in her seat, Tong Luo Yu caught a fleeting look of triumph from Tong Yu, who quickly masked her expression. Not long after, the old matriarch's initial coldness towards the illegitimate daughter was swiftly dispelled. The unfamiliar man, now seated directly opposite Tong Luo Yu, joined in their conversation, creating the illusion of a genuine family unit. Tong Luo Yu pondered whether Tong Yuer was deliberately attempting to showcase her status as equal to that of the legitimate daughter. The latter even cast a boastful glance in her direction. Tong Luo Yu, still navigating the complexities of this household, resolved to avoid conflict for the time being. She silently observed their exchange and sensed an underlying tension. However, the expression on Tong Old Madam's face shifted as she addressed Tong Yu. You are now a big sister. Do not cling to Brother Jiang so closely, lest it lead to misunderstandings. As she spoke, her eyes held a sharpness, and her tone was laced with reproach towards her granddaughter, who had been dutifully massaging her shoulders. Tong Luo, you noted the subtle rigidity in Tong Yuer's previously compliant demeanor, which quickly returned to normal as she engaged the old matriarch in conversation. Meanwhile, the man, whom Tong Luo Yu had yet to understand, suddenly glared at her. Confused, she returned his gaze, pondering what offense she had committed to warrant such hostility. Slowly, she turned her head away. Old madam, my family has a long-standing matrimonial pact with the Tong family. This generation chose me to unite with the Tong clan. Yet I did not consent to marry her, he exclaimed, pointing emphatically at her. Tong Luo Yu's eyes widened in surprise, striving to conceal her astonishment at his declaration. It was perplexing. She was to wed into the Ling family, and her father had hastily arranged it. How could another suitor emerge now? Is it not the tradition of the Tong family to marry the eldest daughter into the Jiang family? Do your parents oppose this? Tong Old Madam retorted with a hint of amusement, glancing at her teacup and then directing a derisive look at him. Do they wish for our Tong family to wed a lowly concubine instead? That would surely please you. Her words were harsh, chastising both individuals. Behind her, Tong Luo Yu observed Tong Yuer, who had previously fawned over the old matriarch, suddenly darken with a shadow of resentment, her teeth audibly grinding. The atmosphere grew tense, reminiscent of her earlier encounter with Qin Foreign. Tong Luo Yu smiled quietly, recognizing the facade they maintained, which faltered under scrutiny. She recalled her initial meeting with Tong Yuer outside the gates of the Tong residence, where the latter had appeared astonished by her presence. Consequently, Tong Luo Yu remained cautious in her interactions with the Tong family, wary even of the maids in the household. At that moment, she glanced at Bai Xiao, who wore an expression of pity for her half-sister. Suddenly, Bai Xiao met her gaze, quickly averting her eyes as if caught. Tong Luo Yu chuckled softly, realizing the maid's allegiance lay elsewhere. Soon, two younger siblings of Tong Luo Yu entered, acknowledging their elder sister, yet treating her as if she were invisible, turning away with haughty indifference to greet their grandmother. Tong Tianwei and Tong Manqin exchanged playful antics while inquiring after their grandmother, seemingly unbothered by reprimands as they laughed joyfully, oblivious to the tension surrounding them. Dressed in pristine attire, the boy had just turned 7, while the girl, a year older, appeared neat and tidy, devoid of any adornment. In stark contrast to Tong Yuer, who was extravagantly adorned, even Tong Luo Yu felt overshadowed by her half-sister's opulence. Quietly, Tong Luo Yu sat, her thoughts drifting. Gradually, she discerned a familiar fragrance wafting through the room. Where could it be coming from? Her gaze turned towards the newly arrived girl, puzzled by the similarity in scent between a servant and the family's mistress. Old madam, this is different. You and I. Jiang Kun began to argue for his future, his cheeks flushed as he glanced toward the old matriarch, his demeanor betraying his anxiety. However, old Madame Tong had already denied him any opportunity. Her stern voice resonated clearly. This matter leaves no room for negotiation. You may return to discuss it with your parents. I trust they will not support your wishes. I have addressed this issue with you more than once. The one you are to marry is the legitimate eldest daughter of the Tong family, seated right across from you. Her commanding tone left no room for alteration. At this moment, Tong Luoyue, who sat beside her, began to grasp the situation. This explained why she had never encountered this man before, nor had she heard any of the maids speak of him. Any mention of him would have been akin to a knife to her pride. Who would possess such audacity? She pondered that perhaps her father was unwilling for her to wed this man, likely preferring to see his beloved illegitimate daughter married instead. This revelation clarified many things. If he could not oppose his grandmother at home, and his concubine was anxious for her daughter to marry this so-called cousin, it implied she would have to be removed or destroyed. Indeed, they had already set this in motion. She had returned unscathed, claiming she was rescued by a little clerk on the road, thus dispelling their underlying suspicions. As Tong Luoyue sat quietly, a slight smirk played at the corners of her mouth. Moreover, even if this cousin admired Tong Yue, he too faced familial resistance. The best solution would be to eliminate her or hastily marry her off to clear a path for his beloved illegitimate daughter. After all, there were no other eligible daughters left in the Tong family. Hence, it became evident that Tong Yue would naturally be the one to marry this man. Besides, they were both enamored with each other, leaving her as the sole obstacle. No wonder she had never seen this so-called cousin since her incident. Meanwhile, Tong Luoyue's two legitimate siblings rushed before old Madame Tong, anxious and indignant at her disapproval of Tong Yue's marriage to the man. Grandmother, we wish for cousin Jiang to marry sister Yue. I despise her, Tong Tianwei exclaimed, shaking a small fist at Tong Luoyue, almost as if he intended to strike her. Indeed, sister Yue is so pitiful, unlike some who resort to underhanded tactics to get what they desire. This was the taunt of Tong Luoyue's younger sister, who made faces at her, laughing and whispering conspiratorially with Tong Tianwei. Tong Luoyue gently caressed the long nails of her other hand, feeling a desire to scratch their faces. Who truly was their sister? Their naivety was almost laughable. With a calm demeanor, she raised her head to glance at the smirking Tong Yue, who seemed to take pleasure in the situation, glancing between the two children and herself, as if to say, "Your siblings now stand with me." In this moment, Tong Luoyue clearly perceived the concealed mockery on Tong Yue's face. Was she mocking her? Tong Luoyue mused. Thus she smiled lightly, turning slightly to meet old Madame Tong's gaze, and softly stated, "Grandmother, my engagement has already been arranged with the Ling family. Have you forgotten?" Tong Luoyue kindly reminded her, eager to clarify that she held no desire for this marriage, urging them to understand her position. In her past life, she was not a sentimental person, and in this life, her purpose was solely to seek Ling Diqing. Thus, she felt indifferent towards these individuals. Chapter 15. I will marry him. As soon as Tong Luoyue uttered these words, she noticed the astonished expression on the face of the man seated opposite her, Jiang Quandao, his mouth agape in disbelief. What does it matter if you are engaged? We can easily retract it. Grandmother will support you in this. Our Tong daughters cannot marry into such a family. Old Madame Tong firmly rejected. Tong Luoyue smiled. She had no intention of retracting. Although Ling Diqing had caused her demise, his character and conduct were beyond reproach, or she would not have been so oblivious. Grandmother, I have promised my father that I will marry him, she calmly reiterated, speaking directly to her esteemed grandmother. There was no hint of coercion in her tone. Everyone in the room stared at Tong Luoyue in astonishment, even the one who enjoyed playing pretenses. Jiang Quandao's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at her. Then, let her marry him, he thought, struggling to express the words. Just moments ago, he had relentlessly pursued her, often timidly asking if she liked him. Yet now she boldly proclaimed her intent to marry. Jiang Quandao found himself at a loss, feeling an unexpected sense of disappointment. Previously, he had been irritated by this seemingly fragile woman, but upon hearing her declaration, he realized he was reluctant to hear her say such things. The irritation he once felt was not as potent as before. He endeavored to conceal his emotions, sitting silently with an air of melancholy. Tong Yue, however, noticed Jiang Quandao's unusual demeanor. She crouched behind old Madame Tong, out of sight, biting her lip with a hint of resentment directed at Tong Luoyue, the legitimate eldest daughter. Tong Yuer felt she could not accept this, no matter the circumstances. Her grandmother always favored this girl. Despite having charmed her grandmother, Tong Yuer felt the sudden chill of indifference from old Madame Tong, leaving her puzzled. She could not fathom the reason behind this shift, but she would not tolerate it. With intelligence, grace, and poise, she believed she surpassed the eldest daughter of the Tong family in every aspect. Clenching her fists, she resolved to change the situation. At that moment, several other ladies from the Tong family entered, including the second and third madams, who, sensing the tense atmosphere, curiously surveyed the faces in the room before respectfully greeting old Madame Tong. Old Madame Tong cast a glance at her once timid granddaughter, who had transformed into someone unafraid to challenge her. In the past, she would listen to both her and her father's words, often becoming anxious and seeking guidance. But now, as she smiled gently, old Madame Tong could see a newfound resolve within her. This perplexed old Madame Tong. She appreciated this change in her granddaughter, yet wondered if Jiang Quandao had wounded her too deeply. The second and third madams had come to invite old Madame Tong to an external banquet. With a somewhat listless expression, old Madame Tong was assisted by her daughters-in-law as they made their way outside, glancing back at her granddaughter, who appeared markedly different. Following closely behind, Tong Luoyue and Tong Yuer trailed after old Madame Tong. Suddenly, a soft, melodious voice echoed from behind Tong Luoyue, a sound so enchanting it could stir one's soul. Turning back, she caught a glimpse of her maid, Bai Xiao, swiftly reaching out to catch Tong Yuer, who had nearly stumbled behind them. Tong Luoyue smiled with a hint of delight and addressed the concerned maid Bai Xiao, who was still inquiring about Tong Yuer's well-being. From now on, you shall accompany her, she stated, before turning away with an air of indifference. Tong Luoyue was acutely aware that keeping this maid by her side would only invite trouble, and she had resolved not to retain her any longer. Miss, what troubles you? I merely assisted Monsieur, Bai Xiao said anxiously, casting a worried glance at Tong Luoyue. The sudden shift in Tong Luoyue's demeanor left her momentarily stunned, prompting her to hastily defend herself. Mississippi, Bai Xiao called out, trailing behind. Tong Luoyue ignored her, continuing to walk alongside the maid Dong Ju, while the two elder ladies ahead turned to cast a meaningful glance at her, their eyes appraising her before they resumed their support of the elderly matriarch, Tong Laofuren. Although the Tong family was prominent, these two ladies did not reside there permanently. The main residence of the Tong family was solely for the first branch, as the other two sons had established their own households after reaching adulthood, returning only occasionally throughout the year. In the absence of a mistress in the Tong residence, the primary concubine naturally assumed the role of the highest-ranking female, an assertion Tong Luoyue referred to as a chaotic dance of serpents on the mountain. As Tong Luoyue walked forward, she paid no heed to Bai Xiao's pale expression behind her. It was of no concern to her. She mused that Dong Ju, having been previously intimidated by her, would not foolishly walk into danger again. Tong Luoyue pondered whether Tong Yuer's deliberate stumble was an attempt to provoke her or a mere display of defiance. To her, both interpretations seemed to be intentional. However, she noted that Jiang Kunda did not rush to assist her. He merely stood by Tong Yuer, appearing slightly slow to react, while Bai Xiao anxiously sought to help her. Tong Luoyue silently questioned whether Tong Yuer would harbor resentment toward her maid. A smirk crept onto her lips as she walked, only to be caught by Dong Ju, who flinched at the fierce glare Tong Luoyue shot her way, rendering her silent. Dong Ju, who had originally worked in the back courtyard, had been recently assigned to serve Tong Luoyue after witnessing her weeping in the bamboo grove. Though she was unsure whether her mistress had summoned her for scrutiny or for companionship, she was nonetheless pleased to remain in Tong Luoyue's presence, as it allowed her to witness many novel experiences. Having grown up in the back courtyard, Dong Ju was delighted whenever she had the chance to deliver items to the front courtyard, where the scenery was vibrant and ever-changing with the seasons. The Tong residence boasted the most exquisite views, with its gardens adorned with flowers that transformed in accordance with the time of year. After participating in the family's lavish banquet and shaking off the scrutiny of curious gazes, Tong Luoyue made her way to her residence, Lin Xiuju. In her past life, she had struggled to comprehend the nature of men, and in this life, she found herself equally perplexed. Despite her apparent compliance, it seemed as though he hesitated to fully embrace her. Throughout the banquet, She played the role of the obedient daughter and granddaughter, making no missteps, merely observing those around her. Due to her status as the legitimate daughter of the Tong family, any inclination to withdraw from conversation prompted others to retreat gracefully. Tong Luoyue was aware that her family members were oblivious to her true standing within the household. Only her grandmother truly cared for her. Though her father may not have regarded her highly, he would not demean her in front of outsiders, nor would the concubine dare to speak ill of her, as she lacked the authority to do so. At every banquet, her grandmother would consistently lament the presence of the concubine, emphasizing the term with exaggerated emphasis, which Tong Luoyue interpreted as a warning. With a wry smile, she acknowledged her grandmother's somewhat childish tendencies. However, Bai Xiao continued to follow her, despite Tong Luoyue's clear dismissal. The sound of her footsteps echoed behind, but Tong Luoyue chose to ignore her, planning to discard Bai Xiao's belongings upon reaching Lin Xiuju. As she approached the entrance of Lin Xiuju, she noticed a frail figure crouching in an inconspicuous corner. A sigh escaped her lips, for she had almost forgotten about him. Seeing his weakened state left her at a loss for how to respond. Though she resented his deceit in the realm of the afterlife, she was also grateful for the rebirth he had inadvertently granted her. With Dong Ju supporting her, Tong Luoyue stepped closer to the man squatting at the threshold. Dong Ju pulled at her arm, urging her not to approach, yet Tong Luoyue persisted. Dong Ju cast a disdainful glance towards the filthy, incapacitated servant, her brow furrowing in disgust. Tong Luoyue regarded the small scribe who had followed her from the underworld for a moment before speaking. "What is it? I thought you would be able to endure. Are you truly so unwell?" The scribe, barely able to muster the strength to lift his head, shifted slightly to catch a glimpse of her shoes, slowly raising his gaze as he heard her voice. "Ah, miss, look." His eyes have turned red again. "How terrifying!" Dong Ju exclaimed, clutching Tong Luoyue's arm in fear, her body trembling as she instinctively drew back. "Dong Ju, help him inside," Tong Luoyue instructed calmly, exhaling deeply as she released her grip from Dong Ju's arm and walked into her courtyard, ignoring how Dong Ju would manage to carry the feeble man inside. As she traversed the stone steps within the courtyard, she was met by another maid, Qiu Mei, who caught her attention. This particular maid, typically quiet and diligent, always seemed to be attuned to Tong Luoyue's needs. Lowering her gaze, Tong Luoyue glanced back at Bai Xiao, who had followed her into the courtyard, and with a faint smile, instructed Qiu Mei, "Please gather Bai Xiao's belongings and dispose of them outside the gate." Without a second glance at Bai Xiao, Tong Luoyue continued deeper into her residence. She considers herself his mistress, yet her heart is solely preoccupied with running to the favored concubine. Thus, she resolves to perform a kind deed to fulfill her desires. After dismissing several maids with differing opinions, Tong Luoyue closes the door to her chamber. However, as she turns around, she is abruptly yanked towards him, pulled into his embrace with urgency, and she immediately feels his head descend swiftly. When his lips brush against her neck, the sharp sting is more intense than ever before, inflicting a pain that seems to amplify with each moment, becoming increasingly unbearable. Finally, unable to endure any longer, Tong Luoyue forcefully pushes away the man who is biting at her neck. "Could you not be gentler? Why is it always like this?" She tilts her head back, shielding the wound on her neck, retreating slightly from the pain. "Come here." His raspy voice, laced with impatience and anxiety, commands her breathlessly. "I won't. You're hurting me." Tong Luoyue extends her hand, gently wiping away the crimson stain, her expression one of fury. "How long will this continue? I cannot perpetually provide for you without end. Have you forgotten? You are my host. From the day you were reborn, I made it clear you could not escape." He wipes the blood from the corner of his lips with his thumb, then delicately tastes it with his tongue, savoring it with a seductive smile. Yet his eyes, still hungry, fixate on her neck where blood is slowly trickling down. The vibrant red seems to awaken his last fragile nerve, prompting him to pull her back into his embrace once more. Tong Luoyue senses that this wound will not heal today. After a brief moment, Mingda lifts his gaze to observe the woman who is carefully wiping the blood from her neck in front of the mirror. With a stern expression, he questions, "Why did you send me away today? If you dismiss me again, it will not end well." Tong Luoyue turns sharply to look at him. Now, after his meal, he has returned to his enchanting visage, though scars still mar his face, obscuring his original beauty. Having replenished his blood, his eyes gradually shift back to a warm brown. Yet she, startled by his sudden movement, feels a wave of dizziness. What did I ever send you away? Tong Luoyue supports herself against the vanity, frowning as she gazes at him seated in the chair. You haven't, but did you not instruct your maid Bai Xiao to expel me? Upon hearing her denial, Mingda squints at Tong Luoyue, as if waiting for her to utter another denial, ready to seize her again. Bai Xiao, what did I ever speak to her about that? Tong Luoyue glances at him, puzzled. Xiao Mei, the maid, promptly enters, bowing respectfully as she stands before Tong Luoyue. Miss, what is it? Where's Bai Xiao? Tong Luoyue straightens up, fixing her gaze on her. Miss ordered her to leave. Initially she was reluctant, but I did as you instructed and threw her belongings outside the courtyard, and she departed. Xiao Mei quietly reports. What was her expression when she left? Tong Luoyue inquires with a frown, unwilling to look at the man seated at the other table, casually observing her with a bemused smile. It seems he is silently communicating a warning by inquiring about the maid in front of him. She is merely attempting to cover up her own actions. Tong Luoyue regards him, gritting her teeth, wondering if there is truly no trust left between them. A chill passes through her as she glances at him before returning her attention to Xiao Mei. The maid quickly lowers her head, her expression unreadable, contrasting sharply with Dong Ju's more expressive demeanor. Tong Luoyue is unable to decipher her, and she gazes intently at Xiao Mei. I left her belongings on the ground and did not interact with her. I merely stood there. Not long after, Bai Xiao appeared somewhat irked and left towards Wudong Courtyard. Xiao Mei states flatly, as if the maid were a mere stranger, devoid of any bond between them. After a moment of silence, Tong Luoyue withdraws her gaze from Xiao Mei, softly acknowledging her with a nod, signaling her to leave. Tong Luoyue sits quietly on the embroidered stool, turning her gaze back to him without uttering a word. So this is what Bai Xiao claimed. Mingda nods in acknowledgement of her words, seemingly convinced. Tong Luoyue frowns, questioning her motives in saying that. Everyone in my courtyard I have given instructions to. She approaches the tea table, where she pours herself a cup of red date and angelica tea, a remedy she has relied on since her arrival to replenish her blood, sipping it quietly. Let it be. She is merely a maid. If you dislike her, sell her off. Mingda casually remarks as he fills his own cup. Hearing his words, Tong Luoyue glances at him. He speaks so lightly of selling someone off, oblivious to the reality of her situation in this household. She casts a glance outside, where she can still hear the maids whispering about him in her room. You should leave. She raises the cup to her lips, refusing to meet his gaze as she speaks. Leave? Right. Could you assist me in finding someone to tidy up my little darkroom? Mean the suddenly sigyists. Tong Luoyue's eyes narrow in suspicion. Recently, she had heard whispers of several maids waking up with bite marks. Could it be? Her heart races with uncertainty as she fixes her gaze firmly on him, gripping the cup tightly, unsure if he has sought others apart from her. My bedroom has become quite foul. The clothes and bedding are moldy. You have plenty of maids. Why not do me a small favor? Mingda's words seem to carry a double meaning, his seductive gaze fixed on her. Tong Luoyue sets down her cup, refusing to meet his eyes. She contemplates how to address this matter. If her suspicions are correct, what should she do? Tong Luoyue is not a heartless person. Even having been secretly harmed in her past life, she does not wish to see him harm others now. If possible, she would prefer to avoid this. Since returning from that dilapidated temple, she has understood the marks on her neck resemble those of a bite. Tong Luoyue does not question it. She has no desire to know. As long as she survives, that's all that matters. Before she can dismiss the thought, a commotion erupts outside in the courtyard, causing her to look curiously towards the door. Soon after, the door bursts open and a figure rushes in. Miss, the master has arrived. What shall we do? The master is here. Dongju hurriedly enters, glancing anxiously at the male servant still lingering in the room, gritting her teeth in frustration. She had warned her mistress multiple times, yet after her last reminder, she had received a scolding instead. Just then, Tong Liyue's father, Tong Huan, rushes in, his face flushed and eyes wide with disbelief. As he steps into the room, his gaze lands squarely on the other man present. Seeing a male servant sitting calmly in his daughter's chamber, his initial doubts transform into firm conviction. Tong Huan's eyes blaze with fury as he glares at Mingda, his chin trembling with rage as he points an accusatory finger at Tong Luoyue. You shameless girl. You truly dared to keep a man in your room. Are you intent on bringing disgrace to the Tong family? Tong Huan seemed to be suppressing boundless fury as he rushed before Tong Luoyue, saying nothing further, and raised his hand to strike her face. The sharp sound of 2 slaps echoed unexpectedly. Those inside the room were taken aback, as were those who had rushed in from outside. At that moment, the primary wife entered, accompanied by her daughter Tong Yue, who cautiously stood beside her mother. Following them was Bai Xiao, the maid whom Tong Luoyue had just expelled. Tong Luoyue pressed her hand against her stinging face, yet her heart blazed with anger. She had never endured such humiliation. Even when she was abandoned and murdered by Ling Diqing, she had never been subjected to such disgrace. She believed she had done nothing to dishonor the family, yet this person had come at her without a second thought and struck her twice. As Tong Luoyue held her face, her gaze swept over Bai Xiao, the primary wife, and Tong Yue, although Bai Xiao appeared shocked with her mouth agape. A flicker of hidden delight shone in her eyes, which Tong Luoyue discerned clearly. Tong Yue's face also reflected excitement, which was evident to Tong Luoyue. The primary wife feigned composure, yet her face betrayed a similar glee as she forcefully attempted to muster a semblance of sympathy for Tong Luoyue. Tong Luoyue lowered her hand from her face and fixed her gaze on her father, her eyes piercing and accusatory. "Why did you strike me? Is it merely because there was a man in my room?" she questioned, slowly pointing at the young secretary of the King of Hell who had stood up when she was struck. Seeing him not deny her accusation, she allowed a cold laugh. In her past life, she had been weak and inexplicably met with death. Now, in this life, she was to endure such humiliation, especially before her maid. Was this truly her fate to bear? Tong Luoyue glared with resentment at her father. It seemed he had never witnessed such a look in her eyes, one filled with hatred, which left him momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, anger was evident on his face. "Is it not true? You, an unmarried woman, have men in your room. I have heard it said that you keep a man with you all day, sometimes even allowing him to spend the night. Is this not so? Who told you I had a man spending the night in my chamber?" Tong Luoyue replied, gazing at her father, whose face was flushed in anger, desperately trying to cast blame upon her. She asked with a mocking smile. Just then, a figure suddenly shrank back. It was Bai Xiao. "Was it this girl who told you?" Tong Luoyue pointed at Bai Xiao, who had followed her father. "You would believe a mere maid's word and rush into my room to confront me?" Tong Luoyue took a step closer but paused, turning to look at Xiao Mei, another maid who had come over and now stood beside Bai Xiao at the entrance. Tong Luoyue scrutinized her for a moment, as Xiao Mei, with her head lowered, seemed to be listening but fell silent midway. Slowly, she raised her head, meeting Tong Luoyue's gaze, which held an enigmatic smile. "Bring her forward," Tong Luoyue instructed softly. The maid, not fully understanding, complied with Tong Luoyue's command, pushing Bai Xiao, who was attempting to retreat, forward without faltering. Tong Luoyue withdrew her gaze from Xiao Mei and addressed Bai Xiao. "Have you spoken ill of me? Speak plainly now, lest I, a lady of the Tong family, be slandered by a lowly maid." Tong Luoyue awaited her response, and when Bai Xiao remained silent, she smiled, a gentle breeze in spring, and continued. "Is it not a good thing that I expelled you from my courtyard? You wished to seek another, and I granted you that opportunity. Who would have thought you would run to my father to accuse me, claiming I kept a man in my room? When did this happen? What did you see it?" Tong Luoyue signaled to Xiao Mei to hold Bai Xiao's arm tightly, preventing her from withdrawing. "No, there is. Bai Xiao stammered incoherently. "Enough, my lord. You should take a breath. So what if a male servant is in the chamber? You have seen it. They are both fully clothed," the primary wife remarked, suppressing a smile as she glanced at her eldest daughter, who had just been struck. Her seemingly indifferent words only served to further inflame Tong Huin's already blazing temper. "So what if they're dressed? It only proves that those two have not yet committed the act." Tong Huin's anger flared as he scrutinized both his eldest daughter and the servant in the room, noting their composed appearance. He found it hard to believe. Deep down, he had never trusted his eldest daughter's words, a fact the primary wife was well aware of. Thus, she merely needed to make a few casual remarks. "I do have a relationship with him. What can you do about it?" Tong Luoyue replied mockingly, looking at her father. "Let us do this. Go announce my situation to everyone outside." She pointed toward the courtyard, where numerous guests had yet to depart. Tong Luoyue continued, her smile enigmatic. "Tell them you were deceived by a maid I expelled, rushing into my room without discernment, and upon seeing us, you insisted we were engaged in unspeakable acts." She then added, Is this not sufficient? If not, you may also withdraw the marriage with the Ling family. For grandmother had already planned to marry me to the Jiang family. This is as it should be, fulfilling your desires, is it not? Or do you wish for your illegitimate daughter to marry there instead? As she leaned closer to her father, whispering the last sentence, Tong Luoyue stepped back slightly, a smirk playing on her lips as she regarded Tong Huan. His eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that his daughter, who had never once contradicted him, would now throw such words back at him, forcing him to make a choice. Do you think I wouldn't? Well, their attire. They could very well have just put it on. Bai Xiao, is this not true? You were the first to rush into your mistress's room. You were the first to see it, were you not? Tong Huan repeated, directing his demanding gaze toward Bai Xiao, who was nervously clutching her arm, still standing there. He was determined to make the legitimate daughter of the Tong family acknowledge what he had witnessed with his own eyes, or else. He glanced at the daughter hiding behind the primary wife, now frightened and unable to step forward amidst the chaos unfolding before them. This was the daughter he truly cherished. Bai Xiao gently rubbed her arms, and at that moment, it dawned on her that if Miss did not encounter an incident today, she would be in grave danger of being sold off. Moreover, the lady beside her, the once timid maid, Bai Xiao, gritted her teeth and boldly declared, "Master, I was the first to enter and see that Miss and this male servant were both unclothed." The impact of Bai Xiao's words laid bare Tong Luoyue's true character. Tong Luoyue was stunned, unable to believe that the animosity between her and this maid was so intense. Calmly, Tong Luoyue surveyed the scene. Knowing she had never been an impulsive person, she glanced at the gaping maid with astonishment, unsure whether to laugh or cover her mouth, contemplating whether to silence herself. Her face betraying her shock, she scanned the faces of those who had barged into her chamber, pondering what more there was to say, since her father had explicitly instructed Bai Xiao to speak as she did. Even if she were innocent, he intended to frame her as guilty today. Once composed, Tong Luoyue smiled and slowly seated herself back in the chair she had occupied earlier. Since father has spoken thus, let be as you say, I do not mind. She lifted the teacup she had sipped from earlier and drank leisurely. Tong Huan, watching his eldest daughter sit there unperturbed, was filled with a gnawing frustration, unable to vent his anger. It was not that he could not find fault with her. Rather, he found her utterly unmoved by his authority, sitting there as if to mock him, clenching his fists. He had always known this daughter was destined to ruin him, and he had taken every precaution. Her previous feigned meekness had now erupted, and he realized her transformation had been a facade all along. After that incident, he suspected her mother had spoken to her, and he had guarded against her, fearful of what might transpire. Yet now, she had revealed her true self, audaciously suggesting he should punish her. When had it become her place to issue commands in this household? Not on his watch. Someone, lock this wretched girl away. She is to be fed only once a day, and no one is to release her without my orders. With his command, several elderly women rushed in from outside, one being the housekeeper Li, whom Tong Luoyue had seen in the garden. The other concubines and Tong Yuer could hardly conceal their delight at the unfolding drama, their hands clasped in excitement, eagerly anticipating that Tong Luoyue would never again hold her head high in public. Leaning against her mother, Tong Yuer's eyes sparkled with joy. Tong Luoyue remained seated, showing no intention of moving. With a gentle smile, she addressed her father. "Father, might you summon grandmother to witness how you intend to punish your daughter?" Her gaze was steady upon him, glancing at the now silent little secretary. Mingda returned to his previous seat, intrigued, opting to remain silent. He felt rather pleased. This was the first time since his return to the mortal realm that he felt somewhat useful, a person of some worth. A chilling aura spread around him, which Tong Luoyue sensed, turning to cast a glance in his direction. This was a familiar sensation, one that seemed to emanate from the underworld. She was perplexed, wondering why it lingered in the world of the living, a sensation that seemed imperceptible to the others in the room. Tong Luoyue sat quietly, observing her surroundings before looking back at him. "Ah, you dare to exchange glances before us. Hurry, take her away." Tong father barked an urgent order. Libua respectfully, her expression hidden, yet her actions were dutiful as she approached Tong Luoyue to execute Tong Huan's command. "You wretched girl, who gave you the audacity to act?" A booming voice suddenly pierced the air. The matriarch, Tong Leo Furin, hurried in with the aid of a stranger. Upon seeing her, Tong Huan's face paled, and he rushed to greet her. "Lord Qin, what brings you here?" he stammered, bowing deeply. Tong Huyen recalled that he had been entertaining this esteemed guest when the concubine's maid had rushed in to inform him of the distressing incident. In his fury over his eldest daughter's behavior, he had neglected to consider Lord Qin. Now, he was profusely apologizing, showing utmost respect. Nothing of consequence. I was merely feeling a bit bored and decided to take a stroll, replied the man clad in deep black robes, standing at the entrance, his gaze sweeping over the scene. He observed the composed Tong Luoyue and the scarred Mingda, which was unexpected. Having heard whispers about the situation, he had merely intended to take a casual walk post-meal, yet he found himself witnessing this spectacle. The enchanting woman, with a beguiling smile, sat there, casting her gaze towards the unsightly man, seemingly unfazed by her predicament, only a hint of melancholy and indignation gracing her features. This expression intrigued Lord Qin, who wiped his mouth with a slight smile, awaiting how the head of this household would address the transgressions of his wayward daughter. As Tong Huyen regained his composure, the matriarch could no longer contain herself and stepped inside, eager to check on her granddaughter. "Grandmother, I am quite well. It is merely that father has taken the word of maid and rushed in here," Tong Luoyue said softly, lowering her head. Tong Lao Furen turned sharply, fixing her gaze on her son, who was preoccupied with entertaining their guest, seemingly disregarding the turmoil unfolding before him. She scrutinized her son, realizing that with age, she found it increasingly difficult to understand him. Her eyes shifted to the elegantly dressed mother and daughter duo, cowering in the corner, exuding an air of pity. Tong Lao Furen straightened herself, gently patting her granddaughter nestled against her. "Wretched girl, come here." Now seated, she turned her attention to the two remaining occupants of the room, Tong Luoyue and Mingda. "Mother, what is amiss? Are you not aware that you are shielding her?" Tong Huyen pointed accusingly at Tong Luoyue. "Do you not see that this man is also present in the room?" His hand gestured once more, shifting directions. "What does it matter? Is this your justification for slandering your own daughter?" Madame Tong sat above, coldly laughing. At this moment, Tong Fu was reluctant to engage with his mother, as a distinguished guest lingered behind him, whom he sought to please. Tong Huyen cast a glance at the concubine, noticing that his wife and child were cowering due to his mother's unexpected visit. The resentment on Tong Huyen's face could no longer be concealed, directed sharply at Tong Luoyue, who remained seated above. "Beast, you still sit there." Tong Huyen turned his head and shouted at the several elderly women he had just brought in. "Did you not hear what I just commanded?" He demanded they immediately execute his orders. Tong Luoyue found amusement in the situation. With the presence of her grandmother, she felt reassured. In such a household, she mused, her grandmother would never allow her son to behave recklessly. Tong Luoyue extended her hand to calm her grandmother, who was about to rise and strike with her cane after hearing Tong Fu's words. She stood and approached the retreating maid, Bai Xiao. "Mai, tell everyone that Bai Xiao enter my chamber after I returned home." How did she know there was a man in my room? Tong Luoyue asked coolly, addressing Chiomei. Chiomei looked up at her mistress, perplexed. She could not fathom the meaning behind this inquiry. Bai Xiao, having witnessed Dong Ju helping the household servant return, would naturally deduce that assisting him into the room was inevitable. Yet, she was still being questioned. Bai Xiao, sensing Chiomei's hesitation, spoke first, addressing everyone in the room. "Mrs. Previously." "Indeed, previously," Tong Luoyue interjected, "but today you have become a prophet without witnessing anything firsthand. Already presuming there is a man in my room, and you went to inform my father. You must explain to grandmother how you spoke of this man in my presence." After speaking, Tong Luoyue cast a cold glance at Bai Xiao, who suddenly paled. "You, a maid I expelled from my courtyard, who gave you such boldness? You presume to confirm that I must be involved with him in my room?" Tong Luoyue's gaze shifted to the elegantly adorned mother and daughter. "Why haven't you dragged her away and beaten her senseless?" Madame Tong trembled with rage, astonished that a mere maid in the Tong household dared to act against her granddaughter. Madame Tong's gaze bore down on the two women standing there. The concubine lowered her head, seemingly oblivious to the scrutiny from Madame Tong, standing silently and submissively. Madame Tong sneered. "Mother, this maid was the first to rush in. She was the first to witness this miscreant in a compromising situation with a man. You think I do not understand your ulterior motives?" Madame Tong's voice dripped with disdain. "You wish for your illegitimate daughter to marry into the Jiang family. Let me assure you, dream on. Even after my death, I shall never permit it. A concubine's offspring will always remain beneath contempt." Do not tarnish the reputation of the Tong household. Madame Tong's final words were heavy and severe. In this regard, she would never regard such a scheming woman with any respect. When she spoke, her thoughts were clear. No matter how adept this concubine was at beguiling her son, she would forever remain a lowly woman. Tong Fu, hearing his mother speak so disparagingly, felt an ember of resentment ignite within him. Tong Luoyue sensed this, yet remained unfazed. With Madame Tong's arrival, the matter was swiftly resolved, and Bai Xiao was dragged away. Tong Luoyue glanced at her maid Xiao Mei before noticing another maid, Chun Lan. Entering, she had returned from running errands with another maid, now walking lightly, head bowed, to stand beside her. Tong Luoyue sighed inwardly. It was not that she was unwilling to trust others, but after today's events, it was clear that her maid could easily run to the concubine, indicating the latter's considerable influence within the household. Given her direct confrontation with the concubine, Tong Luoyue anticipated more such conflicts in the future. She turned to observe Mingda, who was comfortably sipping tea in her room. Grandmother, he is the benefactor who saved me. No one in the household pays him any mind. You see his face and body covered in injuries. How could I? Tong Luoyue chose not to finish her sentence, confident that Madame Tong would understand. Indeed, the Tong family cannot engage in such ungrateful acts. Madame Tong nodded. Thus, granddaughter, I wish to invite him to stay in my courtyard. Tong Luoyue suddenly proposed. Though he is from the outer courtyard, he has been bullied for long enough. I cannot bear to see it. I wish to keep him here as a guard. Like today, had there not been a strong protector outside, I fear matters would have escalated further. Grandmother, what do you think? After speaking, Tong Luoyue lowered her head, making Madame Tong feel as if she feared rejection. Then let him stay. What is there to debate? Just look at his condition. How could the legitimate daughter of the Tong family ever desire him? I wonder who is the gossiping busybody. Madame Tong's final remark was directed at everyone in the room, serving as a stern warning. If such incidents occurred again, the consequences would mirror Bai Xiao's fate. Tong Luoyue smiled faintly at the reluctant Mingda, who was to guard her. She knew this man might harbor secrets unknown to her, but she would not allow him to harm anyone else. Her heart was not yet hardened. Until all matters were clarified, she needed to keep him close, watching him vigilantly. As Tong Fu and the concubine's entourage gradually withdrew, Tong Luoyue did not need to look at them to know their faces were filled with resentment, unwilling to let her surpass them. After bidding farewell to her grandmother, Tong Luoyue returned to her embroidered stool by the tea table. She thought about securing her rightful position as the legitimate daughter of the Tong family within this household. Although outsiders believed her status to be elevated, today made her realize how easily Tong Fu could strip her of dignity before families who valued decorum and moral standards. Tong Luoyue sat quietly, resolute not to allow such occurrences to tarnish her reputation again. What meaning was there in a renewed existence if it was marred? But how to proceed? Tong Luoyue found herself at a loss. She sat in silence, dismissing the maids she could not comprehend, lost in contemplation beside her table. What is there to be unhappy about? ISNT, everything as you wished. At that moment, Mingda, the idle man, approached after Xiao Mei had arranged his accommodations to his satisfaction. As you wished? Shouldn't that be my phrase for you? Did you not desire a maid to serve you? By residing here, you will have maidservants to tidy up regularly, just as you requested earlier. Tong Luoyue inquired with a smile, not minding his sudden intrusion. His temperament was elusive to her. Any slight deviation from his wishes could provoke unpredictable reactions, potentially leading to complications she wished to avoid. She dismissed such trivialities. I was perfectly fine living outside, accustomed to my freedom. Now, I must adhere to fixed mealtimes at the main kitchen. How bothersome. Hearing his complaints, Tong Luoyue chose to ignore them. Since he had moved in, she reflected, he should understand his position within the household, and today he ought to have grasped that clearly. Holding a cup of tea, she expressed her current concerns to him. What difficulty was there in this? Mingda, however, showed no interest in her genuine troubles. Why is it not difficult? If they treat me this way today, what of tomorrow? The day after? Must we continue to be manipulated by others? Was my past life not enough of a lesson? In that moment, with only the two of them present, a surge of resentment began to bubble within Tong Luoyue. That is your own fault. Blame no one but yourself for your foolishness. Mingda turned his head to survey the room's furnishings. He had seen this place before. It was quite ordinary. The decor did not reflect the grandeur expected of the rightful daughter of the Tong family. It is not without remedy. Do you know that our current emperor and the esteemed figures of society are revered for their knowledge? With talent acknowledged, one can attain a status surpassing that of hereditary nobility. Mingda took a hearty sip of tea, locking eyes with Tong Luoyue. She shook her head, a slight smile escaping her lips. She was acutely aware of her own limitations. Prior to acquiring any abilities, how could she engage in battles of intellect? The outcome was all too predictable. At present, her sole desire was to navigate this month successfully and seek her beloved from her past life. Tong Luoyue's gaze fell upon her tightly clenched hands, remaining silent. Mingda's words failed to elicit any association or concern from Tong Luoyue. He observed her clearly from his position. You are foolish. Indeed, you are quite dim-witted. He extended a finger and playfully poked her forehead. Tong Luoyue retorted angrily. Have you not realized that I possess no such abilities? I lacked them in my past life, and this current self lacks them as well. What am I to do? With a hint of despondency, she concluded her statement. And so what? If you lack something, create it. Mingda found himself relying on this woman before him. Yet she remained as foolish as she had been in her previous life. Although reborn, she occasionally appeared somewhat assertive. To him, she still retained her inherent foolishness. Create? Tong Luoyue leaned back slightly, her eyes fixated on him, unblinking. This man before her may not be entirely human. Only she understood this truth. Did he possess a method? Though her time in the underworld was brief, she knew such beings had capabilities. As she contemplated this, her eyes sparkled with the anticipation that Mingda had hoped for. Do you possess any methods? Tong Luoyue leaned forward, a hint of nervousness in her tone. What methods? Mingda, confused by her inquiry, questioned why she had turned the conversation back to him. Disappointment washed over Tong Luoyue. She yearned to convey or inquire about a power that could render her wise, akin to the characters in mythological tales endowed with supreme abilities. That would certainly prevent her father from belittling her intellect in comparison to her sister. Through her disappointed gaze, she silently communicated her feelings to him, seated across from her. In the midst of her dismay, Mingda seemed to detect something on her face. Yet he chose not to pursue the matter further. He had more pressing matters to address. Lowering his head, he pondered for a moment, glancing at her intermittently. Eventually, he raised his face, revealing a faint smile, a look of satisfaction illuminating his eyes. Do you know why I chose this body for you? Tong Luoyue, caught off guard by his words, felt a sudden chill. Indeed, she had never had the chance to inquire before. Now, with him residing in her courtyard, there was ample opportunity to uncover the truths that eluded her, if he was willing to share. What is it? She sat patiently, awaiting his revelations. Having spent over a month in the underworld, she understood that many matters were beyond her comprehension. With such a knowledgeable mentor before her, it was a rare opportunity. In the underworld, your future has been erased from the ledger of life and death. This means that even if you die in this life, you cannot return. You are barred from reincarnation. Do you understand? Tong Luoyue felt a sense of confusion. She believed merely surviving was sufficient. As long as she was cautious not to reveal her original self as demise, that was all that mattered. When the king of hell had summoned her back, she was willing to strike a bargain for her life, solely to seek Ling Diqing. Yet the king had refused. Now that she had come this far, did other concerns still hold weight? Do you not comprehend? When you age and eventually pass away, your soul shall not be reborn. The ledger bears no record of your name. The king of hell will no longer govern you. Upon your demise, you shall become a wandering soul without a master. The true Tong family's eldest daughter has already been reincarnated, and Wang Yubing no longer exists, erased by my hand. Do you now understand? Mingda leaned in, excitement evident in his demeanor, as if engaging in a transaction with her. I understand this, but what significance does it hold? I do not care what becomes of me after death. Tong Luoyue took a sip of tea, her gaze drifting to the outside world. Did he believe such matters were still of importance to her? She smiled lightly, the corners of her lips curving gently. These concerns were inconsequential. What mattered most was returning swiftly to Ling Diqing's side. Wiping away the lingering gloom from her heart, she turned back to find Mingda staring at her in astonishment. What? Is something amiss? Do you not know how I died? Mingda furrowed his brow, his thoughts scattering. He had waited many years in the underworld to encounter her. Back then, he would have chosen her regardless, driven by a thirst for freedom, especially since she possessed. His gaze fixated on the string of bracelets she wore. a manifestation born from the essence of the body she had recently inhabited, consisting of 18 soul-stabilizing crystals, capable of ensuring her eternal safety. I chose you for a reason. There were 3 bodies suitable for you. One belonged to a concubine of the Liu family in Xianglin City. You were a concubine in your past life. Let this life allow others to admire you a little. Do not interrupt. I am not finished. Mingda halted Tong Luoyue's impending retort and continued. The second belonged to a beggar, which would have been advantageous. No one would suspect her of being the original owner. There was also your original self, the eldest daughter of the Tong family, yet she was betrayed by those within her own household. Do not ask me who caused her demise. I do not know. As Mingda spoke, he fixed his gaze upon her, observing her hesitation as she opened and then closed her mouth. He continued, this is the most advantageous identity. It will allow you to live a worry-free life as long as you play your part well. There is one crucial detail. Your original self shares an identical temperament with your past life, timid and foolish. Wouldn't you agree? It truly is strikingly similar. So I believe you can embody it effectively. Mingda regarded Tong Luoyue with a deep look, noticing her reluctance to fully accept this notion, as she repeatedly opened and closed her mouth in contemplation. After all, if she were not foolish, how could she have been so easily vanquished? A smirk crept onto Mingda's lips, for her demise had led him to her. He continued, this identity can bestow upon you a lifetime of wealth. Considering the current financial status of the Tong family, it is significant. Moreover, one of the most pivotal reasons for my choice of this body is your original mother's lineage. Here, Mingda paused, a hint of pride lifting the corners of his mouth. Her reputation and knowledge are renowned throughout Yangling City. Renowned? But I have never heard such things in this household. How do you know? Isn't it true that the Book of Life and Death does not record such details? Tong Luoyue inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Is it so surprising? Mingda replied, casting his gaze outside. Through the slightly ajar window, he could see several maidservants passing by, casting glances toward the open window before continuing on their way, as if engaged in some task. He knew they were far enough not to overhear their conversation. Thus he felt unrestrained as he returned his attention to Tong Luoyue. Your father's disdain for you stems largely from your mother. Mingda spoke slowly, while Tong Luoyue listened quietly. Your mother was originally a daughter of a prestigious family, her status far surpassing that of the Tong residents. The old matriarch chose her as the eldest daughter-in-law for this very reason. However, the issue lies with your father. Ever since he took concubines, he has grown increasingly intolerant of your mother. Mingda did not need to elaborate further. He trusted that this foolish woman would comprehend the implication. Is that how it ended, depressed and defeated? Tong Luoyue remarked, suddenly feeling a kinship with the narrative. Was it the jealousy that caused this calamity? Sensing Mingda's silence, she began to piece together the puzzle. Men, it seemed, could not abide a woman who was too strong, nor one who was too weak, for they would always find an excuse to cast her aside. Their selfishness would not allow them to tolerate the strengths of others. What I wish to convey is not merely that your mother had an extraordinary background and was fond of collecting ancient texts and renowned calligraphy. Do you understand what this means in today's society, where talent is revered? These are the treasures that scholars covet. Mingda continued, looking back at her. And these precious items reside within the Tong residence. This is the substantial wealth I refer to, and it is why I selected this original self for you. Are you satisfied? With a playful tilt of his head, Mingda gazed at Tong Luoyue with a smile. She scrutinized him, sensing that this enigmatic figure from the underworld had not disclosed everything, keeping some information concealed. If the Book of Life and Death did not record such details, how could he possess such knowledge? Though she was curious, she opted not to press further. Where are these books? Tong Luoyue inquired. At that moment, Chiu Mei happened to pass by the courtyard, her eyes meeting Mingda's. As she walked on, Mingda remarked, Did I not tell you they are within the Tong residence? It seemed he found her slow-witted. Tong Luoyue rolled her eyes at the man leisurely reclining with his legs crossed. She surveyed the room, noting the absence of any books. There are none here. Where could they be? She frowned. Approaching the slightly ajar door, she pushed it open gently. She noticed several maidservants in the courtyard casting glances at her, and she beckoned one, saying, Dongju, come here. Yes, Mississippi. Do you need something? Dongju, standing with a few other maidservants at the door, approached with a cheerful smile. Tong Luoyue felt that Dongju would be the best person to assist her, so she called her into the room. After observing her for a moment, she said, Dongju, could you help me find some books? I wish to read and calm my mind. Reading? Oh, certainly. I shall go look for some. After a while, Dongju returned, suggesting, why not borrow some from the second miss? The second miss? Does she have many? Tong Luoyue asked, intrigued. Yes, I've heard she possesses the most extensive collection in the entire Tong residence, far surpassing even the masteress study. Dongju replied with admiration. Is that so? Tong Luoyue pondered, sensing something amiss. Where did she acquire her books? From the master, of course. He has great admiration for her talents and often speaks of her skills, claiming they exceed. Dongju suddenly fell silent, realizing she had said too much. Tong Luoyue's lips curled in a smirk. Her father was indeed an oddity, showing favoritism in such a manner. You may leave now, she said, understanding Dongju's hesitation. Go fetch some water. It is getting late, and I wish to wash up before retiring. Turning to Mingda, she added, you should return to your own quarters and not linger in mine. Tong Luoyue could almost hear Dongju exhale a sigh of relief. Amused, she thought it curious how the maidservants outside lingered, convinced that this emissary from the underworld would remain in her private chambers. The following day, Tong Luoyue rose earlier than usual. Outside, the two night watch maidservants, Chunlan and Dongju, heard her stirring and gently knocked at the door. Upon receiving her permission, they entered. After a series of morning rituals, Tong Luoyue gazed into the mirror at her increasingly captivating visage. Each day brought a slight change to her appearance, as if she were more spirited than before. This face was distinctly different from her previous life. Miss, shall we go to the old matriarch for breakfast now? The talkative Dongju inquired. Yes, let's visit grandmother for breakfast, Tong Luoyue replied, slowly making her way to the door while glancing back at Dongju. Did that fellow cause any trouble yesterday? She referred to Mingda, who had just moved in. Dongju's previously cheerful expression faltered slightly at the mention of him. In an atmosphere devoid of commotion, a few clumsy maidens in the garden had been thoroughly vexed. From the eyes of the maid, Tong Luoyue discerned hints of this disturbance, and combined with her character, she could speculate further. Henceforth, let him be. If he calls out, pay him no heed. If he grows hungry, he will naturally seek sustenance for himself. During the day, he may stay indoors to rest, and at night, you may sleep as you wish. Should he find himself unable to slumber, he will find ways to occupy his time. In the past, when confined to a small dark room, he had not been so finicky. Tong Luoyue conveyed her thoughts to Dongju, her eyes resting on Chunlan, the maid beside her, who quietly folded the garments she had changed out of. The maids surrounding Tong Luoyue exhibited a similar demeanor, their faces inscrutable, leaving her unable to fathom their true feelings. Only the loquacious Dongju occasionally revealed a glimpse of genuine emotion, though its authenticity remained uncertain. At the very least, when her own interests were not at stake, she would listen. In the eastern courtyard, Tong Luoyue led Dongju and Chunlan inside. Upon her arrival, a few children were already present, sitting upright before the venerable matriarch. Dong Lao Fozhen. They appeared utterly still, each grasping their chopsticks and holding small bowls, their arms extended as if to partake of the meal, yet frozen in place. As if paralyzed, Tong Luoyue found this sight amusing, and even Dongju and Chunlan, who had entered with her, could not suppress their laughter from behind her. Observing the two little ones, she noticed their flushed faces, torn between anger and helplessness upon realizing their sister had arrived. Tong Luoyue, feeling mischievous, deliberately laughed out loud, further inciting the two little ones to glare at her, their cheeks a deep crimson. However, under the watchful gaze of Tong Lao Foreign, they shrank back in silence. Grandmother, what is happening here? Why do I find this so amusing? Are they being mischievous? Tong Luoyue inquired. Do not cease. Continue holding your positions. Tong Tianwei, raise your hands higher. Otherwise, beware of my ruler. Tong Lao Foreign admonished, her voice resonant, swinging the ruler menacingly. Tong Luoyue, witnessing her grandmother's authoritative stance and the two children's nervousness, could no longer contain her laughter. It was a delightful reprisal, for these little ones often opposed her. After some time, once her laughter subsided, she sought to understand the situation further. Grandmother, what has transpired? They have been unruly, refusing to eat properly, engaging in a raucous scuffle that resulted in shattered dishes. Tong Lao Foreign complained, brandishing her ruler once more. Then indeed, a punishment is warranted. Tong Luoyue agreed with a nod. As Tong Lao Foreign chastised the two little ones, Tong Luoyue wholeheartedly supported her grandmother's reprimand, harboring no desire to advocate for them. She glanced at the breakfast spread on the table and turned to her grandmother, who was glaring at the food. "Grandmother, is the meal ready? If not, let's dine together." "Very well, we shall eat together," Tong Lao Foreign replied, instructing an elderly servant to bring additional bowls. Soon, the servant returned with the requested items and placed them opposite the two little ones, who remained visibly displeased. Tong Luo Yu, with a radiant smile, helped her grandmother to sit down, and after serving tea, announced, "Grandmother, let us eat. I have matters to discuss with you." "Eat," Tong Lao Foreign commanded, her voice booming. The two little ones, their faces reddened, wished to argue, but the sudden glare from their grandmother silenced them, especially as she brandished her ruler. They feared the ruler more than their grandmother's fury. Tong Luo Yu felt no sympathy for them. The previous day, they had conspired with an outsider to mock her sister, a slight she would not soon forget. The two little ones shot fiery glares at her, but she remained unfazed, enjoying her meal. After dining, Tong Lao Foreign wiped her mouth and turned her gaze upon the two little ones, declaring, "From now on, you shall move in with me. I will educate you, guiding you to behave properly, rather than calling out to your mother so loudly, without a shred of shame. Do you understand?" Tong Lao Foreign's voice boomed, and when silence ensued, Tong Luo Yu cast a glance at the two, who shrank back, refusing to respond. It seemed they were reluctant to comply. Observing this, Tong Luo Yu sat quietly beside them, ignoring the situation. "Will you comply or not?" Tong Lao Foreign pressed, raising her ruler. "Yes, I will comply." The younger Tong Tianwei finally confessed, his eyes reddening as he stared at the ruler, clearly recalling previous encounters with it. "And you?" Tong Lao Foreign inquired again. "I will comply," the second child replied more resolutely, encouraged by his brother's response. "Then let us eat," Tong Lao Foreign concluded, her methods somewhat authoritarian, yet swiftly resolved. Afterward, Tong Luo Yu accompanied her grandmother back to the guest quarters, helping her settle down. She poured tea from a servant into Tong Lao Foreign's hands and said softly, "Grandmother, my father often remarks that I cannot compare to his other daughter, claiming I am inferior in every way." As she spoke, her gaze drifted to Tong Manchin, who was greedily snatching food, and when she caught Tong Luo Yu's eye, she quickly turned away. "What is it to you? Why bother with such nonsense?" Tong Lao Fozen sighed. Thus, Tong Luo Yu expressed her desire to seek out a few books, only to find her own room devoid of them. Her maid suggested borrowing from her sister, inquiring what type of books she sought. As she spoke to Tong Lao Foreign, her eyes sparkled with a faint smile, though internally she felt a tinge of helplessness. Suddenly, amidst the dining table, a suppressed chuckle broke the silence. When she glanced over, there was no sign of any mischief. "Where you wish to read?" Tong Lao Foreign asked, surprised by her granddaughter's sudden interest. Typically, she favored embroidery and other feminine pursuits. Why today had she brought this up? "Yes, I wish to see some books. I do not want to be criticized by my father anymore," Tong Luo Yu replied, lowering her head. Tong Lao Foreign nodded, casting a glance at the two well-behaved children, then beckoned Tong Luo Yu to follow her. "Come with me," leading her granddaughter to a secluded courtyard, surrounded by dense foliage and tranquility. They walked upon a path cleared of leaves, indicating frequent maintenance. They approached a modest side room, where Tong Lao Foreign took a brass key from her pocket, inserted it into the lock, and gently turned it, opening the door. She gestured towards the sunlit interior and said to her granddaughter, "Step inside and see what awaits you." Upon hearing this, Tong Luo Yu noted the smile gracing her grandmother's face and, with a slow step, crossed the threshold into the room beyond. Chapter 26. Seeking her past in recent days, Tong Luo Yu had been quietly spending her time alone in her courtyard. Occasionally, Minda would come by to sit with her, and upon seeing her peruse the books she had recently brought back, he would express his discontent with a series of murmurs, which eventually annoyed Tong Luo Yu enough to send him away. The maids, unless commanded by Tong Luo Yu, would not dare to approach her. After a few more days, having just awakened from a restful slumber, Tong Luo Yu sat at her table once again, engrossed in her readings. However, it was not long before a commotion erupted outside in the courtyard. Setting aside her book, she leaned in to listen and recognized a familiar, coarse voice accompanied by the mutterings of an elderly woman. Frowning, Tong Luo Yu softly called, "Xiaomei, come in." Xiaomei, who had been waiting outside, gently pushed the door open. "Miss, it is Li Pu Fu. She insists on entering, but they won't allow her in." Without needing to ask, Xiaomei understood Tong Luo Yu's curiosity, sensing her desire for clarification. What does she want? Tong Luoyue inquired nonchalantly, rubbing her temples. She claims to come on the orders of the master, Xiaomei replied, observing Tong Luoyue closely. Dongguan? Tong Luoyue set her hand down and focused her gaze on the courtyard. The ruckus outside intensified. Let me in. Don't delay me in my duties. The voice, robust and commanding, rang out. Let us go see, Tong Luoyue said, rising with a faint smile. This woman had grown even more brazen since their last encounter in the garden, though it was clear who was supporting her audacity. When Tong Huin had brought her, this woman had been the first to stride towards Tong Luoyue, eager to seize her. How could Tong Luoyue forget? Now, unexpectedly, she had come to her doorstep uninvited. As Tong Luoyue walked outside, she reflected on her grandmother's warning, which had been quite clear. The servant had been present then, yet she had not heeded the advice to refrain from causing a disturbance in Tong Luoyue's courtyard. What audacity! Today, she brazenly invoked Tong Luoyue's father's name to justify her intrusion. Tong Luoyue found it somewhat amusing, almost feeling a twinge of sympathy for her lack of intelligence. She could never learn the art of the duplicitous flattery that the mother and daughter employed while wielding their knives behind her back. Yet, this was her fortune. Upon reaching the courtyard, the coarse voice continued to bellow. You old hag, be gone. The further away, the better. At your age, still using scents meant for young maidens. How shameless. Who do you think you're enticing? Mingda's query, laden with sarcasm, resonated as he stood in the middle of the courtyard, gesturing with a teapot towards Li Pu-fu. This evoked suppressed laughter among the maids who had emerged to prevent Li Pu-fu from barging in. Clearly, he was a loyal guardian of the courtyard. Tong Luoyue had not anticipated such loyalty. Miss, fortunate that he is here. Otherwise, she would have barged in long ago, Xiaomei remarked softly, her tone sincere. Tong Luoyue nodded, moving closer. What's going on? Why all this noise? She directly confronted the elderly woman. Li Pu-fu, Tong Luoyue se birsingaze, averted her eyes and, suppressing her unwillingness, reported, Miss, the master sent me to bring you over. Over for what? Tong Luoyue glanced at Mingda, nursing his facial injury, regarded the old woman with evident disdain, likely feeling his pride wounded by her presence. Li Pu-fu, sensing the shift in power dynamics, tempered her attitude considerably, recognizing who held authority. Then let us go, Tong Luoyue replied coolly, following the elderly woman outside. Just like that? Aren't you afraid she'll stab you in the back? The coarse voice echoed behind them. Tong Luoyue mused that some things never changed. Chapter 27. Tong Huin's schemes. Not long ago, in Tong Huin's study, two individuals were engaged in an exchange of skills. Tong Huin had invited a distinguished guest residing in their household, Lord Qin. They conversed about literature and knowledge, and Tong Huin found himself increasingly enamored with the talents of this scholar, solidifying his desire to keep him around longer. Just days prior, at a banquet, Tong Huin had proudly introduced this learned gentleman to the assembled guests, who cast envious glances his way, feeding his vanity. Since that news had spread, many had flocked to his residence, eager to engage with this learned man, but Lord Qin had declined all such requests. This further inflated Tong Huin's sense of self-importance. Even when he had expressed a wish to see this esteemed scholar again at social gatherings, he felt a profound satisfaction from the envy reflected in others' eyes. Now, as he sat across from Lord Qin, playing chess and sipping tea, Tong Huin absorbed many insights from their game. Eventually, Lord Qin suggested he would like to work with Tong Huin's children to refine their skills, curious about the level of scholarship in Yangling City. Recognizing the rarity of such an opportunity, Tong Huin promptly summoned his beloved daughter, Tong Yue. In their home, she had gained a modest reputation, respected among the learned. Upon her arrival, after exchanging pleasantries, Tong Yue engaged in a game with Lord Qin. His teaching style was gentle and methodical, allowing her to deeply grasp the nuances of the game. Eager for another round, Tong Yue was interrupted when Lord Qin remarked, Did I not see your other daughter at your home? Why not invite her to join us and share in the essence of this game? Dongguan posed, taken aback by the suggestion, as he had not considered including her. Meanwhile, Tong Yue felt a twinge of irritation that Lord Qin would remember their less knowledgeable elder sister. However, she felt powerless. Realizing the opportunity at hand, Tong Huin smiled inwardly. Recognizing the chance to elevate his favored daughter while simultaneously diminishing Tong Luoyue's standing in the eyes of this esteemed guest, all without uttering a word of disdain himself. Chapter 28. The game of chess. The Great Flag Empire, an ancient and distant realm, is situated in the flourishing capital of Daxing. This empire is both open and relatively unknown to the outside world. This is a civilization that has evolved from the historical river, a nation rich in ancient crafts passed down through generations, with its unique way of life. Yet, it exists somewhat apart from the mainstream of history. Once, they possessed cultural treasures that their contemporaries took pride in. However, in this present age, they find themselves in a state of discontent. Over a century ago, during a great war that ravaged their lands for many years, the people, after ceasing the ceaseless conflict, discovered that each nation had suffered significant losses in the wisdom and skills inherited from their ancestors due to centuries of turmoil. Many of the most learned individuals perished in that conflict, either succumbing to old age or sacrificing their lives in the chaos. Some, driven by selfishness, hoarded their knowledge, unwilling to share their precious talents, preserving them solely within their families. They recorded the arts and skills of their forebears in tomes, passing them down through generations to ensure the survival of their lineage within the empire. Years have passed, igniting a longing in many for the lost knowledge. The wisdom inscribed in their hands, honed over years of diligent study, promises to impart invaluable insights and culture to posterity. This yearning, however, has rendered them increasingly powerless. As time flows onward, the thirst for knowledge has intensified, leading to a fervent demand for learned scholars in the empire. Each individual aspires to engage with them, seeking the coveted skills and knowledge that cannot be bought with gold. At this moment, Tong Luoyue, accompanied by the maid Li and the servant Shumei, traversed the stone bridge, arriving at a tranquil courtyard. Within this serene space, ancient trees towered, creating a peaceful atmosphere. Along the way, Tong Luoyue felt compelled to inquire about the exquisite fragrance emanating from Li, reminiscent of the delightful incense extinguished in her past life by the coachman in her carriage. This scent, subtly refreshing, stirred memories of time long gone. Reflecting upon it, she realized that this particular fragrance was even more enchanting. In her previous life, she had little understanding of such incense. In this life, she desired to grasp it better. She clearly recalled the moment the coachman extinguished the incense, the aroma wafting from a particular spice that had not been freshly placed but ignited by the embers of the previously burned sandalwood. Though it resembled ordinary incense, the coachman understood its potency and extinguished it promptly, revealing his awareness of its effects. She never doubted Wang Yuruo, for if it had not been placed after disembarking, she too might have inadvertently inhaled it, potentially putting her in jeopardy. Thus, her suspicions lay squarely on the coachman. "Master, the young lady has arrived," Li announced, pausing before a grand vermilion door imbued with an ancient fragrance. She gently knocked, and Tong Luoyue, standing in the corridor, felt the warmth of the afternoon sun as she had just circled half of the Tong estate, feeling relatively well without significant discomfort. It seemed her body, as the little book of the underworld had suggested, was gradually improving and adapting. She brushed a few loose strands of hair behind her ear, awaiting the door's opening. Soon, a figure clad in lilac appeared, revealing her half-sister, Tong Yuer, the favored daughter of their father. Tong Luoyue couldn't help but smile at this thought, nodding slightly before entering. Upon entering the study adorned with scrolls, Tong Luoyue's gaze swept across the decor, her attention drawn to the impressive collection of books lining the shelves. The quantity far surpassed the few volumes she had retrieved from her grandmother, though these appeared pristine, unlike the worn tome she had been perusing. "Father." Tong Luoyue knelt before him, performing a respectful greeting before rising without awaiting his permission, for she was well aware of his unpredictable nature. Each of their brief encounters had revealed his lofty demeanor, as he perpetually wore an expression ready to reprimand her. She was certain he would not hesitate to do so if he wished. At this moment, Tong Huin desired to impart some sternness to his daughter, perhaps scolding her to remind her of her place. However, before him stood an extraordinary guest, prompting him to restrain his impulses. "This is a distinguished guest of our Tong family," he declared, addressing his daughter, who stood upright. Tong Yuer, now positioned beside their father, was smiling as she poured tea for the two seated at the table. "Shall we engage in a game of chess?" suggested Lord Qin, leaning casually against his chair. Clad in dark attire, Tong Luoyue momentarily froze at the proposition of a chess match, unsure of her own abilities. She glanced at the man she had only met twice. Though not particularly old, even her father addressed him with great reverence. Dong Yue, holding there, trembled slightly at the unexpected invitation for a game of chess directed at Tong Luoyue. She had only received her father's permission after exchanging pleasantries with Lord Qin. And now her sister was presented with an opportunity that many would covet, an invitation from such a learned individual. I cannot, nor do I wish to play. Tong Luoyue firmly shook her head, disinterested in the offer before her father. Lord Qin paused, then smiled. It is not difficult. I can teach you. Please. He gestured for Tong Luoyue to take her father's place. Her father's face darkened in disbelief. How dare she refuse such a rare opportunity? This was a chance that many would pay dearly for, yet she, in her ignorance, turned it down. Tong Huin's frustration was palpable as he regarded his eldest daughter, incredulous at her lack of appreciation for such an occasion. How could she be so unwise? He hesitated, torn between granting her a chance and the disbelief at her foolishness. Recalling how his younger daughter had cherished her own opportunity to play a game with this esteemed figure. However, regarding the eldest daughter, taking advantage of her younger sister's brilliance, not only was she ungrateful, but she also outright refused. Tong Huin cursed her silently to alleviate his resentment. Yet upon reflection, he realized this would allow him to humiliate her immediately, making it evident to others just how foolish she was. It would serve to educate this ungrateful child about her true worth. Thus, Tong Huin promptly resolved to relinquish his position. Tong Luoyue sat down, glancing at the black and white chess pieces laid out before her. She regarded the unfamiliar man across from her. Questioning her father's motives for summoning her seemed futile, especially given his current demeanor. She felt disinclined to speak. The thought that this man would choose to play chess with an inexperienced novice like herself perplexed her. Surely there were others present who could engage him? Did he truly need a dilettante like her as an opponent? This notion troubled her. After all, even her younger sister, who stood by her side, possessed far greater understanding. What role could she possibly fulfill? Was she merely to serve as a backdrop? Contemplating this, her expression soured. Tong Luoyue idly picked up a white piece, surveying the vacant board. A gasp escaped her lips, caught between her teeth, as she furrowed her brow and looked up at the two individuals observing her intently. He was about to begin again, she mused, feeling exasperated by his relentless pursuit of her discomfort. If he was unaware of the rules, why would he pick up a white piece first? Black was to move first. Truly, he was remarkably foolish. Tong Huin seized any opportunity to reprimand his daughter, declaring, "What is the matter? Is it not typical for someone of your ilk to lack understanding?" Seated opposite her, Qin Shu spoke in a composed tone. It's perfectly normal for someone inexperienced to struggle. Thus, Tong Huin momentarily subdued his criticisms, presenting a smile to Qin. Tong Luoyue's eyes remained fixated on the board, pondering her predicament. She regretted coming today. She sensed nothing good would arise from it. Grasping two white pieces, she toyed with them briefly before placing one beside a black piece, yearning for a swift conclusion to this meaningless match. Soon, a black piece obstructed her path, and she surmised that defeat would come swiftly. She contemplated how many white pieces would be needed to terminate this futile game. Distracted, she glanced at Tong Yue, who stood beside her father, surreptitiously tugging at Tong Huin's sleeve as if to intervene. Was she attempting to prevent him from rebuking her or to shield her from embarrassment? Tong Luoyue straightened her posture, lowering her gaze to the board. Facing an adept opponent, victory was beyond her reach, much to the delight of the two onlookers. What could she do? What could she possibly do? She fixated on the two black pieces and one white piece, hesitating to place her own in the game. She desired victory, yet she was acutely aware of its improbability. Resignation settled over her. She could not simply refrain from playing, for they would surely comment. What is the holdup? You must lose with dignity. Your indecisiveness is a disgrace to the Tong family. How fortunate there are no outsiders present. Tong Huin's dissatisfaction erupted once more. Tong Luoyue chuckled softly, ignoring his tirade. She cast a glance at Tong Yue, who appeared deeply engrossed in analyzing the limited 3 pieces on the board, feigning earnestness. Unfazed by her father's provocations, Tong Luoyue gradually bowed her head. Let's play. Defeat is inevitable, she thought. Today's humiliation was assured, and their delight was unavoidable. Soon, her moves became chaotic. Although she possessed numerous white pieces, over a dozen, Qin Shu ultimately placed a black piece, sealing her fate. He lifted his gaze, observing the perplexed woman across from him, and took a sip from the tea poured by Tong Yuer. Today, I invited several members of the Tong family for a game of chess not out of mere boredom. Qin Shu began. I have heard that your household possesses a wealth of literary treasures. Is it truly so challenging that a simple game of chess brings you such distress? I see no evidence of any guidance in your play. Tong Luoyue thought to herself, I've already informed you of my lack of skill, yet you insisted I participate. However, Qin's words sparked a realization. Perhaps she should revisit her family's collection, for it might indeed contain a manual on the game. Let us postpone our match for a few days, Qin Shu suggested, rising to retrieve a chess manual he had been perusing upon entering. Tong Huin recognized it and noted Qin's evident fondness for the book, while Tong Yuer understood its rarity. Their eyes fixated on Qin, bewildered by his intentions to present the manual to Tong Luoyue. I shall lend it to you. Study it and return in a few days, he proposed. Upon hearing this, both Tong Huin and Tong Yuer's eyes widened in disbelief. They could scarcely comprehend the audacity of the gentleman's generosity toward his utterly uneducated daughter. Tong Huin was overwhelmed by this unexpected kindness, while Tong Yuer felt a sharp pang of jealousy. Exiting Tong Huin's study, Tong Luoyue stepped into the envious gazes of those around her, clutching the brown-covered manual as she traversed through the bamboo grove with her maid, returning to her residence, Lingxiu. Miss, are you planning to rest? Xiaomei inquired as they crossed the threshold. Fetch some tea for our guest, Tong Luoyue instructed, casting a glance her way. Of course, I will do so immediately, Xiaomei replied, turning to fulfill her task. Tong Luoyue continued inward, noticing the peculiar expressions of the maidservants in the courtyard. They averted their gazes upon her approach. Upon entering her room, she found someone waiting inside. Anger surged within Tong Luoyue as she recognized the reason behind their furtive glances. Furthermore, the recent protective stance taken by Ming De would surely be fodder for gossip among them. Stepping inside, she seized the thickest brush from the desk and struck it against him twice. What is the meaning of this? Did I not instruct you not to enter without my permission? She glared at him. I simply wish to come in. What will you do about it? Ming De retorted from his reclined position. Tong Luoyue, infuriated, struggled to articulate a retort. It was a futile endeavor. Enough. Tell me why you were conversing with that woman. Ming De's discontent was palpable as he recalled their earlier exchange. Why should I not? It was my father who called for me, she replied, but I regret having gone. Tong Luoyue, lacking enthusiasm, recounted the events in Tong Huin's study. I knew it, Ming De replied, reclining further, gazing at her with disinterest. At that moment, Dong Ju entered, carrying a teapot and 2 plates of snacks. Tong Luoyue, puzzled, inquired, wasn't it supposed to be Xiaomei bringing it? Why is it you who has brought it? Dong Ju chuckled lightly, unconcerned as she brushed past the figure she wished to avoid, responding, Miss, it's nothing. Xiaomei had a minor matter to attend to and was called away. I merely took the liberty of bringing it over. Please enjoy. Dong Ju then filled a teacup with tea for Tong Luoyue, bringing the single cup to her. Who called her away? Was it that little Hui from the second aunt? Upon hearing this question from her mistress, Dong Ju hesitated slightly before replying. Tong Luoyue frowned and instructed Dong Ju to leave. Once Dong Ju exited, Tong Luoyue cast a glance at the unseated individual, silently implying it was time for him to depart as well. However, this fellow, Ming De, feigned ignorance, continuing to shake his leg in discomfort. Ming De remarked with a grin, Do you know where your other maid, Chun Lan, has gone? He wore a mischievous smile. Noticing his sly demeanor, Tong Luoyue sensed he was up to something. Where has she gone? She has gone to visit another concubine. Did you know? Ming De chuckled. Tong Luoyue was aware that these maids had their own allegiances, but did it need to be so blatantly obvious? One had just escorted her back to her courtyard, and she was already hastening to deliver news. Another had left in such a hurry after her departure. Tong Luoyue shot him a knowing glance, saying, You certainly have a knack for uncovering who belongs to whom the moment you arrive here. Now, with only Dong Ju remaining, who do you think sent her? Her? Ming De chuckled derisively. She has no faction. She is a free agent. The various concubines in your household look down on her, hence her situation. Chapter 31. Learning chess, these maids each had their own masters and did not regard her highly. Very well, Tong Luoyue clapped her hands on the chess manual. Since you refuse to leave, why not accompany me for a game of chess? What do you say? She fixed her gaze on him. All right, but do you have a chessboard? Mingda glanced at the Go manual in her hands and let out a scoff. A maid entered, having been instructed by Tong Luo Yu to fetch a chessboard. As soon as the door closed, Tong Luo Yu could not suppress her laughter upon seeing him doubled over in mirth. Ignoring him, she proceeded to the desk and said, Please help me determine if I can learn from this manual. You can learn, but I've heard that this manual is quite cherished by a certain noble, and your father and half-sister are envious of you for having it. Yet, in my opinion, it's nothing special. Mingda casually remarked while munching on the snacks Dong Ju had brought, flipping through the manual with his other hand, seemingly unimpressed by it. Hearing this, Tong Luo Yu felt satisfied that she could learn from it, especially since the earlier commotion had made her regard it as a treasure. She had never expected the manual to be of great value. She only wished to extract some knowledge from it. Truly valuable books, she believed, would not be so easily bestowed upon her by that noble. After a few steps, she approached a small cabinet, lifted the lid of a box, and searched through a pile of books she had moved from her grandmother's place. Not long after, she indeed found another manual. Presenting it to him, she was about to show it when a knock sounded at the door. Guomin. Indeed, the maid who had been sent earlier now entered with a chessboard in hand. Tong Luo Yu placed the board on the table, and only after the maid exited did she turn to him, saying, Let us play a game. Mingda glanced at her, and in the glow of her excitement, he seemed genuinely interested in the Go game. He smiled, thinking it would be a pleasant way to pass the time. He picked up a piece of cake from the last plate and approached her slowly. Mingda sat opposite Tong Luo Yu, noticing her eyes sparkling as she deliberated over which manual to choose, clearly engrossed in her decision. Do you truly wish to learn? He asked. Yes, I cannot allow them to humiliate me any longer, she replied, lifting her gaze from the manual. Ah, if you're willing to put in the effort, that's commendable. Very well, let us begin. Mingda leaned over, dismissing the manual she had been holding and instructing her, from now on, focus only on this one. No need to look at others, lest you confuse yourself. He pointed to the other manual in her hand. All right, I shall heed your advice. Outside the room, Dong Ju approached, spotting the maid Shan when stationed by the door. Dong Ju stealthily gestured to her, asking, Is that person still inside? Not yet, replied Shan when softly, raising her head. Thus, Dong Ju, with a worried expression, sat down beside Shanwen. Bored, she picked up her embroidery, the two exchanging idle chatter from time to time. After a while, Dong Ju leaned closer to Shanwen and whispered to the reticent maid, What do you think is going on with our mistress? I don't know. Matters concerning our master are not for us to discuss, Shanwen replied, shaking her head gently, remaining silent thereafter. Indeed, Dong Ju nodded, agreeing with her reasoning. Being a talkative person, Dong Ju, with nothing else to do, continued her embroidery while observing the more taciturn maid beside her. After several attempts to engage her in conversation, she eventually could not help but say, I saw the mistress just called you in to fetch a chessboard, but what is that fellow planning to do? Turning towards her, Dong Ju, with her embroidery needle in hand, asked curiously. I don't know. Matters concerning our master are not for me to pry into, Shanwen replied, still focused on her work. Dong Ju, wishing to elicit more conversation from her, felt as though she had fallen into an ice pit, leaving her disheartened. Thus, only Dong Ju, feeling stifled, managed to utter a few words, not expecting the maid beside her to provide any answers. Chapter 32. The second mistress. The other two mistresses of the Tong residence, the daughters-in-law of the Tong matriarch residing in separate quarters, had not departed in recent days. They were temporarily residing in the Tong manor, attending to the health of the matriarch. The first wife, Qin Shulan, efficiently managed their needs, receiving considerable praise from them. Shulan, I truly appreciate your arrangements these past few days, the second mistress of the Tong family, Tong Kong Li's wife, remarked leisurely while holding a cup of tea. Speaking to the concubine, Qin Shulan, seated beside her. It's nothing. Even with the houses empty, I hope both ladies will return to stay whenever possible. Qin Shulan responded in kind. The second mistress cast a glance at Qin Shulan, whose smiling eyes then turned to the third mistress of the Tong family. They were well aware that the words spoken by their concubine were mere pleasantries, devoid of any substantial meaning. Despite her current control over the various affairs of the Tong residence, it was understood that such declarations were simply formalities. Who could forget that upon marrying into the Tong family, the matriarch had explicitly stated that each branch must move out and establish their own household 3 years after marriage, thereby dividing the family assets? Thus, this woman's remarks were nothing more than idle chatter. Moreover, She was merely a concubine in this household, seated at a lower position. The two ladies of the second and third rooms of the Tong residence were naturally keenly aware of this. At that moment, the senior concubine exchanged a few glances with the third lady, and when the second lady was not paying attention, they shared several knowing looks. Then, the third lady of Tong casually adjusted her hair and addressed the two women, saying, "Indeed, it has been over a year since the old matriarch has resided in the Tong household. While it is certainly beneficial for her, we, as her children, have all moved out, which renders our care a bit inadequate." Upon reaching this point, the third lady paused, glanced at the second lady, and then spoke softly to the two present. "How about this? In a few days, I shall invite the old matriarch to stay with me for a few months." This suggestion was directed towards the senior concubine. "That would be agreeable, but it requires the old matriarch's consent." The senior concubine replied with a nod and a smile. According to past customs, after the new year, the old matriarch would typically visit the households of the other two rooms, though the duration was never fixed, sometimes in summer, sometimes in late autumn. Now, it was winter, and given the recent illness of the old matriarch, no one could be certain she would visit at this time. However, should someone extend a sincere invitation, it remained a possibility. As the third lady spoke, the second lady, leaning back in her chair, flickered her eyes and slightly curled the corners of her mouth. She smoothed her garment and looked up at her, saying, "Naturally, she will first stay at my place. I will speak to my mother-in-law shortly." The third lady, pleased to have easily achieved her aim, felt a sense of relief and satisfaction. When the second lady was distracted, she exchanged a knowing smile with Qin Shulan, who was seated below. With today's objectives accomplished, the senior concubine lingered in the warm room for a while longer before the second lady, as anticipated, rose to take a stroll through the newly decorated gardens of the Tong residence with her maid. She was known to be fond of flowers, and everyone knew that during the season, it was a rare delight to cultivate such vibrant blossoms that did not wither, something few households could manage. Once the second lady left, the two women settled down, and the third lady cast a glance at the senior concubine, speaking with an air of superiority. "Well, she has already agreed, so do not forget the promises you made to me." Following this, she smiled and admired her own carefully applied rouge. At this moment, the senior concubine, having accomplished her primary task, also seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, replying, "Of course." She added with a smile, "I will have it sent to your room shortly. Do ensure you count it carefully, and you must act quickly to redeem your—" Naturally, that was to be expected. However, the third lady, slightly displeased by this interruption, cut her off. The scenery of the Tong residence, with its water pavilions and corridors, was exquisitely crafted. The maid supporting the second lady was busy surveying the surroundings. "Child, do you think this place is beautiful?" the second lady asked with a smile, gazing around with a hint of longing. "Indeed, it is truly beautiful," the maid replied, nodding vigorously. The second lady smiled. Her eyes filled with the essence of the residence, as if she wished to encompass it all. Suddenly, turning her head with a smile, she asked, "Did you see everything clearly just now?" "Yes, indeed, my lady," the senior concubine replied, signaling to the third lady discreetly. They had not disappointed their lady's expectations. "Let us pretend we are unaware," the second lady said. "Very well." Gradually, the two, one mistress and one maid, completed their tour of one courtyard and proceeded to the next, with the maid's continuous praises further solidifying the second lady's resolve. Chapter 33. A good idea. After seeing off the third lady, the senior concubine could hardly conceal her delight. Her maid, Xiao Lian, who attended her, shared in her joy, asking, "My lady, shall we go speak to the master now?" "Of course, let us go. The master is waiting. How he despises that eldest daughter is well known to us all. Now that he has the rare opportunity to openly criticize her, we must not let it slip by." Qin Shulan was in high spirits, unable to resist saying a few more words. She glanced at her maid, untroubled by the thought of her revealing secrets. With a triumphant smile, Qin Shulan moved ahead. "Yes, my lady," Xiao Lian replied, bending slightly, linking her arm with the senior concubine-s as they made their way toward Tong Huan. At this moment, the term "my lady" was only used in the presence of the second and third ladies, as the senior concubine was still acutely aware of her status. To avoid complications, she chose to maintain this temporary arrangement until she could ascend to her rightful position in the Tong household, nodding in satisfaction at her maid's obedience. Qin Shulan entered the master's study, instructing her maid to wait outside. "Master," she called softly, her smile radiant as she approached him. "How goes the matter? Is everything proceeding smoothly?" Tong Huan stood up, a hint of impatience in his demeanor. Qin Shulan smiled, stepping closer to him, pressing gently on his shoulder to guide him back into his seat. "Rest assured, my lord, the third room has wagered their estate. How could they not assist us in inviting the old matriarch to stay with the second room for a time?" "Ah, that is good to hear, very good," Tong Huan replied, stroking his beard. "Furthermore, Lord Qin has just left and has also agreed." He smiled at the senior concubine. "Agreed? But will he attend the poetry gathering?" The senior concubine, seeing Tong Huan nodding with a smile, could not help but clasp her hands together in delight. "That is truly wonderful, my lord. Indeed, this is splendid." Tong Huan nodded, pleasantly surprised. He had not anticipated such an agreement from the gentleman, and it was indeed a straightforward affirmation. He added, "Let our ewer represent our household in the competition. With this esteemed gentleman's endorsement and our daughter's talents, she is surely destined to make a name for herself in Yangling City and claim the top spot in this poetry gathering." Tong Huan beamed with pride, as though envisioning the moment that would bring him honor. The senior concubine, elated by his words, suddenly became anxious, asking, "But all the other households will send their legitimate sons and daughters to participate. Is it appropriate for our ewer to compete?" Leaning closer to Tong Huan, she furrowed her brow. "Why not? Is there anyone in our household who can compare to our ewer? Do you not remember the last match of chess with Lord Qin? How she lost so terribly? It truly was a disgrace." Tong Huan chuckled, recalling that day, unable to contain his laughter. His daughter's reputation had been thoroughly tarnished, which had led him to consume more food in the days that followed. "Ah, enough of that, my lord. I am not afraid of what others say. Perhaps we should let the eldest daughter join as well. This way, she can stand before everyone, and should she fail to respond, our ewer can step in and salvage her reputation. What do you think?" The senior concubine's suggestion quickly resonated with Tong Huan. Indeed, he nodded repeatedly, immensely pleased, grateful for his wife's astute reminder. How had he not thought of such a brilliant plan? His eyes sparkled with excitement as he continued to smile. "Very well, let's decide on this. This time, let her suffer a significant embarrassment, thereby solidifying our ewer's status among the gentry." Tong Huan nodded repeatedly, feeling that this idea was truly splendid. In the study room of the courtyard of Lin Kyuj, Dongju held a cup of tea as she emerged from the small kitchen. "Dongju, what are you doing?" asked Chunlan, another maidservant who served the lady in a similar manner. "Why are you free now? I just want to find you, but you were nowhere to be seen. Where have you just come from?" Dongju pointed her chin toward the distant direction, curious. Chunlan felt a bit embarrassed at Dongju's inquisitiveness, but it quickly faded. Chunlan focused her gaze on the tea in Dongju's hands. "Are you going to deliver tea to the lady?" "Indeed, I am about to take it over. Please wait a moment. I have something to discuss with you upon my return," Dongju replied while walking forward, glancing back at Chunlan. "All right, but why are you only taking one cup of tea?" Chunlan followed her pace, her eyes fixed on the tray in Dongju's hands. Dongju felt a bit shy at her remark. "I see your little thoughts, but you're being rather obvious, aren't you?" Junlan playfully pinset Dongju shakam. "Oh, what of it? I simply find that fellow displeasing," Dongju retorted without feeling any guilt. "Well, I won't say much more, but you should know that if the lady sees you behaving like this once or twice, it might not matter, but over time, it will become noticeable. For now, wait here, and I will go inside and bring another cup of tea. It won't take much time. Look at you, acting so stubborn." Dongju had no choice but to comply with Chunlan's straightforwardness. She stood in place for a moment, and soon, the curtain inside was lifted. Junlan Mge, holding a cup of tea, which she placed on the tray that Dongju was holding. "Now, shall I go, or will you take it yourself?" Chunlan asked with a smile, glancing at the somewhat reluctant Dongju. "I will go. It's not exhausting work. Wait for me. I will return to discuss matters with you." Dongju bit her lip and reminded her. After saying this, she quickly tiptoed toward the small room, which had been transformed into a study by the lady. Chunlan turned back after seeing Dongju lift the curtain and enter. Inside the study, after Dongju had left, Mingda remarked, "This maid of yours has indeed changed her demeanor today. Previously, whenever she brought you tea or refreshments, it was always just one cup or a single pastry placed in front of you. Why has she improved so much today?" Mingda said to Tong Luoyue, who was sitting across from him, engrossed in the chessboard. "You have your share, so why speak so much?" Tong Luoyue lifted her head. I find that this maid is quite decent. Among the 3 main maidservants, she is the only one whose performance aligns with my expectations. You think she's good? Suddenly, Mingda's face turned serious as he slammed the cup of tea down, causing it to clatter against the dish and lid, producing a clear sound. What is the matter with you? Tong Luoyue asked, perplexed by his stern expression. Mingda, his face flushed with anger, abruptly stood up, pointing at the still hot cup of tea. Do you know what your good maid has put in here? At his words, Tong Luoyue's expression suddenly changed. Her gaze fixated on the spilled tea from the cup placed on the table. She turned to look out the window, which she rarely closed, fearing that some individuals might gossip. Although she didn't care much, perhaps she still hoped to avoid unnecessary trouble. Standing there, she coldly asked, what did she put in? She turned her gaze back, locking eyes with the blushing little clerk who had come with Mingda. Mingda, confronted with her question, suddenly found it hard to meet her gaze and turned his head. It's an aphrodisiac. Aphrodisiac? How surprising. Tong Luoyue glanced at him, noticing how he no longer bore the imposing demeanor he once had, now unable to meet her eyes. What is the current situation? Tong Luoyue pondered. Do they wish to see me humiliated, growing addicted to it? Is it true or not? She asked, looking at the plum tree outside, her voice laced with coldness. They must think you're easy to bully, hence this method, right? Mingda replied disdainfully, such a clumsy scheme. And they could conceive it? Yet for you, it matters little. You won't be driven out, at most receive a few scoldings, but I will certainly be expelled from this estate. Mingda changed his position, his expression returning to its previous playful demeanor, and he continued, so, what do you intend to do? What to do? I do not even know who set this trap for me. As you said, this Dongju is unaffiliated. Tong Luoyue looked at him, her meaning clear. Then what about the other 2? She sighed, walking to the door, pushing it open. Dongyu, she called out twice, but the maid did not immediately respond. The courtyard was not large, consisting of 3 main, southern-facing rooms, 2 side rooms, and a corner door. 2 rooms were reserved for her head maid, and now, without Bai Xiao, only 3 remained. There was also a room for cleaning. The corner door was occupied by the guard. Mingda, Dongju. Tong Luoyue called again. A maid approached. Miss, are you looking for Dongju? She is likely in the inner room. If you have something to say, I can call her for you. This maid was Chiomei. Tong Luoyue glanced at her. She had just come from outside, passing 2 plum trees in the courtyard, holding freshly laundered garments. Yes. Please call her over. Tong Luoyue nodded. All right, I will first place the clothes in your room and then go. Chiomei nodded in response and quickly entered the room, soon reappearing without the stack of clothes she had been carrying. She made her way to the second side room, next to the ladies' quarters. Inside, Dongju was animatedly discussing with the distracted Chunlan about something she had just learned, holding a small plate of melon seeds collected from the ladies' room. She cracked them open while leaning forward, saying, have you heard? Bai Xiao's injury has healed, and she was taken to the big concubine's room. Chunlan, previously anxious, focused her attention on Dongju's face. The big concubine took her in? Doesn't she fear the old lady's reaction? I do not know, but she is already gone. Dongju remarked, lacking any envy in her eyes, yet she looked down upon the other maid who had been dismissed by the lady. Initially, she had arrived at the ladies' room just a few steps behind Bai Xiao and had even run in first to inform the lady. She knew very well what had transpired. However, after spending so much time with this maid, she had not realized she was one to stir up trouble. After the lady had been missing for several days and returned, she had never blamed Dongju for losing her. And yet this maid had the audacity. Winter Chrysanthemum, feeling parched, lifted a pot of sour plum tea that the young lady disdained, relishing each sip. Winter Chrysanthemum, you truly indulge here, she mused. Just then, Autumn Plum entered the room and spotted the girl idling away her time. Hurry over, the young lady is looking for you, she urged. Autumn Plum cast a glance at her, a slight smirk tugging at her lips as she noticed Winter Chrysanthemum spilling some tea while taking a sip. The young lady is looking for me? Oh, right away. Did I not just see good inquiry outside attending to matters? Why was she not called? Winter Chrysanthemum grumbled softly. What good inquiry? Where is she? She merely cleans the courtyard. Can you expect her to do anything else? Autumn Plum replied as Winter Chrysanthemum hopped off the bed and slipped on her shoes. Well, you do have a point. I shall go now. Quickly. Winter Chrysanthemum lifted the curtain and exited, leaving the 2 inside. Autumn Plum glanced around, her eyes betraying a hint of anxiety as she noticed Spring Orchid, who was fidgeting. Ignoring her, Autumn Plum lowered the curtain she had raised for Winter Chrysanthemum and stepped outside. In the study of Tong Luoyue, she observed Winter Chrysanthemum entering. Autumn Plum adjusted her attire and fixed her gaze ahead, noticing Good Inquiry approaching from the backyard, her hands damp from washing. Good Inquiry, Autumn Plum called. Surprised to see her smiling and waving, Good Inquiry rushed over. "What is it?" she inquired directly. "Oh," Autumn Plum replied, pausing slightly. "The young lady was looking for you." "Where have you been?" "The outhouse," Good Inquiry answered, her gaze steady. "Have you finished your tasks?" Autumn Plum asked, and upon receiving a nod, she waved her hand. "Then take a small stool and sit outside the young lady's door to do your embroidery." This seemed to be the sole purpose for calling her over. "All right," Good Inquiry said, bowing slightly before heading to the nearby room where Spring Orchid lingered, lifting the curtain to enter. Soon after, she brought out a small stool and a bamboo basket containing threads and fabric, settling down beneath the eaves outside Tong Liue's study. Autumn Plum smiled to herself and turned back, noticing Spring Orchid peeking through the curtain, half her body protruding as she glanced into the study. Autumn Plum resumed her duties within the young lady's quarters. Inside the study, Tong Luoyue scrutinized her maid for a while before slowly sitting down. "Winter Chrysanthemum?" she called. Winter Chrysanthemum looked up with a smile, though a sense of unease pricked at her under the intense scrutiny of both Tong Luoyue and the watchful figure nearby. "What is it, young lady?" she inquired, her expression growing serious. Tong Luoyue, observing her demeanor, noticed no panic, but rather a growing tension as she felt uncertain about her own actions. "Has the tea been handled by anyone else?" she asked directly. "Yeah, the tea?" Winter Chrysanthemum turned to inspect the table, where several water stains marred its surface, indicating a cup had been carelessly placed down. If Winter Chrysanthemum remained oblivious under the young lady's gaze, it would be quite surprising given her tenure as the young lady's trusted maid. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Winter Chrysanthemum knelt down in alarm. "Young lady, is there something wrong with the tea? This is not my doing. I simply—" She stole a furtive glance at the imposing figure of Mingda, biting her lip as she continued. "I merely brewed a cup of tea, and coincidentally, Spring Orchid came by and added another cup. This has nothing to do with me," she insisted, her anxiety escalating as Tong Luoyue remained silent, intensifying her trepidation. Winter Chrysanthemum, aware that the tea was indeed served to the young lady, felt her explanation might still fall short in the young lady's eyes. Sweat beaded on her forehead, betraying her rising panic. "You were alone when you brewed the tea, without anyone else intervening?" Tong Luoyue pressed. "No, young lady. I prepared the water and simply took the cup with the tea leaves already inside. No one else came in during that time," Winter Chrysanthemum asserted, her face glistening with sweat. Speaking the truth felt perilous, as it only muddled her position further. Her hands nervously rubbed against her skirt, desperate for clarity as the tension mounted. "Go, bring her to me," Tong Luoyue commanded, her tone devoid of hesitation, yet with an undercurrent of mirth. "Young lady," Winter Chrysanthemum gasped, lifting her head. "Do you believe me?" Seeing the subtle coldness in Tong Liue's smile, her eyes fixed on the open window. Winter Chrysanthemum's surprise morphed into relief. "Hurry and fetch her." "All right, I will go immediately." Winter Chrysanthemum dashed out of the study to summon someone. Mingda watched her rush away, smirking. "You allow your maid to play such games right before you?" "I summoned her. So what else is there to discuss?" Tong Luoyue retorted, noticing his disapproval. "And what will you do once she is here? Chase another one away? This would mark the second instance, if you proceed." Mingda shook his head, indicating disapproval. "Then what should I do?" Tong Luoyue asked, frustration evident in her voice. "Keep her. Let her remain under your watchful eye. I shall assist you in monitoring her," Mingda suggested with a sly grin. "As you wish." Tong Luoyue waved her hand dismissively, unwilling to engage further on the matter. Her primary concern was the third ant, who had previously attempted to poison her. She wondered if this ant was once again plotting against her, much like the previous mistress had done in front of Tong Huan. A footstep echoed outside, indicating reluctance from the summoned individual as they hesitated to approach. Good Inquiry, seated outside and engaged in her needlework, overheard snippets from within, her lips pressed tightly together in silence. Winter Chrysanthemum's voice broke the tension. "Spring Orchid, hurry up. What are you dawdling for?" With the young lady's assurance that she was not at fault for the tea, Winter Chrysanthemum felt an intense desire to confront Spring Orchid, who had secretly conspired against her while pretending to be an ally. She actually dared to sit down and concoct such a scheme against herself. If she were truly to be framed, wouldn't she then become another Bai Xiao? How could Dong Ju quell the fury in her heart? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Hurry and let me in. Whatever you have to say, take it to the young lady. If this isn't you're doing, then whose is it? I tell you, the young lady believes in me without a hint of bias. Dong Yu spoke officially, twisting Chunlan's arm and pushing her inside. Meanwhile, Chiu Mei, who was tidying up in Tong Luo Yu's room, heard the commotion outside and slightly curled her lips in amusement. She gently placed the neatly folded garments into the cabinet, closed the door, and casually walked outside. Miss, I heard Dong Ju say that you suspect I poisoned your tea. Miss, I truly did not. Chunlan, pushed into the room, lost her usual composed demeanor, with a few unruly strands of hair falling from her head. She wore an expression of profound injustice, yet a hint of panic lurked beneath. Is that so? Really? Tong Luo Yu inquired. Yes, miss, it is absolutely true. How could I possibly poison your tea? As Chunlan heard the inquiry, she hastily defended herself, her eyes uncontrollably darting towards the teacup that Mingda had nearly knocked over. Very well, Tong Luo Yu nodded. Then I shall believe you. Miss, came another cry, this time from Dong Ju, who was firmly holding Chunlan back. She rushed forward, insisting, Miss, what's wrong? If you act like this, won't it appear that I am at fault? Miss, just moments ago, the young lady was perfectly fine and had even sent her to call Chunlan. Now, why had she changed so abruptly? It seemed that the young lady had reverted to her previous demeanor. Dong Ju was unwilling to see her like this. Tong Luo Yu extended her finger towards a kneeling Chunlan, saying, You, drink that cup of tea. Tong Luo Yu's delicate hand pointed, her gaze fixed on the maid who had spun a web of lies. Miss, Chunlan gasped in disbelief, looking at Tong Luo Yu as if to confirm that this was indeed her command. Choose a cup. Let me see. You have a 50% chance. I want to see how fortunate you are. Upon hearing this, Mingda let out a chuckle. At this, Dong Ju, who had been anxious, finally felt relieved and joined in Mingda's laughter. Go on. I too wish to see your luck. Why are you hesitating? Mingda asked, tilting his head in inquiry. Chunlan blushed deeply, knowing all too well the contents of the cup. It was what the third aunt had insisted she prepare. Initially, she intended to wait until the young lady or one of them had consumed it, then seek an excuse to report back. However, Dong Ju had hindered her progress. Uncertain whether the young lady had drunk the tea, she thought it best to wait and listen for a while. Yet, shortly after Dong Ju served the tea, the young lady called for her, and soon Dong Ju rushed in, her face aflame with anger, dragging her along. Will you drink it or not? Now. Seeing Chunlan hesitate, Dong Ju rushed over, directly lifting the cup that had spilled a bit of tea. Noting that the young lady did not stop her, she took it as consent. Gaining confidence, she brought it to Chunlan's lips. Despite Chunlan's attempts to evade, she was forced to swallow a few sips, coughing violently. Miss, why are you treating me this way? I did not do this. How can you believe Dong Ju's words and not mine? Junlan, Hotet. Her clothes and mouth stained by the tea forced upon her. Dong Ju, holding the empty teacup, stood triumphantly beside Tong Luo Yu, who ignored Chunlan's plea and turned to Dong Ju, who was panting and glaring at Chunlan. Take her away and lock her up. Understood, Mississippi. Dong Ju's spirits soared at these words, rolling up her sleeves as she moved forward. What have I done to offend you? That you would go so far as to frame me? Dong Ju, hurry and clarify to the young lady that I am innocent. You're the one who set this up. Chunlan struggled fiercely, swatting away Dong Ju's grasp. Stop your nonsense. You're innocent? I tell you, the young lady believes in me, not you. How do you like that? Humph. The young lady has long grown weary of your fade. Be careful she doesn't tear your lies apart. Seeing Chunlan's defiance, Dong Ju immediately retorted. With the young lady's favor on her side, she had nothing to fear. Dong Ju felt triumphant. Standing at the doorway, Chiu Mei furrowed her brow slightly upon hearing Dong Ju's words. Was it possible that the young lady valued such a thoughtless maid so highly? Did she, too, occupy a similar position in the young lady's heart? Contemplating this, Chiu Mei lowered her head and pondered for a moment before stepping through the curtain into the room. Dong Ju, have you not eaten? Why are you so slow? Dong Luo Yu remarked, noticing Chiu Mei's entrance. Before long, with Dong Ju's urging. The two maids subdued the rebellious Chunlan, taking her to a storeroom in the back courtyard and locking her in tightly. Are you satisfied now? Tong Luo Yu settled back in her chair, stretching her limbs as she asked Ming to beside her. Rest assured, I will handle everything from here on out, Ming replied with a mischievous grin. Upon hearing his words, a fleeting thought crossed Tong Luo Yu's mind, and she turned to scrutinize him. Did he intend to do something to that maid? She lightly touched her neck. However, what of it? This girl dared to act so despicably towards me, so let her be. She must harden her heart. Who in this household is content? Now, there is an additional concubine. A smile lingered on Tong Luo Yu's face, yet her eyes betrayed no warmth. Chapter 39. The informant. At this moment, two figures hurriedly traversed the path in the courtyard outside Tong Huan's study. One of the women, distinguished in both stature and appearance, donned garments of exquisite fabric, clearly a lady of the household. With an oval face and willow-like brows, her smile was sweet and melodious. In a state of agitation, she turned to the maid following closely behind her, saying, Xiao Zhu, did you see clearly? Did you actually witness that girl serving tea inside the courtyard? Madam, rest assured I saw it with my own eyes. You spoke so harshly to Chunlan just now. I was hiding outside their courtyard peeking in. Chunlan indeed went back in after fetching a cup of tea. I saw it clearly. She had Dongju deliver it, while she herself did not take it in. Wouldn't you say she is quite clever? The maid, Xiao Zhu, cautiously supported the lady, stepping lightly as they hurried forward. Upon hearing Xiao Zhu's words, the lady felt somewhat reassured and smiled as she patted the maid on the head, saying, You see, no matter how clever she is, she cannot outsmart you. Nevertheless, even if the young lady does not drink it, we can have the master inquire and find out. Can't we? The lady quickened her pace, turning to the maid beside her. Yes, we must hurry. The maid nodded, smiling, as she carefully assisted the lady. Just as they were about to step into the courtyard, another figure approached from the opposite direction. Both parties were in a hurry, but fortunately, Xiao Zhu called out, preventing a collision. Ah, it's Li Pu Fu. I thought it was someone else. Where are you rushing off to? Is it for the madam? The concubine approached the esteemed servant with a flattering demeanor. Forgive me, this is a matter instructed by the master. As a servant, I cannot disobey. Li Pu Fu replied respectfully, though her words did not clarify her errand. Oh, then do attend to your business, the concubine said dismissively, feeling thwarted. She thought, since this servant was unwilling to share, she would not pry any further. She had more pressing matters to attend to. Then I shall take my leave, Li Pu Fu said with a hint of arrogance, turning away without a moment's hesitation. Look at her. Who is she trying to impress? Just a servant. Yet she acts like a mistress, the maid scoffed. Indeed, with the current state of affairs in this household, I cannot afford to speak out. If we do not yield to her, we can forget about living comfortably here. You know this as well as I do, the concubine replied, her expression one of resigned acceptance. You are far too cautious, which is why you allow yourself to be wronged. The maid protested on behalf of her mistress. Let it be. Let's hurry to inform the master. I do not have the backing of my family, as the second madam does. The master has always been somewhat lenient towards her. Lacking a strong family background, if I wish to establish myself here, I must align with the madam's intentions. Whatever she disdains, we too must disdain, to avoid drawing her ire and to garner the master's attention. No? With a hesitant tone, the concubine covered her smile with her hand, her face radiating an unwavering charm. This was her silent plea, a matter of necessity. The duo stepped into the courtyard, walking upon the stone steps before an ornate vermilion door. Master, the concubine called out in her usual soft voice, exchanging a conspiratorial glance with her maid, their camaraderie evident. The concubine wished to announce her presence herself, fearing that if her maid called out, the master might dismiss her maid outright, as had happened before. Soon, they received permission to enter, only to find Tong Hu and his primary wife already present. The concubine paused momentarily, realizing that the lady was not keen on her seeking the master privately, and now, unfortunately, she had been caught in the act. Silently cursing her misfortune, she maintained a composed exterior. What brings you here? The primary wife, having returned to her seat, inquired with an air of authority, her demeanor reflecting displeasure upon seeing the most beautiful concubine of the household approach. Lowering her gaze, the concubine spoke respectfully, Madam. It appears my maid has just reported that the young lady has been in her room with that new male servant for quite some time without emerging. What? Is this true? Tong Huan's heart raced at the revelation. It was not that he doubted his elder daughter, but rather her actions were intolerable to him. Anger surged within him, yet secretly he felt a sense of satisfaction. He thought to himself, "At last, I have waited for this moment. Let us see what she has to say now." "Master, you should calm down," the primary wife soothed, placing a hand on his chest. "I cannot contain my anger. That ungrateful girl has driven me to the brink," he professed, feigning sorrow for effect. "Should we go check on her now?" The concubine interjected at an opportune moment. "Of course we must go," Tong Huin declared, straightening his robe as he prepared to leave. The concubine stepped aside, a slight smile gracing her lips, believing this would earn her the master's favor. "Master, please wait." The primary wife, sensing his urgency, reached out to restrain him. "Why must we wait?" Dong Wen blazed. Frustrated, this was an opportune moment, and he could not let it slip away. "Have you forgotten that Li Pu Fu has already gone? We should wait for her to bring news," the primary wife suggested with a knowing glance. She understood the concubine's intentions. She was angling for favor. However, today's events could not unfold as planned. The old mistress had yet to depart, and the master's repeated visits would not allow the old matriarch to linger for the sake of her granddaughter. She could not let it appear too blatant, lest her own schemes be thwarted. At one side of the garden, a figure adorned in a delicate lavender dress approached the moon gate. Miss Tong Yuer. Upon sighting her, Li Pufu swiftly made her way forward to pay her respects with a deep bow. "Please rise and report," she said. "I can see that you are in high spirits. Where are you heading?" Tong Yuer followed her maid into the garden. "Miss, it is as follows. The master and mistress have instructed me to notify the eldest young lady to prepare for the poetry gathering 2 days hence," Li Pufu replied, bowing her head humbly, devoid of the earlier confidence displayed before Aunt San. Her demeanor was one of utmost respect, reflecting her reverence for the favored daughter of the household. Upon hearing this, Tong Yuer furrowed her brow momentarily before regaining her composure. With a subtle tone of inquiry, she asked, "Are you saying that father and mother have permitted her to attend as well?" "Indeed, miss," Li Pufu raised her gaze, sensing the miss's concern. "Rest assured, the master and mistress hold you in far greater affection than her." With a gesture, she pointed toward the direction she was headed. This revelation led Tong Yuer to understand that her parents must have devised a plan for her benefit, alleviating her worries considerably. She then inquired, "But did father persuade Lord Qin to attend the poetry gathering as well?" Tong Yuer had come specifically to inquire about the situation in Tong Huan's study and was determined to learn more, especially after hearing about the elder maid's previous actions. "The master and mistress have indeed expressed their intentions to attend. You need not worry," Li Pufu reassured her. "That is splendid news." Upon hearing Li Pufu's words, Tong Yuer felt a wave of elation wash over her. She stepped forward, approaching Li Pufu, who instinctively took a few steps back to maintain an appropriate distance, signifying respect and hierarchy. Tong Yuer felt satisfaction at this display. She had no desire to be perceived as insignificant in the eyes of the servants. Unlike the eldest young lady of the Tong household, who seemed utterly ineffectual, unable to command even a single servant's respect, even though the maids appeared to show her deference. It was merely out of respect for the matriarch. Without her grandmother's influence, she would be nothing. A smirk tugged at Tong Yuer's lips as she mused to herself. Even father harbors disdain for her. In truth, I should be the true young lady of the Tong household. My mother is now the mistress of the estate. Is she not? Even if the outside world remains unaware, that is merely a matter of time. With a silk handkerchief, she dabbed at the corner of her mouth. "Very well, since you are headed that way, I shall accompany you," she declared, lifting her chin with pride as she allowed her maid to assist her. Advancing ahead of Li Pufu, Li Pufu suppressed her urge to voice that she could manage alone, yet seeing the favored miss of the household leading the way, she decided not to oppose her wishes. Ultimately, Li Pufu followed closely behind Tong Yuer, heading towards the courtyard of Tong Loiwe. "Miss, mind your step on the stairs," Li Pufu cautioned solicitously as she walked ahead, guiding her. "There's no need. You may proceed." Tong Yuer waved her hand dismissively, urging her to hurry to knock on the door of the courtyard. "Very well, I shall do so at once," Li Pufu replied, taking 2 steps up the stone steps. Just as she was about to knock, the door creaked open from within. "Li Pufu, is that you?" Winter Chrysanthemum emerged, confusion etched upon her face. Recently, she had been wronged by her close maid, Spring Orchid, who had betrayed her by accusing her of drugging her own mistress. Thankfully, her mistress believed in her innocence. Winter Chrysanthemum's expression still bore the weight of her distress, and upon seeing the elder maid, her usual respect was momentarily absent. "You insolent girl, hurry and call for the young lady," Li Pufu asserted, entering with an authoritative wave of her hand directed toward the inner courtyard. Winter Chrysanthemum, realizing that the young lady had sent for this elder maid, felt a flicker of resentment. She was young and easily wore her emotions on her sleeve. All of this did not escape the notice of the figure in lavender, who observed the scene unfolding from the steps. Tong Yue, sensing a slight dissatisfaction, cast a glance inward, her gaze traversing the courtyard scenery. In one of the rooms, a silent maid sat, engrossed in her embroidery, while others attending the courtyard were nowhere to be seen. Tong Yue thought to herself, "Clearly, my elder sister's courtyard lacks any semblance of order. Upon my arrival, not a single person has come forth to greet me, yet I see no one to welcome me." She shook her head in disappointment. Waving her silk handkerchief, she signaled to her maid and took a couple of steps closer to Li Pufu. "Please be cautious," her maid advised at the opportune moment. "Yes," Tong Yue acknowledged with a slight nod. At that moment, Winter Chrysanthemum noticed the second young lady of the household, though she was aware of the hierarchy. Today's events had left her irate, causing her to momentarily lose her composure. Understanding the significance of respect in the Tong household, Winter Chrysanthemum quickly approached Tong Yue, kneeling to offer her greetings. "May I rise? Is your esteemed mistress present?" Tong Yue's gaze swept through the interior, and before Winter Chrysanthemum could respond, she stepped through the courtyard door. "Yes, she is within the study," Winter Chrysanthemum directed, pointing. Tong Yue followed her gaze, amusement bubbling within her as she thought of her elder sister's antics. Recently, she had heard from the maids about the establishment of a study. The mere notion of study here was laughable. How could someone so devoid of talent compare to herself? Tong Yue dismissed any thoughts of her elder sister's capabilities. As she followed Winter Chrysanthemum's gaze, she suddenly recalled a pressing matter. Curiosity piqued. She wondered about the male servant in her sister's courtyard, whom she had heard was assigned to guard the place, but had yet to make an appearance. A sense of mischief stirred within her as she bypassed Winter Chrysanthemum and hurried towards the still embroidering maid, Shanquan. "What are you thinking? The second young lady has arrived, and you still did not rise to greet her?" Winter Chrysanthemum called out urgently. However, Tong Yue interpreted Winter Chrysanthemum's words as a reminder for the maid within. Her expression hardened as she stepped past Shanquan, who had just risen and had not yet had the chance to bow. Tong Yue forcefully pushed open the crimson door and lifted the hanging curtain, stepping boldly inside. What she beheld, however, left her momentarily stunned, halting her subsequent actions. The resonant voice of Lady Tong echoed with authority. "What are you doing? Is this the manner of upbringing you have received? Utterly unacceptable. If outsiders were to witness you in such a state, it would be a disgrace to the Tong family." These words fell heavily upon Tong Yue, who had just barged in, causing her to pause mid-step. Tong Luoyue, seated nearby, quickly interjected, "Grandmother, you may have misunderstood. I believe my sister is in a hurry due to some urgent matter." With a gentle smile, Tong Luoyue regarded the girl dressed in pale purple. She sat upright, embodying the grace and poise of a refined young lady, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she asked, "Is that you, sister?" Yes, you're correct, sister." Tong Yue replied naturally. "I was in a rush to find you, because I have something to discuss." Her response was quick-witted. "You deceitful wretch. Speak the truth. Do you need me to reveal everything before you confess?" Lady Tong, seated in authority, pointed at her angrily. Her words cut sharply, and her eyes widened as she fixed her gaze on Tong Yue, her other granddaughter. Lady Tong could hardly believe that her legitimate granddaughter had been ensnared by her own sister. Initially, her eldest granddaughter had rushed to her with tears, recounting the entire incident, albeit with some skepticism. However, after an experienced maid tested the tea, it was confirmed that her legitimate granddaughter had indeed been drugged. Fortunately, it was discovered in time to avert disaster. Now, seeing Tong Yue rush in so recklessly, bypassing the maid guarding the entrance, Lady Tong wondered what she intended to verify. Lady Tong's eyes widened with realization. There was no need for Tong Yue to say more. The evidence lay plainly before her. It was not a matter of disbelief. Rather, the daughter of a scheming concubine appeared to be extremely malevolent. After Tong Luoyue's mysterious disappearance days prior, Lady Tong had refrained from further speculation. Yet this incident suggested deeper machinations. How could she trust that Tong Yuer was innocent? With a deep breath, Lady Tong glared and commanded, "You wretched girl, kneel before me." Tong Yuer, bewildered by Lady Tong's presence, was momentarily taken aback by the harsh reprimand. As she sensed the uncharacteristic hostility from her grandmother, a vague unease settled in her heart. She glanced at the two individuals seated beside her grandmother. They appeared unharmed, even the servant boy with a disfigured face. Could it be that her sister had spoken ill of her? No. Tong Yuer quickly dismissed the thought. She had done nothing wrong. How could she be treated in such a manner for simply entering hastily? Absurd. She was the pride of the Tong family, renowned outside as a distinguished young lady. If one were to inquire, outsiders would surely deny the existence of another young lady in the Tong household. Why haven't you knelt already? Zhang, go fetch the family punishment. Lady Tong ordered, with an elderly woman beside her echoing the sentiment. Grandmother, why are you doing this? Before Tong Yuer could finish her sentence, Lady Tong's expression darkened further. How dare you speak? Do you still have the audacity to question me? Lady Tong rose in indignation, pointing an accusatory finger. Let me enlighten you. What did you instruct others to do to your sister St? Are you truly unaware? What? Tong Yuer was taken aback, her gaze immediately darting towards Tong Luoyue. Sister, why are you accusing me unjustly? Why would I falsely accuse you? Tong Luoyue replied with a hint of amusement. She had initially suspected that their third aunt had orchestrated the incident, but witnessing her sister rush and confirmed her suspicions. Tong Luoyue chose to ignore her. Meanwhile, outside, Li, a servant, hurried in upon hearing the commotion. Lady, please do not wrongfully accuse the young lady. Li shouted, her voice ringing out loudly, seemingly intent on making sure everyone understood the injustice faced by Tong Yuer. Sitting in her chair, Tong Luoyue observed the frantic woman rushing in to defend her. Amused, she thought, what audacity! How dare she interfere with my grandmother's commands? Tong Luoyue recognized the source of the woman's boldness, yet she found it remarkable. However, she had no obligation to acknowledge her pleas. Turning her head, she noticed a certain someone relishing the unfolding drama. How can you trust just one side of the story and doubt the young lady? Li continued, referring to Tong Yuer, while the other was Tong Luoyue, the legitimate daughter of the Tong family. Where are those men? Why haven't they subdued this woman, who has so shamelessly intruded? Lady Tong shouted, her face flushed with rage. Almost immediately, several strong men appeared, seemingly out of nowhere, surprising both Tong Yuer and Li, who was being restrained. They were astonished. Where had these men come from? They had noticed them earlier in the courtyard. In truth, the men had always been present, but the two girls had simply failed to see them. The several servants summoned by the old Lady Tong had just been interrogating Chunlan in the backyard when they heard someone shouting from the front, prompting their arrival. Their sudden appearance made Tong Yuer and Li Pufu feel as though they had descended from the heavens. Grandmother, please tell me, what have I done wrong? Tong Yuer, struggling against the servants who had seized her, vowed silently to remember each of their faces. She had never been treated in such a manner before. What have I done wrong? The old Lady Tong scoffed, unwilling to waste words on a child born of a concubine. Haven't you heard my command? Bind her and beat her mercilessly. The old matriarch's chest heaved with rage as she glared at Tong Yuer, who stubbornly refused to admit her fault. Tong Luoyue stepped forward, saying, Grandmother, please be careful not to harm your health with such anger. She gently caressed the old lady's chest, attempting to soothe her agitation. For if the old lady truly fell ill, it would be most unfortunate. Meanwhile, in Tong Huan's study, he awaited Li Pufu's return with news, but was instead met by a maidservant beside his beloved daughter. What? You say mother intends to punish Yuero? Why is that? The first to speak was the senior concubine present, glaring fiercely at the maidservant. Indeed, madam. As soon as the young lady entered, the old lady ordered her to be captured, along with Li Pufu. Master and madam must hurry. The young lady may be suffering a beating right now. The anxious maidservant reported. How outrageous! That scoundrel must have said something to my mother. Tong Huan rushed out, intent on confronting Tong Luoyue. Master, wait for me. The senior concubine pursued him closely, while the maid who had rushed in to report quickly assisted the lady as she followed suit. All that remained was the third concubine, who stared wide-eyed at her maid. A sense of foreboding crept into her heart. Fear not, my lady, everything will be fine. They will not discover anything. Reassured Xiaozhu, the third concubine's maid, as they rushed outside. Indeed, it should be fine, the third concubine replied uncertainly, attempting to calm her racing heart upon hearing the news of the second young lady's capture. She turned anxiously and asked, but why was the second young lady captured? Could it be? Her words faltered. She clenched her fists, feeling a chill of sweat trickle down her back. I must see for myself, Xiaozhu. We must hurry. I cannot remain at ease. With that, the third concubine hurried outside, followed closely by her maid. At that moment, in Linkiev, the old lady Tong commanded quickly, fetch something to bind her. Xiaomei and Dongzhu rushed to the storeroom, returning with 2 long benches and handing a wooden strip to each of the 2 servants ready to act. Xiaomei examined the wooden strips, roughly 10 centimeters wide and about 2 feet long, having tested them in the storeroom. She had asked Dongzhu, do you think this will suffice? Will it hurt? Dongzhu picked one up, tested it, and replied, yes, it will do. If held with both hands, it can be wielded firmly. Nodding in agreement, the 2 maidservants prepared for their task. The old lady Tong, supported by an elderly woman and Tong Luoyue, watched as her attendants efficiently bound the rebellious Tong Yuerer and the intervening Li Pufu in the courtyard. Both were tightly restrained on the benches, rendered immobile. With a strong voice, the old lady commanded, strike her hard, so she learns the consequences of her vile actions that tarnish the Tong family's reputation. The servants rolled up their sleeves and brandished the wooden strips, ready to strike. No, old lady, we are innocent. We did not poison the young lady's tea. If punishment must be meted out, let it fall upon us instead. Spare the young lady. Li Pufu cried, tears streaming down her face. Since learning that someone had poisoned the young lady's tea, she felt a mix of joy and concern. Yet, she regretted that such a splendid opportunity might be squandered. She resolved to remain loyal, realizing that the master and mistress would soon arrive, as long as she could delay the servants from striking the young lady. She would surely win their gratitude. Grandmother, I swear it was not me. Perhaps it was my sister who poisoned her tea, intending to frame me. You must consider this carefully. Do not allow them to wrongfully accuse me. Tong Yuer shouted, her mind racing with confusion, but fixating on the notion that her elder sister was the true culprit. Impudent! How dare you speak such nonsense? Why are you all just standing there? Strike her. If she utters another word, I want you to expel both of them from our Tong family immediately. The old lady's fury peaked as she recognized the audacity of the daughter-born of a concubine, refusing to acknowledge her wrongdoing. If she had no guilt, why had she rushed into her elder sister's quarters without a word of explanation? Xiaomei and Dongzhu, the only 2 senior maidservants by Tong Liyue's side, exchanged knowing glances, silently observing the unfortunate fate of the second young lady. They remained silent, though Dongzhu had initially doubted Li Pufu's claims. However, upon entering the storeroom to fetch the benches, Xiaomei had clarified matters for her, firmly stating it was the third concubine. Don't you see? Xiaomei's eyes seemed to convey, are you truly so slow-witted? Yet, Dongzhu pondered why Li Pufu and the second young lady had both rushed in so hastily, fearing that it might unjustly implicate the second young lady. Should we not inform the old lady? She wondered anxiously. What is there to fear? What will we possibly say? This matter is between them. It is not your place to interject. If the second young lady truly had no ulterior motives, she would not be in such a rush to bypass the inquiries of Shanwen. Surely, she harbors some misgivings. Autumn Plum, having discerned the truth long ago, conveyed her thoughts to the maid, who seemed perplexed. Initially, she believed the maid would be outsmarted by Chunlan, ultimately leading to Dongzhu's misfortune. However, to her astonishment, this maid had evidently gained the trust of the young lady, who seemed to believe her without question. Autumn Plum could not fathom this. Yet she recognized that the young lady held great faith in Dongzhu. Regardless of how long this trust might last, it was imperative for her to cultivate a good relationship with Dongzhu. Autumn Plum advised Dongzhu not to speak too much, encouraging them to create a ruckus, as it would ultimately not bring any harm to their young lady. The only ones suffering today would be the instigators. She had just spoken with Chunlan to clarify the uproar, confident that Chunlan, being clever, would not admit to anything but would instead deflect blame onto the second young lady for having someone drug her. Autumn Plum, who usually found it difficult to understand the behavior of the seemingly dull maid, was now engaged in a conversation with her. Isn't this just benefiting your second concubine? Dongzhu immediately discerned Autumn Plum's inner thoughts. What is the purpose of all this talk? How does it concern the second concubine? Autumn Plum shot her a glance, hastily diverting the conversation. I think these 2 chairs will suffice. Hurry and have someone bring them. The old lady is waiting outside. Thus, Dongju refrained from saying another word. At that moment, she did not feel compelled to defend the second young lady. Dongju observed the formidable Limama, a figure of authority in the household, now bound hand and foot, lying on a chair, and secretly felt a sense of satisfaction. Consequently, she was even less inclined to speak. Under the orders of old Lady Tong, 2 burly male servants dealt harshly with the 2 women who were still protesting. As Dongju had described, the wooden board struck down upon them. The moment it fell, the 2 women screamed as if they were being slaughtered, particularly Limama, whose cries were deafening, nearly shattering eardrums. Tong Yuer had lost her earlier bravado, reduced to whimpering in pain. At that moment, the door suddenly burst open, and a figure rushed in. Stop! What are you doing? If you dare to strike Yuer again, it's all you're doing. You are the source of all this chaos. You are utterly lawless. Kneel before me at once. Tong Huyen had finally arrived, drenched in sweat. Upon seeing his precious daughter in tears, his heart tightened with an indescribable anguish. Unable to contain himself, he rushed forward, intending to strike Tong Luoyue. Just as he raised his hand, Tong Yuer, seeing her father, could no longer suppress her grievances and cried out, "Father, save me. I'm going to be beaten to death." The concubine rushed forward from behind, her heart already trembling at the sight of her daughter bound helplessly to the long bench. "My lord, what has happened? If there is an issue, let them strike me instead. Why take it out on my daughter?" The concubine did not immediately demand her daughter's release. Instead, she knelt beside the bench where Tong Yuer lay, wailing loudly. This display only infuriated Tong Huyen further, making him acutely aware of his eldest daughter's treachery. "Come down and kneel before Yuer." Tong Huyen pointed at Tong Luo, reprimanding her loudly. Tong Luoyue smiled faintly, thinking to herself, "In your eyes, only your little daughter matters. Have you ever regarded me as your daughter? You are only concerned about her. Seeing her beaten, you do not care for the truth and reprimand me without hesitation." The old Tong Luoyue was long gone. She had no intention of complying with his demands. Supporting the agitated matriarch, she refused to acknowledge him. "You ungrateful child, it is you who should kneel. Do you know what your precious daughter has done?" Old Lady Tong's voice was no less formidable than that of her son. "Let me tell you, your beloved daughter, who appears virtuous, had her maid slip aphrodisiacs into her elder sister's tea." Old Lady Tong delivered this undeniable truth to Tong Huyen, who had rushed in to rescue his daughter. Before they could fully process this revelation, she continued sternly, "If you still wish to shield her, know that I will bind you as well. Do you believe I cannot? Do not think that just because you have been heir of the Tong family for these past few years, I cannot touch you. If you continue in your folly, you should step aside and let someone else take charge." The weight of her final words was palpable. At that moment, as the 3rd concubine and Tong heir's wife entered the compound, they heard this statement clearly. The 3rd concubine's face turned ashen, and even her maid, Xiaozhu, lowered her head, no longer daring to look around, her eyes fixed on a spot on the ground. It was evident that old Lady Tong was genuinely furious. Realizing this, the true instigators, the 3rd concubine and her maid, displayed visible distress. In stark contrast, however, Tong Er's wife wore a subtle yet elegant smile, observing the chaotic scene unfolding around her. The power brokers of the Tong family gathered in disarray, her smile becoming more pronounced. Yet, she said nothing, as she had only accompanied the flustered 3rd concubine. Tong Huyen, upon witnessing his mother publicly chastising him in front of so many and threatening to strip him of his authority to restore the dignity of the eldest daughter, felt an overwhelming rage. To him, it seemed all this was merely a preposterous play orchestrated by his eldest daughter. Turning to gaze at his beloved 2nd daughter, still tied to the bench, he heard her desperate protest. "Father, no. You must believe me. I did not have anyone drug my elder sister's tea." Tears streaming down her face, Tong Yuer shook her head vigorously, while the concubine sobbed beside her. "Do not worry. Father will naturally believe you. If you say you did not do it, then you did not." Tong Huyen suddenly turned his gaze towards Tong Luoyue, glaring at her. "You wicked child, you surely did this to frame Yuer, did you not? Admit it at once." Accompanied by Tong Huyen's words, he swiftly approached Tong Luoyue. "Are you still pretending to be obedient? Who are you trying to deceive?" Tong Huyen had noticed a change in his eldest daughter during the previous incident. She had dared to refute him and looked at him with defiance, further confirming his suspicions. Tell me, who has instilled such shamelessness in you to wrongfully accuse your sister? Tong Huin's voice was stern, demanding clarity. How could his daughter tarnish the reputation of his beloved offspring? Father, please do not wrongfully accuse me. I have not framed her. She herself has acknowledged it. If you do not believe me, just ask her. Why was she so eager to barge in without the maid's consent? What else could it be for? Enough. What does that prove? The concubine could no longer hold back and stormed in front of Tong Luoyue. So what if she entered your room? What hidden matters require such concealment? Master, you must stand up for our Yuer. You cannot allow your eldest daughter to slander her. The concubine cried out in distress. At that moment, Tong Luoyue finally saw through the facade of the concubine. Today marked the day they revealed their true selves. The concubine refused to acknowledge her daughter's wrongdoing and sought to malign her instead. Tong Luoyue thought this was their usual behavior. She dismissed it, knowing her father would never side with her, and thus had no expectations. Her only solace lay in the affection of her grandmother, which was all she could rely on. Tong Luoyue was taken aback by her grandmother's steadfast defense of her. She had anticipated her grandmother would come to her aid, but never expected such unwavering support. She was also shocked to learn that it was Tong Yuer who had drugged her. As she sat with her grandmother, the first to arrive was her half-sister. Her eyes gleaming as she peered into her room. Did she really need to say anything more? It was clear that everything was orchestrated by her. Tong Luoyue decided to leave the matter in her grandmother's hands, content to observe in silence. The concubine's brazen accusations only served to clarify her position. In this household, without her grandmother's protection, she would be nothing. Now, gazing at the contorted face of the concubine, Tong Luoyue calmly stated, Chime, summon the one who administered the drug, Chunlong. I wish to hear her side of the story and ascertain who is responsible for this. There is no need for further debate among us, is there? Tong Liue's gaze lingered on the third concubine and the primary concubine. The latter, upon hearing this, froze momentarily, then quickly understood the gravity of the situation. Her daughter had crossed the line by barging into Tong Liue's room and had unwittingly exposed herself to scrutiny. As the old matriarch prepared to chastise the concubine for her lack of decorum, she was interrupted by her granddaughter's intervention, deciding to hold her tongue for the time being. Soon, Chunlan was summoned from the back courtyard, accompanied by Chiumei. The changed Chunlan, who had previously eluded Tong Liue's understanding, walked slowly, head bowed, towards the old matriarch. Before any questions could be posed, Chunlan suddenly fell to her knees. Oh, madam, save me. Save you? From what? What have you done? Speak clearly. Has the young lady wronged you? The old matriarch demanded, scrutinizing the blushing maid. Miss Mississippi. Chunlan stammered, wanting to deny any involvement. But the effects of the drug were evident. Recently, she had been coerced into drinking tea laced with the substance, and its effects were now manifesting. Who administered the drug? Speak plainly. Old madam, it was not my choice. I will tell everything. Silence. The concubine interjected, unwilling to hear Chunlan's confession. She had witnessed Chunlan exchanging glances with the third concubine. If you do not speak, I shall see to it that you are sold off. The old matriarch stamped her foot, glaring at the disruptive concubine. She recognized the situation for what it was, a tactic employed by the concubine to protect her daughter. Old madam, it was indeed the second young lady. Chunlan finally confessed. The third concubine, who had been anxiously clutching her chest, finally exhaled, exchanging a knowing glance with her maid, Xiaozhu. Now, what else do you have to say? The old matriarch questioned, her voice commanding. Chapter 47. The conclusion. The old matriarch turned her attention to the concubine and Tong Huan. Mother, this cannot be true. This girl is surely fabricating tales. You cannot believe that Chunlan would implicate herself as the one who administered the drug. Tong Huan felt a surge of indignation, believing Tong Luoyue to be utterly despicable. Her intentions treacherous. How had he failed to see this before? It seemed that Shulan's warnings were indeed accurate, though he had previously overlooked them. Now that he was aware, he would not allow her schemes to succeed. With the culprit's admission now on record, he could not believe Tong Luoyue would still attempt to deny it. Do you truly think I am an unconcerned matriarch, rendered insignificant in your eyes? The old matriarch thundered, her disappointment in her son palpable. Mother, this is absolutely not true. You has no part in this. You must trust me. The concubine protested fiercely, determined to defend her daughter. Given the presence of relatives and the significant figure Jiangkunda, She could not allow this matter to come to light, lest her daughter's reputation be irreparably damaged. When did our household allow a concubine to speak so brazenly? Zhang Pufu, why are you still standing there? Remove her at once. Her clamor is giving me a headache. As Lady Tong spoke, she gently rubbed her brow. The 50-something Zhang maidservant approached the two, pausing slightly at the term concubine as she addressed her. For the honorific of madam had not been sanctioned by the outside world, particularly by Lady Tong. Thus, she remained merely a concubine in essence. The Tong family had always bestowed generous treatment upon the first branch, hoping that such individuals would lead each generation to surpass the previous head of the family. However, could her son truly achieve that? Although Lady Tong refrained from meddling in external matters, she was well aware of the operational circumstances. He might not even be capable of defending the city. Shaking her head, she turned towards the wife of the family's second son, who had come alongside the third concubine. My dear, look at you. At your age, why not speak calmly with your elder brother instead of getting so worked up? Others might think you are being unfilial towards him, Lady Tong remarked. Seeing that the situation was nearing resolution, the second lady stepped forward to support Lady Tong on the other side. Do you think I desire this? Lady Tong replied, shaking her head. Old madam, my Yuer truly did nothing wrong. It was the third concubine who instructed Chunlan to act. Chunlan is the maid the third concubine placed beside the eldest young lady. If you do not believe me, you may inquire with the third concubine. The concubine insisted on seeking justice for her daughter, who had been unjustly punished. When the concubine implicated the third concubine, Lady Tong smiled knowingly. Did she truly not understand? Was her earlier inquiry about the maid in the courtyard not a clue? With a gentle smile, Lady Tong concluded, Yet, what does it matter? The truth is evident. Further discourse is futile. She surveyed the individuals before her, reflecting on the past few years where she had overlooked her son's choice of concubines, who now dared to behave so brazenly within the Tong residence. Perhaps it was time for her to intervene, allowing them to create their own rifts. As the second lady accompanied Lady Tong away, Tong Luoyue turned to face those lingering in her courtyard, their eyes filled with a peculiar animosity that she found amusing. She approached the irritable Tong Huen. Father, do you have something to say? She inquired, her expression remaining sweetly innocent, which earned her a cold snort in return. To Tong Huen, her demeanor appeared utterly insincere. He had long defined her in his mind, and she no longer cared to placate him. Meanwhile, the concubine helped the ailing Tong Yuer to her feet. Be careful, Yuer, she cautioned, leading her to her husband. We must leave. I worry for Yuer and will call for a doctor. With concern in her eyes, the concubine cast a glance at Tong Luoyue before departing the courtyard. Tong Huen issued a few harsh words to Tong Luoyue before taking his leave, leaving only the third concubine and her maid, Xiaozhu, behind. Miss, the third concubine said awkwardly, exchanging forced smiles with Xiaozhu. Tong Luoyue halted her steps. Go ahead. I have no desire to converse with you, she declared, finding their behavior petty. Given that you have resorted to such underhanded tactics, it is clear what your intentions are. I hope you can coexist harmoniously with the concubine going forward. A smile crept on her lips. However, judging by the concubine's demeanor today, do you truly believe she will easily forgive you for the punishment inflicted upon her daughter? Tong Luoyue laughed, observing Mingda and Chunlan exchange glances, seemingly plotting how to approach her in the days to come. The third concubine and Xiaozhu anxiously watched the eldest young lady while casting glances at Chunlan, who was being pressured to retreat. The third concubine considered intervening on her behalf, but Xiaozhu discreetly shook her head. Aunt, it is best to leave her be. Getting too involved may raise suspicions. Exiting the courtyard, the third concubine and Xiaozhu walked along the pebble path. What should we do now? The third concubine fretted, regretting her earlier intentions to win over the concubine, which had backfired. She worried that her husband might also take note. Xiaozhu remained silent, feeling helpless in her position. Aunt, perhaps we should consult the second concubine. She might have a plan. After all, if the concubine intends to retaliate, it won't benefit the second concubine either. She would have to face the consequences alone. The third concubine pondered her maid's suggestion, taking her time before responding. You know the second concubine, and I have never seen eye to eye. For years, my rapport with the concubine has been far superior to hers. We have often spoken favorably of the concubine in front of her husband. Can we truly expect her to protect us now? The third concubine felt uncertain. Do not worry. Although the old lady seems aware of your involvement, she has yet to voice it publicly. She has claimed that it was the second daughter of the Tong family acting out of jealousy towards the eldest young lady. No one will directly accuse you. Only a few know the truth. And if the second concubine wishes to, she can discover it easily. In that case, she might not be so harsh on you and could even devise a strategy to assist you. Xiaozhu's analysis brought clarity to the third concubine, who appeared contemplative. Very well, let's seek her out. In Tong Luiyue's courtyard, Mingda continued to scrutinize the maid, circling her with keen interest. Winter Chrysanthemum stood nearby, eager to assist him at a moment's notice. Several other maids, having caught wind of the situation, gathered to gossip, casting judgmental glances at the maid who had betrayed her mistress. Are you uncomfortable? Mingda leaned closer, his breath warm against her face. As time passed, despite having consumed only a few sips of the drug tea, Chunlan felt an intense heat begin to course through her body, acutely aware of her predicament. At this moment in the courtyard, only the two individuals closest to her were aware of the reason behind her blooming blush, reminiscent of a peach blossom. It was not merely shyness from being exposed, but rather a desperate need to alleviate her discomfort. Dongzhu and Mingda observed the increasingly flushed face of Chunlan with palpable excitement. Beads of sweat had begun to form on her brow. Noticing her state, Mingda calculated the time and decided it was about right. He straightened up from his crouched position and commanded, Dongzhu, take her to my room. What? Dongzhu nearly bit her tongue in disbelief at his words. Shocked, she stared at the foul-smelling man before her. What was he planning? She glared at him. Aren't you supposed to be strong? Can you not even lift this girl? Mingda seemed displeased, urging her, hurry up and carry her to my room. Get on with it. However, Dongzhu was not inclined to obey his orders. Why would she heed such words? Instead, she dashed back to Tong Liyue's study. Before she even crossed the threshold, she shouted, Miss, it's bad. Hee. Chapter 49. Scheming in the room, Dongzhu rushed in, alarmed. Miss, it's terrible. That man wants to take Chunlan to his room. What should we do? What is there to discuss? Just moments ago, Chunlan wronged you, and you've forgotten so quickly? You forgive her so easily? Dongzhu, you are truly too kind-hearted. The speaker was Qiumei, who had entered the study alongside Dongzhu earlier. She regarded the girl with reproach, her tone tinged with sarcasm. Tong Luoyue lifted her gaze and glanced at the usually silent Dongzhu, who today seemed unusually loquacious, as if her mood had brightened because of the incident. Tong Luoyue addressed Dongzhu. This is not your concern, and that is the truth. Upon receiving a glance from her mistress, Dongzhu lowered her head and turned a slightly yellowed page. She spoke softly, but, reminded by the two, she soon grasped the situation. After a couple of indecipherable sounds, she fell silent, unable to accept the actions of that shameless man. As for Chunlan, how could she forgive someone who had attempted to ensnare her? Ultimately, Dongzhu resolved to disregard the matter, especially since her mistress was also unconcerned. What could she say? That would be futile. With this understanding, she bowed to Tong Luoyue, who was seated reading, and left to assist in moving Chunlan. Standing beside Tong Luoyue, Qiumei cautiously glanced at her mistress engrossed in her book, observing how quickly she regained her composure after today's ordeal. Qiumei thought back to the past, when such an occurrence would have left her in tears for a long time. Today, however, she had certainly changed, as Dongzhu had suggested, perhaps since the last time she returned. The incident at Linqiu residence concluded swiftly. The other maids outside continued with their tasks as if nothing had happened. Yet, the most affected were those two who harbored intentions toward Tong Luoyue, the legitimate daughter of the Tong family. Inside Tong Yuer's chamber, she gazed tearfully at her mother. Mother, I cannot allow myself to be schemed against like this. Tong Yuer gritted her teeth, her expression one of indignation. The humiliation she suffered today must be avenged. She had never endured such treatment, especially in front of so many servants. Even if they were absent, she would not permit it, upholding her pride, as her parents had always cherished her. Yet, her grandmother always received her kindness with accusations. She could not comprehend why. Lying on her bed, Tong Yuer vowed never to allow such an incident to occur again. Daughter, do not worry. In just a few days, the Tong family will be ours to command. The concubine's eyes mirrored her daughter's icy fury, filled with resentment. She clenched her teeth, resolute. This was her first time feeling so helpless witnessing her cherished daughter being treated thus. This matter would not go unpunished. She would seek retribution 100-fold for her daughter's sake. Mother, what do you mean? Tong Yuer wiped her tears, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Earlier, when the second wife helped that old crone leave Linshio residence, did she not mention taking her to stay at her residence for a while? Indeed, but it won't be for long. Why do you think I said we would be in charge from now on? Tong Yue reminded her, puzzled. Upon hearing this, Qin Shulan smiled, stroking her daughter's hair with satisfaction. This time, she may go but never return. What? Tong Yue sat up abruptly. Mother, you cannot mean. Though she hesitated to voice her thoughts, she understood her mother's implication all too well, seeing her daughter's innocence. Qin Shulan's lips curled into a cold smile. She spoke slowly. That old crone just threatened to have your father step aside and let someone capable take the helm of the Tong family. Yes, mother, if that were to happen, how could we continue our good life? But the second wife of the Tong family is not a fool. How could she assist you without any benefit to herself? Tong Yue expressed her doubts, eager to clarify the situation. Silly daughter, such matters cannot be left to outsiders. I'm not so naive. Everything is already arranged. For now, focus on recovering from your injuries. You must be well by the day after tomorrow. The concubine spoke, pride evident in her eyes for having raised such a beloved daughter. Over the years, she had indeed provided a proper upbringing, and anyone outside would surely believe her daughter to be the true heiress of the Tong family, excelling in both demeanor and intellect. This had earned her considerable respect among the ladies of noble families. You must ensure she is thoroughly humiliated in front of numerous young nobles, understand? Let her lose face. So much so that your father has no choice but to expel her from our home. Tong Yue's heart brimmed with resentment. She had initially intended to flaunt her success, but instead, she had been outmaneuvered. She could not fathom how that wretched woman had deceived the old lady into thinking she was the one who had drugged her. Mother, we must not let that third concubine escape unscathed. She is the root cause of my suffering today. Tong Yue suddenly recalled the role she had played in this scheme. How could she possibly challenge her mother and me? Chapter 50. Love poem. Dongju stood outside Tong Liyue's room, engaging in a casual conversation with the taciturn Shanwen beside her. Her gaze was fixed intently on a corner room not far from the entrance. Hey, do you think that fellow could really be? Dongju said to Shanwen, gesturing towards the door. After a long wait without any response, Dongju shrugged it off, accustomed to the silence. Shanwen was busy with her work, and Dongju took a small chair beside her. Occasionally, she would pull a candied fruit from her pocket to nibble on, sipping her tea when thirst struck. Dongju's eyes remained glued to that door, brimming with curiosity. How long has it been? I've heard such things don't take much time. She spoke to herself, not expecting an answer from the reticent girl. How do you know so much, Sister Dongju? Shanwen's sudden curiosity made her look up. This. Dongju startled, nearly biting her tongue. I just heard it from others, she stammered, casting a wary glance at the girl who had put her on edge. Shanwen nodded, adhering to propriety. Dongju waited for her to ask where she had heard it, so she could respond that it was from a cook at the kitchen, who loved to gossip. But Shanwen did not pursue the matter further, returning to her embroidery. Disappointed, Dongju turned back to the door, staring intently, her curiosity reaching its peak. Inside, Tong Luoyue glanced at the old books for a moment before setting them down. Miss, are you worried about what the master said before he left? About you attending the poetry gathering at the various estates? The perceptive Chiome offered a cup of tea to Tong Luoyue. Tong Luoyue glanced at the girl, realizing she could almost read her thoughts, which explained her role as both the second mistress's informant and her personal maid. With a soft hum, Tong Luoyue lifted the warm cup and sipped slowly. The master's intentions were easy to discern. His harsh words from earlier, twisting the non-existent into reality, were clearly purposeful. He merely sought to see her humiliated. The poetry gathering? Tong Luoyue frowned. In her past life, she had heard Ling Diqing mention it a few times. Usually after returning from such social events, tipsy and humming a few lines while she attended to him. She had secretly noted these moments, hoping he might share a few lines with her, to please him, but now those thoughts seemed superfluous. Yet, she recalled a few lines, leaning back in her chair with a smile, reminiscing about the pride he exhibited when reciting poetry. Enter my longing door, know my longing pain, long longing, long remembrance, brief longing, endless. This line was often on his lips, and even she, his unpoetic wife, held a deep impression of it, never having forgotten. Suddenly, Tong Luoyue stiffened. Longing? For whom did he long? The realization struck her, causing her to sit up abruptly. How could she have not considered that the object of his yearning must be her, his wife? Who else could torment him with such longing? Yet now, knowing her death was undoubtedly linked to him, it would be foolish to still believe that. Tong Luoyue rose, her eyes burning with rage. After a few steps, unable to contain her fury, she flung the teacup to the ground, ignoring Chiume's astonished gaze. The person he spoke of, his so-called object of longing, could not possibly be her. She was certain of this. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Dongju rushed in upon hearing the commotion. "Miss, what's wrong? Did you burn your hand?" She spotted the shattered teacup at Tong Luoyue's feet as Chiume quickly vanished. Confused, Dongju approached. Chiume picked up the tray and bent down to gather the broken pieces. Dongju joined to assist, while Shanwen hesitated at the door before stepping inside. When Shanwen finally carried the broken teacup away, Tong Luoyue waved her hand dismissively. "It's nothing. You all may leave me to my thoughts." "Miss," Dongju began, but was ushered out by the silent Chiume. "Why did you pull me out? What has happened to the miss? She seems like a different person. Is she angry?" Winter's face was filled with concern as she questioned Chiume, who also looked puzzled but was unsure who to ask. "Hey, what are you doing?" Dongju was irritated that Chiume had not answered her, but returned a vague response instead. She glanced at the closed door, exchanging a look with Shanwen, uncertain about what to do next. "Sister Dongju, let us sit down," Shanwen suggested, tugging at her sleeve. Dongju realized there was little else to do unless the miss chose to speak. "Is anyone there?" A knock resonated from the courtyard. Dongju and Shanwen exchanged glances as a maid emerged from the other room. They observed as she conversed with someone outside the gate. "Madam, how about I ask the miss for you?" "I can't make any other decisions," the girl said. "Ah, very well, then I'll wait here." Not entering to avoid upsetting the miss, the older woman hesitated, contemplating whether to step inside, but ultimately deciding to remain outside. Evidently aware of the earlier incident in the courtyard, the maid approached the study, facing the two guards. "What brings you here?" Dongju questioned sternly. "To answer you, Sister Dongju." The young maid, timid in front of Dongju, quickly bowed. She said that Lord Qin from our estate wishes to invite our miss to play chess. "Chess? What kind of chess is that?" Dongju was puzzled again. At this moment, outside the door, the two maidservants were unable to see what was happening inside. Dongju was particularly cautious. Tong Luoyu lifted her head and inquired, "What is it?" Her tone was frigid. "Miss, it is not my intention to trouble you, but there is an old woman outside who wishes to invite you to play chess with Lord Qin. I thought it best to ask you," Dongju stammered, intimidated by the coldness in her mistress's gaze. Just moments ago, everything had seemed fine. Even when the young lady was secretly harmed, she had not expressed such fury. Now, her eyes were ablaze with anger. Who had provoked her? Dongju found it perplexing, having remained outside the door the entire time. Tong Luoyu dismissed Dongju's explanation. "Chess. What trickery is afoot now?" She furrowed her brows and stood up in exasperation. "Very well, let us go." After taking a few steps, she halted abruptly, turning to face Dongju. "Would you like to accompany me? Last time it was Chiume. This time you shall go." "Miss, really?" Dongju's face lit up with joy, eager for an escape from the monotony and the chance to explore outside. Unlike the other young lady's maidservants, she was not frequently sought after for tasks or errands. Consequently, their outings far surpassed her own. While she could occasionally assist her mistress in fetching clean garments, the paths taken were always through the back courtyard, entirely separate from where the masters resided, leading in opposite directions. The Tong residence was vast, and despite having lived there her entire life, opportunities to explore were rare. "Miss, Lord Qin currently resides in the north courtyard prepared by the master for him. This guest house is the finest in the estate, intended for esteemed visitors. It is said that he's expecting you for a game of chess." Dongju expressed her hopes fervently. "How do you know this?" Tong Luoyu queried. "Did the old woman say so?" Curiosity washed over Tong Luoyu. If that were the case, then the chance of encountering Tong Huin would be slim. After all, he had just departed from here. It seemed rather quick for him to devise a means to retaliate against her. Would it be Lord Qin who sought her out? With no family present? Would she be the subject of gossip again? The thought intensified her annoyance. "Where is that fellow? Go summon him," she commanded, stepping into the courtyard. "Miss, you seem to have forgotten. I just told you he is inside," Dongju reminded her, pointing towards the closed door not far from the courtyard entrance. Just then, as if responding to their conversation, the door slowly creaked open. "Miss, he has come out," Dongju exclaimed nervously, instinctively retreating a step. Tong Luo, you noticed with keen awareness. "Where are you going?" A voice boomed suddenly, startling everyone. The tone of Mingda's voice had shifted, sounding markedly different than usual. The courtyard's occupants were all acutely aware of the change. It lacked the roughness typical of his speech and instead bore a surprising mellifluous quality, despite the scars marring his face. "What has happened to your voice?" Tong Luo Yu inquired as she continued forward. "I'm not telling you," he replied, a glimmer of mystery in his eyes. "Suit yourself. I have no desire to know. You should accompany me," she insisted as she approached him. "Where to?" "Very well. I feel quite well now. So let us go together," Mingda responded, not pressing for more details. After a few steps, he paused and turned back, pointing at the two maidservants with a sudden gesture. "Go and remove that woman from my room. I do not want her there, lest she tarnish my space," he instructed with a grin, indicating his dwelling in the distance. "What have you done to her?" Tong Luo Yu asked, intrigued by his brazen attitude. "She fainted," Mingda replied with a wicked smirk, casting a glance at Dongju, as if to suggest she might be next. Tong Luo Yu continued walking, their paths aligned, and resolved to disregard his words. Meanwhile, Dongju, lagging behind, exchanged nervous glances with her fellow maidservants, who hesitated at the threshold of Mingda's room, unsure of whether to enter. Dongju shivered, uncertain of the events unfolding within, promising herself to inquire further upon her return. She hastily caught up with her mistress. Even as they traversed the enchanting gardens of the north courtyard, adorned with intricately carved corridors and exquisite pavilions, Dongju felt little excitement. The presence of the other servant reminded her of the earlier incident involving Mingda, fostering a lingering fear of his potential intentions towards her. In a daze, Dongju stumbled along, while Tong Luo Yu and Mingda appeared oblivious to her distress, following the leading maidservant toward Lord Qin's residence. Upon reaching the door, the maidservant turned to Tong Luo Yu and bowed respectfully. "Miss, allow me to inform the lord first," the elder woman said courteously. Tong Luo Yu mused, comparing this maidservant to Li, wondering which was superior. "Very well, go ahead. I shall wait here." Soon, the elder woman knocked, and almost immediately, a response came from within. Tong Luo Yu entered, bringing her two companions along, despite the elder maid's attempt to keep them outside. Tong Luo Yu was determined not to deny them this opportunity. Tong Huin's cunning nature would undoubtedly seize upon any minor fault, and she anticipated he would soon learn of her presence and rush to Lord Qin's side. As she entered, the room was as lavishly adorned as Tong Huin's study, filled with numerous books and carefully chosen decorative items. "Lord Qin," Tong Luo Yu greeted, bowing respectfully. The esteemed Qin Chu, seated at the table, regarded the Tong family's eldest daughter with a steady gaze. Upon noticing the tome in her maid's hands, his eyes momentarily sparkled, only to dim soon after. "Would you care to engage in another game of chess?" Lord Qin invited, gesturing for her to take a seat, his demeanor leaving no room for refusal as he settled at the already prepared chessboard. Tong Luoyue sat opposite the esteemed Lord Qin, flanked by her two companions. Several times, the attendant Ming contemplated finding a seat, but under her cold gaze, he was compelled to abandon the idea. During every pause, as it was her turn to play, the Lord Qin would intentionally or unintentionally scrutinize both her and Mingda before returning his attention to the chessboard. Though she could feign indifference, the frequent glances he cast upon them inevitably made her uneasy. In retrospect, she regretted bringing him along, initially hoping to avoid an unexpected confrontation with Tong Huan, and instead engage the Lord Qin in conversation. Naturally, Tong Huan would neither dare nor wish to speak ill of someone he regarded as a deity. The consequence was that Tong Huan would redirect his ire towards her. Regardless of her attempts to deflect his attention, he would find a way to involve her, and she could only hope that he wouldn't discover their whereabouts too swiftly. As Tong Luoyue's piece clicked onto the board, she realized she was executing a familiar strategy she often practiced, one she had not anticipated. Therefore, she found it far from difficult. Upon her move, the Lord Qin's eyes narrowed slightly, as if affirming something. "Well, that was a commendable rescue move, was it not?" remarked Minde, unable to suppress his urge to tease the proud figure before him, who now furrowed his brow. "Indeed, Miss Tong, today's match has shown considerable improvement compared to our last encounter." The Lord Qin, seated directly across from her, grasped the corner of his sleeve to prevent it from interfering with the chess pieces. After placing a piece on the board, he lifted his gaze towards her. Tong Luoyue noted that there were already over 30 black pieces on the board, far exceeding her expectations. It seemed her recent practice with the underworld's clerk had not been in vain. Clearly, the Lord Sheen had also sensed something amiss. However, upon entering, she had returned the chess manual he lent her, expressing her gratitude and assuring him that she had learned much from it. She now mentioned that her success today was largely due to his borrowed manual, though she wondered if he would believe her. Did you truly acquire such refined skills from the manual I lent you? I find that hard to believe, the Lord Sheen inquired, fanning himself, his gaze fixed intently on her. In the midst of contemplating her next move, Tong Luoyue looked up, perplexed. I have not spoken falsely, she replied. Minde, standing beside her, smirked but refrained from interjecting, curious to see how the Lord Sheen would pursue his objective. My turn now, she stated, placing another black piece. As she looked up to meet the Lord Sheen's unwavering gaze, he glanced at the board and shrugged, seemingly regretful. I concede defeat. His unexpected admission startled Tong Luoyue, interrupting her thoughts about her next move. Even her companion Dong Ju stared at her in disbelief, unable to fathom how her lady had so effortlessly triumphed over a learned man residing in the Tong household, a feat that was notoriously challenging even for her father and sister. Yet, here was her lady achieving it with such ease. Was it possible that she possessed a natural talent in this regard? Dong Ju's face radiated joy, her smile growing more pronounced with each affirmation from the Lord Sheen. Outside, Tong Huan, who had hurried back from Tong Liyue's courtyard to his study, was alarmed to learn of the elder lady's intentions to find a replacement for him in the family. He had rushed to his study, dismissing his beloved daughter from his thoughts, and began rummaging through the accounts he kept locked away. Just as he was deep in thought about amendments to those accounts, a servant rushed in to inform him of a grave matter. Sir, a serious situation has arisen. I just saw the Lady S attendant heading to the residence of the esteemed Lord Sheen. What lady? If I hear such nonsense again, beware of my wrath. The Tong family has no such daughter. Tong Huan snapped, momentarily forgetting the earlier matter regarding his cherished daughter. Please, sir, calm down. It seems that the attendant was sent on the Lord Sheen's orders, the servant explained. Sent for what purpose? Tong Huan's brows furrowed. To invite the young lady to play chess with Lord Sheen, the servant replied. What? How could this be? Was it truly Lord Sheen himself who sent for her? Tong Huan demanded, incredulous. Indeed, sir, the servant replied, fully aware of the master's confusion. When did this happen, and where is that old woman now? Tong Huan pressed. At this hour, if she was invited, she has likely already arrived at Lord Sheen's residence. What? This cannot stand. Who permitted that disgrace to go there uninvited? Does she not understand the Lord's esteemed position? In Yongling City, even the most respected families must extend multiple invitations to secure his presence. How dare she go there brazenly? Come, we must go at once. Tong Huan shouted, rushing outside and kicking aside any obstacles in his path. Upon reaching Lord Sheen's door, he was taken aback to hear the learned man admitting defeat to his daughter. Tong Huan nearly stumbled, his jaw dropping in disbelief, for this was utterly inconceivable. Surely, the Lord Sheen must have been mistaken. Frantically, he knocked on the door. Soon, he received permission to enter, and he pushed the door open, stepping inside. What Tong Luoyue beheld was her father, drenched in sweat, rushing in with a palpable urgency. How delightful it would be if he were a father who cherished her deeply. A smile curved her lips as she shook her head, realizing her initial thoughts were indeed correct. This father was adamant about ensuring she suffered no hardships, that his daughter lived comfortably. Greetings, Lord Sheen, Tong Huan exclaimed upon entering, momentarily remembering to salute the esteemed gentleman before quickly proceeding. What is the matter? Why have you summoned my daughter? Is there some pressing issue you wish to discuss? Please, feel free to confide in me. I shall certainly advocate for you and reprimand this ungrateful child for her lack of deference. Tong Huan rushed forward, poised to strike his daughter's face, but soon recollected the presence of Lord Sheen. How could he chastise his daughter in front of such a distinguished figure? Would he not be ridiculed for failing to discipline her? Clenching his fists, he reluctantly lowered his hand. Meanwhile, Mingda, standing beside Tong Luoyue, observed the internal struggle of Tong Huan with keen interest, his head bowed, a slight smirk on his lips. Master Tong, you are mistaken. Today, it was indeed your daughter who triumphed in our game, Lord Sheen declared, gesturing to the chessboard where their recent match remained untouched, pieces scattered across it. Surely, you must see. What? This cannot be true, Lord Sheen. You must be mistaken, Tong Huan protested, his disbelief palpable. He could hardly fathom that his daughter could best the esteemed Lord Qin and go. Just days prior, he had been thoroughly impressed by Lord Qin's exceptional skill during their own match in the study. How could it be that his daughter, who had suffered a crushing defeat back then, could now emerge victorious? Lowering his gaze to the board, Tong Huan approached his daughter's side, and upon a mere glance, he was taken aback. Indeed, as Lord Qin had said, the intricacies of their game, from the initial moves to the subsequent captures, were executed with astounding finesse, surpassing his expectations. Yet, a troubling thought crossed his mind. Could they have mistakenly switched places? Such a notion he dared not voice, for it would imply that Lord Qin was somewhat lacking in discernment. No, that simply could not be the case. But if Lord Qin has not erred, a man of your caliber would hardly concede defeat lightly. Therefore, the only conclusion is that my daughter, whom I have long deemed devoid of talent, has indeed bested you in this match. But how could that possibly be? Convincing Tong Huan of his daughter's capability to win seemed a more formidable task than slaying him. My lord, what is the explanation for this? With your intellect, it is impossible that you could be bested in Yangling City. What could have led to this? Please share your thoughts. I shall promptly discipline this ungrateful child for her blatant disrespect towards your esteemed abilities. Tong Huan spoke with indignation, gesturing toward his daughter as he addressed the man before him. Meanwhile, Tong Luoyue, hearing her father's disparagement, felt a mix of emotions. Whether to feel elated or disheartened was unclear. The opportunity she had gained through her rebirth, borrowed from her daughter's existence, had been utterly squandered by his repeated belittlement. Perhaps it was for the best, she mused. Yet, she found herself perplexed, for the strategies on the board were derived from a Go manual she had studied, obtained from her mother's collection through her grandmother. Was Lord Qin's unreserved praise in her father's presence a boon or a bane? Lord Qin, with a slight smile, replied sincerely, Master Tong, I believe you have misjudged your daughter. She has indeed defeated me. My words are not exaggerated. Your daughter possesses remarkable talent. Tong Luoyue, observing the exchange, frowned slightly and interjected, Father, it was indeed thanks to the manual the Lord lent me last time. Do you recall? It contained numerous techniques and strategies that enabled me to learn swiftly and secure this victory. Should you not feel proud of me, Father? She swiftly interrupted Lord Qin, who was about to continue. What? Such exquisite techniques exist within that manual? Tong Huan, upon hearing his daughter's words, was instantly convinced. How else could he explain her triumph over such a distinguished scholar? His admiration for the manual grew tenfold, and he contemplated how to borrow it for his own study. Just as Tong Huan was formulating a plan to request the manual from his daughter, she dismissed Lord Qin's gaze and continued, Father, I have already returned that manual to the Lord just moments ago. What? You ungrateful daughter. The latter part of Tong Huan's retort was swallowed, but he glared at her, following her gaze to see the book resting on the nearby desk, his beard quivering with frustration. Despite his grievances, the reality remained unchanged. Unless he concocted a suitable excuse to borrow it from Lord Qin, he was uncertain if permission would be granted. Lord Qin, now that I have played as you requested, may I return home? Tong Luoyue inquired, eager to leave, as her purpose for being there had been fulfilled. Seeing her urgency, Qin Chu glanced at her and nodded slightly. He remarked, Very well, Miss, I look forward to our next opportunity for intellectual sparring. Today's chess match requires thorough contemplation, and I wish to explore if there exists a method to unravel the complexities of the game. Qin Chu, the courteous Lord Qin, did not forget to express his sentiments. Upon hearing this, Tong Luoyue could not help but roll her eyes. It seemed this person's intention was to exacerbate the discord between herself and her father. Tong Luoyue reflected on the conversation she had just had with Tong Huan, realizing how her father felt about her. Yet why did he persist in provoking her father further? What rationale could there be for such behavior when they were scarcely acquainted, having met only a few times? You should express your gratitude to the Lord and leave quickly. Tong Huan exclaimed, unable to contain his ire at the way the Lord elevated his daughter's status. He was tempted to slap her for her insolence. Had it not been for the book lent by Lord Qin, she would not have triumphed over him. It irked him greatly that she remained there, feigning innocence. He wished for her to depart, so he could discuss with the Lord the possibility of borrowing that remarkable chess manual or consulting it for his other daughter. Mingda observed the stout visage of the man before him, who, despite his corpulence, attempted to maintain an air of superiority, seemingly demanding respect from all. The contradiction lay in his need to appease a scholar of high standing in the current dynasty, which was indeed a challenge for someone accustomed to being in charge. On their way back, Dongju kept her distance from Mingda, prompting Tong Luoyue to say, "Dongju, you may return first." "But miss, how could I leave you here to make your way back alone?" Dongju fretted, concerned that her eagerness to depart was too conspicuous. She cast a worried glance at her mistress. "I am instructing you to leave. There is no need for a maid to contradict her mistress. Are you truly worried that your mistress might encounter trouble in her own garden?" Mingda called out, waving her off. Dongju wore a troubled expression, thinking to herself, "What she is worried about is you. She does not wish to leave her mistress here while she returns." "Miss, I'm not Bai Xiao, capable of abandoning you and returning home with a clear conscience. I must stay here to accompany you," she insisted. "Oh," Tong Luoyue replied softly, lowering her head. She realized this was the first time she had learned of her original self's death and its connection to Bai Xiao. Perhaps she had underestimated this maid. "Where's Bai Xiao now?" Tong Luoyue asked casually as they walked. "Bai Xiao was taken to the courtyard by the concubine. I hear she has recovered from her injuries. But now she is merely a lowly maid responsible for cleaning," Dongju replied with a smile, sharing the gossip she had overheard while fetching food from the kitchen. Tong Luoyue nodded, smiling as she continued on her way, deciding not to pursue the matter further. Yet Mingda interjected, "Keep your distance. I have matters to discuss with your mistress." Dongju shot him a fierce look, emboldened by his words, and clenched her fists in seat, contemplating. What does he mean by saying he has something to discuss with my mistress? If others overheard, wouldn't that bring trouble? Stubbornly, she remained close to Tong Luoyue. After observing the scene, Tong Luoyue realized she would have to wait until they reached her courtyard to inquire about the meaning behind Mingda's words regarding Lord Qin. Upon returning to Lin Xiu residence, they were greeted by Chiu Mei and several other maids, after which Tong Luoyue entered the study. "What news of Chunlan?" she inquired of Chiu Mei, who had been attending to her in the courtyard. Chiu Mei glanced at the stranger, then at Dongju, whose eyes widened at the inquiry. "She is not yet awakened," Chiu Mei replied, casting her gaze downward. "Still not awake? How alarming," Mingda remarked, visibly amused as he chuckled. Tong Luoyue frowned and dismissed the maids. Turning to Mingda, she asked, "What have you done to her? Please don't tell me you've harmed her." "What? You don't believe me? Why would you doubt me?" Mingda ritorti, displaying unusual irritation. Tong Luoyue contemplated that whether she believed him or not was inconsequential. "Let us set that aside. Why did Lord Qin act in such a manner? Did you not notice? He is here for your mother's book. Today, you played chess using the manual from your mother and won against him, which only confirms my suspicions. When you returned and recounted his actions, I began to suspect him, and today's encounter solidified my doubts." Mingda remarked scornfully, clearly displeased with the man's underhanded tactics, yet acknowledging their inevitability. "Yes, I noticed that when I entered." He fixated on the book in Dongju's hands. "But how did he know? My father remains oblivious. If he were aware, he would not let such a valuable asset go unutilized." Mingda remained silent, as he had arrived with her and found it difficult to respond. "However, you need not worry. His demeanor today indicates he is unlikely to inform your father about your mother's book anytime soon. Just observe how he behaved when you claimed your victory was solely due to the manual he lent you. He did not expose you then, did he? I suspect he wants to borrow that book from me." Today, his actions clearly aimed to arouse Tong Huin's suspicion towards me, drawing his attention to me within this household. Even without this incident, considering Tong Yu being punished in my courtyard, would he have spared me or thought any better of me? Tong Luoyue scoffed from her seat at the writing desk. "That is utterly impossible." She did not need to ponder this further. Her time in this household had been brief, yet she had already discerned Tong Huin's true character. As Tong Luoyue wrestled with the enigmatic Lord Qin, her third aunt had just emerged from the second aunt's courtyard. "Aunt, is what the second aunt mentioned truly as simple as that?" Xiao Zhu, the maid of the third aunt, asked with a hint of worry. "I am well aware that the situation is not as simple as it seems. Perhaps I am destined to be ensnared by her once more. Yet presently, what recourse do we have? Just moments ago in the young lady's courtyard, did you not notice how she scrutinized us? This secondary wife, whom I have consistently supported, has seldom allowed me to voice a word in opposition. This approach has granted us several years of tranquil existence. However, given the events of today, particularly concerning her dearest daughter, do you think she will easily let us off the hook? If she cannot derive benefit from the young lady, She will undoubtedly seek to trouble me instead. At this moment, the third concubine and her maid were traversing a secluded path leading back to their quarters. The third concubine finally voiced the pent-up frustration she had been harboring. What could this secondary wife possibly be seeking? The maid, Xiaozhu, chimed in agreement. The two figures soon vanished around the corner of the path, leaving no trace behind. In the main courtyard to the east, the matriarch, Lady Tong, set down her porcelain teacup after taking a sip. Are you suggesting that I should stay with you? She inquired. Indeed, mother. Although I have been residing here and remaining uninvolved, I observe that the affairs of this household are far from few. You witnessed the commotion earlier. It is quite distressing. If you were to become unwell from such anger, what would become of us? Lady Tong slowly articulated her thoughts, her maid, Xiao Tong, standing beside her. You're correct. My age does render me less capable of managing numerous matters. However, I cannot simply depart. I do not know what chaos might ensue in my absence. Moreover, I still have those two unruly little ones residing here. Lady Tong gestured toward her grandchildren, Tong Tianwei and Tong Manqing, who were diligently practicing their calligraphy at her command. Lady Tong gently covered her mouth with her handkerchief, a smile playing at the corners of her lips, for she knew this was not a formidable task for her. Mother, why not take them along? It would spare them the discomfort of being cooped up here. Lady Tong suggested, glancing at the two children who were sitting upright. Their ears perked as they tried to suppress their smiles, fearful that their grandmother might detect their mischief. That will not do. We must keep them in line. If we were to take them out for a stroll, they would revert to their wild ways after just a few days. That is unacceptable. Upon hearing this, Lady Tong shook her head vehemently, her expression stern as she glared at the two mischievous children. Yet Lady Tong, understanding her mother-in-law's intentions, quickly devised another plan. How about we send them to the eldest lady, since the eldest lady has recovered well from her recent scare? Allowing them to stay together would foster a better sibling bond. I believe this is a splendid idea. Send them to their sister? Lady Tong pondered this suggestion. After a moment of contemplation, she tapped her fingers against the table, weighing the proposal. Finally, she nodded. Yes, I find this idea quite agreeable. Though I worry that Yuer may not be able to manage them, it could instill a greater respect for their elder sisters. It would prevent them from being overly attached to the concubine and forgetting who their true sisters are. Lady Tong expressed her approval of this suggestion. Nearby, the two children, seated at the table, exchanged glances of dismay upon hearing their grandmother's words. Tong Tianwei looked towards his sister, Tong Manqing, blinking at her, only to receive a playful kick onto the table. She smiled mischievously at him in response. Tong Tianwei was curious to ask if his sister had thought of a clever plan. Come here, you two, Lady Tong suddenly called, pointing at the two children. Tong Tianwei had no choice but to lower his head, suppressing his curiosity. Grandmother, what do you require of us? We are quite busy, and we have yet to complete the characters you assigned to us yesterday morning, Tong Manqing replied, her voice bright as she turned her head to another direction. Tong Tianwei nodded vigorously in agreement, his expression one of earnestness. Indeed, sister is correct. We are very busy, and we have only practiced half of the characters. Enough chatter. Silence. If you continue speaking to me in such a tone, I shall tear your mouths apart. Lady Tong scolded, displeased by their insolence. Observing their behavior, she noted they had clearly been influenced by that secondary wife. You must focus on your practice. Why are you so slow? She admonished. Seeing that her reprimand had taken effect, the two children bowed their heads in compliance. Sighing, she continued, well, enough of this. Hurry and go with Zhang to tidy up. I will have her send you to your sister shortly. Did you hear me? Get moving. Noticing the children's reluctance, Lady Tong's expression hardened once more, and she reprimanded them sharply. Zhang, the maid attending to the household, stepped forward, ready to guide the two children to their quarters. Don't touch me. We can walk by ourselves. Tong Tianwei exclaimed, playfully pushing her hand away and laughing as he turned to chat with his sister. Zhang merely followed behind them, keeping pace. Lady Tong watched them retreat with a sense of resignation. This is for the best. Let them acclimatize to their sister for a few days. I shall reassess whether to stay with you for a while. That sounds good. Mother knows best. The children here have been looking forward to your visit. Lady Tong remarked, pleased. Lady Tong mused. It is indeed far better to have a matriarch at home. Her thoughts then drifted to the troublesome secondary wife and her son, Tong Huan, who, disregarding his legitimate daughter, had been easily swayed by the secondary wife and her illegitimate child. Lady Tong smiled graciously, her eyes filled with warmth, and she lingered a while longer, engaging in pleasant conversation with Lady Tong before taking her leave. In a small room connected to the main courtyard, Tong Manqing raised her chin, exuding an air of arrogance as she commanded Zhang, the maid, "All right, we are nearly finished. You may leave now. We have matters to discuss." Her brother clutched her arm tightly, stifling laughter as he exchanged mischievous glances with her. Zhang was accustomed to their antics and paid them little mind, quickly assessing what remained to be packed. Once Zhang departed, Tong Tianwei could no longer contain his excitement and eagerly asked his sister, "Sister, have you devised a strategy to escape grandmother's control?" Tong Tianwei wore a cunning smile as he clung tightly to Tong Manqing. "Of course. This is a splendid opportunity for us. You must listen carefully, behave yourself over the next few days, and do not let grandmother catch us off guard. Do you understand?" Tong Manqing gave her younger brother a firm tap on the head. All right. Now tell me what is going on," Tong Tianwei inquired with curiosity. "I was initially considering staying at Aunt's for a while, to play with the younger ones in her household. Were you also thinking of going there?" Upon seeing Tong Tianwei nod, Tong Manqing smiled again, waving her hand as she continued. "However, this is not the best way to completely evade grandmother. What do you think is the best method to elude her? It is to stay at home, behaving well under her watchful eye, so she cannot find fault with us, and thus she won't scrutinize us so closely. Therefore, for the next few days, we must remain at home, appearing utterly obedient. Once that old grandmother, who has been keeping a close watch on me, departs," Tong Manqing raised her eyebrows, "then we can freely play at home without anyone to restrain us. It is indeed a splendid plan." After hearing his sister's words, Tong Tianwei squinted his eyes, nodded vigorously, and broke into a continuous smile, his bright eyes sparkling with anticipation as if envisioning the delightful days awaiting them. "As for going to her place, why should we worry? She couldn't overpower us before, nor could she scold us effectively. We have always held the reins. When the time comes, we can do as we please, don't you agree?" The more Tong Manqing and her brother discussed, the more pleased they became. As they reached a conclusion, she could no longer contain her delight, tilting her head with her hair styled in twin buns, bursting into raucous laughter. Even Tong Lao Furin, outside, heard their laughter and couldn't help but frown. She turned to Zhang Pufu, who was attending to her, and asked, "Do you think sending these two youngsters to Yuetao's is a good idea or not?" Hearing their unrestrained laughter only heightened her unease. "Old madam, do not worry. Following the second madam's advice and staying at her place for a while would be beneficial. Your continual presence in this household has stirred so much trouble that you cannot even sleep soundly. Why put yourself through this? Indeed, I initially wished to cast aside these trivial matters, yet they incessantly disrupt my peace, scheming over trivialities, thinking I remain oblivious. Now that I have aged, though not as sprightly as before, I must speak up for the sake of the vast family business our Tong family has upheld for generations. Let's observe how things unfold." Tong Lao Furin spoke at length, her fatigue evident, ultimately sighing. Zhang Pufu approached her, standing behind and gently massaging her shoulders to ease her tension. After a moment, as if her efforts bore fruit, Tong Lao Furin opened her eyes again. "You go and take them there. Speak kindly to Luo Yu. I fear she might refuse, but she seems somewhat different lately. I wish to see if she has truly changed and can do things that would please me." "I see, old madam. It seems you are most concerned about the eldest young lady," Zhang Pufu remarked. Tong Lao Furin, hearing such words from someone she had known for many years, smiled and shook her head. "However, you are mistaken. It is not that I am particularly concerned for that girl. It is simply that her gentle nature makes her easily manipulated. As long as they are determined, she stands no chance against them. Just now, she appeared to come to me to complain, but in truth, she was leading me to confront the one who drugged her. Would you not agree?" As Tong Lao Furin spoke, she felt a sense of satisfaction. It seemed the girl had made some progress, learning to utilize her strength to counteract those who sought to deceive her. The old lady's keen eyes see through everything. When the eldest young lady first arrived, I noticed her tear-stained eyes, which worried me. Yet I did not immediately recognize the scent of mint on her. Zhang Pufu chuckled in agreement. If it weren't for this old woman's keen senses, I might have missed it." Though she cried bitterly, it was not genuine sorrow. Rather, she seemed to be eagerly anticipating something. I sensed something was amiss and followed her words, eventually visiting her courtyard. That is indeed preferable to those two youngsters, who, even when sold, would assist others in counting their money. Tong Lao Furin remarked. After sipping her tea, she shifted the conversation, holding her cup and stating, "This tea with red dates and longan is becoming more agreeable to me. It is sweet with a hint of flavor, and a few sips can truly soothe one's spirit. I find it remarkable that the method used by the eldest young lady to nourish her body is also effective for me." Zhang Pufu smiled while continuing to knead Tong Lao Furin's shoulders. Hearing this, Tong Lao Furin glanced at the elderly woman who had been by her side for much of her life, nodding in acknowledgement. "This is indeed a good remedy. It yields results for anyone. I was simply drawn to the vibrant fruits in this teacup and their delightful aroma, prompting me to sample it, and to my surprise, it proved delightful. Though I'm still an old woman, I feel much better than I did at this time last year." Yet, Tong Lao Furin sighed once more, seemingly lamenting the passage of years that she could not control. Zhang Pufu, while massaging her shoulders, noticed two small figures emerging from behind the curtain, their little heads bobbing as they approached. "Have you both finished your preparations?" Tong Lao Furin inquired sternly from her seated position. After a lengthy pause, the two youngsters remained silent, prompting her disapproval of their mischievous demeanor. "Yes, we are ready," came the reply from a maid who was helping them carry their bundles. Tong Lao Furin softened slightly, nodding. "Once you arrive at your elder sister's, should I find out you have been naughty again, beware of your heads, do you understand?" Tong Lao Furin admonished the two youngsters. Hee hee, came their playful laughter in response. Tong Lao Furin, exasperated, shot them a glare before turning to Zhang Pufu. "Go, take these two to Yuer." Zhang Pufu complied and exited. At this moment, in Linkiev, Tong Luoyue was organizing the books she had brought back from her grandmother, which had been left to her by her mother. She had just begun to carefully examine these precious volumes today, having previously only searched for one chess manual among them. These books encompassed a wealth of knowledge across various fields, each one invaluable. As Tong Luoyue meticulously arranged the volumes, preparing to lock them away, she was interrupted by the raucous voices outside, calling out in chaos. "Ah, you ugly creature, what are you still doing here? I have heard about you, and seeing you today confirms it. You are the ugliest creature in the Dezhou kingdom." A sweet yet piercing voice echoed from the courtyard, accompanied by the sound of laughter. Tong Luoyue furrowed her brow upon hearing the familiar voice outside. It belonged to one of her mischievous younger siblings, Tong Tianwei, who was outside shouting. The two younger ones exclaimed in panic, "What are you doing? Are you coming to catch us and hit us?" Tong Tianwei's voice was filled with disbelief and fear. But soon, Mingda did not allow him much time to ponder and rushed towards them without a word. "How dare you? How could a disrespectful servant like you be in my sister's room? Get out of my sister's courtyard." Tong Manqing, with her hands on her hips, confronted the servant who tried to capture her brother. "Sister, save me. I've been caught. Ouch, that hurts. You dare to hit me? Are you asking for death?" Eventually, Tong Tianwei seemed to be in too much pain to speak, likely having been struck. "You, let go of my brother. Do you hear me?" Tong Manqing noticed that the servant was grinning slyly, seemingly unconcerned. In a fit of anger, she seized a broom from a maid and charged at him. When Tong Luoyue emerged, she was met with the chaotic scene of the two younger ones yelling at Mingda. "What on earth is happening?" She feigned curiosity. "Miss, it's these two little troublemakers. They said they want to live in our courtyard from now on," replied Dongju, who was usually chatty, in a hurry. "Move in?" Tong Luoyue raised an eyebrow, glancing at the two servants who had entered with the rascals, desperately trying to persuade them. They were laden with bags, clearly intending to settle in. Tong Luoyue sighed and furrowed her brow, wondering what was going on. Lately, she had noticed an influx of people in her courtyard, with one group leaving and another arriving, and now it seemed they intended to stay. She was perplexed by her grandmother's motives for sending these troublemakers her way. "Fine. If you wish to cause a ruckus, I assume you would rather not stay, so be quick and leave. The door is right there. And I want to see you off," she said, pointing to the courtyard's entrance. Tong Manqing, armed with the broom, felt deflated as her sister suddenly lost her momentum. The youngest, Tong Tianwei, appeared bewildered, uncertain of their next move. "If you've caused enough trouble, then leave," Tong Luoyue stated, unwilling to engage further with them. As she turned to go inside, she reminded herself that she was not the original owner of this body. Had the two been more amiable, she might have cared for them, but given their antics. Upon seeing Tong Luoyue glance at them, Tong Tian Wei simply walked inside without uttering a word, feeling lost and unsure what to do next. This was not how they had envisioned their visit. He wondered why she wasn't welcoming them as they had anticipated. Whatever, let her be. We're not leaving. Is that even possible? Tong Manqing shouted at the maids watching them. This is what grandmother ordered. We want to leave unless she finds us another place to stay, she declared proudly, raising her chin. After adjusting her little chin, she immediately began commanding her brother and the maids in the courtyard. You, and you, hurry up and help me and my brother find a good bedroom. We are here to rest. Tong Manqing laughed heartily, treating the maids as her subordinates who were obliged to obey her. She tossed aside the broom she had been holding. In her moment of triumph, she looked towards the closed study door, seemingly determined to stay and annoy someone. Xiao Mei and Dong Zhu, having realized that despite their mistress's insistence that the two little troublemakers leave, they were unlikely to budge, began to consider where they could accommodate them. Xiao Mei thought for a moment before heading towards the side room next to the main house where the mistress resided, and began tidying up. The once vacant rooms in the courtyard were now fully occupied. Inside, Tong Luo Yu flipped through a book while listening to the ruckus outside. The voices were sharp yet not unbearable, filled with provocation. She contemplated how her future days would be disrupted by these two. Meanwhile outside, Mingda observed the two young ones frolicking inside, ignoring him, which only fueled his frustration. Feeling stifled, he retreated to his small room by the courtyard door. Junlang, hearing the commotion outside, found herself alone in the room, as Xiao Mei and Dong Zhu were busy preparing for the little troublemakers. Ever since she had been punished, no one dared to assign her any tasks, fearing she might cause trouble. Although her mistress had not yet formally dismissed her, the two senior maids and the other servants no longer regarded her as the esteemed maid of the mistress. Lying on her bed, Chunlan reflected on how today her third aunt had come without a word of concern for her, hoping that the promises made would be fulfilled and not be in vain after her punishment. She realized that working in this courtyard would be increasingly difficult. Yet what could she do? A maid's life was not worth much. Moreover, the most pressing concern lingered in her mind, having entered that man's room. She had lost consciousness without realizing it, effectively ruining her reputation. A woman's honor was paramount, and now she had nothing left. Today made it clear to her that relying on her third aunt was futile. She was incapable of safeguarding herself, let alone protect Chunlan. As she lay in bed, gazing at the teapot on the distant table, she contemplated getting up to pour herself a cup of water. However, the slightest movement sent a sharp pain through her, reminiscent of fire searing her skin. Deciding against it, she continued to ponder. Chunlan resolved to seek a reliable master, apart from her third aunt. But whom could she turn to? Her actions had already led to accusations of poisoning the mistress's tea, a charge she would vehemently deny, but which had now irrevocably severed her ties with the main wife. The main wife would surely seek a reason to punish her. Despite her considerations, she realized that preserving her own life was paramount. In that small room, Chunlan contemplated her future. Chapter 62. The following day at the break of dawn. Before the sun had fully risen, the courtyard was already alive with commotion, despite the maids, even those tasked with cleaning, still being nestled in their warm beds. The sounds were sharp and playful, resembling a raucous gathering of children at play. In the stillness of the early morning, before the light had fully graced the day, the clamor was particularly piercing. The maids and caretakers begrudgingly emerged from their cozy blankets, grumbling about the audacity of the two little rascals who had begun their antics at such an ungodly hour. One of the matronly figures, frowning and rubbing her temples, seemed to suffer from a headache as she rose, donned her trousers, and shuffled to the window. Peeking through the curtains, she noticed it was still quite dark outside, but the two side rooms adjacent to the young miss were already illuminated, undoubtedly the source of the uproar. It was baffling how the young miss could still be asleep amidst such noise. Surely the two children were tormenting her. Shanwen, you ought to rise now, lest the miss calls for you. Did you hear that? The matron called out to the slumbering maid. After a considerable delay, a slight movement was observed beneath the covers. Accompanied by a soft gradually, the covers shifted, revealing a head of unbound hair as she sat up, her locks cascading gracefully around her shoulders. She proceeded to dress and get out of bed, while the matron had already completed her own preparations. Ah, it's no concern, the miss will handle them. Those two little rascals have clearly outsmarted her. Shanwen chuckled, a grin spreading across her face. They are so blatant in their mischief that the miss must certainly see through their antics. It is truly a testament to her good nature that she tolerates them. After all, her quarters are much closer to theirs, and yet she feigns ignorance. Our young miss is far too easy to take advantage of. Shanwen's tone was tinged with both admiration and a hint of indignation for her young mistress as she cast another glance outside. Noticing that the adjoining room had also lit up. With renewed urgency, she approached the hearth, poured warm water into a basin, and tested its temperature. Satisfied, she began her morning ablutions, leaving half a jug for Shanwen. As Shanwen descended from her bed, she spotted the matron washing her face. She quickly extinguished the flickering flame in the hearth and opened the door to let in the fresh morning air, dispersing the stale scent of smoke. Meanwhile, the door from the neighboring room creaked open, revealing the maid, Dongju, who stepped out. "Good morning, Dongju," Shanwen greeted her. Dongju nodded, her gaze drifting toward the ruckus. "It's quite the disturbance this early. No wonder they went to bed so early last night. It was all to be up at this hour." Dongju's expression reflected her resignation, knowing that her own mistress was now sharing her space with the two little troublemakers. Everyone in the household knew of these two. Despite being the younger siblings of the eldest miss, thrived on disrupting her peace, meddling in matters both trivial and significant. Suddenly, the lights in the eldest Miss' room flared to life, prompting Dongju to hasten her morning routine. She was aware that the miss had awakened. As she hurriedly wrung out her cloth, she crossed paths with her fellow maid Xiaomei, who was just exiting the room with clothing in hand. "Xiaomei, you go ahead. I'll join you shortly," Dongju said, rising to grab another cloth, glancing at the noisy Chunlan, who had been grumbling throughout the night, but chose to ignore her and averted her gaze. "Have you all had enough of your ruckus?" A gentle, yet firm voice called from beyond the closed door, directed at the occupants within. Time seemed to pause momentarily, and the figures inside halted their movements. Dongju quickly stepped forward, reaching the miss in just a few strides. "Miss, why did you not call for us? You could have woken us," she exclaimed, noticing that the miss had donned only a light garment. Concerned for her mistress's comfort, she stepped inside the room to fetch a warmer outfit, only to find Xiaomei already emerging with one. "Did you all hear that? Come out now." The Miss' voice rang out again, a blend of warmth and authority. The figures inside remained still, unresponsive. Frustration simmered in the miss as she rapped lightly on the door. The silence persisted, and while she might have preferred this quietude to continue, she knew better than to expect it. Those little scamps were born to stir chaos. After a moment of waiting, with no response forthcoming, she turned and commanded, "Go. Fetch a lock and secure this door. If they wish to stay, they must abide by my rules." Dongju gasped in surprise at her mistress's newfound assertiveness. "Miss, are you serious?" she asked, her eyes widening as she scrutinized the Miss' expression in the dim light. It was barely dawn, the only illumination casting a soft glow on the Miss' features, and Dongju could discern that she was indeed serious. Xiaomei, equally astonished, exchanged a knowing glance with Dongju before turning to inquire, "Should I go, or will you?" Dongju lowered her head, stifling a laugh while feeling a bit awkward. To prevent further aggravation of her mistress, she suppressed her amusement. "Of course I shall go. I know precisely where the large lock is kept in our courtyard." As she turned to retrieve it from the storage room, she unexpectedly collided with Shanwen, who was approaching with a lock in hand. "Dongju, here, I brought this for you," Shanwen said, presenting the very lock Dongju had intended to fetch. Dongju was momentarily speechless, taken aback by Shanwen's swiftness. Realizing that she must have overheard the Miss' command, she nodded appreciatively. "Thank you. I'll take it to the miss," she affirmed. Miss Dongju softly called, as she approached the young lady, who gestured for her to proceed with locking the door. Dongju had intended to respond, but quickly settled for a nod, eager to fulfill the task. Though she relished the idea of dealing with the two little troublemakers, she also recognized the constraints of her station. Now that the miss had assigned her this duty, she felt a sense of obligation. Yet, she couldn't shake the apprehension that the two might harbor a grudge if they knew she was sent by the miss. As these thoughts crossed her mind, she cast a sidelong glance at Xiaomei, realizing that she was not the only one caught off guard by the Miss' decisive stance. It seems that Xiaomei had already grasped this principle long ago. This person truly possesses a cunning mind, thought Dongju. After witnessing the incident with Chunlan today and observing Xiaomei's tactics toward her, she felt a sense of alertness rising within. Xiaomei's influence far surpassed that of Chunlan. For her true patroness, the second mistress, held a considerably higher status in the master's heart than the third mistress. The second mistress's family background was not one of humble origins. It was evident that she genuinely adored the master, choosing to become a concubine willingly. The maids and servants often spoke of this in hushed tones. This girl had been personally sent to the young lady by the second mistress, so she was certainly not an ordinary character. Previously, Dongju had thought little of it, but with Chunlan's recent scheme to slander her, she could no longer pretend that nothing had occurred. As Dongju contemplated, she gradually made her way towards the brightly lit entrance. "Miss, is what you said true?" Dongju inquired, her eyes widening as she earnestly scrutinized her mistress's face. At this moment, the dawn had yet to break, and the only illumination came from within the room, casting a faint glow on her mistress's visage. Dongju carefully discerned that her mistress indeed seemed serious. Xiaomei, somewhat astonished, withdrew her meaningful gaze from the young lady's face and turned to ask Dongju, "Shall you go, or shall I?" Dongju lowered her head, ears drooping, suppressing a smile that threatened to escape. To avoid adding fuel to the fire for her mistress, she stifled her laughter. "Naturally, I shall go. I know where the large lock is kept in our courtyard," she replied, still with her head bowed. As Dongju turned to retrieve it from the storage room, she unexpectedly collided with Shanwen, who was slowly approaching from the opposite direction. "Dongju, here, I brought it for you," Shanwen said obediently, presenting a lock to Dongju, the very one she intended to fetch from the cabinet. Dongju was momentarily speechless, taken aback by Shanwen's swift action. She glanced back, realizing that Shanwen's room was merely separated by a wall from the storage room, deducing that she must have overheard the young lady's instructions and fetched it promptly. "All right, I will deliver it to the young lady." Dongju nodded in acknowledgement, but she called softly. Tong Luoyue glanced at the maid standing beside her. Seeing that she already held a lock, she extended her hand and pointed, instructing, "Go, lock the door." Dongju, initially ready to respond, quickly shifted to a rapid nod. While she was eager to handle the two little rascals, her position as a maid hindered her from confronting them directly. Now that her mistress had assigned her this task, she was more than willing. Her only concern was that the two inside might overhear that it was the young lady who had instructed her to lock the door, fearing they would harbor resentment later. With this thought, Dongju cast a somewhat bewildered glance at Xiaomei, who stood beside her mistress. No wonder she had asked whether she or Dongju would go. It appeared Xiaomei had long understood this dynamic. This individual truly possessed a calculating mind, Dongju mused. After the recent incident with Chunlan, she had become acutely aware of Xiaomei's current maneuvers against her. As Dongju stepped onto the threshold, she quickly locked the door before hurrying back to stand beside her mistress, finally daring to glance at the entrance, awaiting the ensuing developments. Soon, the two figures who had previously stood motionless began to stir, seemingly intent on checking whether the door had indeed been locked. They cautiously moved, under the impression that those outside could not perceive their actions, believing the outside world remained as bright as the interior, rendering their gradual movements invisible. They stealthily approached, first listening intently, then exchanging glances before gently pushing against the door. Upon the initial push, they detected a slight give, and the two little rascals erupted in muffled laughter, their shoulders shaking with mirth. Unbeknownst to them, their antics had already been clearly observed by Tong Luoyue and her entourage outside. Dongju watched anxiously as the door wobbled slightly, pondering how the two would react if they discovered something amiss. She worried that provoking them too hastily might lead to unforeseen consequences. As the figures outside noted their attempts to push the door again, this time with greater force than before, they soon realized the door would not budge. Dongju, along with the silent Xiaomei, watched as the light illuminated the silhouettes of the two figures at the door, gripping her fists tightly as she observed their actions. After a moment's pause, the two began shaking the door violently, finally realizing it was indeed locked, and they commenced to shout in frustration. Startled, Dongju took a step back, only to be met with Xiaomei's knowing gaze. Xiaomei smiled, unfazed by the commotion. She knew this incident would not implicate her in any way. After all, it was Dongju who had executed the young lady's order, and if anyone sought retribution for today's events, it would be directed at Dongju. Xiaomei had intentionally inquired about who would fetch the lock, fully aware of the outcome. Moreover, she found Dongju's unthinking compliance rather amusing. Inside, the two children continued their loud protests. "Why are you doing this? Locking us up? You better watch out. We will tell grandmother." "Yes, We will report you to grandmother and have her spank you like she did Tong Yue. Hurry up and open the door. Their voices rang out, accompanied by a flurry of kicks against the locked doorframe. Regardless of their cries, Tong Luoyue remained silent, even nonchalantly digging in her ears as if she had not heard their shouts. Then, she turned to the more astute Dongju and asked, "Isn't Tong Yue quite close with him?" As the present moment unfolds, I find myself grappling with an inexplicable sense of discontent. Perhaps I have misconstrued the situation. Today, I witnessed Tong Yue being struck. I cannot discern whether this brings joy or sorrow to them. Their casual use of her name strikes me as quite impolite. It may be that I am mistaken in my perceptions. Tong Luoyue expressed her confusion to the maid beside her, her expression betraying a hint of puzzlement. Dong Yu, with a smirk, thought to herself, this young lady truly enjoys jesting. These two little rascals have always been so mischievous. If one treats them kindly, they will naturally respond with gratitude. However, such kindness cannot be sustained indefinitely. To continue pleasing them, one must ceaselessly acquiesce to their demands. Yet, these two little tyrants, being so young, can easily be swayed by flattery and the prospect of a little indulgence. Just consider our household's concubine. Even the venerable matriarch remains oblivious to this dynamic. The matriarch often reprimands them sternly, and though they may occasionally receive a small favor from her, it pales in comparison to the abundance of affection they receive from the concubine. The latter quickly compensates them whenever they manage to garner a bit of goodwill from the matriarch, employing persuasive words that leave them wholly obedient to her, even willing to refer to her as mother. Naturally, Dongju dared not voice her astute observations regarding these two young masters. Such insights require a firm foundation within the household and a keen sense of information gathering over time to draw accurate conclusions. Although she often appears chatty, she seldom engages in discussions about the masters unless prompted. Even Xiaomei, who generally seems far more astute than Dongju, remains unaware of the survival dynamics within the Tong household. Waving her sleeve, Tong Luoyue, displaying signs of fatigue, instructed the two maids beside her, "Let us go. I shall rest for a while. If they shout themselves hoarse, come and rouse me, and I shall attend to them." The occupants within seemed to have heard their sister's words. Upon realizing their loud cries were in vain, they momentarily fell silent before resuming their antics. "You, woman, do not leave. How long do you intend to confine us? This is unacceptable. Dawn approaches, and grandmother expects us to pay our respects." The little maid, Tong Manqin, could no longer contain herself and called out to the departing Tong Luoyue. "Indeed, grandmother instructed us to pay her respects today. Otherwise, she will surely be vexed. Be cautious." Tong Tianwei chimed in, following her sister's lead, both of them aware that their claims were entirely fabricated. Yet, they knew that without such ruse, they would remain trapped. They could only intimidate the timid Tong Luoyue to achieve their desires. Upon returning to her chamber, Tong Luoyue reclined on her bed, indulging in a brief slumber. No matter how fervently the two rascals outside protested, their clamor now sounded like celestial music to her ears, lulling her into a peaceful sleep. As the young mistress drifted off, the maids and matron outside could not afford to rest any longer. It was time to commence their daily chores. The horizon slowly began to brighten, signaling the arrival of dawn. The maids, each engaged in their respective tasks, busied themselves under Xiaomei's prior instructions, allowing her to refrain from overseeing their work. Turning back, Xiaomei entered the room to tidy up, noticing Chunlan still slumbering. The incessant noise from outside had awakened her, and she could surmise the cause. In her heart, she hoped that the two little tyrants would create even more of a ruckus. Upon seeing Xiaomei enter, Chunlan feigned curiosity, asking, "What is happening outside? It sounds quite chaotic." Xiaomei cast a glance at Chunlan, who was still reclining in bed, likely aware that it was only a matter of time before the young mistress would attend to her. However, she replied, "You heard it too? The young mistress and the young master are merely playing around. It's nothing serious. You should rest and focus on your recovery." Xiaomei adjusted Chunlan's bedding, ensuring her comfort. Chunlan, touched by this gesture, felt her eyes welling with tears. She grasped Xiaomei's hand, saying, "Xiaomei, I see that you truly care for me. Rest assured, I will not forget your kindness. If you hadn't come to warn me in the woods yesterday, I doubt I would have seen you all again." As Chunlan's voice faltered with emotion, Xiaomei recognized that although Chunlan was feeling low due to Dongju's indifference, she would soon have to leave. Enough, Chunlan. The mistress has awakened, and I have many tasks to attend to. You should remain here for now. Xiaomei gently patted Chunlan's hand before stepping outside. Xiaomei, wait. Chunlan called, but seeing Xiaomei's determination to leave, she abandoned her desire to call out again. Exiting her quarters, Xiaomei navigated through the courtyard, where several maids were busy sweeping. She issued a few instructions to them before proceeding to the small door at the back of the courtyard, expertly pushing it open. Inside, a gatekeeper glanced at her, but said nothing, continuing with her chores as if she had not seen Xiaomei at all. Xiaomei traversed a path lined with colorful pebbles. Arriving at the door, she sought. Xiaomei, you're here. A young maid emerged from within, greeting her warmly. Yes, I have arrived, Xiaomei replied with a smile, stepping inside as she lifted the curtain. The fragrant aroma enveloped her, emanating from a small incense burner filled with plum blossom fragrance, seemingly inviting the scent of the season indoors. What brings you here so early? A young woman reclined languidly on a couch, appearing to have just finished her grooming, exuding an aura of lethargy. Greetings, second aunt. It's nothing of consequence. The eldest young lady has just woken up and then returned to sleep. Xiaomei stepped forward, bowing respectfully, a customary gesture she performed daily. Return to sleep again? The second aunt exclaimed, immediately grasping the situation. With a smile playing on her lips, she remarked, I take it those two little rascals have once again displeased the eldest young lady? Xiaomei smiled and nodded. Indeed, the young lady is currently locked inside, screaming and shouting. She sighed, locked up? This young lady has quite the character. She truly is different. The concubine's gaze drifted to the incense burner on the small table nearby, the fragrant smoke swirling around the room. After a moment, the concubine rose from her couch. She walked to the table, picked up a piece of milk cake, and savored it slowly before saying, You should return now. In the future, try to visit me less often. I prefer you not to linger here without reason. The incident with Chunlan is just the beginning. I do not wish for your young lady to turn her attention toward you. She bears no significant grudge against me, and I would rather not be overly involved, lest your young lady suspect me of harboring ill intentions, which would not be favorable. After finishing a piece of cake, the concubine gently brushed her hands, crumbs clinging to her fingers. She picked up a cloth to wipe her hands and glanced back at the maid standing respectfully beside her. The concubine pointed a finger and shook it, implying, haven't you noticed? Ever since the young lady from the Tong family encountered trouble outside, this concubine seems to be increasingly out of sorts. Just yesterday, her precious daughter was reprimanded by the young lady's actions. Though she feels wronged, what does that matter? The old lady stands firmly by the young lady's side, using her granddaughter's punishment as a blatant warning to those who ought not to harbor inappropriate thoughts. Understood. I shall endeavor to come less often. Xiaomei nodded. The concubine was her superior. Whatever she said was law. Furthermore, the concubine had never compelled her to act against the young lady, unlike Bai Xiao and Chunlan. You know this well. This young lady is of no benefit to me. Instead, it only favors those on the other side. The concubine continued to enjoy her breakfast. After a brief while, Xiaomei emerged from the concubine's quarters. The concubine had finished her meal and was attended by a waiting maid. Why must you expend so much effort concerning the young lady? The maid asked. In my view, she is not as you imagine. Having just finished her cake, the concubine wiped her hands and replied, Whether she is or not is irrelevant to me. From my perspective, I hope she is well. If she benefits and is happy, I too shall be pleased. In this household, the only one who suffers is that person. The concubine suddenly turned to the elderly woman who was tidying up the snack plates. Did you not see the expression on that woman's face when she came to plead with me yesterday? I did nothing, yet she showered me with flattery and compliments. Do you think she is genuinely sincere towards that concubine? I have long seen through her. She merely seeks to survive in this Tong household, often overstepping in her attempts to curry favor with others. But such behavior leads to missteps. Just look at the current situation. Who knows if she will escape this time? Did not the young lady inform her of this strategy? In my humble opinion, it is not difficult. She will surely assist the young lady this time. Otherwise, her future in the Tong household will undoubtedly be challenging. The old servant glanced at the young lady still seated at the table, now the concubine within the Tong household. The concubine could not help but laugh and said, You think she will act? If I provide her with this idea, I will let her decide. If she chooses to proceed, it would be ideal. After all, it poses no loss to me. Furthermore, if it succeeds and investigations ensue, No one will trace it back to us, since we have done nothing. The concubine frowned momentarily, then sighed. Of course, if there is to be an investigation, it will surely be initiated by the master. Others may not be inclined to engage in such thankless tasks. By then, I wonder how many allies she will have left to rely on. The old servant chuckled. Let us wait and see how this concubine navigates this situation. After tidying the plates, she beckoned a young maid to take them away. The old servant then suggested, shall we not express our gratitude to the second lady? When the old lady visits a residence, we could discreetly ask her to deliver a small gift. This would not only endear the old lady to our young lady, but also show the second lady our appreciation for her advice. The concubine remained seated, listening to the maid's words. She understood well, but felt such gestures were not in her character. To act so would only draw unnecessary attention, as if she were trying to ingratiate herself with someone. Lowering her gaze to the intricate patterns on her hands, she decided it was best to send a discreet gift through a servant, avoiding any public displays of gratitude. The concubine waved her hand, rejecting the old servant's suggestion. Very well, I shall prepare a gift. If it is done properly, it should be substantial. The old servant stifled a laugh as they shared a knowing glance, understanding the unspoken nuances between them. After the old servant exited the warm chamber, the concubine brushed back a few strands of hair and stood up. Approaching the incense burner, she exchanged the existing plum blossom scent for a ripe plum fragrance, creating an atmosphere of quiet anticipation within the serene courtyard. Tong Luoyue awoke naturally from a restful slumber. Dongju entered the room upon hearing sounds. Miss, are you awake? She asked, bringing in warm water. Yes, it's time to get up, Tong Luoyue replied, stretching comfortably. I slept quite soundly. She shook her head, her long hair cascading down her back. By the way, what became of those two little rascals? Why is it so quiet? Miss, I'm unsure. They likely exhausted themselves calling out. Think about it. They had an early dinner last night and were eager for sleep. The room was just tidied up and there was nothing to eat. So after all that commotion, they probably grew hungry and lost energy. Tong Luoyue chuckled, dismissing the notion as a joke, yet still reminded, from now on, ensure the other maids are aware. No food should be left in their room. Understood? The winter chrysanthemum naturally illuminated Miss Bai. What does this mean? She chuckled, laughing until she covered her mouth with her hand. Mississippi. After winter chrysanthemum assisted the young lady with her morning routine, she hesitated and glanced at her mistress. Tong Luoyue turned to look at her, unsure of the expression she wore. Miss, you just want to sleep, and, well, Chiomei stepped out for a moment, but she returned swiftly. Winter chrysanthemum was reporting. Tong Luoyue mused. Yet at this early hour, with dawn just breaking, the only place she could have gone was there. Where did she go? Tong Luoyue knew the answer well. Where else could she have gone but to the second madam's quarters? Winter chrysanthemum asserted confidently, without a hint of hesitation. Understood. It was either her fault for allowing her maid to wander into other courtyards, or perhaps her maid's spirit was too wild. Tong Luoyue slowly approached her dining table and took a seat. Soon, there was a commotion outside, the sound of 2 pairs of footsteps. Chiomei, what are you doing? The young lady is eating. Winter chrysanthemum attempted to block Chiomei from entering, her eyes fixed on the items in Chiomei's hands. I just visited the second madam, and she asked me to bring some food for you. Winter chrysanthemum, what is the meaning of this? Why are you stopping me from entering the young lady's room? Now, it is just the 2 of us maids. If you keep this up, there will be fewer maids around the young lady. Chiomei smiled, unbothered by Winter chrysanthemum's obstruction, her face radiating warmth. Winter chrysanthemum was taken aback. She had intended to report Chiomei's actions to the mistress, but here Chiomei was entirely unconcerned, and even brought gifts from the second madam to curry favor with the young lady. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Winter chrysanthemum suspected Chiomei's intentions were not pure. For instance, this morning, Chiomei had deliberately sent her to secure the locks on the 2 little ancestors, suggesting that Chiomei's heart was perhaps darker than that of the maid Chunlan. Since yesterday's incident, when Chunlan had unjustly framed her, Winter chrysanthemum had become cautious, determined to remember every detail. Chiomei entered the inner room and saw the young lady at the table, having breakfast. Miss, I just went to the second madam's quarters, and she asked me to bring you some breakfast. With a smile, Chiomei opened a beautifully wrapped box, revealing oval-shaped, creamy pastries inside. It was evident they were the same as those served at the second madam's. The second madam said, these are made from purified milk. exceptionally fragrant and sweet, melting in the mouth. She sent extra since she heard you had not yet risen for breakfast and said to let her know if you liked them. She would send more. Tong Luoyue set down her chopsticks and looked up. Then, despite Winter Chrysanthemum's desperate attempts to stop her, she picked up a piece and took a bite. Tong Luoyue thought to herself. The second madam certainly was not afraid of being misunderstood, sending such a clear offering through Chiomei. She bit into the pastry, nodding in approval. Indeed, it is delightful, not overly sweet, yet with a rich milky flavor, complemented by a hint of butter. Together, they create a wonderful aroma. Tong Luoyue nodded in satisfaction. As long as the young lady enjoys it. Chiomei's face also broke into a smile. Tong Luoyue beckoned to Winter Chrysanthemum, who approached, somewhat displeased. "What is it, miss?" Winter Chrysanthemum cast a glance at the scheming Chiomei. "Why don't you take a plate and serve some of these pastries? You should also share with the other maids outside. Don't forget to bring some for them." Tong Luoyue took another piece and continued eating without raising her gaze. "Huh? Oh, all right." Winter Chrysanthemum, no longer preoccupied with Chiomei, focused on the exquisitely packaged pastries. "What are you waiting for?" Tong Luoyue urged when she noticed Winter Chrysanthemum hesitating. "Hurry and fetch a plate. Also, Chiomei, don't forget to take some for yourself. Please make another trip to the second madam's quarters tomorrow and let her know how much I enjoyed these treats. Perhaps she could have someone make more for me to try." Upon hearing this, Winter Chrysanthemum felt her irritation dissipate. She smiled, considering Chiomei's unremarkable expression, thinking, well, your patience is quite commendable. Following the young lady's command, Winter Chrysanthemum took a plate and examined the box, which was filled to the brim. Glancing at her mistress to gauge how much she should take. "Take a bit more. They spoil easily over time." Noticing Winter Chrysanthemum's hesitation, Tong Luoyue offered guidance. "Oh." Winter Chrysanthemum quickly began to serve the pastries, counting the number of people in the young lady's courtyard, soon retrieving 10 pieces. Outside the courtyard, she observed the maids engaged in their morning tasks before breakfast. "Come here. Wash your hands. The young lady has some treats for you." Winter Chrysanthemum called out loudly, waving her hands. The maids, hearing her, turned to look, spotting the plate of pastries in Winter Chrysanthemum's hands. An older woman, tending to the flowers, set down her work with a smile, asking, "What is this? Is this a reward from the young lady for us?" "Indeed. Hurry. I'll take these to the small kitchen. Those who wash their hands can come to eat." The older woman and several maids eagerly followed Winter Chrysanthemum to the small kitchen. Meanwhile, the door at the corner slowly creaked open, and Mingder emerged, stretching lazily. As usual, he rubbed his face, suddenly noticing that the scars, once burned into his skin by the sun, had entirely vanished. He glanced at the room where Chunlan was. Seeing that it was empty, his heart raced with mischief. Stepping lightly, he crept to Chunlan's door, glancing back to ensure no one was watching, and swiftly slipped inside. Chunlan was startled to see him appear before her, mouth agape, speechless, unsure of how to react. She had completely forgotten yesterday's events, only recalling that he had approached to loosen her collar and grinned at her before she fainted. In another room, 2 children had awakened from hunger. "Sister, why is this plan failing? We've been shouting at the top of our lungs, yet she ignores us." Tong Tianwei slumped over the table, utterly drained from hunger. His sister, Tong Manqin, wore a frown. Although she was equally starved, she couldn't bear to let her brother suffer the indignity they were facing. Just moments ago, Tong Manqin had overheard that woman sending food to the maids without offering any to her and her brother. Tong Manqin quickly rushed to the window, realizing it was closed from the inside. It would be difficult for Tong Luoyue to lock them in. Turning to her brother, she called out, "Tianwei, let's leave through here quickly. Come to me." Tong Tianwei, having lifted himself from the helpless posture of slumping over the table, began to walk. "Where's he headed? Where can we possibly go? Enough of your incessant chatter. Hurry. We must seek out that concubine. Her daughter was bullied yesterday and surely had a restless night. Let us go there to comfort her. In the future, we shall reside with her. I believe she would not object." Chapter 68. Return as Tong Luoyue leisurely savored her breakfast. The maids and servants in the small kitchen laughed merrily while indulging in the pastries bestowed upon them by the young lady from the second concubine. Meanwhile, a little scribe from the underworld nestled comfortably in Chunlan's room, and the courtyard was devoid of any guardians. At this moment, it seemed that no one recalled the 2 little ones who had escaped, Were they still hidden within the house? The two children dashed fervently towards the courtyard of the concubine. At that moment, the concubine was just returning from her daughter Tong Yuer's adjoining courtyard. She happened to catch sight of the two little ones, sneaking suspiciously and peering through her gate, their intentions unclear. The concubine's lips curled in discontent, her heart still simmering with resentment from the lesson their elder sister had imparted to her daughter the previous day. The enmity she felt had yet to subside, and now, encountering her adversary's younger siblings, her hatred only intensified. However, she quickly donned a different expression, deliberately making several heavy footsteps to draw the children's attention. With an exceedingly sincere smile, she greeted them. "What brings you here so early? I heard you were staying with your sister," bending down to meet their gaze. She wore a harmless smile as the two startled children turned to face her. "Oh yes, indeed," Tong Tianwei replied, exchanging a knowing glance with his sister. Tong Manqing, with a face full of unarticulated sorrow, clutched the concubine's sleeve. "Madam, we thought to stay here, but we hope we do not disturb you." Raising her little head to look at the concubine, Tong Manqing called out to her respectfully. Tong Tianwei echoed his sister's sentiments, adding, "Yes, we wish to stay and keep Yuer's sister company." The concubine was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend their motives. She thought to herself, "Why will my daughter need their company?" Yet, their sudden arrival left her puzzled. Having heard that the two children were following the old man's orders to stay with Tong Luoyue, she now questioned why they had come so early. The concubine's confused gaze shifted to her maid, Xiaoyan, who seemed hesitant to speak. Just then, the concubine feigned surprise and exclaimed, "Oh dear, it seems you haven't had breakfast yet. Come, allow me to prepare something for you. Enter and tell me what you would like to eat." She led the two children inside, allowing them to enjoy a hearty breakfast in the outer room. After a conversation with Xiaoyan, the concubine finally grasped the essence of the situation. Tong Liu's attitude towards the two children had indeed shifted dramatically. She had previously showered them with affection, yet now it seemed elusive. The former lady of the Tong household had become increasingly difficult to read. "Madam, they're eating quite hurriedly. You must devise a strategy," Xiaoyan advised, hinting at the need to consider whether to accommodate their wishes to remain. Holding a cup of nourishing tea, the concubine, now referred to as Madame Qin by those in the courtyard, set her cup down slowly, her gaze drifting toward the outer room. To comply with their wishes and allow them to stay is out of the question. While I do not mind providing them a meal, I refuse to let that insufferable girl gain an advantage. I have yet to address yesterday's grievances with them, and I certainly cannot allow them to remain. She shook her head in disapproval. With the two children absent from her sight, she adopted a contemplative expression, casting a gloomy glance at a small potted plant in her room. It was meant to enliven the ambience with a touch of greenery. Yet the atmosphere felt far from refreshing, laden instead with a chill and unease. After finishing their meal, the two children, persuaded by the concubine's kind words and a few promised treats, reluctantly returned to Lingxiu residence. They entered through the window, as before, one climbing in and the other following swiftly, as if such clandestine activities were commonplace for them. The only difference this time was that Mingda, just emerging from Chunlan's room, noticed their secretive actions, each carrying a small bundle, as they hurriedly crawled inside. He remained silent, standing at the doorway for a moment longer, observing until they were fully inside before heading towards the small kitchen in search of his breakfast. His expression had improved significantly, and with a light step, he ambled forward, occasionally glancing back at the door he had just closed. It seemed he had resolved the issues that had been troubling him. Mingda felt quite pleased, and his appetite was now robust. Book ID 218-2579, book name, Through Thorns and Brambles, genre, farming fiction synopsis. One day, she unexpectedly finds herself in a world of misfortune, feared and shunned by all in the village. Forced to retreat to the mountains. She is fortunate to have loving parents who protect her. Thus, she resolves to stay in the mountains, cultivate the land, raise rabbits, and lead a life akin to that of a celestial being. After achieving prosperity, she aims to incite envy in those who once drove her to the mountains. However, envy brings forth conflict. "But wait, what did you say, mother? You're not my real mother?" "What? My true mother is dead, and my real father is searching for me with intentions to kill." When her dreams shatter, she makes a decision. Readers are warmly welcome to indulge in this captivating tale with the latest, fastest, and most popular serialized works available. Chapter 69, No undressing with a light step. Mingda entered the small kitchen, currently filled with laughter and joy. This kitchen was the favored haunt of the maids and servants, especially now, as Dongju had brought delightful pastries for them to enjoy. Mingda, with his keen sense of smell, detected the sweet aroma as soon as he stepped through the door. Upon entering, he quickly spotted everyone with a piece of soft, sticky pastry in hand or tucked in their mouths. His face darkened. Who allowed you to pilfer the young lady's treats? This is utterly unacceptable. You neglect your duties, only to sneak off and indulge yourselves. Mingda's sharp rebuke of their rodent-like behavior startled the maids and matrons. One maid even choked, but fortunately, a quick-witted matron provided her with a glass of water, averting a potential crisis. All eyes turned to this young man, initially frightened, now astonished by the male servant's audacity. Surely, he was the servant from their courtyard, for few could speak to them in such a tone and manner. Everyone in the small kitchen was captivated by Mingda's impeccably smooth face. Yesterday, his voice had suddenly transformed, becoming much more melodious, devoid of its previous hoarse timbre. Today, after a lengthy rest, not only had his appearance improved significantly, but his once unsightly visage had also transformed. His complexion was fair and delicate, surpassing even the mistress's skin in smoothness, prompting the matrons to murmur amongst themselves, casting furtive glances in his direction. One maid, her eyes sparkling with admiration, gazed at Mingda, her cheeks flushed as she found it hard to look away from his face. Dongju was equally astonished by his transformation. Yet their history had been fraught with discord, especially after his actions towards Chunlan yesterday, which the mistress had seemingly overlooked. Nonetheless, Dongju understood his character well enough to know he had come seeking food. With a gentle tone, she explained, No, this is a gift from the mistress. If you doubt it, you may ask her. This was brought by Chiu Mei from the second mistress. Since the mistress cannot finish it all and fears it may spoil, she generously shared some with us. Dongju felt it necessary to clarify the situation, lest Mingda escalate matters unnecessarily. The matrons and maids, clutching pastries, nodded vigorously in agreement, affirming her words. What? This is a gift for you? How wasteful! Mingda's displeasure grew at Dongju's comment. He thought to himself, how could that woman be so inconsiderate? If there were leftovers, was he not present and hungry as well? After all, he had brought her from the underworld to this realm. Could she not be a little more generous? His irritation flared, particularly as he observed the matrons indulging in the treats. He strode forward, crossing the threshold into the group of matrons, eliciting startled gasps from several maids, their faces turning crimson as they could no longer meet his gaze. Unfazed by their reactions, Mingda reached for the last two pastries on the plate and rudely stuffed them into his mouth, chewing ravenously. Dongju frowned, thinking, what does it mean that the mistress's gift is considered wasteful? As he turned to leave, she could not help but voice her thoughts. What a person devoid of taste. His eating habits are quite unrefined. She clapped her hands, observing the now empty plate, wondering who had hesitated to finish the last two pastries. Thankfully, she had acted quickly and consumed them herself. Just as she was about to depart, a fellow maid who often collaborated with her in labor stopped her, saying, Sister Dongju, please don't say that. I intended to save those for him. The young maid's face flushed with embarrassment as she spoke. Dongju and the other maid exchanged astonished glances, quickly grasping the situation. Surely, the young man's improved appearance must have captivated this naive girl. Dongju felt compelled to enlighten her. Are you not aware of what he did to Chunlan yesterday? The young maid looked up, her curiosity piqued. What did he do? Dongju, taken aback by her ignorance, was momentarily speechless. She rolled her eyes at the maid, then turned to the others in the courtyard, realizing it was essential to inform this oblivious girl of the events. Who was it that entered his room and carried Chunlan out? One maid stepped forward, confessing. It was me and Xiaolian. Xiaolian, shy and overshadowed, stood there quietly. Dongju, ready to admonish the young maid, widened her eyes in disbelief. Did you not notice anything peculiar when you entered? Dongju could hardly believe the young maid's naivety. She found it hard to accept that he would behave kindly after such an incident. The young maid replied, What was amiss? Dongju was nearly exasperated by her foolishness. Did Chunlan have her clothes on when you entered? Surely, you must recall that detail. Dongju felt her patience waning. Clothes? What clothes? She was fully dressed, right, Xiaolian? Turning to seek confirmation from Xiaolian, she found her nodding in agreement, which left Dongju perplexed. Did he truly frighten Chunlan without doing anything further? Curiosity piqued. Dongju took a deep breath and stepped outside, leaving the maids and matrons to fervently discuss the young man's astonishing transformation. Who would have thought he could look so handsome? Even I, an old woman, find myself moved, let alone you young maids. One matron exclaimed. What? Are we truly smitten? How could you think that, Annie? Are we such people? The young maids protested, laughter and chatter filling the air. They admired the mistress's discerning eye, realizing that even a mere servant could possess such striking beauty after shedding the scars of his past. Welcome, dear readers, to indulge in the latest and most captivating serialized works. Chapter 70. No more Meridian's mean de approached Tong Luoyue, who did not gaze at him in astonishment like Chiu Mei, who was serving her breakfast. Tong Luo, you had already encountered his true appearance during their time in the underworld. Upon seeing the pastries on the table, which were indeed the same as those in the small kitchen, Mingda nodded in satisfaction. He then addressed Chiu Mei, who was intently observing his face. In the future, make sure to visit your second mistress more often to procure these treats. Mingda seized a piece from the box and began to eat. Suddenly recalling something, he added, but don't be like Chunlan, attempting to add inappropriate ingredients to the food. If I discover that, your fate will mirror hers. Chiu Mei obediently nodded. I understand. Tong Luo, you listened, observing their interaction. This maid was undoubtedly shrewd. According to what she had just disclosed, the pastries were obtained from the second mistress, suggesting she wouldn't pose a threat to Tong Luoyu. As long as the maid refrained from causing trouble in the next month, it would be of no concern to her. After a month, their paths would diverge, and she would no longer need to contemplate the maid's intentions. At that time, whether Chiu may return to the second mistress or chose to stay, it would be irrelevant to her. Tong Luoyu waved her hand, dismissing Chiu Mei. As she watched Chiu Mei depart, Tong Luoyu fixed her gaze upon the person before her and inquired, what method did you employ to recover so swiftly within a single day? Initially, Tong Luoyu had no intention of asking. However, seeing him awake and his complexion restored piqued her curiosity. Upon hearing her question, Mingda merely chuckled. After a moment, he raised his head and noticed the unwavering intensity of her gaze, as if she was determined to extract the truth from him. Therefore, he decided to speak candidly. It all hinges on your fine young lady. I just paid her room a visit again. With this statement, Mingda anticipated Tong Liyue's reaction, and upon hearing it, she comprehended that he regarded Chunlan as his remedy. Tong Luoyue refrained from commenting further, and simply replied, as long as you do not create chaos, that is sufficient. She firmly believed in her own words, trusting that soon her ailments would be entirely alleviated. Looking at him, she withdrew one hand from the warm cup she held and gently caressed her neck. Then, in that case, you shall no longer require my presence, she queried. Mingda observed the direction of her hand, but did not respond directly, instead stating, is it your desire to be rid of me? Rid of you? What reason would I have to do so? As long as you wish to stay by my side, I shall not send you away, Tong Luoyue boldly declared, a sentiment she had never expressed to Mingda before. He cast her a glance, a subtle smile playing upon his lips, yet he chose to remain silent. After a while, having satisfied his hunger, he circled around the seated Tong Luoyue and remarked, when the time comes for my departure, I shall inform you. Very well, she responded with a simple acknowledgement. You ought to prepare for tomorrow's poetry gathering. As Mingda reclined beside Tong Luoyue, a mischievous grin danced upon his features as he teased. You should ready yourself for the poetry event tomorrow. In the afternoon, Dongju approached Tong Luoyue, reporting that the two young ladies had yet to awaken and inquired whether she wished to check on them, lest something untoward should occur. Did not the matriarch state that if they were hungry, they would emerge? Tong Luoyue replied, just wait a little longer. If they do not call out, it signifies they are not yet hungry. After enjoying her breakfast, Tong Luoyue visited the matriarch, relaying the actions of the two girls. To her surprise, the matriarch wholeheartedly approved of her approach. Tong Luoyue chuckled. She had no desire to allow those two troublemakers the opportunity to wreak havoc. Dongju received orders from a miss to keep the girls confined. Peering at the tightly locked door, she quietly approached, pressing her ear against it to discern any sounds from within. She caught snippets of their conversation, though the words remained indistinct. Biting her lip, she pondered whether to inquire if the two were hungry. However, recalling that she had locked their door the previous day, she turned to call for Shanwen, who emerged from the small kitchen. Shanwen, could you find out what the situation is? she requested. Shanwen approached with small steps, and upon hearing Dongju's explanation, she posed a question. Yet, as soon as her words left her lips, the two girls replied in unison, "We are not hungry." Shanwen glanced back at Dongju, who wore a stern expression, glaring at the door. With a dismissive gesture towards Shanwen, she indicated that they should depart, accepting the girl's claim. Yet as night fell, the two remained inside, having missed 2 meals. Dongju relayed this to Chiomei, who was seated on her bed, embroidering her pouch. Upon hearing Dongju's words, Chiomei raised her head, contemplating how she had fallen behind this foolish girl. Once the favored maid, she now felt overshadowed by her. Disinterested in further conversation, she resumed her work. Meanwhile, Shanwen, who lay recovering on the bed, observed the scene with keen eyes, suppressing a smirk. In the ensuing chapter, the atmosphere thickened as Dongju remarked, "I wonder which scheming little imp dared to sully the Mrs. T with such vile intent, even attempting to frame another." Her tone was laden with sarcasm as she continued, "Yet, I am curious. What benefits has she truly gained from her machinations?" Standing aloof, she maintained a nonchalant demeanor while casting glances at the embroidering Chunlan. Though perceived as somewhat dim-witted by others, Dongju was acutely aware of the underlying currents, reluctant to complicate matters further. The previous day and today had brought unwelcome schemes from the two girls, and now, as she merely sought to inquire, her attitude remained pointedly indifferent. Chunlan's countenance paled at Dongju's insinuations, and she averted her gaze, turning inward. Dongju spat on the ground in disdain and rolled her eyes at Chiomei, muttering to herself, "All cut from the same cloth." She felt no inclination to ask further and departed, deeming her involvement unnecessary. Once outside, Chiomei and Chunlan remained within. Chiomei cast a glance at Chunlan, who appeared to be on the verge of tears. Uninterested in her plight, Chiomei returned to her embroidery, preoccupied with her thoughts. She sensed that the miss, now supported by her second aunt, was still guarding against potential threats. Even Dongju, whom she had once trusted, seemed to confer in secrecy with others, leaving Chiomei feeling uneasy. As Chunlan lay there, her thoughts racing, she resolved not to remain stagnant any longer. Today, she had anticipated the miss would seek her out. The third aunt was unlikely to ally with her, and the primary wife was ever watchful for any missteps. Enduring the pain, Chunlan rose from her bed, determined not to allow herself to be ensnared again. Alone in the room, she approached the window, quietly lifting the curtain to peer outside, where she observed several maids chatting amicably. Reflecting on her situation, she recognized that the tasks assigned by the miss were not overly burdensome, and the miss was not as tyrannical as others she had encountered. Yet, regret filled her heart. Did she truly have a choice? As someone aligned with the third aunt, defying her would only bring trouble to her family. Chunlan retrieved a seldom-worn garment from her wardrobe, its color muted. After dressing, she tidied her hair, aware of her disheveled appearance without needing a mirror. Lying in bed for days, filled with anxiety and sleepless nights, she could only expect to look haggard. With a deep breath, she opened the door and stepped outside. In the courtyard, the chatting maids and matrons cast glances towards her. Some smirked, while others turned away with disdain. Chunlan clenched her fists, enduring the whispers she had anticipated. Yet what did it matter? She continued her steps and arrived at the entrance of her mistress's study. The chatter ceased as all eyes turned to Chunlan, some rising as if to intervene. However, Chunlan had already knocked on the door. Inside, Tong Luo Yu was engrossed in her reading, oblivious to the impending poetry gathering the following day. She contemplated whether to recite a few verses from the book, pretending they were her own. Hearing the knock, she called out casually, inviting the visitor in. Upon looking up, she saw the very maid she had reprimanded earlier. Setting her scroll aside, she reached for a cup of red date tea. "Mississippi." Chunlan noticed her mistress's indifference and, with a hoarse voice, called out before taking a few steps forward. "Is your injury healed?" Tong Luo Yu implied that Chunlan had come to accept her punishment. "Miss, I have made up my mind. I wish to stay and serve you. Please do not drive me away." As she spoke, Chunlan abruptly knelt down. Tong Luo Yu was not surprised by her words. She recognized that this place was Chunlan's only refuge. With no support from the third concubine and the primary wife awaiting any opportunity to claim her, Chunlan was indeed shrewd, capable of both submission and resilience. She possessed a considerable amount of cunning. If she could remain today, any future missteps on Tong Luo Yu's part could lead to regret. "Do you truly believe that after your actions, you can still remain here?" Tong Luo Yu asked with a hint of amusement. I understand I should not speak further, but if I leave this door, I truly have no path left. Chunlan implored, striving to evoke sympathy from her mistress. She realized that within the Tong household, Tong Luo Yu was her greatest protector. The primary wife would not dare confront the legitimate daughter of the Tong family, especially with the matriarch as her back. This made Tong Luo Yu the most suitable ally. How ironic it was that she had never considered her own position while serving the third concubine, who herself floated aimlessly without support. How could she assist Chunlan? Tong Luo Yu, however, did not wish to engage in frivolity. This maid still believed she could soften her heart. The other maids outside, aware of the events from the previous day, rushed to inform the kitchen about Chunlan's entrance. Dongji, why are you still here? Hurry! Your rival has entered the mistress's room. One matron warned anxiously. They preferred the unassuming Dongju, disapproving of Chunlan's recent actions. With Chunlan heading towards the mistress's chamber, they felt concerned for her, knowing the room housed only Tong Luo Yu at this moment. Dongju, slowly setting down the spoon she was using to season the porridge, lifted her head. Standing beside her was Chiumei, who had just left her own quarters and was casually assisting Dongju. Chiumei had overheard their conversation and curiously regarded Dongju. What is Chunlan planning? Isn't it obvious? Isn't a trusted maid by the mistress's side, and allowing her to have any leeway would be unwise. The matron remarked wisely. But the one who should have been guarding the door is currently absent, Dongju retorted, unimpressed. Is that her fault? Since the mistress returned after a few days' absence, she has shown reluctance for anyone to remain by her side. Dongju shrugged, heading towards the kitchen. Chiumei observed. Picking up the spoon Dongju had set down, stirring the porridge to prevent it from burning. As they exited, a slight smile curved Chiumei's lips. Unlike Dongju, who enjoyed favor with the mistress, she found her position more tranquil and preferred to let them inquire freely. Inside the study, Tong Luo Yu regarded the maid before her, baffled by her audacity in requesting to remain. No, you cannot stay here, Tong Luo Yu firmly rejected. Please, miss, forgive me. I realize my mistakes. I truly won't repeat them. Chunlan pleaded, her complexion paling dramatically against her chosen dark yellow attire, rendering her an image of despair. Tong Luo Yu, indifferent to her plight, felt no obligation to respond. Just then, Dongju entered, closing the door behind her. Miss, you must not acquiesce. This girl is treacherous. If you agree, she will surely bring you harm. Tong Luo Yu turned to Dongju, clarifying, I never indicated I would keep her. Understood. Take her away. I have no time for her, Tong Luo Yu dismissed, waving her hand as if dismissing an unpleasant presence. She trusted that Dongju would not go easy on Chunlan, who stubbornly refused to acknowledge her past misdeeds. Very well, Dongju replied, pleased to have received such instructions from her mistress. Turning to Chunlan, who still knelt in disbelief, she said, Did you hear? You are no longer permitted in the mistress's chambers without her command. Your current standing does not grant you that privilege. With that, Dongju led Chunlan out, clearly conveying Tong Luo Yu's intentions. Despite the shock of those around her, Dongju firmly instructed Chunlan to vacate her quarters. I do not wish to share a room with you. Fearing I might unwittingly fall into your schemes, Dongju declared to Chunlan, who looked up in astonishment at the audacity of a statement not even made by the mistress herself. Though Chunlan is acutely aware that she has fallen out of favor with the young lady and has erred, she cannot help but feel that Dongju is overstepping her bounds. The young lady has yet to order Chunlan to leave. She has merely made a statement. Yet, Dongju dares to assume authority over the situation. Should Chunlan be expelled, her future would be bleak. Unwilling to accept this fate, Chunlan glances at the recently closed study doors, contemplating whether to re-enter, even if it means enduring the young lady's wrath. She cannot bear to leave this place. Shanwen, go and gather your bedding and move it into my room, Dongju commands. Shanwen, taken aback, stands puzzled, unsure of Dongju's intentions. Meanwhile, Chunlan quickly comprehends the situation. With a clenched jaw, she feels a sense of relief wash over her. There is no need for further words from Dongju. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Chunlan heads back to the room she had just vacated. The onlookers are perplexed by her actions, uncertain of what she intends to do. Although Dongju has yet to speak, it soon becomes clear, for they witness Chunlan carrying bedding into Shanwen's room. Dongju smirks inwardly, thinking to herself that Chunlan is finally showing some sense. Shanwen, hurry up. Move your bedding into my room. Now that there are two maidservants by the young lady's side, I will speak to her, and you can take one of their places. How does that sound? At this juncture, Dongju has established herself as a favored companion of a young lady. If not for this recent favor, she would not have been granted the authority to handle Chunlan's situation. The people in the courtyard now regard Dongju with newfound respect, acknowledging her rise in the young lady's esteem. Dongju, however, remains indifferent to their gazes, directing Chunlan to move her belongings from her room. With Shanwen's help, they exchange bedding, ensuring everything is in order. Eventually, Dongju approaches Chunlan, who is busy organizing her bedding. Chunlan, do not hold a grudge against me. You have wronged me, yet I have chosen not to retaliate. Since the young lady has decided to dismiss you, and you refuse to leave, you must understand the implications of your choice. As Dongju speaks, she leans against the doorframe, observing Chunlan, who remains silent, diligently sorting her clothes. From now on, you are no longer the young lady's primary maidservant. You have chosen to reside in this room, and thus you must perform the duties expected of a maid here. This entails rising early each day to chop firewood and fetch water for the household. You will follow Shanwen to inquire about any additional tasks. Do you understand? Dongju's barrage of instructions elicits no response from Chunlan, leaving Dongju impatient and concerned about her own duties. Did you hear me? She presses, her tone tinged with irritation. I have more matters to attend to. Understood, Chunlan replies with a resigned nod, her expression reflecting her acceptance of her predicament. She muses that her situation could be far worse. As her eyes glisten with unshed tears, Dongju, unable to bear the sight, adds, moreover, your monthly allowance will no longer be the same. You comprehend that, do you not? This is not an attempt to bully Chunlan. Rather, it is a necessary clarification. I understand without your prompting. As long as I can remain in this courtyard and have food to eat, I will be grateful, Chunlan responds, turning to meet Dongju's gaze. Dongju smirks slightly, then departs, issuing a final warning to avoid any underhanded schemes. Returning to the small kitchen, Dongju finds Chiome serving porridge from the stove. Chiome, aware of Dongju's arrival, places the completed pot onto a tray and looks up. Is it done? Of course. Were you not busy? Allow me, the idler, to assist. Dongju replies, her mind preoccupied with Chunlan's situation. Chiome, noting Dongju's preoccupation, comments, while it's fine that you've dismissed Chunlan, why did you bring Shanwen into our room? Although Chiome is busy preparing porridge, she is not oblivious to the commotion outside. The room is cramped, but it can accommodate us. Our space is now vacant. Originally, there were 4 of us, and now it's just you and me. Those vacant spots will eventually be filled, and should they not be occupied by our own people, who else should we welcome? Dongju retorts, surprising Chiome with her assertiveness, which quickly dissipates into a smirk. Very well, do as you please, but be cautious with Shanwen. You used to treat her like a close friend, Chiome advises, tidying the stove while conversing. Understood, Dongju acknowledges, taking the tray in hand. Her task now is to deliver porridge to the younger maids, concerned about their hunger. The following morning, Tong Luoyue awakens to the sound of the 2 younger maids chattering as they dash out of the room, their voices lacking the vigor of the previous day. What time is it? She wonders, sitting up in bed. Miss, it is already the hour of chun, Chiome announces, bringing in water for washing. Those 2 are surprisingly quiet today. After completing her morning routine, Tong Luoyue takes a seat and gazes out the window, remarking, it seems the 2 have learned to behave. Dongju turns to observe the lively duo for a moment before returning to her task of serving the young lady. Just after breakfast, a message arrives from outside the courtyard, delivered by Shanwen. What is it? Dongju inquires, standing at the door. Shanwen, remaining outside, informs her. There are guests in the manor. The master requests the young lady to come quickly. Dongju nods and enters to relay the message. Miss? She asks, a hint of concern on her face. Tong Luoyue smiles, rising to her feet. What is meant to happen will happen. Let us go. Dongju acknowledges with an O, exchanging a glance with Chiome. Both are eager to accompany her, yet uncertain how to express this desire. Understanding their hesitation, Tong Luoyue steps outside, encouraging, if we are going, we shall all go together. Dongju readily agrees, and Chiome hastily tidies up, instructing Shanwen to assist with the table before they all exit together. Outside, they encounter Mingda, who appears to have just woken up, still rubbing the sleep from his eyes. Where are you headed? Mingda asks, then waves his hand with a smile, directing his gaze toward Tong Luoyue. Ah, I see now. Go on, he gestures, offering a courteous invitation. Throughout this exchange, Tong Luoyue remained silent, allowing him to speak freely, as if he comprehends everything without her input. She lowers her gaze and walks slowly outside, suppressing the urge to cast a glance at him. Mingda ultimately refrained from doing so. As he stepped into the small kitchen, Tong Luoyue exited, while the two individuals who had been exercising in the courtyard since dawn exchanged sly glances. Tong Tianwei, with a hint of mischief, inquired, "Sister, what shall we do? Should we follow or not?" Excitement sparkled in his eyes. "Of course we should go. Who knows what this is about? Father summoned her so early in the morning. Let us go and see what the fuss is about," he added. Accompanied by two maidservants, Tong Luoyue felt as though she was being led to the execution grounds. It was as if a trap had been set for her long before, eagerly awaiting her arrival. Indeed, just this morning, she had been summoned after barely finishing her breakfast. Yet, she couldn't simply refuse. Given Tong Huin and the first wife's intentions, it was far too tempting an opportunity for them to witness her disgrace. Moreover, since her maidservants were accompanying her, she felt a modicum of courage. Although their loyalties might not align with hers, their presence provided her with a semblance of comfort. As they traversed a picturesque garden, Dongju, with little interest in her surroundings, recalled that Autumn may have hinted at their master's changing attitude towards the young lady. It seemed that after this incident, the master would no longer be as indifferent to her. However, this shift might not bode well for them. The maidservants guided Tong Luoyue through a corridor leading to a quaint, enclosed garden. Within it, exquisite mahogany furniture adorned the space, resembling both a garden and a reception area, a rarity in the lush landscape of Yangling City. The banquet had already been set, with numerous guests taking their seats. Tong Luoyue, unfamiliar with the scene, slowly made her way through the central aisle. Due to her status as the eldest daughter of the Tong family, a few acquaintances murmured to one another while others offered her nods of recognition. "Ah, here she comes," Tong Huin remarked, his expression surprisingly devoid of discontent as he observed his daughter approach, flanked by her maidservants. Although his demeanor was typically cold and distant, a semblance of warmth flickered within. Dongju discreetly glanced at her mistress, who acknowledged her presence with a bow before choosing a seat offered by a servant. Immediately, Dongju and Xiao Mei moved to assist their mistress, wiping down the table and accepting a teapot from another maidservant, pouring tea without acknowledging Tong Huin's scrutinizing gaze upon them. Soon after, the first wife arrived, despite such gatherings typically being inappropriate for her presence. Unlike the other concubines, who had not attended, perhaps she felt a sense of obligation as the nominal mistress of the household. The external world was well aware of her position, and with Tong Huin's tacit approval, she never missed an opportunity to appear before the public, especially at significant events. As the first wife entered gracefully, her demeanor remained impeccable, leaving little room for criticism. Tong Luoyue observed her. Recognizing this as the first wife's greatest strength, she could present one face publicly while concealing another privately, leaving those unfamiliar with her unaware of her true nature. Beside her walked the second daughter, Tong, who was notably different from when they first arrived. Many in attendance recognized her, and several young gentlemen and young ladies approached her with smiles and laughter. During this time, whether intentional or not, Tong Yue frequently glanced in Tong Luoyue's direction, almost as if to flaunt her social prowess. Dongju noticed this and felt a pang of anxiety for her mistress. This was an excellent opportunity that Tong Luoyue seemed oblivious to. Look at the second daughter. How adept she is at charming others, Dongju thought, repeatedly studying Tong Luoyue's expression, but found no signs of urgency. Xiaomei furrowed her brow. After all, as Tong Luoyue's maidservant, her status was tied to her mistress's reputation. Frequenting the second wife's quarters, she knew that even if the second wife remained silent, whispers from her household could ultimately affect her standing. Before long, Dongju's gaze settled on the two women who, after receiving the attention of the crowd, finally prepared to sit, or would they choose to place themselves. Tong Luoyue, observing a camellia in the distance, caught a glimpse of the two women in their vibrant robes, pondering silently. Soon, Tong Huin warmly beckoned his first wife to sit beside him, naturally placing their daughter next to her mother. This arrangement immediately signaled their closeness. The guests were all esteemed individuals, not merely women and children. Many were prominent officials of the court. Although the first wife sat a distance away, Tong Huen's arrangement unmistakably revealed their familial ties to the observant onlookers. The gazes directed at Tong Luoyue shifted in meaning, laden with scrutiny, mockery, and curiosity. Many were unaware of her true status as the legitimate daughter of the Tong family, a fact only known through the gossip of women who mingled within the household. With the guest list being relatively small, news spread quickly. Everyone passing by was likely recognized, and those unfamiliar could easily inquire and learn. Tong Yue donned a newly crafted garment today, and as she gracefully adjusted her sleeves, a fragrant aura enveloped her, with glimmers of light subtly dancing upon the colorful threads woven into the fabric, reflecting the sunlight. Many unmarried young ladies cast curious glances at her attire and the deliberate elegance of her ensemble. However, Tong Yue appeared rather reluctant to engage in discussions about her clothing. Each time someone approached her with inquiries, she would respond with a faint smile and deftly steer the conversation elsewhere. It seemed that she believed indulging in such trivial matters, like the attire of other young ladies, would diminish her worth, undermining the reputation she had earned in Yangling City through her intellect. The gathering was also graced by numerous literati and noble families. Some attendees had fallen on hard times and had not received invitations from the Tong residents, but had sought recommendations to gain entry. Although it was still early, as Tong Luoyue mentioned, she had just finished her breakfast when Tong Huen sent a servant to summon her, allowing ample time for a leisurely arrival. Yet, in deference to the esteemed guests they were to meet, many had rushed over without even partaking in their morning meal. Even if the timings on the invitations did not align with their arrival, they were eager to come early, for they wished to catch a glimpse of the recently celebrated gentleman in Yangling City. This was an extraordinary opportunity, especially since the master of the Tong household had specifically noted in the invitations that this gentleman would be attending the poetry gathering he had organized. Upon hearing this news, much like Tong Huen had anticipated, the entire city buzzed with excitement, especially among those who understood the significance of the occasion. Even the prominent families found themselves stirred. As Tong Huen had surmised, he felt immense joy these past few days, aside from the troubles caused by his eldest daughter, as this was perhaps the proudest moment of his life. The sheer number of people eager to attend the poetry gathering at his residence had led to countless visits over the past few days, including a special envoy sent by the governor of Yangling City, who had instructed his assistant to inform Tong Huen that he would indeed be present, insisting that a seat be reserved for him. Tong Huen was elated upon receiving this news from the assistant, overwhelmed with excitement. Unfortunately, the only person who could share in his joy was his beloved concubine, as no one else could comprehend the depth of his feelings at that moment. Not far from Tong Luoyue sat Jiangkunda, whose gaze did not gravitate towards Tong Yue like that of many young men. He was aware of the attention Tong Yue garnered and had long understood that his family would never permit him to wed a concubine's illegitimate daughter from the Tong household. Yet he still harbored a desire to be with her. However, upon seeing Tong Luoyue today, he felt an inexplicable shift. He learned that this seemingly unassuming girl, quietly sipping tea and indulging in pastries with few engaging her in conversation, had recently bested the esteemed Qin in a game of chess. The revelation struck him while he was mid-sip, causing him to choke in surprise. Later, he feigned casual interest when inquiring about this incident from her sister, Tong Yue, who explained that Tong Luoyue had acquired a chess manual from Qin, which had aided her mastery. Yet, Jiangkunda found it hard to believe. Why would they overlook the fact that this manual belonged to Qin himself? Would he not have examined it before lending it to a woman, only to deliberately lose to her? Surely, no one would dismiss the implications of such an act. If word were to spread, it would undoubtedly tarnish the reputation of such a gentleman. Every truly talented individual would avoid making such a grave error, keenly seeking opportunities to showcase their abilities rather than engaging in actions that might compromise their honor. Thus, upon further reflection, Jiangkunda remained unconvinced of the authenticity of the situation. There was undoubtedly something amiss. If it was improbable that Qin had intentionally lost to Tong Luoyue, it must mean he had genuinely been defeated by her. The very thought left Jiangkunda unsettled when he observed Tong Luoyue approaching, flanked by two maidservants. Perhaps she was not as lacking in talent as the world had claimed. However, within the Tong household, no one believed this possibility. Even he, despite his previous encounters with Tong Luoyue, had never dared to commend her, viewing her as timid and inconsequential in the presence of others. Was she truly as he had perceived her to be, lacking in intellect? Seated behind her, Jiang Kunda's gaze remained fixed on Tong Luoyue, convinced that there was more to her than met the eye. She must harbor a secret. He pondered her earlier demeanor, appearing so meek and devoid of talent in his presence. What could her intentions have been? He recalled the moment when she had resolutely declared, in front of her grandmother, her disinterest in marrying him, despite the fact that he had never intended to wed her. He had always aimed to marry Tong Yuer. Yet, the firm determination she had displayed in wanting to marry the man her father had chosen left him perplexed. What was she concealing? Her recent actions led him to suspect a connection between the two. Had she been feigning affection all along? Such a notion seemed absurd. Did she consider him merely a pawn in her game? The implications were troubling. If his suspicions held true, then her scholarly abilities must have been carefully concealed. This woman had gone to great lengths to create a misunderstanding. Jiang Kunda's eyes blazed with determination as he fixated on her figure, questioning whether he, with his intellect and family standing, was truly unworthy of her. Jiang Kunda tightly clenched his fists, the veins on his hands protruding prominently. Yet, the fervent turmoil within him failed to catch the attention of Tong Luoyue, who was leisurely savoring her snacks. Unbeknownst to her, a piercing gaze lingered not far behind her, fixated on her for quite some time. The guests around were engaged in conversation, although it was somewhat inappropriate for the concubine to be present in such a gathering. The presence of numerous women accompanying their families alleviated her discomfort. In this setting, akin to an outdoor conservatory, the atmosphere was less constrained. The concubine glanced at Tong Luoyue, who was seated nearby, and then turned her gaze toward her daughter, adorned with exquisite attire, pride radiating from her face. Fortunately, Yu's injury wasn't as severe as she had imagined. Otherwise, if Yu had been unable to attend and compare herself to the so-called young ladies of the Tong household, she would have been loath to forfeit such a rare opportunity to humiliate this woman. The concubine waited, surveying her surroundings before slowly rising and approaching her husband. "My lord, what is the matter? Has Lord Qin not yet arrived? Have you sent someone to invite him?" There was a hint of urgency in her voice. "Dear wife, have you not noticed that it is still early? The appointed time on the invitation has not yet arrived." Tong Huan reassured her, gently pressing her hand. Today, he felt quite pleased, having received courteous treatment from many powerful figures who usually held higher status than him. He stroked his goatee and glanced at the concubine. With so many people present, he could not comfort her as he would in private. "Rest assured, I have already arranged for someone to invite Lord Qin. There is no need for haste. An early arrival serves no purpose, does it? Have you not observed the anxious expressions on the faces of those present?" The concubine turned with a smile that mirrored her husband's. "Indeed, I have seen it." Just then, two figures entered through the door, a mother and daughter, elegantly dressed, who seemed to be searching for someone amidst the crowd. "Mother, where is she? There are so many people here. What does she look like?" A stately older woman stood beside a graceful young girl. "I haven't seen her either, but this is her home. She must be here somewhere. Let's simply ask someone." The mother reassured her daughter, gently squeezing her hand. The concubine approached the duo with measured steps. Meanwhile, Tong Luoyue, quietly enjoying her snacks with two maidservants assisting her in surveying the surroundings, soon learned of the concubine's latest movements through the chatter of Dongju. "Miss, look over there. That concubine is pretending to be the lady of the house to greet the guests." Dongju pointed discreetly toward the approaching figure of the concubine. Tong Luoyue and Xiaomei followed Dongju's gaze, but Tong Luoyue found herself at a loss for words. Xiaomei adeptly interjected, "Dongju, you mustn't wear your disdain for the concubines so openly. Can't you see how many eyes are watching us? How many ears are listening?" "All right, I understand," Dongju replied, albeit with a hint of annoyance at Xiaomei's interference. Nevertheless, she nodded in compliance. Tong Luoyue turned to follow Dongju's indicated direction, her previously calm demeanor suddenly shifting as she recognized the two figures approaching. Who were they? Why were they here? This was the Tong residence. How could they attend this gathering? In her line of sight were her former stepmother and her biological sister, Wang Yuo, advancing toward her. Indeed, Tong Luoyue was not mistaken. The individuals scanning the crowd were none other than her former stepmother and her biological sister. The tranquility in her heart was abruptly disrupted, leaving her feeling inexplicably uneasy. She could not comprehend why their sudden appearance stirred such discomfort within her. Tong Luoyue, formerly known as Wang Yu, endeavored to dismiss this unwelcome sensation, attributing it to her own nervousness and the antics of the two young women. As she scrutinized them from a distance, she noted that her stepmother and sister appeared more disheveled than she remembered from her previous life. Tong Luoyue furrowed her brow, observing that despite their attire being meticulously arranged, it lacked the opulence of fine silk, comprising only a basic fabric embellished with a bit of brocade at the edges. Such a style was outdated. The current fashion in Yangling City favored a more refined appearance, and their accessories were neither gold nor silver. She recalled that her sister would have never ventured out in such a manner previously. What had transpired during the year she spent away? Had the so-called husband, Ling Diqing, failed to support them as he portrayed? Did he not care for his wife as family? Tong Luoyue pondered, recalling how she had provided them with lavish garments shortly after her marriage, always striving to ensure her sister had the finest. What had changed to render them so destitute before her? As she reflected, a realization dawned upon her. It was entirely plausible. If he could orchestrate such treachery against her, how could he possibly regard her former family? In his eyes, they were merely remnants of a bygone era. Was it not evident? He had swiftly chosen her, the legitimate daughter of the Tong household, as his next bride. How absurd, indeed. In her previous life, Wang Yubing was merely a transient presence in her world, a fleeting visitor whose duration of stay has long since faded from her memory. Tong Luoyue quietly regarded her former relatives as they slowly approached, subtly adjusting her sleeve in an attempt to appear perfectly composed. Beneath her serene facade, she pondered whether she should adopt her former demeanor towards them in this new life. After all, they were indeed her biological mother and sister. Her mother had, in her own way, sought a suitable match for her given their family circumstances, likely expending considerable effort in the process. Hence, upon gaining the means, Tong Luoyue had strived to provide the best for them, securing a property with her hard-earned resources. As she hesitated, a frown creased Tong Luoyue's brow. She observed her mother and sister, Wang Yubing, being warmly welcomed by a concubine, making their way directly to the forefront. Was it not the case that only distinguished guests were entitled to be present here today? Their family had once been merely of moderate means, and it was inconceivable that they would mingle with such an esteemed clan. Moreover, clad in their tattered garments, Tong Luoyue found it perplexing to comprehend their current predicament. What was the purpose of this concubine's beaming welcome? Yet soon enough, Tong Luoyue noticed that, guided by the concubine, both women turned their gazes towards her. Their eyes met, locking in a moment of mutual acknowledgement. Subsequently, her former mother scrutinized her from head to toe, making Tong Luoyue feel as if she were an object on display for inspection. It became clear to her that the hostility emanating from her mother suggested a lack of fondness towards her. This realization brought a smile to Tong Luoyue's lips, easing her heart. It seemed that her mother did not wish for her to marry into their family, perhaps still advocating for her illegitimate daughter. Feeling unexpectedly touched, Tong Luoyue rose and walked over, ready to speak. Is this the legitimate eldest daughter of the Tong family? Her former mother inquired with a sidelong glance at the concubine who had brought them in. Indeed, madam. Have you not noticed her grace and demeanor precisely as I described? The concubine smiled and replied to her former mother. Tong Luoyue's mother nodded in agreement. Her earlier scrutiny seemingly softened. Tong Luoyue mused that her mother was indeed well-mannered, much like when she had been raised as an illegitimate child. Are you the woman destined to marry my brother-in-law? Wang Yuru suddenly dropped her hold on her mother, lifting her chin defiantly as she spoke to Wang Yubing. Tong Luoyue observed her former sister in silence, not responding immediately. Miss, who is she? Do you know her? Shumei, standing behind Tong Luoyue, stepped forward to alleviate her mistress's discomfort, noting her mistress's evident struggle with this unfamiliar woman. Chiomei grew concerned that such encounters might evoke memories of the past that were better left undisturbed. Miss, the guests have not yet arrived. We need not linger here so early. Shall we take a stroll? Dongju suggested, attempting to redirect Tong Luoyue's focus away from the pair. Although she was unsure of her mistress's sudden inclination towards the unfamiliar mother-daughter duo, Dongju reminded her of the concubine's earlier actions, which had not suggested any need for engagement. Yet, Tong Luoyue simply nodded. Let us go. This place feels stifling. We may return later. With that, she averted her gaze from them entirely. Wang Yuru, astonished, could scarcely believe that the woman she had just addressed had chosen not to respond. Miss Tong, please stop. You have yet to answer my earlier question. Wang Yuru stepped forward, blocking Tong Luoyue in full view of the guests. Dongju frowned, clearly displeased with Wang Yuru's audacity, while Chiomei's expression shifted from indifference to curiosity. Pray tell, who are you? Our Miss Tong is under no obligation to respond to inquiries from those who have not introduced themselves, Chiomei interjected kindly. Some guests, intrigued, leaned in to hear the exchange, as this Tong family daughter was not as widely recognized as her sister. Tong Yue, you a mere maid, presumed to speak on behalf of your mistress? Wang Yuru's face flushed with indignation, her previous timidity replaced by anger. How dare a servant address her in such a manner? Chiomei refrained from rolling her eyes, but chose to ignore Wang Yuru entirely, leaning closer to Tong Luoyue to whisper, shall we depart, miss? Simultaneously, Dongju linked arms with Tong Luoyue, suggesting, miss, were you not eager to see the flowers in the garden? Let's go and admire them. Tong Luoyue remained silent, her gaze fixed ahead. In her previous life, she had been the illegitimate daughter before them, and the age-old distinction between legitimate and illegitimate children rendered her powerless to alter her fate. Now, in this new life, she is the legitimate eldest daughter of the Tong family. Even though Wang Yuru, her own sister, shares blood ties with her from a past life, that is, after all, a thing of the past, is it not? Although she feels somewhat disoriented by the sudden appearance of these two individuals at a moment when she is still unprepared, is it truly her desire to revert to the status of a concubine's daughter in this lifetime, or to live her life with the same cautiousness as in her previous existence? Would she allow Ling Diqing to inflict another wound upon her? Absolutely not. Until she comprehends the reasons behind her previous demise and the motives for her murder, she resolutely refuses to return. Tong Luoyue turned away, casting one last glance at her legitimate mother and the somewhat irate sister. With the support of Dongju, she proceeded forward. What is your attitude? Wang Yuru exclaimed behind her, feeling utterly humiliated in front of so many guests. On such a significant occasion, she had never anticipated encountering so many dignitaries. Wang Yuru clenched her hands tightly outside her garments, determined to confront her sister once more, to remind her of her impending marriage to a certain man. Yuru, enough. Her mother, Qin Jinlian, gently tugged at her daughter's hand. Indeed, there will be ample opportunities ahead. Yuru, the concubine, who had observed the earlier scene, softly comforted her distant relative's daughter. Qin Jinlian looked gratefully at the concubine, saying, I owe you my thanks, Shulan. Look, it is simply my daughter's immaturity that has caused you to witness this, but we owe our presence here today to your thoughtful invitation. The guests here are of such noble stature. I imagine you must have exerted considerable effort to arrange this. The concubine, flattered by Qin Jinlian's compliments, smiled wider, responding, there was hardly any trouble. It was merely a matter of mentioning it casually to my husband. With a smile, she welcomed them inside. The concubine noticed her own daughter, Tong Yue, looking in their direction, likely having witnessed the earlier encounter as well. See, my Yue is waiting for Yuru. You two, being of similar age, surely have much to discuss. Today's gathering is filled with wealthy young gentlemen. Yuru, seize this opportunity well. The concubine urged Wang Yuru, who was now blushing from embarrassment. As the central figure of the gathering departed, the guests gradually shifted their gaze away. This led to hushed discussions among them. You said the eldest daughter of the Tong family is not at all as you described. One woman, unfamiliar with Tong Luoyue until today, whispered to another woman seated beside her, who was similarly attired. I too noticed, she does not appear the type to be easily bullied. The similarly dressed woman replied, turning to inquire of her daughter beside her. Didn't you say she, mother? Just wait and see. If the Tong family's eldest daughter were truly as meek as you claim, how could she be so unrecognized in this gathering? Did you not see how many familiar eyes were directed towards her when her half-sister arrived? What kind of family allows a lowly concubine's daughter to overshadow the legitimate daughter? After finishing her statement, the girl tilted her chin disdainfully toward Tong Yue. The tone of her words, steeped in indignation, made it clear that she hailed from a noble family herself. Mind your words. Our household's affairs may not align with those of the Tong family. Do not let anyone underestimate you, her mother gently admonished, tapping her daughter's head affectionately. As the impression left by Tong Luoyue lingered among the guests, Wang Yuru, alongside her mother, followed the concubine to where Tong Yue was surrounded by several peers. Those young ladies were assessing Tong Yue's radiant attire that glimmered in the sunlight. Naturally, every woman appreciates beauty, and many present were concubines like Tong Yuer. Although Tong Yuer did not outwardly display any emotion, her responses were laced with a hint of indifference. This allowed her the freedom to observe, and she had been keenly watching her elder sister, Tong Luoyue, during the earlier scene. Tong Yuer felt a deep sense of discomfort. It seemed Tong Luoyue held herself in far too high regard. Among the numerous guests present, no one had approached her for conversation. Had they not noticed that she had not exchanged a word with anyone since her arrival? Yet, there she sat, composed and leisurely enjoying her pastries and sipping tea. Did she come merely to dine and watch a performance? A smirk crept onto Tong Yuer's lips. Soon, she would make it clear to this woman that this was not a mere spectator event. She was the star of the show, the one bringing disgrace to the Tong family. Tong Yuer's gaze met the pair of seemingly mother and daughter whom her own mother was welcoming. She discreetly glanced at their attire, hinting at disdain, but quickly retracted the mocking expression, aware only to herself of the implications of that fleeting glance. "Who is this lady?" Tong Yuer inquired politely, rising slightly. "She is a distant relative of the Qin family," the concubine replied. The concubine, whose surname was Qin, hailed from a family that was not particularly prosperous. At best, they could be considered a minor household in Yangling City. Thus, the concubine seldom maintained relations with her family. However, due to a unique connection between Qin Jinlian and her daughter, there were expectations and cooperation between them. This was something even her daughter was unaware of. She only spoke of superficial matters. Otherwise, how could the concubine have so fortuitously introduced Tong Luoyue to a suitable family? It was not merely Tong Huin's idea to match Tong Luoyue with a subordinate of his, someone not particularly wealthy or influential and who had already married once. Without the concubine's intervention, how could Tong Huin have found Ling Diqing so easily? Therefore, the connection between the concubine and Tong Luoyue's legitimate mother in this life had its reasons. Otherwise, they would not be present here today. Meanwhile, Wang Yuruo stood beside her mother, glancing shyly towards Tong Yuer, feeling a twinge of insecurity. As Wang Yuruo pondered, she could not help but compare her attire to that of Tong Luoyue, the legitimate daughter of the Tong family, who had just walked past her. The fabric of Tong Luoyue's garments was likely unavailable for purchase in Yangling City at this time. Furthermore, the total cost of such an ensemble must be exorbitant. Wang Yuruo glanced at her own outfit, which had been meticulously arranged by her mother at home, and felt a stark contrast that she had never experienced before. It was primarily due to the fact that she rarely had the opportunity to mingle with such a crowd. Standing so closely together, the disparity was painfully apparent. A sense of inferiority began to creep into Wang Yuruo's heart, although she had not felt this way in front of the Tong family's eldest daughter, who was soon to marry Ling Diqing. Wang Yuruo endeavored to maintain her composure, striving to appear natural as she returned Tong Yuer's inquisitive gaze with a gentle smile and a respectful bow. Tong Yuer recognized her, recalling her mother's previous mention of Wang Yuruo, though she had not paid much attention at the time. However, she was puzzled as to why her mother had brought them here today. "Please, come and sit with us," Tong Yuer beckoned, inviting the unfamiliar mother-daughter duo to join her side. She then turned to instruct the waiting maidservants to prepare a seating arrangement. Wang Yuruo felt utterly astonished. Since her arrival in the garden, she had never imagined she would find herself seated before Tong Yuer. While at home, she had inquired about the character of the Tong family's concubine daughter, and her mother had informed her that Tong Yuer was one of the few women in Yangling City with considerable talents. It was clear that someone capable of eliciting such admiration from others must possess remarkable qualities. Concealing her excitement, Wang Yuruo attempted to appear at ease as she settled onto the couch prepared for her. Her mother joined her, yet despite their proximity to Tong Yuer, Wang Yuruo and her mother were still a seat away from the rightful mistress of the Tong household, and the maidservants naturally favored their own mistress. Thus, the distance between Wang Yuruo and her mother to Tong Yuer was minimal but still discernible. As they sat at the foot of Tong Yuer, both Wang Yuruo and her mother were oblivious to anything else, having rushed in to find the eldest daughter of the Tong family. Now that they were finally seated, their eyes eagerly roamed the surroundings, both taken aback by the grandeur of the Tong residence. The opulence was indeed astounding. In this season, which household could afford such extravagant expenses to host guests? This was a secluded warm room, with glass partitions shielding against the cold winds outside. The ceiling was adorned with a glass canopy, and luxurious crystal-like decorations hung from the beams, promising to reflect a myriad of lights when illuminated by candlelight in the evening. Wang Yiruo and her mother, Qin Jinlian, were left speechless by the splendor of the Tong family, their awe deepening into a sense of reverence. The thought of their future days together brought them to exchange knowing glances, smiles gracing their lips in silence. Tong Luoyue, having unexpectedly encountered her former mother-in-law, felt a wave of astonishment wash over her as she walked slowly along the path of soft stones in the garden, her gaze fixed ahead in contemplation. "Miss, do not let that rude woman intimidate you." Dong Zhu's quick voice broke the silence. "Intimidate?" Tong Luoyue replied, slightly surprised by her maid's words. "That is not something for you to say. I have my own plans." Xiaomei, on the other side of Tong Luoyue, seized the opportunity to undermine Dong Zhu's comment, subtly reinforcing her own standing in the eyes of her mistress. Dong Zhu was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks puffed in discontent, yet she chose not to voice her grievances. Inwardly, she thought that Xiaomei was cunning, twisting her innocent words into something far more significant, leading to misunderstandings. Tong Luoyue turned her attention forward, a smile gracing her lips. Yes, she did harbor a hint of timidity. In her past life, she had been a mere concubine daughter, yearning for even the slightest praise from her mother-in-law, which would have filled her with joy akin to savoring honey. Now, upon their first meeting, that ingrained fear began to resurface. Exhaling a breath of pent-up anxiety, she inhaled the refreshing air of the garden. As she lifted her gaze, she spotted the day's main character approaching from a small gate, the esteemed Qin Darren, a man of remarkable talents in the eyes of the public. Wang Yiruo's curiosity piqued as she wondered why the esteemed gentleman did not enter through the main gate of the garden. "Why does this gentleman not take the main entrance?" the inquisitive Dong Zhu asked. Tong Luoyue shot a glance at her maid, internally amused that Dong Zhu had posed a question she herself had been contemplating. She surveyed the surroundings and instructed her maidservants, "Let us step aside to avoid an encounter." Tong Luoyue refrained from voicing her suspicion that the gentleman seemed to have a particular purpose for visiting the Tong residence. Each time they met, his demeanor towards her was unexpectedly kind, inciting jealousy in Tong Huan. Such attention was something she never anticipated receiving. Tong Luoyue was well aware of her own limitations. It was evident that Qin Darren harbored some ulterior motive, perhaps related to the ancient text she possessed, or possibly something else entirely. Yet, until he explicitly expressed his intentions, she would not unwittingly present him with an opportunity. As she concealed herself behind a cluster of lush banana leaves, Tong Luoyue distinctly heard footsteps approaching along the path. Soon enough, she thought, he would pass by. With a smile, she bent down to inhale the scent of a wildflower resembling wheat, which, while lacking sweetness, brought a sense of comfort. "Tong Luoyue, why do you linger here?" A sudden mocking voice interrupted her thoughts, and Tong Manqin appeared before her as if materializing from thin air. She pointed at Tong Luoyue, her small face lifted in a triumphant and somewhat arrogant smile, embodying a mischievous demeanor. This was how she regarded her biological sister. Naturally, Tong Manqin was accompanied by her, as was Tong Tianwei. Tong Tianwei, too, wore a sly grin, even more resonant and crisp than that of his elder sister. His sudden outburst caught the attention of Lord Qin, who was hurrying along the path outside, causing him to come to a halt. What was happening? Was he trying to avoid me? Lord Qin quickly lifted a large banana leaf and leaned in, encountering the gaze of the Tong family's legitimate young lady, who was hidden within. Inwardly, Tong Luoyue lamented that she should have confined these two little rascals to their room before stepping out. It was her own softness that allowed them to trip her up like this. Facing the smiling gentleman before her, she could not simply nod in agreement with his words. Instead, she offered him a faint smile and replied, "No, my lord, what do you mean?" Though the truth was apparent, as her two maidservants could attest. Such words could not be uttered outright. After speaking, Tong Luoyue cast a sideways glance at the two small mischief makers, who had just reached her waist. "Is that so? Perhaps I am overthinking," she mused. Lord Qin maintained his position with the banana leaf raised and then shifted slightly to create space, seemingly inviting her to step outside. Tong Luoyue stared at the large leaf. It was indeed quite substantial. Upon her entrance, she had not brushed against it at all. Yet the gentleman seemed to need to bend down when he entered. This realization led her to understand that Lord Qin was considerably taller than she was. "Are you heading to banquet, Miss Tong?" Lord Qin inquired, effortlessly unfolding his fan exuding charm and elegance. The two little ones peeked out behind, gazing at him with admiration, despite this being their first encounter. Tong Luoyue observed him closely, contemplating that Lord Qin possessed ample charisma. However, she soon responded, "It's still early. I merely stepped out for a breath of fresh air. The esteemed guests have already taken their seats, and seeing you in such haste, I presume you are eager to attend to your matters." At this point, she paused, subtly indicating for him to proceed, implying that she would not detain him further. Lord Qin discerned the intention behind Miss Tong's gesture, glancing at the two attendants who had guided him through the narrow path. His earlier choice of route had been driven by urgency, and now the reason was clear. He scrutinized the young lady before him for a moment, then glanced at her maidservants and younger siblings. Turning to the two attendants, he said, "No rush. You may go ahead. Inform your master that I shall arrive shortly." Accompanied by the Tong young lady, his eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief as he emphasized the title of the Tong family's legitimate daughter, as if relishing the words. At this moment, Tong Luoyue was taken aback by Lord Qin's playful tone, his smile curving at the corners of his mouth. "My lord, that may not be appropriate. It does not conform to decorum," she stammered, unable to articulate the last two words. After all, he was a distinguished guest of the Tong family, and how could she dismiss him? Should Tong Huan overhear this, it would surely spark a scandal, and he would eagerly seize the opportunity to humiliate her before the guests. Yet, given the current situation, escorting this gentleman in front of so many would surely not ease Tong Huan's feelings. Having encountered various incidents, Tong Luoyue had gained a profound understanding of her father's character. She noticed the two attendants casting glances her way, so she bowed respectfully to Lord Qin before stepping outside. "Come along, since fate has brought us together, Miss Tong. Let us stroll through this garden. I have heard it is one of the few indoor gardens in Yangling City," Lord Qin suggested, bending slightly to inquire. Tong Luoyue smiled, but offered no further reply. This was her first visit, and she was unfamiliar with the place. It was no wonder that her maidservant, Dongjiu, had incessantly spoken of the Tong residence's grandeur. However, she had never mentioned such an opulent garden, which suggested even Dongjiu, the chatterbox, had no knowledge of it. Thus, as a newcomer inhabiting this original body, how could she possibly know? All she could do was return a smile to the gentleman. The two maidservants, Dongjiu and Xiaomei, followed closely behind. Xiaomei, having heard much about Lord Qin from the household staff, was particularly curious. As they walked, the two little ones, Tong Tianwei and Tong Manqin, decided to continue following, hoping to overhear more to share with their sister Yuer, who would surely be delighted and reward them with small treats. After whispering excitedly to one another, the two children laughed joyfully, realizing that being close to Tong Luoyue was quite fortunate. Their faces lit up with curiosity as they gazed up at the two adults, eager to engage. Meanwhile, the two attendants who had gone to fetch Lord Qin for Tong Huan were now unable to bring the esteemed guest over. Tong Huan's puzzled gaze swept across the two. "What is going on? Is Lord Qin delayed by some matter?" he inquired, his voice tinged with irritation, attracting the attention of many curious onlookers. The attendants, without hesitation, reported the situation. It was the young lady who fortuitously encountered Lord Qin on the way, and he mentioned he would take his time and come over with her. Their explanation elicited a dark expression from Tong Huan, who swiftly turned to find the seat where Lord Qin had been sitting now empty. He was about to demand an explanation for the absence when his secondary wife, well aware of his thoughts, approached him and explained the young lady likely felt bored and went for a stroll. "I saw her with her two maidservants earlier, but it seems they have wandered quite far in such a short time." She paused, glancing subtly at the visibly agitated husband before continuing, "Do not be upset, my lord. Perhaps the young lady is unaware of the significance of your invitation to this esteemed guest, and it is not entirely her fault, especially with so many guests present." Her final words were spoken in a notably gentle tone. Chapter 82. The emotions of Tong Huan upon hearing such remarks. How could Tong Huan not feel a surge of anger, especially coming from the mouth of a concubine and in the presence of numerous guests? He immediately raised his head to observe, noticing that many individuals, including the two stewards he had dispatched to summon Lord Qin, were looking in his direction upon their return. Tong Huan paused for a moment, exerting every effort to suppress the flames of indignation within him, forcing a stiff smile onto his face as he gestured to the guests. It's all right. Please enjoy some refreshments. The esteemed lord will arrive shortly. Tong Huin managed to articulate these words with great difficulty. He was cautious, unwilling to divulge the whereabouts of their distinguished guest, particularly to this rare gathering of esteemed visitors. Hadn't the seating for the guests gone from merely 70 to 90% full? It was nearly at capacity. If they were to discover that Lord Qin was idly wandering the gardens with his eldest daughter, wouldn't that be a humiliation for the family? Such a scenario was absolutely unacceptable to Tong Huin. He reflected on his previous oversight in neglecting to monitor his daughter's actions while welcoming the guests. Regret washed over him. But there was still time to rectify the situation, for the two had yet to arrive. There was still an opportunity. He could prevent these uninformed guests from learning what Lord Qin was currently engaged in. Quickly, he summoned a trusted attendant who had been with him for some time, a person who understood his intentions and could keep a secret. Tong Huin whispered his instructions, and the attendant departed. It was only when he could no longer see the attendant that he withdrew his gaze from that direction. The concubine observed Tong Huin's actions with keen interest, surprised at how he had handled the situation with the young lady. Her heart brimmed with delight and an unusual excitement as she awaited the outcome. With a radiant smile, the concubine greeted the esteemed guests, while Tong Huin also busied himself with their reception. However, many approached him with inquiries. One guest, who had been observing everything with clarity, stepped forward and asked Tong, "What is the situation? We have been waiting for quite some time. Surely this lord will not be absent?" This individual was Qian Wanshan, the most renowned wealthy gentleman in Yangling City. Despite his somewhat unremarkable name, he was handsome, charming, and exuded charisma. His family had always been affluent, allowing him to be educated in the arts. And now he possessed both the audacity to spend lavishly and the scholarly reputation that endeared him to the literati of Yangling City. Such a person was not to be underestimated. Tong Huin knew he must tread carefully. He composed himself, striving to appear exceedingly respectful as he approached the gentleman, who had surpassed 40 years of age. After bowing slightly, he smiled and said, "Brother Qian, please do not misunderstand. He will arrive shortly. I have just instructed my servants to hasten his arrival." Tong Huin was well acquainted with Qian's temperament and aimed to placate him. "Is that so? I heard that he had already been summoned, yet he has not appeared. What is the meaning of this?" Qian Wanshan inquired, tapping his round belly and casting a sideways glance. Tong Huin, taken aback by the inquiry, regretted mentioning the Lord's summons earlier. Although he had spoken thus, it was still too early for the Lord's arrival. Now, as time drew near, he had repeatedly assured everyone that Lord Qin was on his way, which could lead to misunderstandings. As Qian Wanshan posed his question, more guests approached, echoing the same concerns. The initial thrill Tong Huin felt at having a respected scholar in his home had begun to dwindle, replaced by a sense of scrutiny from those around him. His heart raced, and the calmness that had once adorned his face evaporated, replaced by a sheen of perspiration. Chapter 83. Introduction. Father, what has happened? Tong Yuer, who had been engaged in light-hearted conversation with several female companions, turned to see her father surrounded by a throng of concerned individuals. She gracefully maneuvered through the crowd and approached him from behind, inquiring softly, "It's nothing really. Just your sister has wandered off somewhere. There's no need for concern." Tong Huin replied, attempting to alleviate his daughter's worries. "Wandered off? What is the big deal?" "Father, simply ask someone to look for her. Why the urgency?" Tong Yuer, unaware of the full context, responded, "Just sit tight, my dear." Tong Huin gently patted his beloved daughter before turning back to address the persistent inquiries of the guests. The concubine approached her daughter and whispered, "This is a rare opportunity. Make sure to interact with the daughters of the prominent families. Do you understand, Yuera?" She lightly tugged at her daughter's sleeve, imparting her advice. "Yes, mother, I understand perfectly," Tong Yuera replied, adjusting her hair and glancing back at the guests before returning to her place. The concubine was pleased with her daughter's composed demeanor and nodded approvingly before stepping up to her husband once more. Upon returning with Tong Yuer, she discovered her neighbor at the adjacent table, the young lady Wang Yuruo, whom she had only just encountered that day. "Miss Tong, what was that all about earlier?" Wang Yuruo inquired, her expression infused with a pleasing smile as she approached Tong Yuer, whose demeanor had noticeably shifted. Wang Yuruo remained oblivious to the growing distance that Tong Yuer had begun to establish, an evident reluctance to engage in conversation with her. Leaning slightly forward, Wang Yuruo attempted to bridge the gap between them. Tong Yuer hesitated before finally turning to her and suggesting, Why not sample the pastries here? Our household's delicacies are quite delightful. As she spoke, she gestured towards the array of treats placed on the table before Wang Yuro, not too far from her reach. Initially sensing a chill from Tong Yuro, Wang Yuro quickly dismissed the notion upon hearing her invitation. She smiled and sampled the pastries, finding them exquisite and delectable, which prompted her to indulge further. Turning to her mother, she shared her delight. Qin Jinlian, Wang Yuruo's mother, observed Tong Yuro, the acknowledged illegitimate daughter of the Tong family, with a discerning eye, noting the subtle condescension in Tong Yuro's previous remarks. She chose not to address her daughter's experience directly, instead maintaining a watchful presence over the unfolding interactions. You're enjoying the pastries that my sister adores. She had quite a few earlier, Tong Yuro remarked, tilting her body slightly to point at the nearly emptied platter where her sister had been seated. Do you see? She added, her smile brightening as she blinked at Wang Yuro playfully. Wang Yuruo's mother followed Tong Yuro's gesture, confirming the truth of her words, and Wang Yuro, feeling somewhat disheartened, set down the pastry she had been enjoying, sensing a newfound ambivalence towards their taste. Tong Yuro perceptibly noted Wang Yuruo's discomfort, understanding her intentions clearly. Her earlier reserve began to dissipate as she introduced Wang Yuro to her close friends, stating, "This is a young lady from the Jia household. Ah, Miss Jia, pleased to meet you." "I am Wang Yuro," she responded, feeling somewhat flustered as she wiped her hands on her handkerchief and stood to pay her respects. Wang Yuruo's name seemed to elicit a frown from the listener, as if she were trying to recall if there were any young ladies of that surname in Yangling City. Wang Yuro sensed the scrutiny in her gaze and felt a twinge of awkwardness. In the garden, Tong Huin's attendant found Tong Luoyue, who was making her way there. The attendant had accompanied a steward who had previously guided Lord Qin to this location. He approached Tong Luoyue and said, "Miss, Master has sent me to fetch you to the old madam. She has declined to attend today's banquet, and Master wishes for you to persuade her to come, as such opportunities are rare." Tong Luoyue regarded him with a furrowed brow, wondering why Tong Huin had not mentioned this before. The old madam had already expressed her disinterest in attending, and Tong Luoyue had respected her wishes, believing her age warranted such a decision. The sudden appearance of this messenger only fueled her skepticism. "Miss, do you refuse to go?" the attendant pressed, sensing her reluctance. Tong Luoyue turned to him, amused yet icy in her response. "Indeed, I do not wish to go. What will you do about it?" The attendant was momentarily taken aback, pausing before replying. "I mean no harm. I am merely delivering Master's message." The seasoned attendant, appearing in his 40s, recognized the shift in Tong Luoyue's demeanor, realizing that she had grown more assertive. Previously, she would not have spoken so boldly to a servant of the family. "Master has instructed you to go," he insisted, shifting to a firmer tone. "I choose not to go. What will you do about it?" Tong Luoyue repeated, her gaze unwavering. The attendant hesitated, clearly taken aback by her defiance. After a moment, he clarified, "I do not wish to impose. I am here simply to convey Master's wishes." At this point, the steward who had accompanied him stepped forward, smiling ingratiatingly. "Ah, Lord Qin, Master has sent me to escort you. I mentioned earlier that you would come independently, but Master was displeased and insisted that I ensure your presence." Hearing this, Qin Chu smiled, understanding the underlying dynamics at play. He turned to Tong Luoyue with a knowing look. "That simply will not do. Miss Tong has stated her intention to accompany me." Tong Luoyue remained silent, observing the exchange between the steward and the attendant, both keen to fulfill Master's desires and unwilling to return without success. Tong Luoyue paused, awaiting the departure of this individual who was to escort Lord Qin away. Presumably, it would not be long now, and soon she would enjoy a much quieter ambience. Standing still alongside her two maidservants were two little ones, uncertain of whom to follow. A glance showed that Tong Tianwei and Tong Manqin had leaned closer together. Lord Qin was led away by the steward, seemingly indifferent to the presence of the two children, leaving them with no choice but to continue trailing behind Tong Luoyue. "Let us proceed this way, miss," urged Tong Huin's attendant, guiding Tong Luoyue along another path. She cast a glance at the route Lord Qin had taken. Immediately, the attendant explained, "Oh, miss, Lord Qin has taken a shortcut. We may traverse this path, although it requires a few extra steps. It allows us to admire the beauty of the gardens." Tong Luoyue had no objections and followed him along the narrow path. "Miss, watch your step," Winter Chrysanthemum cautioned, supporting Tong Luo Yu's arm. This was the 5th reminder since they entered this path, and the 2 maidservants beside her treaded with utmost caution, their eyes fixed on the smooth stones underfoot. At last, prompted by another warning, Tong Luo Yu halted her steps. The maidservants naturally ceased their movement as well. The 2 little ones trailing behind, their clothes and raised their grimy little hands and looked up at Tong Luo Yu. The path Tong Huan's attendant had chosen was one seldom traveled, ostensibly to showcase the garden's beauty. However, intended to showcase the garden's splendor. Yet, as they ventured deeper, the footing became increasingly treacherous, revealing hidden patches of delicate moss on the damp ground. Several times, Tong Luo Yu nearly stumbled, fortunately supported by her maidservants, or she would have found herself in a similarly disheveled state as the 2 children. Tong Luo Yu turned to scrutinize the attendant beside Tong Huan. The attendant was perspiring profusely. This path had been suggested by her father. Who had whispered instructions for her to traverse this seldom-used route. The 2 little ones had already fallen multiple times, a situation far from what he had envisioned. After enduring their complaints, he grew concerned that Tong Luo Yu might begin to suspect his ulterior motives. "Miss, I had no idea this path would be so treacherous. I often walked it before," he said, casting a glance at Tong Luo Yu, whose expression betrayed no doubt. "Let us turn back," Tong Luo Yu declared, indifferent to the attendant's thoughts. If concern were of any use, she would willingly accept it. Yet her father's clear disdain for her made such considerations futile. "Miss, we are almost there. We should continue forward. Turning back would only prolong our journey, and I would feel remiss if you were to fall," the attendant insisted. Tong Luo Yu found amusement in his words and chuckled softly. His eagerness to see her falter was evident. "Miss, we should return," Autumn Plum, who had been quiet thus far, remarked. She had observed the dense tree cover ahead, predicting a slippery path and a lengthy distance yet to traverse, raising concerns that Tong Luo Yu might indeed stumble. Autumn Plum suggested, observing that the path ahead became increasingly shrouded in dense foliage, making the ground even more slippery. Winter Chrysanthemum concurred with Autumn Plum's assessment. The attendant pressed, eager to fulfill Tong Huan's earlier instructions. "That is quite enough. I have little desire to admire the scenery of this estate, especially not at this moment. That is unnecessary. I lack the inclination to admire the scenery of this estate, and I suspect my father awaits my return," Tong Luo Yu replied. "If you choose to turn back, it will only waste more time. Lord will surely think you have delayed too long, which would tarnish his impression of you," he argued. Tong Luo Yu abruptly turned around, fixing her gaze intently upon him. She had already shown her forbearance more than once, yet he appeared she had already tolerated his insistence more than once, yet he seemed oblivious to her restraint. With a frosty glare, she demanded, "You are but a servant. Remember, do not presume to dictate your master's actions. You claim this path boasts beauty, yet you have failed to mention the treacherous moss underfoot. You spoke of the beauty of this path, yet failed to mention the treacherous moss that renders it perilous. Did you not? You neglected to inform me. Do you truly believe it is right for your master to heed your counsel?" Tong Luo Yu stepped closer, her demeanor icy. Though not typically confrontational, "Explain to me how it is right for a servant to expect their mistress to heed their counsel." Tong Luo Yu stepped closer, her demeanor icy and red, her heart reflecting on the stark transformation in her mistress's demeanor. As they retraced their steps, Tong Luo Yu and the 2 children encountered a hot spring along the way. Yet the attendant had persistently conveyed the notion that failing to heed his words would provoke her father's ire. Was it truly right to listen to a servant? Asked Tong Manchin after washing her hands and observing the stains on her attire. "You clumsy servant! You led us down this path, and now my clothes are torn." Tong Tianwei grumbled loudly. Tong Luo Yu's earlier inquiry had fallen on deaf ears. She felt compelled to ask once more, "Should we return?" "Why return? Do you wish to abandon us?" Tong Manchin puffed her cheeks, irritation evident in her voice. "Indeed, do you wish to leave us behind?" Tong Tianwei chimed in, standing beside his sister. Tong Luo Yu gazed at them for a moment, finally casting her eyes on the stains on their clothes left by their recent fall. "Why would he go back? Do you wish to abandon us?" Tong Manchin retorted, puffing her cheeks in annoyance. "Indeed, if you're feeling peckish, you may help yourselves." Tong Luo Yu, facing 2 individuals who were decidedly unfriendly toward her and seemed intent on opposing her, finally casting her eyes on the stains on their clothes left by their recent fall. With a faint smile, she remarked, this time disregarding the words of Tong Huin's attendant beside her. Accompanied by her two maids, she departed, leaving Tong Tianwei to inquire of his sister, are we following them? He tugged at the already soiled fabric of his clothing as he asked, indeed, miss, perhaps it would be best not to follow. If they chose to embarrass themselves in front of others, she was indifferent to the outcome. She turned away and selected a clean path. How foolish it would be to let these two appear before so many distinguished guests. If questioned, it would certainly raise suspicions about the path the master instructed me to take with the Tong family's legitimate daughter. Let the old servant escort you and the young master back first, shall we? The attendant of Tong Huin interjected suddenly. How foolish it would be to let these two appear before so many distinguished guests. If questioned, momentarily taken aback, soon realized that this little ancestor was suggesting as this thought crossed his mind, he felt a twinge of concern. The attendant of Tong Huin endeavored to minimize the damage of what was becoming increasingly irretrievable. Are you afraid, you servant? Your intent, now, disregarding the chatter of the two young ones, was eager to report back to his master. Are you leaving? Tong Manqing expressed her discontent. Indeed, miss. Is there anything else? The attendant inquired, attempting to appear nonchalant. What are you saying? Did I not say I would help you? Tong Manqing teased as she stepped forward. The attendant of Tong Huin finally grasped what the young lady meant. No, it's unnecessary, Mississippi. I'll be going back to change my clothes before joining you. Now, disregarding the chatter of the two young ones, was eager to report back to his master. Are you leaving? Tong Manqing expressed her discontent. Indeed, miss. Is there anything else? The attendant inquired, attempting to appear nonchalant. What are you saying? Did I not say I would help you? Tong Manqing teased as she stepped forward. The attendant of Tong Huin finally grasped what the young lady meant. No, it's unnecessary, Mississippi. I'll be going back to change my clothes before joining you. Ensuring he reaches master before Tong Luoyue's arrival. At that moment, Tong Huin was mingling with numerous guests who were starting to grow impatient due to the absence of Lord Qin. Master, I have something to discuss. The attendant addressed Tong Huin cautiously, a hint of timidity evident on his face amidst the esteemed company. What is it? Tong Huin replied with irritation, having sent him on an errand earlier, only to find him delayed. Seeing the attendant's pale visage akin to dried vegetables only fueled his annoyance. Master, the attendant glanced around before whispering in Tong Huin's ear, you instructed me to keep the young lady occupied, separating her from Lord Qin, ideally allowing her to embarrass herself before all these guests. However, I've only accomplished half of the task. Tong Huin took a few steps away with the attendant, having sent him on an errand earlier, only to find him delayed. Seeing the attendant's pale visage akin to dried vegetables only fueled his annoyance. Master, the attendant glanced around before whispering in Tong Hui's ear, you instructed me to keep the young lady occupied, separating her from Lord Qin, ideally allowing her to embarrass herself before all these guests. However, I've only accomplished half of the task. Tong Huin took a few steps away with the attendant, his expression darkening upon hearing this news. He pressed his lips together, visibly suppressing his anger. He could hardly believe that his eldest daughter had dared to defy him. The attendant, whom he trusted implicitly, had returned with such disappointing news. It was tantamount to a personal affront. Master, it seems the young lady has discerned your intentions. The attendant murmured, aware that if this information reached the ears of the guests outside, it would spell disaster. Discerned? And what of it? Dong Nguyen scoffed dismissively, convinced that this foolish girl, despite her awareness, was powerless against him, her own father. The more he thought of her defiance, the angrier he became, whose suspicion far exceeded that of the others. Tong Huin turned away, wiping the sweat from his brow, a consequence of the mounting pressure from the crowd. Is Lord Qin not coming today? Have you deceived us all? Several noble guests approached Tong Huin, their voices laced with skepticism. The color drained from Tong Huin. Truth be told, the appointed time had not yet arrived, but many had grown weary of waiting. Leading the charge was Lord Liu, his rival in Yangling City. They were filled with envy, questioning how such an esteemed guest could choose to visit the Tong family. This was a matter of great honor. Time and again, they had visited his residence, delivering invitations and subtly revealing their desire to meet this distinguished visitor. Yet, he had always politely declined. Now he sensed that events were spiraling beyond his control. The guests present were all prominent figures in Yangling City, and Tong Huin knew their thoughts. They were filled with envy, questioning how such an esteemed guest could choose to visit the Tong family. This was a matter of great honor. Time and again, they had visited his residence, delivering invitations and subtly revealing their desire to meet this distinguished visitor. Yet, he had always politely declined. Now, indeed, how long must we wait? Are you toying with us, master? The speaker squinted his eyes, his temper even worse than the first-person S. It seemed that as soon as Tong Huin nodded in acknowledgement that this esteemed Lord Qin would not be arriving, they would pounce upon him, demanding an explanation. Felt the sweat pouring down his face. Master, will you not speak? What is happening? Why has this esteemed guest not arrived? A noble guest stepped forward, his expression grim. Have you deceived us all? Why, to this day, have we yet to see this esteemed individual? This renowned Lord Qin is not someone you can summon at will. You must provide us with an explanation today. Otherwise, we shall not rest until we have justice. The third man unabashedly voiced the sentiments of all present. While the men questioned the head of the Tong family, Tong Huin, the women maintained a semblance of decorum. They either engaged in hushed conversations with familiar companions or sat quietly with their families, discussing the matter softly. The noblewoman and her daughter, who had been seated at the center moments ago, observed the unfolding drama with quiet disdain, particularly disapproving of the concubine. As some noble women began to express their dissent towards the head of the household, a few of them confronted the concubine, demanding answers. The concubine, overwhelmed. They either engaged in hushed conversations with familiar companions or sat quietly with their families, discussing the matter softly. The noblewoman and her daughter, the young lady of the Tong family, is approaching. The legitimate daughter exclaimed in surprise. At that moment, others noticed the group, prompting someone to shout, Lord Qin has arrived. As this cry echoed, all eyes turned toward Tong Luoyue, the legitimate daughter of the Tong family, who was accompanied by someone walking by her side. The crowd surged forward, scrambled to appease the agitated ladies. Witnessing this scene, one noblewoman couldn't help but laugh derisively, finding amusement in the chaos that had ensnared the concubine. Look, mother, the young lady of the Tong family is approaching. The legitimate daughter exclaimed in surprise. At that moment, others noticed the group, prompting someone to shout, Lord Qin has arrived. Tong Huin immediately approached his attendant, questioning, what is the meaning of this? Were you deceiving me earlier? His frustration was palpable. My lord, I truly saw old Su escorting Lord Qin away. That is why I allowed the young lady to take that path with me, the attendant replied, wiping the sweat from his brow. You fool, how could they have separated only to reunite now? Dong Haoyu's anger boiled over, feeling his authority reduced to a mere jest before the very source of his ire. At that moment, he had little time to dwell on the matter. I truly saw old Su escorting Lord Qin away. That is why I allowed the young lady to take that path with me, the attendant replied. Tong Huin's face reddened with ire as he realized he, too, had no choice but to follow suit. He resolved to drag that troublesome daughter away from Lord Qin's side before anyone could question her presence alongside him, lest she gain undue favor. With this thought, for upon the loud announcement of Lord Qin's arrival, the distinguished guests who had previously clustered around Tong Huin hastily abandoned him. He arrived at the periphery of the crowd that was encircling his daughter and Lord Qin. He made every effort to push through until he finally reached the inner circle. Yet his expression darkened further. His gaze fixated on his daughter, who, overwhelmed by the grandeur of the occasion, was shrinking back. He hurried towards the throng. Chapter 89. A memory rekindled. Tong Huin dashed forward, moving with remarkable speed. He arrived at the periphery of the crowd that was encircling his daughter and Lord Qin. He made every effort to push through until he finally reached. Recognizing her father and understanding, he questioned her presence with Lord Qin. Frowning, she reflected that she would not have willingly placed herself in such an uncomfortable situation. Even if she wished to respond, the words would not come easily. Her only desire was to escape the throng. Tong Huin, noticing her silence, became even more incensed. What is happening? You don't even intend to answer me? He found her reticence utterly intolerable, perceiving it as a silent act of defiance against him. His face darkened with fury. Just as he was about to press further, the concubine hurried over. Even if she wished to respond, the words would not come easily. Her only desire was to escape the throng. Tong Huin, noticing her silence, became aware that she could not intrude upon the gathering as her husband had, for that would be unbecoming. My lord, we should promptly escort our esteemed guests to their seats. His face darkened with fury. Just as he was about to press further, the concubine hurried over. her intentions mirroring those of her husband. She sought to minimize Tong Luoyue's exposure. Upon reaching the outskirts, the concubine paused, aware that she could not intrude upon the gathering as her husband had, for that would be unbecoming. "My lord, it would reflect poorly on the Tong family to treat our esteemed guest in such a manner. Quickly, please, let us ensure he is seated." With this proclamation, the originally distinguished guests began to feel a twinge of embarrassment at their earlier eagerness, realizing they had perhaps acted too hastily. They had not anticipated such a scenario, who appeared somewhat taken aback by the throng surrounding him. "Ladies and gentlemen, let's not keep Lord Qin standing." A multitude of individuals graciously stepped aside to allow the esteemed Lord Qin to pass. In the distance, numerous noble young ladies observed this tall gentleman, flanked by their fathers or elders as he approached. The faces of these ladies radiated with delight. As the crowd's demeanor shifted, they nodded in agreement, urging, "Yes, please, Lord Qin, do take your seat." This included a certain young lady, previously engaged in gossip about Tong Luoyu. "Come now, my daughter, do rein in that overly expressive demeanor," her mother teased, flanked by their fathers or elders as he approached. The faces of these ladies radiated with delight, her expression laced with amusement at her daughter's denial. Yet, she refrained from further admonishing her. "Just observe those around you, and you will understand," she advised. This included a certain young lady, previously engaged in gossip about Tong Luoyu. "Come now, my daughter, do rein in that overly expressive demeanor." Her expression gradually settled into a calm demeanor, and she no longer felt inclined to gaze in his direction, adopting a composed and dignified countenance instead. Her expression laced with amusement at her daughter's denial. Yet, she refrained from further admonishing her. "Just observe those around." Having previously been ensnared by the throng of admirers alongside two maidservants, Winter Chrysanthemum, accompanying her mistress, smiled, albeit in astonishment. Her expression gradually settled into a calm demeanor, and she no longer felt inclined to gaze in his direction, adopting a Tong Huan had successfully extracted Lord Qin from the clutches of the crowd, realizing that personal intervention often yielded more significant results. "Oh, by the way, where's the young lady from the Tong household who accompanied us earlier?" Suddenly, Lord Qin, enjoying the attention of many esteemed guests, halted in his tracks, perplexed, and inquired of those nearby. The expressions of Tong Huan and her maid shifted dramatically. How could Lord Qin still remember that troublesome girl? "Miss Tong?" questioned Qian Wanshan, the wealthiest man in Yangling City, appearing puzzled. He had not noticed any young lady from the Tong household earlier, and now, with Lord Qin's inquiry, he felt compelled to respond promptly. Quickly, Qian Wanshan turned to others for clarification, and someone mentioned having seen a figure standing before Lord Qin. "Oh, my lord," and inquired of those nearby. The expressions of Tong Huan and her maid shifted dramatically. How could Lord Qin still remember that troublesome girl? "Miss Tong?" questioned Qian Wanshan, the wealthiest man in Yangling City, appearing puzzled. He had not noticed any young lady from the Tong household earlier, and now, with Lord Qin's inquiry, he felt compelled to respond promptly. Quickly, Qian Wanshan turned to others for clarification, and someone mentioned having seen a figure. One keen observer spotted the faint blue chrysanthemum pattern garment and a moon-white pleated skirt of Tong Luoyu. "Isn't that her? And I was just with her," exclaimed Qian Wanshan, realizing he had made an oversight. Lord Qin, feigned a look of deep regret, began to ponder the implications of her unexpected association with the distinguished Lord Qin. Although societal norms in this era did not strictly prohibit private encounters, one keen observer spotted the faint blue chrysanthemum pattern garment and a moon-white pleated skirt of Tong Luoyu. "Isn't that her?" A notion that many families, whether they had daughters or not, found unsettling. The realization dawned upon them. This esteemed guest could very well become the son-in-law of Lord Tong. In a fleeting moment, the guests collectively acknowledged the gravity of this possibility, their expressions shifting as they contemplated the implications. "Miss, what has transpired?" Winter Chrysanthemum. Many noble families still prefer to avoid such situations for their daughters. The speculation arose that perhaps Miss Tong shared a unique bond with the esteemed guest. Yet the noble ladies were informed through their attendants. "Never mind. Let us proceed," Tong Luoyu sighed, frowning as she moved forward under the scrutiny of many disquieting gazes. In a fleeting moment, the guests collectively acknowledged the gravity of this possibility, their expressions shifting as they contemplated the implications. "Miss, what has transpired?" Winter Chrysanthemum. The concubine fretted anxiously. "What is there to do? What power does she possess? He retorted, simmering with indignation. I will signal everyone shortly, allowing the guests to feign interest in conversing with Lord Sheen, while you take the opportunity to speak to the troublesome girl in front of the other ladies, suggesting that she intended to compete with our esteemed guest today. Then, we can expose her to embarrassment before all. That is the only course of action. The concubine fretted anxiously. What is there to do? What power does she possess? He retorted, simmering with indignation. I will signal everyone shortly. Many in the crowd gazed at Tong Luoyu, their eyes filled with admiration, yet tinged with a respect akin to that reserved for Lord Sheen, suggesting that she intended to compete with our esteemed guest today. Then, we can expose her to embarrassment before all. That is the only course of action. Her stepmother from a previous life, Qin Jinlian, urgently signaled her daughter with a glance, urging Wang Yuro to follow suit. This was a rare opportunity. Many in the crowd gazed at Tong Luoyu, their eyes filled with admiration, yet tinged with a respect akin to that reserved for Lord Sheen. She had acquired an additional follower. With a smile adorning her face, Tong Yuer walked gracefully towards Tong Luoyue. Her stepmother from a previous life, Qin Jinlian, urgently signaled her daughter with a glance, urging Wang Yuro to follow suit. This was a rare opportunity. Tong Yuer said, her gaze deliberately averted from Tong Luoyue, as she endeavored to maintain an air of composure before the crowd. Tong Luoyue, however, evaded the hand Tong Yuer extended towards her, puzzled by her siblings' sudden display of affection. Their relationship had never been close. Tong Yuer often projected an air of superiority, leaving Tong Luoyue feeling uncomfortable and overshadowed. The abrupt shift in Tong Yuer's demeanor was disconcerting. Calmly meeting Tong Yuer's astonished gaze, Tong Luoyue softly replied, "No need." With that, she gracefully bypassed her sister, accompanied by her two maids, making her way toward the banquet hall. Winter Chrysanthemum, passing by the second young lady of the Tong family, evaded the hand Tong Yuer extended towards her, puzzled by her siblings' sudden display of affection. Their relationship had never been close. Tong Yuer often projected an air of superiority, a hint of amusement playing on her features. She thought to herself that this would surely provide some satisfaction to the second concubine, who had not been present today. She gracefully bypassed her sister, accompanied by her two maids, making her way toward the banquet hall. Winter Chrysanthemum dared not breathe, acutely aware that both their master and Tong Yuer's mother were observing them. "Miss, do take care," cautioned another maid, Chiu Mei, now more attentive and eager to serve. "Noticed, Miss, Lord Qin appears to be looking our way." Indeed, Tong Liu's attention was drawn to Lord Qin standing at the back of the hall. She furrowed her brow, sensing something ominous in his gaze. Cautiously, she continued forward, aware that he was waiting for her, the legitimate daughter of the Tong family. Tong Yuer, feeling humiliated, quickened her pace to catch up, followed closely by Wang Yuro. "Sister," now more attentive and eager to serve, "Noticed, Miss, Lord Qin appears to be looking our way." "Indeed, you must understand that such behavior is unbecoming of a lady from our family. We are expected to embody grace, virtue, and refinement. Your actions today are making me lose face in front of so many esteemed guests," Tong Yuer declared, stepping in front of Tong Luoyue, her voice loud enough for all to hear. Tong Luoyue halted, allowing her sister to finish her tirade. "You must understand that such behavior is unbecoming of a lady from our family. We are expected to embody grace, virtue, and refinement." Recognizing that engaging in a war of words would only serve to further her sister's agenda. "Is that so?" Tong Luoyue finally replied, refusing to acknowledge the unfounded accusations. With that, she turned her gaze elsewhere, displaying her disinterest. "You cannot say such things," Tong Yuer exclaimed, feigning shock. "Are my words not true?" This gathering was orchestrated by her father and the concubine to undermine her, and it seemed that the plan had been executed flawlessly. Tong Luoyue remained silent, recognizing that engaging in a war of words would only serve to further her sister's agenda. "Is that so?" Tong Luoyue, as if her sister's rebuttal was an unprovoked attack on her character. Tong Luoyue, perceiving her sister's intent, understood the game being played. It was clear that Tong Yuer sought to humiliate her publicly. The volume of her sister's voice had drawn the attention of many curious guests, convinced that her words would leave a lasting impression on the guests. Yet, she maintained a demeanor of wounded innocence, signaling her maids to release her. Winter Chrysanthemum and Chiu Mei exchanged glances, both sensing the tension. "Mississippi," Winter Chrysanthemum whispered in concern. unsure of how to comfort her. Meanwhile, Chiome discreetly tugged at Winter Chrysanthemum's sleeve, silencing her well-intentioned words. They both understood that their mistress's strength would soon reveal itself. With a smile, Tong Luoyue surveyed the crowd, noting the curious glances directed her way, particularly from Tong Huin and the excited concubine. The atmosphere had shifted dramatically, and it was evident to her that Tong Yuer's words had sparked intrigue among the guests. Unsure of how to comfort her. Meanwhile, Chiome discreetly tugged at Winter Chrysanthemum's sleeve, silencing her well-intentioned words. It was imperative to make this disgrace suffer humiliation before everyone, allowing him to reclaim the reproaches he had recently endured from his mother. Tong Huin rubbed his fists in anticipation, showing no intention of retreat. He stood at a distance with the concubine, his gaze fixed on the central spectacle, unwilling to miss even a hint of Tong Luoyue's embarrassment. Tong Luoyue gradually absorbed the attention of all present. She locked eyes with her sister, Tong Yuer, and spoke in a deliberately slow and measured tone. "What am I to you?" Facing her sister, she quietly inquired. "Tong Yuer." Tong Huin rubbed his fists in anticipation, showing no intention of retreat. He stood at a distance with the concubine, his gaze fixed on the central spectacle, unwilling to miss even a hint of Tong Luoyue's embarrassment. Tong Luoyue gradually absorbed the attention of all present. She locked eyes with her sister, Tong Yuer, and spoke in a deliberately slow and measured tone. "What am I to you?" Facing her sister, she quietly inquired. "Tong Yuer, just as today, you freely accuse me, displaying such disrespect in front of an audience. Do you truly think that in private, when these esteemed guests are absent, you would show me any respect?" Her eyes, now sparkling with a smile, bore into her half-sister. "You speak nonsense. I did not treat you this way," Tong Yuer retorted, not oblivious to the implication behind her sister's words. She furtively glanced around, feeling the weight of the many guests invited by her father, all eyes fixed upon her, amplifying her embarrassment. How could she allow Tong Luoyue to prevail? Tong Yuer hastily countered, "Sister, do not speak such nonsense in front of so many people. You would show me any respect?" Her eyes, now sparkling with a smile, bore into her half-sister. "You speak nonsense. I did not treat you this way." Yet the underlying meaning of her words was unmistakable. "Nonsense? Huh?" Tong Luoyue laughed lightly. "Was your earlier accusation against me a fabrication? Did so many not hear it correctly?" Amplifying her embarrassment. How could she allow Tong Luoyue to prevail? Tong Yuer hastily countered, "Sister, do not speak such nonsense in front of so many people. What you're doing is no different from the common folk on the streets. Do you not realize how you embarrass our parents?" Tong Yuer feigned a wounded expression, could scarcely believe that the legitimate daughter of the Tong family would unveil such startling truths. It seemed that this seemingly talented concubine, well regarded in Yangling City, and did you not, just 2 days ago, falsely accuse me, resulting in our grandmother binding you and punishing you severely? Am I merely speaking nonsense? Surely, anyone in the residence could confirm this, could they not, my dear sister? A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. The guests, invited by Tong Huin, could scarcely believe that the legitimate daughter of the Tong family would unveil such startling truths. It seemed that this seemingly talented concubine, well regarded in Yangling City, as she had been in her past life. Absolutely not. "Look, the truth about this concubine is laid bare before everyone," a noblewoman remarked. "I never imagined she would be such a person. Indeed, I found out earlier. The fabric of her attire is quite rare in Yangling City and must have cost a considerable sum. Yet she wears it while her legitimate sister appears so plain, as she had been in her past life. Absolutely not. Look, the truth about this concubine is laid bare before everyone," a noblewoman remarked. "I never imagined she would be such a person. Indeed, I found out earlier. The revelations about the concubine shattered any favorable impressions she had previously held among the esteemed guests." Did Tong Yuer realize this? Did Tong Huin and the concubine understand the repercussions? They hurriedly approached, eager to silence Tong Luoyue, who had inadvertently turned the tables, causing Tong Yuer to lose face publicly. The disdain in their gazes towards her was unmistakable. In this era, a person's worth was measured by their character, and today, the revelations about the concubine shattered any favorable impressions she had previously held among the esteemed guests. Did Tong Yuer realize this? Especially when the gathering was meant to embarrass her. Now that the tables had turned, why was Tong Huin so enraged? A serene smile graced Tong Luoyue's face as she addressed her father. "Very well, father, if everything is indeed my fault, He raised his hand to strike her, but Tong Luoyue was deftly pulled aside by Chiume, evading the blow. She had no intention of standing there to be struck, especially when the gathering was meant to embarrass her. Now that the tables had turned, why was Tong Huin so enraged? What is the meaning of this? Yue merely wished to invite her sister to join us. Who could have anticipated that the eldest daughter would refuse? It is a trivial matter between siblings. Why must you intervene personally? The young lady dismissed Yue from accompanying her without a second thought, deeming it inconsequential. It was merely a misstep born from Yue's goodwill, unaware of the young lady's temperament, which proved to be quite the revelation. The concubine delivered a lengthy admonition. What is the meaning of this? Yue merely wished to invite her sister to join us. Who could have anticipated that the eldest daughter would refuse? Tong Luo, you realized that any attempt to speak up might invite unwarranted scrutiny. Return to your seat at once. Tong Huin hissed through clenched teeth. Wang Yurao stood beside Tong Yue, quietly absorbing the entire scene. Her confidence in Tong Luo, you seemingly solidified. Gradually, feigning moral instruction for her daughter, yet the underlying implications subtly shifted attention towards Tong Luo Yu. Observing this meticulously crafted Tong Luo, you realized that any attempt to speak up might invite unwarranted scrutiny. Return to your seat at once. Tong Huin hissed through clenched teeth. What significance did a legitimate daughter hold if her father bestowed no affection upon her? Deep in thought, she felt a sense of satisfaction at witnessing this other facet of Tong Luo Yu's existence within the household. As guests continued to arrive, the atmosphere thickened with anticipation. Miss, I have been waiting for you, remarked Lord Qin, who had observed the unfolding drama from a distance. Upon seeing Tong Luo Yu approach after being chastised by her father, what significance did a legitimate daughter hold if her father bestowed no affection upon her? Deep in thought, turning her into a figure of public scrutiny. Quite the contrary, this unwelcome attention had elevated her status, provoking her ire towards Lord Qin, whose motives grew increasingly perplexing. Your Grace seems to hold me in excessively high regard. There's truly no need for such attention, is there? She replied with a smile, masking her irritation. A warm smile spread across his face. She regarded him with a knowing glance, understanding that it was his intent to spotlight her, turning her into a figure of public scrutiny. Quite the contrary, this unwelcome attention had elevated her status, provoking her ire towards Lord Qin, whose motives grew increasingly perplexing. Tong Luo Yu recognized his ploy to make her the center of attention, a tactic he had employed more than once. Lord Qin, please take your seat. How could there be no necessity? I arrived at this gathering alongside the young lady and would never dream of abandoning her in such a manner, Lord Qin countered, his tone cordial yet laden with implications. The assembled guests took note, gasping in unison, their gazes shifting towards the seemingly demure young lady. Tong Luo Yu recognized his ploy to make her the center of attention, a tactic he had employed more than once. Lord Qin, please take your seat. Your place awaits you, Tong Huin urged, eager to redirect the audience's focus. I shall accompany the young lady in entering, Tong Luo Yu retorted coldly, her patience wearing thin. She would not allow herself to be manipulated time and again. If Lord Qin's intentions were solely to gain notoriety, as she returned to her seat, the perceptions of those around her had shifted dramatically, influenced by the interplay between her, Lord Qin, and Tong Yue. The scrutiny that now accompanied her was unexpected. She had merely sought to avoid Tong Huin's traps and preserve her dignity in this social setting. Lord Qin, who now witnessed the young lady's refusal of Lord Qin's overtures, whether he was displeased or not mattered little to Tong Luo Yu at that moment. Do not hold back, for we are eager to learn from you. The first to voice this sentiment was the elder from the Liu household, expressing the collective desire of the guests. Indeed, please do not be stingy with your wisdom, added Qian Wanshan, a wealthy man whose family had nurtured his scholarly pursuits. Soon, please enjoy your tea, Tong Huin said as he welcomed Lord Qin to sit, summoning a maid to serve tea. We have come today to admire your talents. You must be on the path to an esteemed career, correct? Inquired the governor, seated beside him. Tong Huin, on the other hand, occupied a less favorable position. No, expressing the collective desire of the guests. Indeed, please do not be stingy with your wisdom, added Qian Wanshan, a wealthy man whose for talents such as yours are rare, lamented the governor, eliciting sympathetic murmurs from surrounding guests. The realities of this world are seldom accommodating. Should one strive for knowledge while managing official duties, one risks excelling at neither. Such a path would squander valuable time and hinder academic progress, Lord Qin articulated humbly, earning admiration from those present for his modesty and wisdom. Tong Luoyue listened intently to all that was being said, while Lord Qin spoke those exceedingly modest words. She could not shake the feeling that beneath his humble veneer lay a heart that was anything but sincere. Soon enough, her suspicions were confirmed. Should one strive for knowledge while managing official duties, one risks excelling at neither. Such a path would squander valuable time and hinder academic progress, Lord Qin articulated humbly, earning admiration from those present for his modesty and wisdom. She could not shake the feeling that beneath his humble veneer lay a heart that was anything but sincere. Soon enough, her suspicions were confirmed. The crowd, taken aback by his unexpected declaration, turned their heads to look at the Tong family's daughter, who had just moments before been lost in thought, who was presently preoccupied with her fruit tea. He continued, "It is likely that those present here are unaware that I have approached the eldest daughter of the Tong family with a sense of admiration. Do you know why?" The crowd, taken aback by his unexpected declaration, turned their heads to look at the Tong family's daughter, who had just moments before been lost in thought. It was evident that she was a novice, unfamiliar even with the basic handling of the stones. However, after a few days, she immediately recognized the mischief hidden in his words. Annoyed, she wore her displeasure openly. Was he intent on making her the center of it? The crowd gasped in astonishment. "Is this true, Lord Tong?" They immediately inquired of the patriarch. He, of all people, should have known the truth behind his daughter's abilities. It was evident that she was a novice, unfamiliar even with the basic handling of the stones. However, after a few days, I found myself bested by her in our second game. Would you not agree that the eldest daughter of the Tong family has demonstrated considerable skill in the game? The crowd gasped in astonishment. "Is this true, Lord Tong?" They immediately inquired of the patriarch. He, of all people, should have known the truth behind his daughter's abilities. Why had he concealed her talents so deeply? Did he not realize the implications of this revelation? Tong Huin felt a surge of anxiety. He thought to himself how fortunate it was that he had arrived just in time to hear his daughter acknowledge her reliance on Lord Qin's game records. Otherwise, today might have seen her basking in unwarranted glory. Lord Qin, however, found his words repeatedly interrupted by Tong Huin, each attempt to clarify his point thwarted. Tong Huin cautiously glanced at the crowd, relieved to see their confusion. He thought to himself how fortunate it was that he had arrived just in time to hear his daughter acknowledge her reliance on Lord. Or do you believe I wish to allow your daughter to conceal her talent, perhaps with ulterior motives? Chapter 96. What will Tong Huin say? Tong Huin found himself at a loss for words, utterly disheartened. He had not anticipated Lord Qin's insistence on acknowledging his defeat to his daughter. This was beyond what he had expected. He cast a glance at the enigmatic Lord Qin, a rarity among men. Yet, or do you believe I wish to allow your daughter to conceal her talent, perhaps with ulterior motives? Chapter 96. What will Tong Huin say? He firmly believed that her progress stemmed solely from her study of Lord Qin's records. Nevertheless, many in the audience were deeply affected by Lord Qin's final remarks. This was beyond what he had expected. He cast a glance at the enigmatic Lord Qin, a rarity among men. Yet, though they held some status in Yongling City, it paled in comparison to the highest echelons of society. Moreover, the eldest daughter of the Tong family had received Lord Qin's endorsement of her abilities, further solidifying their belief in her potential. Is what Lord Qin says true, Lord Tong? What had he said? That Tong Huin was attempting to hide his daughter's talents to secure her a position among the elite? What an honor that would be. My daughter is already betrothed. Please do not misunderstand. Tong Huin's words were opaque as he glanced at Tong Luoyue, who was now looking his way. The eldest daughter of the Tong family had received Lord Qin's endorsement of her abilities, further solidifying their belief in her. It would tarnish his reputation among them. Thus, he swiftly corrected himself. "Oh, to whom has she been promised?" The crowd buzzed with curiosity. "My daughter is already betrothed. Please do not misunderstand." Tong Huin's words were opaque as he glanced at Tong Luoyue, who was now looking his way. He wished he could glare at her. He had nearly revealed his true feelings about her, and if the esteemed guests were to learn of his genuine thoughts, it would tarnish his reputation among them. Thus, he swiftly corrected himself. "Oh, to whom has she been promised?" The crowd buzzed with curiosity. Rising from her seat, she approached her father, drawing the attention of the assembled guests. "Please do not misunderstand. The gentleman my father has chosen for me is not present at this gathering. I have heard that he is already betrothed. The crowd erupted in disbelief. What? How could this be? Your father has arranged such a match for you? This was indeed a rarity in Yongling City. Rising from her seat, she approached her father, drawing the attention of the assembled guests. Please, do not misunderstand. Many in the assembly exchanged incredulous glances, unable to fathom the implications. Tong Huin's authority diminished with her words, and the murmurs of the guests only served to amplify his discomfort. Now, even if he wished to tarnish his daughter's reputation further, perhaps there was more to this suitor than met the eye. Otherwise, why would a father condescend to such a union? Upon hearing Tong Luoyue's, many in the assembly exchanged incredulous glances, unable to fathom the implications. Tong Huin's authority diminished with her words. After delivering his reprimand, he cast a series of fierce glances at his daughter, standing opposite him, urging her silently to retreat. He could only hope that she would comprehend his unspoken message swiftly. Tong Huin mused that this situation was intolerable, time and again. He felt as though he was being subdued by his daughter. In crucial moments, it was as if someone had tightened a vice around his throat, rendering him breathless. After delivering his reprimand, he cast a series of fierce glances at his daughter, standing opposite him, urging her silently to retreat. He could no longer endure being suppressed by his daughter. Tong Luoyue regarded him with a faint smile, which in Tong Huin's eyes appeared to mock him openly. He addressed the numerous guests present, saying, "Everyone, disregard the nonsense of this young lady." As he surveyed the room, he noticed his primary concubine nearby, who seemed to sense that Tong Luoyue, usually quiet and unassuming, was today behaving in a manner that contradicted their expectations, capturing the attention of many. He could no longer endure being suppressed by his daughter. Tong Luoyue regarded him with a faint smile, which in Tong Huin's eyes appeared to mock him openly. Under no circumstances would a father seek such a match for his daughter unless compelled by necessity. Did he not understand that such a family was unworthy of their own? Who seemed to sense that Tong Luoyue, usually quiet and unassuming, was today behaving in a manner that contradicted their expectations, capturing the attention of many. Curiosity was piqued among the crowd by Tong Huin's remarks. What could have prompted this esteemed gentleman to seek such a match for his daughter? Tong Huin stood up, inquiring of the assembly, "What reason could there be for a family of our stature to choose a married individual for our daughter? Indeed, what is the explanation?" The audience was abuzz with intrigue. Tong Huin smiled, especially when he turned to see Tong Liue's countenance, which further fueled his sense of triumph. Curiosity was piqued among the crowd by Tong Huin's remarks. What could have prompted this esteemed gentleman to seek such a match for his daughter? Tong Huin stood up, inquiring of the assembly, "What reason could there be for a family of our stature to choose a married individual for our daughter? Indeed, what is the explanation?" This sudden interruption thwarted his attempt to tarnish his daughter's reputation. Fuming, Tong Laofu approached, stepping into the center of the banquet hall, and looked at her son. Tong Huin gritted his teeth and stepped forward. "Mother, what is the matter? Why can't I speak of this child's misdeeds?" Suddenly, the voice of the matriarch, Tong Laofu, echoed from the entrance, interrupting Tong Huin just as he was about to reveal Tong Liue's recent disappearance. What kind of father seeks to humiliate his daughter before everyone? Do you wish to make us the laughingstock among our esteemed guests? Tong Laofu gasped, her anger palpable. Do you not realize that your loud proclamations could render our entire family a subject of ridicule? Can you not see the implications of your actions? She scolded softly. As she approached her son, she felt an urge to strike him but restrained herself. What are you doing, mother? What kind of father seeks to humiliate his daughter before everyone? Do you wish to make us the laughingstock among our esteemed guests? Tong Laofu gasped, her anger and her sudden intrusion left him bewildered. Do you think I am unaware? What were you about to say? I have repeatedly told you about that incident, yet you treat it as mere gossip. Were it not for my timely arrival, would you have continued to air our family's grievances before outsiders? Tong Huin was displeased with his mother's interference at such a critical moment. He had been on the brink of revealing a fact that would disgrace Tong Luoyue, and her sudden intrusion left him bewildered. Do you think I am unaware? What were you about to say? I have repeatedly told you about that incident, yet you treat it as mere gossip. Were it not for my timely arrival, would you have continued to air our family's grievances before outsiders? She strode towards the center of the hall, supported by her attendants, moving deliberately forward. Tong Huin was momentarily stunned. How could he forget? His mother had previously mentioned stripping him of his authority. In haste, he rushed to catch up with her. Meanwhile, Tong Luoyue observed her grandmother. Do you remember the conversation we had a few days ago? I truly believe you are unfit to hold the position of head of the family." With that, she strode towards the center of the hall, supported by her attendants, moving deliberately. His mother had previously mentioned stripping him of his authority. In haste, he rushed to catch up with her. Meanwhile, Tong Luoyue observed her, and the truth could not be altered. Even if he thought he could break her spirit, that was merely his own delusion. After all, the deceased was his biological daughter, and Tong Luoyue was merely the reincarnation of a soul that had suffered similarly in a previous life. Could she be affected by such accusations? Absolutely not. Tong Huin's intention to use past events to disgrace her in front of such a large gathering was futile. The deed had already been done. Patting her granddaughter's hand, "If I had not come, you would surely have been bullied." Beneath her loving facade, a flicker of concern lingered in Tong Laofu's eyes. And Tong Luoyue was merely the reincarnation of a soul that had suffered similarly in a previous life. Could she be affected by such accusations? Absolutely not. Grandmother Tong was momentarily taken aback by the unwavering determination reflected in Tong Luoyue's eyes. The strength she perceived in her granddaughter was something she had never noticed before, and it astonished her far more than the changes she had observed in recent times. Indeed, this was how it should be. This was what it meant to be the legitimate eldest daughter of the Tong family. With a meaningful gesture, Grandmother Tong gently patted Luoyue's hand. As she surveyed the room, Grandmother Tong was momentarily taken aback by the unwavering determination reflected in Tong Luoyue's eyes. The strength she perceived in her granddaughter was something she had never noticed before, and it astonished her far more than the changes she had observed in recent times. Indeed, this was how it should be. Was now acutely aware of the scrutinizing glances from the women around her, treating them with the grace befitting the matriarch of the Tong family. As the true matriarch of the Tong family entered the banquet hall, the concubine felt an undeniable pressure, though reluctant. She understood she could not confront Grandmother Tong in front of so many guests. Despite the facade of cordiality she had maintained with the approaching elder, the tension was palpable. The primary concubine clenched her fists discreetly within her sleeves. Yet her face remained adorned with a smile as she greeted her daughter, Tong Yue. "Mother, what brings you here?" As the true matriarch of the Tong family entered the banquet hall, the concubine felt an undeniable pressure, though reluctant. She understood she could not confront Grandmother Tong in front of so many guests. Despite the facade of cordiality she had maintained with the approaching elder, the tension was palpable. Who had long disapproved of the notion of a concubine hosting them, could not suppress their laughter, covering their mouths with handkerchiefs. The primary concubine remained oblivious. "You could have informed me in advance, so I could make proper arrangements," she said, her words meant to sound dignified to those around. The head of the Tong family, ever need to inform a lowly concubine about my presence at a banquet held in my own home? Grandmother Tong's voice rang out, laced with indignation, clearly incensed by the concubine's earlier remark about not being notified of her arrival. The other noble women surrounding her turned their heads, regarding the primary concubine with contempt. The true matriarch of the Tong family had arrived. The head of the Tong family, ever need to inform a lowly concubine about my presence at a banquet held in my own home? Grandmother Tong's voice rang out. "You've misunderstood. That was not my intention. I just didn't want to," at a loss for words. She realized the obstinate nature of the elder who prioritized family values above all else. How could she dare to say such things in front of so many guests? Grandmother Tong's growing anger was palpable as she turned to apologize to the familiar noble women. "I apologize sincerely. The elder is unwell and did not foresee such an occurrence. The Tong family has never exhibited such behavior, and I'm truly embarrassed." Grandmother Tong bowed in apology. A representative among the noble women replied, "You are too modest, elder." She realized the obstinate nature of the elder who prioritized family values above all else. How could she dare to say such things in front of so many guests? Upon your arrival and clarification, we realized our misunderstanding. Many guests echoed this sentiment, as they had been discontented with being received by a concubine. The Tong family has never exhibited such behavior, and I'm truly embarrassed. Grandmother Tong bowed in apology. A representative among the noble women replied, "You are too modest, elder. It is not your fault." Some individuals presume themselves to be the matriarch of the Tong family, exhibiting outrageous audacity. "We initially thought it was your approval. Upon your arrival and clarification, we realized our misunderstanding." Many guests echoed this sentiment, as they had been discontented with being received by a concubine. She had never felt its weight so acutely until today. If she were to extend her hand from her sleeve, the bulging veins would be evident. Dong hao yuan rushed over. But I never anticipated things would reach such an intolerable. He had not anticipated that inviting his beloved concubine to the banquet and allowing her to act as hostess would stir such a reaction among the attendees. He longed to speak to her, but the thoughts of his mother's earlier remarks loomed large in his mind. He worried whether she would take the incident to heart. The position of the head of the Tong family had always been held by the first branch. Should they falter, it would only be due to unforeseen circumstances. How could he allow others to perceive weakness in his family? He dared not imagine the scorn and ridicule they would face. Thus, his priority was to ensure that his mother did not utter anything that could tarnish their reputation in front of the guests. If they could weather this day, the future could be arranged accordingly. Consequently, Tong Huan hurriedly pursued his mother. The primary concubine, seeing her husband approach, was dismayed as he turned away instead of offering comfort. How could he allow others to perceive weakness in his family? He dared not imagine the scorn and ridicule they would face. Thus, his priority was to ensure that his mother did not utter anything that could tarnish their reputation in front of the guests. If they could weather this day, the words of the old matriarch echoed in her mind. This despicable concubine, cutting deeply like a dagger to her heart. Laying bare the shame she desperately wished to conceal before so many witnesses. "Mother, I am sorry," the first wife said, grasping her daughter's hand, equally mortified. "No, mother, you are not at fault. They're the ones to blame. They should not have come here. This Tong residence belongs to us." Tong Yuer's gaze fixed upon Tong Luoyue, who now, with the old matriarch's endorsement, was surrounded by numerous esteemed guests eager to engage her in conversation. "Mother, I shall restore your honor. Just wait and see." Laying bare the shame she desperately wished to conceal before so many witnesses. "Mother, I am sorry," the first wife said, grasping her daughter's hand, equally mortified. "No, mother." Keenly observed the shockwave caused by the arrival of the old matriarch. With narrowed eyes and a smile, she regarded the first wife and her daughter, disdainful of their status as mere concubines. Yet, in her desire to maintain a close connection with the first wife, she endured the latter's clumsiness in her attempts at hospitality. Witnessing the old matriarch publicly humiliate her, a sense of glee surged within her, though her face betrayed none of her inner triumph. Turning to her daughter, she noted that Wang Yuruo, too, concealed her feelings, indicating that her upbringing had indeed surpassed that of the concubine. As Wang Yuruo and her mother observed the scene, the focus of the gathering shifted to Tong Luoyue, who was now stepping into her place amidst the esteemed guests. Wang Yuruo couldn't help but wonder when she would also be the center of such attention. She discreetly concealed her embellished sleeve beneath the table, realizing she had yet to fully comprehend Tong Luoyue, the legitimate daughter of the Tong family, and the formidable grandmother backing her. The focus of the gathering shifted to Tong Luoyue, who was now stepping into her place amidst the esteemed guests. Wang Yuruo couldn't help but wonder when she would also be the center of such attention. She discreetly concealed her embellished sleeve beneath the table, and it was clear why Tong Luoyue sought her favor, especially as she was soon to marry Wang Yuruo as brother-in-law. At that moment, Wang Yuruo spotted Tong Yuer. It was no wonder Tong Luoyue had dismissed her earlier. Clearly, she was not to be underestimated. Wang Yuruo's lips curled slightly as she noted Tong Huan's change of demeanor following the old matriarch's entrance. The true power in the Tong family lay with the old matriarch. Tong Yuer chided lightly as she approached. The old matriarch and Tong Luoyue turned to face her. "Sister, why didn't you wait for me? You seemed so eager to proceed with grandmother." Tong Yuer's eyes flickered with mild reproach toward Tong Luoyue, who appeared taken aback by her presence. Tong Yuer suppressed her desire for confrontation, instead directing her attention to her grandmother. "Grandmother, allow me to assist you." She maneuvered through the gathering of guests to stand beside the old matriarch, with Tong Luoyue on the other side. Tong Luoyue feigned indifference to Tong Yuer's intrusion. "You seem so eager to proceed with grandmother." Tong Yuer's eyes flickered with mild reproach toward Tong Luoyue, who appeared taken aback by her presence. Tong Yuer had already discreetly instructed her maid to prepare a resting place for the old matriarch. Upon seeing the seating arranged, she maneuvered through the gathering of guests to stand beside the old matriarch, with Tong Luoyue on the other side. Tong Luoyue feigned indifference to Tong Yuer's intrusion, her expression betraying no emotion, while inwardly, she speculated on Tong Yuer's motives. "Shall we find a place to sit, grandmother?" Tong Luoyue seemed to grasp Tong Yuer's intentions and questioned why she had not stepped forward sooner to greet their grandmother. Did she really think herself clever? She was confident her grandmother would not refuse her request in front of so many guests. As anticipated, the old matriarch merely cast a cursory glance at her. Satisfied with the seating arrangement, signaled her maid to assist the old matriarch, smiling as she helped her settle into the designated spot. Tong Luoyue chuckled inwardly. Tong Luoyue seemed to grasp Tong Yuer's intentions and questioned why she had not stepped forward sooner to greet their grandmother. Did she really think herself clever? The old matriarch, having noticed the tension, called out, "Come sit with me." With that, she seated herself, disregarding Tong Yuer, who had half squatted beside her. Satisfied with the seating arrangement, signaled her maid to assist the old matriarch, smiling as she helped her settle into the designated spot. Tong Luoyue chuckled, recognizing Tong Yuer's misguided attempts to vie for favor. Was this her strategy for winning affection? Did she truly believe she could alter the guest perceptions of her? The old matriarch, having noticed the tension, called out, "Come sit with me." With that, she seated herself, disregarding Tong Yuer, who had half squatted beside her. Eager to claim a spot, the guests observed the unfolding drama with amusement, particularly the women, who were captivated by this overt display of rivalry for favor. The old matriarch's final words had provided clarity on her preferences within the family dynamics. The noble daughters who arrived today naturally stood beside Tong. Everyone sees this clearly, and yet you still say such things. Mind your decorum. The mother of this legitimate daughter turned her head away nonchalantly, indicating that such dramas were played out daily in every household present. How could the noble ladies in attendance not comprehend this? I have particularly disliked that legitimate daughter, Tong Yuer, who spoke in such a manner to her mother. "Daughter, speak softly. These matters are not for us to comment on." The first concubine of the Tong household, to a favorable light. Look at her, committing such an embarrassing act without any self-awareness, indicating that such dramas were played out daily in every household present. How could the noble ladies in attendance not comprehend this? If such a performance were executed with more finesse, it would be acceptable. However, Tong Yuer appeared too hasty, perhaps eager to restore her mother, so there was no need for her to rush to seize anything. "Grandmother, I shall return to my seat," she said with a smile. Noticing that her younger sister had already sat down, Tong Luoyue turned and walked back to her original position, which was not far from where she stood. "Child, what are you doing?" The old matriarch reproached lightly, smiling as she did so. This made it clear to the guests whom the old matriarch favored among her granddaughters. Following the matriarch's earlier remarks, they also understood how Tong Yuer was perceived in her eyes, rendering her proximity to the matriarch meaningless. "Miss, you truly are remarkable," Dong Ju remarked as she refilled her mistress's cup with tea. "Remarkable? Is that what you call it?" Tong Luoyue lifted her cup, casting a sidelong glance at her. Indeed, this second miss has always been accustomed to acting with impunity in the household, favored by the master. With her talents, no one dares to oppose her. Yet, here you are, having managed to give her a soft rebuff. How is that not remarkable? Tong Luoyue glanced at her again, then lowered her head slightly and whispered, "In the future, refrain from speaking such things to avoid misunderstandings, understood?" "Oh," Dong Ju pouted slightly, displeased by her mistress's words. A keen-eyed Xiaomei. Indeed, this second miss has always been accustomed to acting with impunity in the household, favored by the master. With her talents, no one dares to oppose her. Yet, here you are, having managed to give her a soft rebuff. How is that not remarkable? Tong Luoyue glanced at her again, then lowered her head slightly and whispered, "In the future, refrain from speaking such things to avoid misunderstandings, understood?" "Oh," Dong Ju pouted slightly, displeased by her mistress's words. A keen-eyed Xiaomei, realizing that her mistress had actually supported her statement. "This miss has changed," Xiaomei concluded. "Previously, Tong Luoyue would not have been so considerate. Having been bullied, I will keep an eye on her tongue." "Very well, Xiaomei, just be mindful. We wouldn't want to invite unnecessary trouble with too much chatter," Tong Luoyue replied. Astonished not only Dong Ju, the subject of the conversation, but also Xiaomei, who had earlier mentioned her. Xiaomei looked at Tong Luoyue in disbelief. She straightened up and regarded the second miss of the Tong residence, Tong Yuer, who, although seated beside the matriarch, she could become assertive. But now she understood that her mistress was not merely seeking to resist familial injustices against her as the legitimate daughter of the Tong household. Rather, though Tong Yuer had taken a seat next to her grandmother, She did not feel any joy from orchestrating this situation herself. She straightened up and regarded the second miss of the Tong residence, Tong Yu, who, although seated beside the matriarch. Tong Yu turned to face the smiling matriarch. "Grandmother, I will pour tea for you." Tong Yu endeavored to fulfill all the duties expected of a dutiful granddaughter, believing that as long as she did not allow others to speak ill of her, she would remain unscathed among the guests. The matriarch nodded. Tong Luoyu's disdain was intended to embarrass her, but unexpectedly, it was the matriarch's actions that rendered her even more uncomfortable. With a stiff expression, Tong Yu turned to face the smiling matriarch. "Grandmother, I will pour tea for you." Tong Yu endeavored to fulfill all the duties expected of a dutiful granddaughter. Seeing his beloved daughter seated beside her mother, refrained from approaching her, especially since it was not the time to discuss the earlier topic about his potential removal as head of the family. His sole hope rested on Tong Yu, sitting beside her mother. If she could maintain her composure and uphold his reputation in this gathering, he believed he could secure his position. Seeing his beloved daughter seated beside her mother, refrained from approaching her, especially since it was not the time to discuss the earlier topic about his potential removal as head of the family. His sole hope rested on Tong Yu, sitting beside her mother. If she could maintain her composure and uphold his reputation in this gathering, he believed he could secure his position. Chapter 102. Tong Huin takes action. Lord Qin sat at the head table, observing the interactions between the guests since the arrival of the matriarch. "It should be easier to prevent this mischief from embarrassing me. What I cannot do does not mean others cannot." Tong Huin swiftly shifted the focus onto the Lord. He had invited this esteemed scholar not only to showcase his talents, but also to set up an opportunity for his daughter to falter. Now was the perfect moment. Yet he had no choice but to accept it given the Lord's insistence. Repeated incidents of thwarted Tong Huin's aspirations. Well, he thought, with my mother present, it should be easier to prevent this mischief from embarrassing me. What I cannot do does not mean others cannot. Tong Huin swiftly shifted the focus onto the Lord, which would have commenced sooner had it not been for the earlier disturbances caused by Tong Huin's daughters. Many esteemed guests shot disapproving glances at Tong Huin, yet he was relieved that he still remembered the purpose of their gathering. "Indeed, my lord, we are here to appreciate poetry and forge friendships. May I pose a question for you to ponder?" Tong Huin's words echoed the sentiments of the assembly. Thus, the conversation returned to the intended topic for the day. Amidst the animated crowd of noble guests in Yongling City, Lord Qin displayed his talents, earning widespread admiration. Yet he was relieved that he still remembered the purpose of their gathering. "Indeed, my lord, we are here to appreciate poetry and forge friendships. Why not compose a verse that captures the distinctive beauty of this wintry day?" proposed a wealthy gentleman, Qian Wanshan. Laughter and applause followed. Subsequently, those who witnessed the noble patrons engaging in such actions could not help but feel an overwhelming sense of envy, lamenting their own lack of foresight. After all, the verses emanating from the esteemed gentleman's mouth were undoubtedly treasures, never before heard by them. Should these lines be conveyed to someone from another city, or if they could recite a couple of them in his presence, the effect would surely rival that of their own compositions. Soon, numerous guests clamored to invite those fortunate patrons who had come prepared to share the verses they had transcribed, eager for a glimpse of the poetic gems. Some graciously consented. The verses emanating from the esteemed gentleman's mouth were undoubtedly treasures, never before heard by them. Should these lines be conveyed to someone from another city? He had not anticipated such a turn of events. After all, the verses recited by the gentleman, although beautiful. Numerous guests clamored to invite those fortunate patrons who had come prepared to share the verses they had transcribed, eager for a glimpse of the poetic gems. Some graciously consented, summoned someone to prepare ink and brushes, so that every noble guest may have the means to capture these verses. He had not anticipated such a turn of events. After all, the verses recited by the gentleman, although beautiful, as everyone would have access to the same verses. Consequently, many guests praised Tong Huin for his thoughtful foresight, summoned someone to prepare ink and brushes, so that every noble guest may have the means to capture these verses. What had begun as a poetry appreciation gathering had swiftly transformed into a session of transcription, where the esteemed gentleman imparted his verses. This remarkable scene unfolded boldly before everyone. Many young ladies quietly employed the delicate brushes distributed by Tong Huin to record the verses. Tong Luoyue was taken aback. He stroked his beard with great satisfaction as he surveyed the assembly of noble guests. What had begun as a poetry appreciation gathering had swiftly transformed into a session of transcription, where the esteemed gentleman imparted his verses. This remarkable scene unfolded boldly before everyone. Dong Ju gazed enviously at those who were bent over their tables, pen in hand, diligently recording the verses. How could Tong Luoyue respond to her? She remained silent. Tong Huan, observing Tong Luoyue's haughty demeanor, seemed indifferent to her lack of engagement with the verses spoken by Lord Qin. He smiled, sensing the moment was ripe. My lord, might I invite my daughter to share her thoughts, or perhaps express her admiration for the verses you have just imparted? Tong Huan's gaze shifted from Tong Luoyue back to Lord Qin, who had finally broached the subject Tong Huan had longed to address. Lord Qin cast a knowing glance at Tong Huan, acknowledging his presence with a mere affirmation. Naturally, Tong Huan was oblivious to the subtle dynamics at play, believing Lord Qin to be entirely amicable towards him. Surely, it would be unwise for us to hastily digest the essence of the verses I recited without engaging in thoughtful discussion. Would you not agree? Lord Qin posed this question. Lord Qin cast a knowing glance at Tong Huan, acknowledging his presence with a mere affirmation. Naturally, Tong Huan was oblivious to the subtle dynamics at play, and later, we can allow the children I brought along today to speak with you as well. This sentiment was articulated by a gentleman from the Liu household. It would be unwise for us to hastily digest the essence of the verses I recited without engaging in thoughtful discussion. Would you not agree? Lord Qin posed this question. Tong Huan, pleased, stroking his beard, reveled in the attention he commanded. Tong Luoyue shook her head, reflecting on the many who sought to manipulate her. Chapter 103. The unbelievable schemes of Tong Huan. Tong Luoyue pondered the ingenuity of her father's machinations, and none would dare oppose it. Tong Luoyue turned to observe her father and Lord Qin, her eyes lingering momentarily on both. She was taken aback by Lord Qin's warmth. Tong Huan, pleased, stroking his beard, reveled in the attention he commanded. Tong Luoyue shook her head, reflecting on the many who sought to manipulate her. Chapter 103. The unbelievable schemes of Tong Huan. Tong Luoyue pondered the ingenuity of her father's machinations, noticed Tong Luoyue's lack of response, and decided to take a firmer stance. Adopting a fatherly sternness, he addressed her with a booming voice. What is the matter? Tong Yuer's mocking expression further intensified her unease. Tong Luoyue subtly reassured her grandmother with a glance. Initially intended to be more scathing, softened somewhat as he caught sight of the matriarch's watchful gaze. Tong Luoyue once again found herself compelled to rise amidst the scrutiny of many. She gracefully approached her father and Lord Qin. Father, what is it? Since you have so adamantly summoned me, why are you not stepping forward to discuss the verses Lord Qin has just shared? Are you unable to comprehend them? They were well aware that this young lady had just received Lord Qin's commendation for her talent. Many set aside their brushes, adopting a posture of attentiveness. Now, found herself compelled to rise amidst the scrutiny of many. She gracefully approached her father and Lord Qin. Father, what is it? Since you have so adamantly summoned me, I shall comply. Tong Luoyue stepped forward, drawing the attention of the assembled guests. A sense of tension gripped him, although he could not quite decipher its origins, despite his status as a guest in Tong's residence. Please share your thoughts, Tong Huan urged, a hint of pride in his demeanor as he regarded his daughter. Meanwhile, Jiang Daoquan, who had been quietly observing Tong Luoyue from a distance, held his breath, eager to witness whether she truly possessed the intellect she was reputed to have, including her own father, who stood in opposition to her in front of many witnesses. Yet, she exhibited none of the frailty he had once associated with her, instead radiating an unyielding strength that left him astonished. The individual who stepped forward bore an air of haughtiness, standing resolutely before her provocateur. He could not fathom why, but her every gesture captivated his attention, compelling him not to miss a single detail, especially as others attempted to undermine her, including her own father, who stood in opposition to her in front of many witnesses. Yet, she exhibited none of the frailty he had once associated with her, instead radiating an unyielding strength that left him astonished. The individual who stepped forward bore an air of haughtiness, standing resolutely before her provocateur. Tong Yuer revealed a different facet of herself to Jiang Daoquan, who found himself in a state of bewilderment, his gaze fixated entirely on the woman standing before her father. Tong Huan, pray, do enlighten us. Did you grasp the essence of Lord Qin's verses? Or perhaps you might compose a piece that surpasses his. Tong Huan regarded the daughter she had always deemed lacking in talent with a bemused expression. Tong Luoyue smiled. How could one articulate the effort she had invested in studying poetry these past days? Tong Huan, pray, do enlighten us. Did you grasp the essence of Lord Qin's verses? Or perhaps you might compose a piece. What was the purpose of her immersion in those ancient texts, if not to prepare for today? With a playful demeanor, Tong Luoyue stepped forward to meet Tong Huan's gaze. How could one articulate the effort she had invested in studying poetry these past days? She was untroubled by the notion of borrowing verses from those ancient tomes to present as her own in front of the assembled guests. The texts preserved by her mother were akin to a refreshing spring, quenching the thirst of those present. They were like sponges, eager to absorb her words, momentarily brushing past Lord Qin's intense scrutiny. Father, might I recite a poem, as you suggested? Would that please you? A solitary root endures. In the depths of winter, warmth returns to its core. In the village shrouded in deep snow, last night, a single branch unfurled. The texts preserved by her mother were akin to a refreshing spring, quenching the thirst of those present. They were like sponges, eager to absorb her words. As Tong Huan attempted to orchestrate her humiliation, Tong Luoyue thought it best to turn the tables. Thus, she composed and recited a poem. Some even approached Tong Huan to toast him for raising such a remarkable daughter. Tong Huan's expression, previously one of dismay, underwent a rapid transformation, his eyes widening in disbelief. How could this prodigal daughter possess such poetic prowess? He mused, utterly astonished. Her verses, as Tong Luoyue finished, the guests, who had been listening intently, could not contain their admiration, their praises flowing unceasingly. The poem she delivered encapsulated the essence of early spring, celebrating the resilient plum blossom. Its language was crisp and unembellished, devoid of ostentation or excessive ornamentation. The poet emphasized the plum's defiance against the bitter cold, crafting a lofty ambience while concealing her own reflection within rich symbolism. The poem's structure consistently echoed its central theme, reminiscent of the previous encounter in Lord Qin's study when she had unexpectedly outmaneuvered him in a game of chess, filled him with incredulity. The patriarch of the Liu family, unable to contain himself, shot an irritated glance at Tong Huan, silently accusing him of concealing his daughter's talents. Many others shared this sentiment, misjudging Tong Huan's intentions. Caught off guard by the unexpected turn of events, Tong Huan struggled to regain his composure. As time pressed on, the assembled guests eagerly anticipated whether the Tong family's second daughter could likewise deliver a poem of merit. Reluctantly, Tong Huan summoned Tong Yuer to step forward. The patriarch of the Liu family, unable to contain himself, shot an irritated glance at Tong Huan, silently accusing him of concealing his daughter's talents. Many others misjudging Tong Huan's intentions. Caught off guard by the unexpected turn of events, Tong Huan struggled to regain his composure. As time pressed on, the assembled guests eagerly anticipated whether the Tong family's second daughter could likewise deliver a poem of merit. Reluctantly, Tong Huan summoned Tong Yuer to even from Tong Huan himself. As the esteemed guests encouraged their offspring to showcase their talents before Lord Qin, many received his guidance with delight. Tong Yuer, seated beside the matriarch of the Tong family, was taken aback by Tong Liue's impressive display, a sentiment shared by many others. Tong Yuer, fully aware of her rival's capabilities, convinced that the eldest daughter of the Tong family possessed coveted ancient texts. He vowed to acquire these treasures, but for now, he knew he must keep this knowledge hidden. The repeated embarrassment left Tong Yuer seething, and she struggled to reconcile her feelings of humiliation. Seated beside the matriarch of the Tong family, was taken aback by Tong Liue's impressive display, a sentiment shared by many others. Tong Yuer, fully aware of her rival's capabilities, held the genuine status of a legitimate daughter of the Tong family. As time passed, it seemed that Tong Yuer viewed Tong Luoyue as a stranger, someone who had long been concealing her true self. Each individual at the banquet harbored their own thoughts. The schemes of Tong Huan, the concubine. She had always believed that a few well-chosen words could easily sway those around her. Yet Tong Luoyue, despite lacking her father's favor, held the genuine status of a legitimate daughter of the Tong family. As time passed, it seemed that Tong Yuer viewed Tong Luoyue as a stranger. Upon returning to her own courtyard, Tong Luoyue felt utterly exhausted. The two little ones, having heard the commotion, immediately emerged from their rooms. They had planned to change their clothes and return to the theater, but old lady Tong had preemptively thwarted their intentions by having them confined to their quarters. Now that the guests had finally departed and Tong Luoyue was back, their spirits were rekindled. Come, tell us about the banquet. Was it as dreadful as it seems? Upon returning to her own courtyard, Tong Luoyue felt utterly exhausted. The two little ones, having heard the commotion, immediately emerged from their rooms. They had planned to change their clothes and return to the theater, but old lady Tong had preemptively thwarted their intentions by having them confined to their quarters. Now that the guests had finally departed and Tong Luoyue was back, their spirits were rekindled. Come, tell us about the banquet. Was it as dreadful as it seems? Tong Manchin stifled a giggle as she approached. Tong Luoyue shot them each a glance, lacking the inclination to engage with them. Can't you see your sister is unwilling to see you? You're just causing trouble. From their first encounter, Mingda had harbored a grudge against these two little troublemakers. Now that he had an opportunity to unleash his vexation, entered the courtyard. As Mingda stepped inside, he spotted the two little ones nestled by Tong Luoyue. What are you two doing here? Who do you think you are to just waltz into my sister's room? Tong Manchin bristled at his words. Exactly. Who do you think you are? Step aside, or I'll make you regret it. Tong Tianwei chimed in, hands on her hips. Dongju found this amusing. Finally, someone was about to face the consequences. He was keen to seize the moment and tease them. However, he had forgotten the relentless tenacity of these two. Who do you think you are to just waltz into my sister's room? Tong Manchin bristled at his words. Exactly. Who do you think you are? Step aside, or I'll make you regret it. Tong Tianwei chimed in, hands on her hips. Dongju found this amusing. Finally, someone was about to face the consequences. She pondered whether it was necessary to visit the second madam again to share news of her mistress's remarkable day. Xiaomei resolved to do so. As she approached the dining table where Tong Luoyue was having dinner, she remarked, You must be quite exhausted today, Mississippi. After dinner, it would be wise to retire early. Resting well will prepare you for the events awaiting you tomorrow. Tong Luoyue glanced at her, thinking that her maid seemed a bit too eager. In the past, she pondered whether it was necessary to visit the second madam again to share news of her mistress's remarkable day. Xiaomei Tong Luoyue consented with a nod, and after a brief meal and a cup of tea, she rose to retire, disregarding the three who had been bickering at her table. Soon after Tong Luoyue departed, the atmosphere quieted. Xiaomei took advantage of the moment and slipped out of the courtyard. Miss, just as you predicted, Xiaomei has gone out. She would not have spoken to her in such a manner, but now it seemed to be the case. Nevertheless, it mattered little to her. Xiaomei has made her move. This little mouse has emerged from her hole, she thought, smiling to herself as she waved Dongju off. Dongju, you must be weary today. Allow me to keep watch over the miss tonight. Shanwen approached, showing concern. No need, just send a little maid. The miss is in good spirits today, so there likely won't be much to attend to. Have Xiaoyan come over to keep a light watch. Dongju replied with a smile. She too was feeling quite cheerful. Xiaomei has made her move. This little mouse has emerged from her hole, she thought, smiling to herself as she waved Dongju off. Dongju, you must be weary today. Have those two little ones gone to bed? She wondered, realizing Xiaomei could easily slip away unnoticed, while Chunlan had become a mere servant, neglecting her duties. Yes, I saw them return to their room. After some ruckus with Mingda, the miss paid them no mind and likely found it tedious. Shanwen replied softly. Let them be. I'll go grab a bite in the kitchen and wash up before heading to bed. You should check in as well, Dongju instructed, casting a glance at the locked courtyard gate. If Xiaomei plans to return at this hour, she may face some difficulty. She chuckled, her excitement palpable as she returned indoors. Chunlan lay on the bed, reflecting on her day's labor. Though not overly fatigued, I'll go grab a bite in the kitchen and wash up before heading to bed. You should check in as well, Dongju instructed. The peculiar stares from other maids had been quite uncomfortable. Suddenly, Chunlan turned to her elder. Aunt, Xiaomei has gone out, hasn't she? Upon hearing this, the elder shifted slightly, turned to look at her for a moment before confirming. Yes, she has gone out. I saw it, and Dongju saw it too. Oh, thank you. It was certainly a different experience compared to her past as a senior maid beside her mistress. Especially at the beginning, Chunlan gazed through the curtains, as if she could see the courtyard gate. She decided against sleeping, fully aware of Xiaomei's whereabouts, just as Dongju was. The urgency with which Dongju had urged everyone to return to bed only reinforced her suspicions. Sitting up on the bed's edge, her eyes gleaming with resolve, Xunlan determined to open the door for Xiaomei. As evening descended, the path was fraught with challenges. Yet Xiaomei was well acquainted with the winding trail through the whispering bamboo grove. Having navigated the bamboo thicket, she turned a corner and arrived at the back entrance of the second madam's quarters. After gently knocking twice, the night watchwoman inside heard the sound and opened the door. Xiaomei greeted her with a smile as she stepped inside. The path within, adorned with colorful stones, was illuminated by lamps in the main house and side rooms. Yet Xiaomei was well acquainted with the winding trail through the whispering bamboo grove. Having navigated the bamboo thicket, she turned a corner and arrived at the back entrance of the second madam's quarters. After gently knocking twice, the night watchwoman inside heard the sound and opened the door. Xiaomei smiled in acknowledgement as she passed by. She was acutely aware that the master of the Tong residence was currently flustered due to his failed attempts to vex the eldest daughter. "Is the lady of the house present?" "Alas, the master is absent," replied a young maid named Xiaoli, who, recognizing a familiar face, stepped aside to allow Xiaomei to enter, which never failed to amuse her, all credit going to her esteemed lady. Xiaomei halted at the main door of the residence and gently knocked twice to announce her presence. "Come in," came the voice of the second concubine, Lady Lu, who relished being addressed by her title. Given the precedent set by her superior, she deemed her minor transgressions as mere emulations, inconsequential in nature. Naturally, she exercised discretion, allowing her maids and servants to indulge in calling her by her title within her quarters. In the presence of others, especially without the master's consent, she would never act so indiscreetly, nor would she demand to be called Madame Qin, as the primary wife did. Thus, Xiaomei's rare utterance of Lady Lu was exceptional. She deemed her minor transgressions as mere emulations, inconsequential in nature. Naturally, she exercised discretion, allowing her maids and servants to indulge in calling her by her title within her quarters. In the presence of others, especially without the master's consent, sensing that her arrival might not be entirely welcomed. "Is it true that you wish to discuss today's events?" the second concubine inquired, raising an eyebrow. "Indeed," reflecting the customary decorum of the household. Lady Xiaomei greeted as she entered, bowing respectfully. "Rise. At this hour, there is no need to draw attention to your absence. I had anticipated that today the primary wife would find herself in disgrace," the second concubine remarked as she finished wiping the juice from a melon off her hands, handing the cloth to a nearby servant. After all, the matriarch was still present. "Very well, you may return. Your lady must surely be growing suspicious of your absence. She is no longer the unconcerned girl she once was." Witnessing her poise amidst the assembly of distinguished guests in Yongling City today, one might even say she appeared quite self-satisfied, the second concubine added, indicating her awareness of the shifting dynamics within the household. Xiaomei nodded in agreement. "And it seems the young lady has undergone rapid transformation. I've always been by her side, attentive to her needs, yet I never perceived such depth within her character. She is no longer the unconcerned girl she once was." Witnessing her poise amidst the assembly of distinguished guests in Yongling City today, one might even say she appeared quite self-satisfied, the second concubine added, indicating her awareness of the shifting dynamics within the household. Xiaomei nodded in agreement. "And it seems the young lady has undergone rapid transformation. I have always been by her side, attentive to her needs, yet I never perceived such depth within her character," the second concubine asked, her brow furrowing as she took Xiaomei's words seriously. "Indeed, I do not believe it was ever so. The primary wife and the second daughter of the household have often conspired to humiliate her, yet she has never exhibited any signs of distress. Yet the swiftness of her transformation is striking." "What do you imply? Are you suggesting that the legitimate daughter of the Tong household has concealed her true nature from you?" Who seemed to ponder her implications. "Perhaps she has been driven to retaliate by such relentless pressure?" the second concubine speculated. Yet she remained perceptive enough to glean deeper insights from Xiaomei's observations. After all, Xiaomei was her most trusted maid, retreating only to weep in solitude. But now, she appears utterly unfazed by their antics. Xiaomei paused, locking eyes with the second concubine, who seemed to ponder her implications. "Perhaps she has been driven to retaliate by such relentless pressure?" the second concubine speculated. She lacked the courage to stand her ground. Yet now, she seems to align with your sentiments, madam. Upon hearing this, The second concubine turned to examine the servant closely. Align with my sentiments? She murmured, contemplating the implications. Although she acknowledged the truth in the servant's words, her thoughts lingered on Xiaomei's earlier comments. Xiaomei, have you noticed anything else unusual? The second concubine pressed. Unusual. Indeed, there are matters of note, Xiaomei replied. She lacked the courage to stand her ground. Yet now, she seems to align with your sentiments, madam. Upon hearing this, the second concubine turned to examine the servant closely. She seemed unchanged, but subtle differences began to emerge. During her convalescence, she often summoned a few maids skilled in games to her quarters. Have you noticed anything else unusual? The second concubine pressed. Unusual. Indeed, there are matters of note, Xiaomei replied, her mind racing as she recalled the nuances of the eldest daughter's behavior. It appears that after her unexpected return from her ordeal, she has shifted in demeanor. Initially, could it be that she has experienced some form of trauma outside these walls? Trauma? The second concubine exclaimed, sitting upright. Are you implying that someone may have? The implication hung in the air, and the assembled company grasped the gravity of the situation. The second concubine covered her mouth in astonishment as she gazed at the two individuals within the room. Surely, her thoughts could not be leading her astray. Yet, after a moment of contemplation, she mused, could it truly be? If that were the case, then the young lady's wedding date was fast approaching. The implication hung in the air, and the assembled company grasped the gravity of the situation. Who stood before her? As for the maid, she was a loss. Xiaomei lowered her head, reflecting that her observations had led her to this peculiar conclusion after attending the banquet alongside Tong Luiwe, the young lady, and noticing a subtle difference. Indeed, upon her return, why was she not in the least bit anxious? Or perhaps, she had not yet lost her virtue? The second concubine fixed her serious gaze upon Xiaomei, who stood before her. As for the maid, she was at a loss. Xiaomei lowered her head, prompting her to relay her findings to the second concubine. Not even that, interjected a maidservant at the side, frowning and scrutinizing Xiaomei, contemplating the likelihood of her words. My lady, this matter poses no significant concern for us, would you not agree? Said Lu, the maidservant. While that may be so, I still wish to clarify matters. However, the young lady did not allow any maid to assist her in bathing, Xiaomei replied, regarding the second concubine intently. Thus, many factors combined to evoke Xiaomei's curiosity, prompting her to relay her findings to the second concubine. Not even that, interjected a maidservant at the side, frowning and scrutinizing Xiaomei, contemplating the likelihood of her words. She waved her hand dismissively and returned to her cushioned chair, smiling faintly while lightly tapping the teacup on the table. Go now. Return, keep a close watch. But do not alarm the young lady, she instructed. Ah, how intriguing, as it appears to be more advantageous for me. The second concubine, sensing that no further revelations could be extracted from Xiaomei, had shared. She waved her hand dismissively and returned to her cushioned chair, smiling faintly while lightly tapping the teacup on the table. Go now. Return, keep a close watch. But do not alarm the young lady, she instructed. Ah, how intriguing. My lady, what are your thoughts on this matter? Should we alert the master? Lu inquired with a playful smile, her interest piqued. No need, the second concubine replied. Possessing a graceful appearance and adorned in splendid attire, smiled radiantly as if she had received a precious gift. Her eyes sparkled with a brilliant light. Perhaps he is preoccupied with the first concubine. Such a husband hardly inspires affection in me. At that moment, a hint of mockery appeared on the second concubine's face. My lady, what are your thoughts on this matter? Should we alert the master? Lu inquired with a playful smile, her interest piqued. No need, the second concubine replied. Just imagine how furious the first concubine and her daughter must be at this very moment. You should find joy in that, Lu said. Perhaps he is preoccupied with the first concubine. Such a husband hardly inspires affection in me. At that moment, a hint of mockery appeared on the second concubine's face. Especially not to them. Thankfully, Xiaomei has discerned some clues. I hope she will continue to offer insights in the future. Rest assured, my lady, Xiaomei is quite perceptive. Lu assured her. As Xiaomei exited through the back door of the second concubine's quarters, she carried no lantern, yet walked steadily, untroubled, directly ahead. The door to Linkyujing was likely closed by now. As she strolled through the night, she spoke softly to herself. Especially not to them. Thankfully, Xiaomei has discerned some clues. I hope she will continue to offer insights in the future. She brushed aside an errant lock of hair that had mischievously slipped in her neck, feeling quite content. As she approached Linkyujing, she indeed found it as she expected. She intended to enter through the side door, which seldom saw visitors. This thought amused her, particularly as Dongju had begun to show some intelligence. Just then, the front door creaked open. A vague figure emerged from within. "Chiomei, is that you?" Spring Orchid, who had been waiting by the entrance for Chiomei, caught sight of her in the moonlight and waved. As Chiomei drew closer, she discerned the identity of the one beckoning her. Without needing to see, she recognized her solely by the sound of her voice. "What brings you out?" Chiomei retracted the carefree demeanor she had displayed while walking through the woods at night. The front door creaked open. A vague figure emerged from within. "Chiomei, is that you?" Spring Orchid, who had been waiting by the entrance for Chiomei, stepping aside to let Chiomei enter. Though Chiomei did not require Spring Orchid to open the door for her, she refrained from saying so. She recognized her solely by the sound of her voice. "What brings you out?" Chiomei retracted the carefree demeanor she had displayed while walking through the woods at night. Having waited at the door for Chiomei, felt invigorated by the young lady's gratitude. She refrained from uttering any further flattering remarks, confident that Chiomei understood her intentions. For now, stepping aside to let Chiomei enter. Though Chiomei did not require Spring Orchid to open the door for her, she refrained from saying so. Glimmers of moonlight illuminated Spring Orchid's eager face, prompting Chiomei to smile knowingly, softly expressing her gratitude. "Thank you. You should go in and rest as well." "Ah, Spring Orchid." And the second young lady. Spring Orchid had been eavesdropping nearby, which heightened her sense of vulnerability. In her heart, she hoped that should trouble truly arise, Chiomei might speak a word or two on her behalf in front of the young lady, or even ask the second concubine to intervene. After all, especially after hearing Dongju recount the tales of the young lady's extraordinary performance at the poetry banquet and how it had incensed the first concubine, the master. Unlike the usual mornings when the sun fully revealed itself, today was somewhat dim. Time had advanced, and the servants were engaged in their routine of fetching water and tidying up. Winter Chrysanthemum carried hot water from the kitchen to the inner chambers. "My lady," among the concubines in the Tong household, only the second concubine possessed the ability to contend with the first concubine. The following morning, a thin mist enveloped the exterior, her gaze drifting outside to where Spring Orchid was sweeping the courtyard. She resumed her washing routine. "My lady, the little ones are quite subdued today. They must still be asleep," Winter Chrysanthemum observed. "Let them rest. Today is likely their happiest day yet," replied Tong Luoyue. Tong Luoyue calmly spoke as she returned the handkerchief to Dongju. Curiosity sparked in Dongju's eyes as she sought clarification. Tong Luoyue merely smiled and remained silent. Meanwhile, her gaze drifting outside to where Spring Orchid was sweeping the courtyard. She resumed her washing routine. "My lady, the little ones are quite subdued today. They must still be asleep," Winter Chrysanthemum observed. "Let them rest. Today is likely their happiest day yet," replied Tong Luoyue. "But you should be more vigilant in your duties, Dongju. Such an important matter, and you fail to remember it," Chiomei said with a hint of amusement. However, Chiomei, having finished tidying up the furnishings, turned to look at Dongju upon hearing their exchange. "What Miss means is that today, the old lady is going to stay briefly at the second madam's residence. Have you forgotten? It is not me who says this." Dongju had seen Chiomei leave without returning, and unable to contain herself, she had excitedly shared her minor scheme against Chiomei with Shanwen. Yet before she could bask in her triumph, she was taken aback to see Chiomei casually push the door open and enter. Flustered, Dongju quickly buried her head under the quilt, too shy to inquire who had opened the door for Chiomei. Shanwen, however, Dongju had seen Chiomei leave without returning, and unable to contain herself, she had excitedly shared her minor scheme against Chiomei with Shanwen. She had discreetly lifted a corner of the curtain and spotted Chunlan stepping out. In the main courtyard, old Madame Tong gazed at her three grandsons. Dongju quickly buried her head under the quilt, too shy to inquire who had opened the door for Chiomei. Shanwen, however, she called out loudly to Tong Manxin and Tong Tianwei, who had been summoned alongside Tong Luoyue. "What happens if we don't stand well, grandmother? You are truly biased. Why must we stand while she sits?" Tong Tianwei, having been pulled from his warm bed early in the morning, was in a foul mood, pointing haphazardly. "Who is she to you?" "She is your elder sister. How many times have I told you this before? Must I repeat myself?" Old Madame Tong said, her tone reflecting slight displeasure as she sat with authority, holding a ruler. The exchange was met with giggles from the two boys, seemingly unafraid of old Madame Tong's reprimand. Likely because she was about to depart. Tong Luoyue, accustomed to this dynamic, couldn't even muster the energy to glance their way. Instead, she poured a cup of warm red date tea for old Madame Tong. "Grandmother, have some water before we continue our conversation. What's the necessity of this?" Her tone reflecting slight displeasure as she sat with authority, holding a ruler. The exchange was met with giggles from the two boys, seemingly unafraid of old Madame Tong's reprimand. "My health has been rather poor, but I'm feeling somewhat better now. Your second aunt's daughter has fallen ill and could not come for the festival." She poured a cup of warm red date tea for old Madame Tong. "Grandmother, have some water before we continue our conversation. How long will you be staying with Annie?" Tong Luoyue deftly shifted the topic, presenting the filled cup to old Madame Tong. "My health has been rather poor, but I'm feeling somewhat better now. Your second aunt's daughter has fallen ill and could not come for the festival." Turning to cast a critical eye on the two unruly boys. "If they misbehave, I will certainly handle them according to grandmother's guidance." She spoke to her grandmother. "Do not let them become unruly. If outsiders learn of it, it would tarnish our family's reputation. After all, there are still relatives and esteemed guests residing in the outer courtyard," old Madame Tong instructed. "Understood, I will ensure it." Grandmother, turning to cast a critical eye on the two unruly boys. "If they misbehave, I will certainly handle them according to grandmother's guidance." She spoke to her grandmother. In a splendid mansion within the bustling capital, Qian Jingrong urged, "Hurry, do not bring anything else, just take some silver and gold." With her heavily pregnant belly, she locked my brother and me in the room, not allowing us to come out. Tong Manqin exclaimed, her eyes wide with indignation. Grandmother, once a lady of high standing, she was now losing everything due to one person, her identity and status. In haste, she gathered the only valuables she could take with her as she prepared to leave the boudoir she had inhabited for 19 years, knowing that remaining would cost her life. After a day of discreet investigation, the truth was undeniable. She had been utterly foolish. Having known Ouyang Fu for over 10 years and married for 3, she had never discerned his true nature, blaming herself for being deceived by his false affections. It was only after she had stealthily evaded the 4 guards in the courtyard the previous night that she saw Ouyang Fu's real face, along with witnessing another's betrayal. After a day of discreet investigation, the truth was undeniable. She had been utterly foolish. Having known Ouyang Fu for over 10 years and married, she had never discerned his true nature, blaming herself for being deceived by his false affections. The sight of her cousin, flushed with desire, entwined with the very man she had loved for a decade, left Qian Jingrong paralyzed with shock. After their encounter, as the moon shone brightly that night, she recalled her cousin Li Yiru, who lived in her family's back courtyard, ever so quietly, now in her husband's study. Qian Jingrong finally resolved to confront the treacherous pair, but their conversation halted her advance. Brother-in-law, did you verify that my cousin has a grand residence in Yangqing? Li Yiru purred, nestled in Ouyang Fu's embrace, her voice dripping with seduction. Indeed, such a residence exists, thanks to you, my little temptress. I had no idea my wife had such private assets in the 3 years of our marriage. Ouyang Fu replied, reclining comfortably. Qian Jingrong finally resolved to confront the treacherous pair, but their conversation halted her advance. Brother-in-law, did you verify that my cousin has a grand residence in Yangqing? Li Yiru purred, nestled in Ouyang Fu's embrace, her voice dripping with seduction. Indeed, such a residence exists, thanks to you, my little but with her family's decline, it made sense that she would remember such a lavish estate. After her parents passed away, it was only then that her mother invited Li Yiru to stay with them. If she were not so painstakingly cautious in her speech and actions, she remembered accompanying Jinglan during her illness to visit the residence, where her cousin had stayed briefly. She never anticipated that Li Yiru would bring this matter to Ouyang Fu's attention. Was it necessary for her to speak? By what right could she do so? It was only then that her mother invited Li Yiru to stay with them. If she were not so painstakingly cautious in her speech and actions, revealing a frail demeanor in her gaze, perhaps her mother would have never invited her to stay. Yet, clenching her fists until the veins bulged and her nails dug in her palms, drawing beads of blood, she felt no pain. All she could do was fix a penetrating stare upon the pair before her. A delicate young lady, who always sat quietly with her head bowed in Ouyang Fu's presence, or would discreetly slip away, now dared to rendezvous with her husband in this heavily guarded study. A gentleman who had shown her nothing but kindness over the years, now secretly investigated her background and conspired with her cousin, whom she had sheltered in the courtyard. She still held in her hands a newly made garment intended as a surprise for him. How utterly absurd. She overheard Li Yiru continuing. Cousin is now merely a canary caged, stripped of everything. Even the princess of the Yonghe Wangfu, who once stood up for her, has turned against her due to that incident with the young heir. I fear no one will speak on behalf of this orphan any longer. You little enchantress. So clever in plotting against her. Ouyang Fu gently pinched the face of the woman in his embrace, still tinged with lingering desire, chuckling. Who could blame her for being so foolish? What the claviscan? A triumphant laughter erupted. Ouyang Fu Jaindin, amused, remarking, has turned against her due to that incident with the young heir. I fear no one will speak on behalf of this orphan any longer. You little enchantress. Perhaps they have basked in comfort for too long to grasp the value of money? He chuckled with a hint of arrogance. Who could blame her for being so foolish? What a clever scheme, haha. A triumphant laughter erupted. Ouyang Fu joined in, amused, remarking. Hesitated before responding, I can't recall. Though I've lived in her house for years, our outings together have been few. Surely, you have uncovered all her secrets. What did you possibly not know? She shuddered with a tingling sensation as he nibbled at her. Indeed, I wonder if she still has any other assets? Think carefully, Ouyang Fu teased, playfully biting her collarbone. Li Yiru, unable to, it was time to deal with her. A loud, mocking laugh punctuated the air. Boom, like a thunderclap. Qian Jingrong gritted her teeth, struggling to maintain her balance. What did you possibly not know? She shuddered with a tingling sensation as he nibbled at her. Indeed, those have been the most loyal servants of the Qian family. She had entrusted them to guard her grandfather's estate for their retirement. And now they had all been ruthlessly harmed by Ouyang Fu. Moreover, from Ouyang Fu's words, he intended to turn against her immediately. She was now deemed worthless. Yes, it would be effortless for him to deal with her. Having already eliminated so many of her servants, would he care for her life? Yet, she carried his child. Those have been the most loyal servants of the Qian family. She had entrusted them to guard her grandfather's estate for their retirement. And now they had all been ruthlessly harmed by Ouyang Fu. Moreover, from Ouyang Fu's words, he intended to turn against her immediately. She was now deemed worthless. Yes, her dear cousin would never suspect that her husband was not as he appeared, for only she understood the truth. Li Yiru's heart soared with glee. Her naive cousin, a testament to the madness of a man who would rob her of everything without remorse. Anger surged within her, an uncontrollable inferno igniting in her chest. While all attention was lavished upon her cousin, why should she endure living off the scraps of another? Upon discovering that her brother-in-law was merely using her for his own gain, she was more than willing to assist. In doing so, oblivious to the machinations at play, remained blissfully unaware. For years, she had been, as Ouyang Fu caught the glimmer in the eyes of the woman in his embrace, a subtle smile crept upon his lips. He gently caressed her soft hair, pondering, after years of meticulous planning, how could he allow anyone else to share in the fruits of his labor? Reflecting on Ouyang Fu's words and actions over the years, she realized the depth of his sincerity, the artistry of his deception. He had played his role so convincingly that she had failed to perceive even the slightest discord. Had it not been for a chance encounter yesterday, revealing the truth, she would have continued to trust him blindly. However, things had changed. Now aware of the conspiracy against her, how could she remain passive? She could not wait for him to strike, nor could she allow her sister, still oblivious, to be harmed. First, she must learn to protect herself before retaliating. All she desired was to escape quickly. There were no other options left. She lamented her previous naivety. Had it not been for a chance encounter yesterday, revealing the truth, she would have continued to trust him blindly. However, things had changed. Even the last estate left by her grandfather was now firmly in his control. What remained for her? Qian Jingrong pondered quietly, a nominal daughter of a prestigious family, adored by many. Yet this was merely a fade, masking the reality of her family's dwindling numbers, now reduced to just herself and her sister. As two vulnerable women, all they possessed was a meager inheritance and a title. Who would value them now, especially after the loss of their parents? The estate remained. Even the last estate left by her grandfather was now firmly in his control. What remained for her? Qian Jingrong pondered quietly, a nominal daughter of a prestigious family, left with no choice but to flee and seek a new path. Was it not laughable? The rise and fall of noble families had always been commonplace across dynasties. All they possessed was a meager inheritance and a title. Who would value them now, especially after the loss of their parents? The estate remained. But what good was it without a male figure to support them? She found herself ensnared, losing everything without the means to fight back. Bending down to retrieve a copper, intricately carved ring lying quietly within. Gently stroking its surface, she pondered. Perhaps this could be a glimmer of hope. No. What right did she have to complain, especially to face such a demise? Standing before the window, gazing into the deepening night sky, she felt utterly powerless. What could she do? She had no means of resistance left. Suddenly, a glimmer caught her eye. She swiftly moved her cumbersome form to the dress, with Ouyang Fu growing ever more powerful. After witnessing the coldness in his gaze last night, she knew he would never permit this child to see the light of day. He seemed to yearn for the power that lay behind his identity, and coupled with his cautious navigation through the corridors of authority over the years, he sought to strengthen his position even further. Although this support appeared to be merely superficial, combined with his existing influence. Once he removed the burdens of himself and his sister, all the honor and glory earned by their family over generations would be his to inherit alone. What a terrifying individual he was, with depths so profound that he could meticulously plan for over a decade, all to achieve his ambitions. He sought to strengthen his position even further. Although this support appeared to be merely superficial, combined with his existing influence, gazed reluctantly at Qian Jingrong, whose pale complexion caused her heart to ache. After I leave, you must take great care of yourself. Qian Jingrong, snapping back to reality, slowly extended her icy hand to gently wipe away the tears staining her face. It pained her to see her loyal maid, who had accompanied her for a decade, in such distress. Considering the consequences of staying, she pondered what she could wager against the treachery that had harmed so many devoted servants over the years. Only yesterday had she sent someone to investigate, uncovering the cruel truth hidden beneath his false affection. How could she not feel hatred? The sight of her maid slowly extended her icy hand to gently wipe away the tears staining her face. It pained her to see her loyal maid, who had accompanied her for a decade. Yet all of it, every last detail, she could no longer possess. Perhaps she would never see it again. Now, her only wish was for self-preservation. As she gently caressed the furnishings, hoping to leave behind a trace, a memory of the room that once belonged to Qian Jingrong, a profound sadness enveloped her, and a smoldering anger burned within, as her heart felt as if it were being scorched. She struggled to suppress the overwhelming urge to confront him immediately. Wiping her face, she drew her thoughts back. She could no longer indulge in nostalgia. This place was no longer hers. As she gently caressed the furnishings, hoping to leave behind a trace, a memory of the room that once belonged to Qian Jingrong, a profound sadness enveloped her, and a smoldering anger burned within, as her heart felt as if it were being scorched. She struggled to suppress the overwhelming urge to confront him immediately. Wiping her face, everything is ready. We're just waiting for you. Where is Jinglan? She has already taken a carriage out of the city before the hour of you. All the properties had already been registered under his name for various reasons. In this moment, she could not afford to show any longing or vulnerability. We shall take advantage of this moment when his guard is down. Casting a final glance at her maid, she instructed, Lan, after I leave, you must follow closely behind and never return. Miss, please don't say that. Lan Ji understood her intent. Qian Jingrong masked her regret, pausing before casually looking at her again. She is now waiting for you 10 miles outside. Understood, let us depart now. Ouyang Fu is currently in his study. Unsure of anyone now, upon seeing her maid's earnest expression, her doubts began to waver. Miss, what are you saying? I am yours. You must follow closely behind and never return. Miss, please don't say that. Lan Ji understood her intent. Qian Jingrong masked her regret, pausing before devoid of any sign of deceit. Qian Jingrong withdrew her scrutinizing gaze. Regardless of whether it was genuine or feigned, she could not afford to have her by her side. The stakes were too high. She could not place Jinglan and her unborn child in unknown peril, even if the days ahead would be fraught with challenges. Qian Jingrong extracted several pieces of jewelry from her bundle and placed them in Lan Ji's hands, gently urging, "Take these and take care of yourself. I may not be able to ensure my own safety." The words that followed hung unspoken in her throat, her bloodshot eyes tightly closed. When she reopened them, she was resolute, devoid of any lingering attachment. Wrapping herself in a dark fur coat, she hurriedly made her way into the night, soon disappearing into the enveloping darkness. Chapter 109. An unexpected visitor you didn't tell me. The old matriarch of the Tong family lifted the teacup offered by Tong Luoyue, smilingly responding to the two children. "Yes, I knew that, grandmother. You have truly been deceived by this girl," Tong Manqin exclaimed, stepping forward eagerly, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she fixed her gaze on Tong Luoyue, even drawing the attention of Zhang, the servant behind the old matriarch. "What was I deceived about?" The old matriarch inquired, her tone indifferent. "She locked us up and made us go hungry." Tong Tianwei raised his tiny fist, gesturing at Tong Luoyue with an air of exaggerated intimidation. Tong Luoyue rolled her eyes at the puffed-up child, having no fondness for him or his sister, Tong Manqin. "Oh," her eyes sparkling with excitement as she fixed her gaze on Tong Luoyue, even drawing the attention of Zhang, the servant behind the old matriarch. "What was I deceived about?" Tong Manqin dared not voice the latter half of her question, which was aimed at seeking retribution for them. "Because I, your grandmother, also approve of it." Gesturing at Tong Luoyue with an air of exaggerated intimidation, Tong Luoyue rolled her eyes at the puffed-up child, having no fondness for him or his sister, Tong Manqin. "Oh, that?" Although she didn't tell me, I was aware, the old matriarch nodded. "What? You knew? Then, why hasn't she been punished?" If someone were to tell Tong Manqin that Tong Luoyue had not reported to their grandmother, she would never believe it. Tong Manqin looked disdainfully at Tong Luoyue, her gaze pointedly directed at her sister. Tong Luoyue noticed the contempt in her eyes, smirking before turning away to ignore her. Just then, a figure entered the room, casting a sidelong glance. "Grandmother, please don't listen to the nonsense of certain individuals." At this moment, "Yes, mother. All the gifts to be sent back have been prepared, arranged, and divided properly. There will be no mistakes, and I assure you, you will not feel embarrassed." The old matriarch appreciated her daughter-in-law as thoughtfulness. Whenever she visited her son's families for a while, she never went empty-handed. She always prepared an abundance of gifts, never missing a single one. Should she happen to forget even one, the old matriarch would certainly reprimand the person responsible for the preparations and send even more. "Rest assured, yes, mother. All the gifts to be sent back have been prepared, arranged, and divided properly. There will be no mistakes, and I assure you, you will not feel embarrassed." The old matriarch appreciated her daughter-in-law as thoughtfulness. Whenever she visited her son's families for a while, she never went empty-handed. She always prepared, never missing a single one. Should she happen to forget even one, the old matriarch would certainly reprimand the person responsible for the preparations and send even more. "Rest assured, mother," Tong Madam said, stepping closer to knee the old matriarch's shoulders. "Yes, I am at ease, for you are." When the steward opened the door, the dazzling array of treasures immediately overwhelmed her senses. Precious glass ornaments filled one corner of the storeroom, while gold, silver, antiques, jade artifacts, and calligraphy paintings were neatly arranged on a shelf. She lingered there for quite some time before finally making her way out. She harbored no greed for more, for she was well aware that within the Tang residence, there were several storerooms just like this one. Her late husband, the second son of the esteemed old Lady Tang, had been granted access to them on numerous occasions, leaving him in awe of their contents. However, these treasures were not for the second branch of the family to covet, and calligraphy paintings were neatly arranged on a shelf. She lingered there for quite some time before finally making her way out. She harbored no greed for more, for she was well aware that within the Tang residence, there were several storerooms just like this one. Her late husband, the second son of the esteemed old Lady Tang, had been granted access to them on numerous occasions, leaving him in awe of their contents. However, these treasures were not for the second branch of the family to covet, leaving only two young ones behind. What is going on? They left so simply, without the usual admonitions? Tang Tianwei blinked in confusion, turning to Tang Manqin with a mischievous grin. "What shall we do now? Let us go visit the concubine." Tang Manqin et Galim, clapping her hands joyfully and bouncing on her feet. "Come on. I heard she was injured yesterday and needs comfort. With grandmother gone, no one can stop us. Let us hurry." "Yes, We shall go and comfort her properly. Poor thing, all I've heard these days is about her injuries. Alas, how pitiful. Imitating the tone he had learned from an elderly maid. The two clever youngsters were eager to seize the opportunity for mischief now that their superior had departed. Just as they reveled in their plans, a soft voice interrupted from the doorway, blocking their path. It was Tang Luoyue, who had returned unexpectedly. Regrettably, their well-laid plans were thwarted as Tang Luoyue summoned them back to the Linxiu residence, locking them inside. Why did you lock us up again? Imitating the tone he had learned from an elderly maid. The two clever youngsters were eager to seize the opportunity for mischief now that their superior had departed. Just as they reveled in their plans, a soft voice interrupted from the doorway, blocking their path. It was Tang Luoyue, who had returned unexpectedly, regrettably, ensuring they did not escape to cause trouble. Winter Chrysanthemum was relieved that it was not her responsibility to escort them back. She let out a quiet sigh of relief. Autumn Plum cast a glance at her before following Tang Luoyue into the house, leaving Winter Chrysanthemum standing outside. She had no time to tidy up after their mischief. Her task was simply to keep a close watch on the two of them while the old lady was away, followed by the sound of footsteps approaching. Winter Chrysanthemum turned to look and was startled to see Bai Xiao, her eyes widening in surprise. Bai Xiao, what brings you here? Who sent you? Winter Chrysanthemum rushed forward, intent on dismissing the maid who had betrayed her mistress. Why shouldn't I be here? I was sent by Lady Qin. Bai Xiao replied with a smile, followed by the long Miss Li, who had also come today. This chapter has been revised for the second time. Just released, and perhaps I'm a bit nervous. I thought I'd seen no bugs yesterday, but upon waking this morning, I found several. Who sent you? Winter Chrysanthemum rushed forward, intent on dismissing the maid who had betrayed her mistress. Why shouldn't I be here? I was sent by Lady Qin. The faster the pirated sites spread my errors, the more amusing it becomes. Chapter 110. Intercepting her, Bai Xiao entered with a smile, her gaze slowly rising to meet the visibly irate Winter Chrysanthemum. Why shouldn't I come? She countered, casting a sidelong glance as several servants emerged from within. I wonder if there will be more tomorrow. I know this isn't right, but my abilities only allow for so much. Yet, Winter Chrysanthemum stepped forward to block her path. Winter Chrysanthemum had always been protective of her mistress, though she might not possess the quick wit of the other prominent maidservants. Her loyalty had never wavered. Li stepped forward with a stern expression, her face clouded with menace. Step aside. This is no place for you to act out of line. Do you think you have a right to obstruct us? Li's derisive laughter echoed as she spoke of Bai Xiao without a shred of concern. Winter Chrysanthemum paused, momentarily stunned by the sudden confrontation, sensing that the situation was turning precarious. You, as a maid, should merely relay messages. How dare you attempt to chase someone away? Do you know if it is the mistress's wish to see Bai Xiao, or if this is your own idea? It's none of your concern whether the mistress wishes to see her or not. Now be gone. Li's voice rang out harshly, pointing at Winter Chrysanthemum, whose expression shifted through various shades of disbelief. Such words, coupled with that tone, would have rendered Winter Chrysanthemum speechless in the past. Too intimidated to respond to someone like Li, who wielded such influence among the servants. But the circumstances had changed drastically. It's none of your concern whether the mistress wishes to see her or not. Now be gone. Li's voice rang out harshly, pointing at Winter Chrysanthemum, clearly intended for the mistress to hear. Today, as Li re-emerged from the shadows, it seemed she was determined to repay past humiliations in full. Her well-maintained visage took on a malevolent glint as she cast her gaze at the curious faces peering from the courtyard. Though Li did not stand directly before Tang Luoyue to voice her grievances, her words were loud enough to be heard by everyone inside, clearly intended for the mistress to hear. Today, as Li re-emerged from the shadows, it seemed she was determined to repay past humiliations in full. She had suffered greatly in front of everyone. Now, with old Lady Tang absent, the eldest mistress had lost her protector. Today, as soon as the old lady departed, a cold smile crept onto Li's lips as she recalled the past events where she had accused the elder. Li's spirits lifted at the thought of finally being able to unleash her pent-up frustrations. She scanned the courtyard, eyeing the maidservants and servants before turning her focus back to Winter Chrysanthemum. Are you not going to hurry? Did you not hear? The concubine had summoned her to her side, along with Bai Xiao, who had recently been taken in by the concubine. Leah's spirits lifted at the thought of finally being able to unleash her pent-up frustrations. She scanned the courtyard, allowing her to pass unimpeded whenever they crossed paths. Thus, she had never dared to voice a rebuttal against someone like Lee, who wielded such authority among the servants of the Tang household. As Dongju gazed upon Bai Xiao's smug face, she finally comprehended the reason behind Bai Xiao's audacious demeanor that day. It was simply because, standing behind her, were the concubine and the master, who both understood that old Madame Tong was not present in the residence. Was it permissible for the eldest daughter of the Tong family to endure such bullying from the lower servants? However, this was not the moment for confrontation. Realizing this, Dongju turned to seek the young lady and report back on how to handle the situation. Upon reaching the door of the young lady's study, just as she was about to knock, Xiaomei emerged from within. Xiaomei had also heard the commotion inside and had just glanced at the young lady, who remained completely unfazed. Despite the young lady's growing temperament, Xiaomei felt a bead of cold sweat for her, knowing that after old Madame Tong's departure, she was left without any real power. The audacity of those outside was alarming, especially since they acted so swiftly after old Madame Tong had just left. Unable to discern anything from the young lady's expression, Winter Chrysanthemum realized that this was not the time for her to confront them directly. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Xiaomei wanted to admonish Dongju, but it was not the time for reproach. She shot Dongju a disapproving glance. Dongju opened her mouth to speak, but said nothing, stepping aside for Xiaomei to exit. Consequently, Dongju closed the door behind her. Li Furen, watching from behind, narrowed her eyes as a dangerous spark ignited within them. Bai Xiao's expression hardened as she keenly noted Dongju's initial intent to enter, only to change her mind upon Xiaomei's emergence. Bai Xiao pondered, of course. Xiaomei had always been the most astute among them, adept at analyzing situations. Whenever trouble arose, she would cleverly remain on the sidelines, watching others falter. But today was not a day for Xiaomei to display her cleverness. With a cold snort, Bai Xiao found the situation amusing. She stepped in front of Li Furen, wearing a smile that feigned surprise, and said, "Oh, Xiaomei, why aren't you with your second aunt? Why are you here guarding this courtyard?" Bai Xiao's words dripped with sarcasm. "Oh," but realized this was not the appropriate moment for reproach. She shot a glance at Winter Chrysanthemum, who opened her mouth but said nothing, stepping aside to let her pass. Her gaze fixed on Bai Xiao and then on the elderly lady beside her. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, narrowing her eyes slightly. "Has the master sent you?" "Indeed," Bai Xiao exclaimed, lifting her chin and following with a sly smile. "What brings you here?" "To act as the master of the young lady's courtyard, shouting and causing a scene? Did the master instruct you to behave this way? Have you forgotten how you were expelled? Was it not due to your loud and reckless intrusion into the young lady's room, accusing her of impropriety with a male servant? How quickly you forget," Xiaomei questioned lightly, a hint of amusement in her tone. "You, don't change the subject. Hurry and inform the young lady that I have arrived." Bai Xiao, aware that she could not afford to engage in a war of words with Xiaomei, hastily stated her purpose for being there. "Well, just say what you need to say to me first. The young lady is resting. This is not the time," Xiaomei replied dismissively. Inside, Tong Luoyue had just turned a page of her book, stifling a laugh. She thought to herself that Xiaomei was certainly not on the opposing side today. The room was quiet, the fragrant incense wafting through the air, while the ruckus outside continued unabated. Tong Luoyue intended to listen further, as she had anticipated this confrontation. Shouting and causing a ruckus? Have you forgotten how you were expelled for such behavior? You barged into the young lady's room. She had not anticipated the method he would employ, but it was swift. As soon as her grandmother departed, he and the concubine were already scheming against her. How quick they were! Tong Luoyue smiled inwardly at the irony. Resting, Bai Xiao was taken aback, then immediately expressed disbelief. She exchanged glances with Li Furen, both seemingly determined to see the young lady. "It doesn't matter if she's resting. I can simply go in and check. After all, I am a young lady's personal maid, just like you, Xiaomei. Oh, by the way, I didn't even need to send Dongju to announce my arrival, since I'm still the young lady's maid, am I not?" Bai Xiao took 2 steps forward, intending to ascend the steps and open the door to the young lady's study, completely unconcerned about whether anyone opposed her entry. "Ah, this study," Bai Xiao mused, "I have not set foot in since I was expelled. It would be good to see it today." She smirked, amused by the thought that the young lady had developed a liking for these superficial titles. She had never heard of such a thing before. Tong Luoyue mused with a smile. Sleeping. White Peony was momentarily taken aback, but immediately dismissed the idea. She exchanged glances with Li Fu. The young lady had managed to organize a study. It was quite laughable. Just as Bai Xiao was about to push past Xiaomei into the room, Xiaomei's voice rang out coolly. Bai Xiao, how brazen you are! Since when can a maid expelled by the young lady act so presumptuously? You were cast out, and now you think you can return as if nothing happened? You must be dreaming. With her scathing remark, Xiaomei stepped forward and blocked Bai Xiao's path once more. I said the young lady is resting and should not be disturbed. You should return whence you came. Xiaomei's gaze bore into Bai Xiao. I haven't seen it since I was expelled. It will be good to see it today. She smirked. You must wait until the young lady awakens, Xiaomei asserted. At that moment, Xunlan, who had been watching from the sidelines, finally spoke up, seeing that Xiaomei was truly angry and wishing to support her. You little imp! How dare you show your face before my elderly lady? Li Fudan exclaimed. You were driven out, yet you think you can return as if nothing happened? You are truly deluded. With Xiaomei's biting words, now, Xunlan had the audacity to appear before her again, and Li Furan, enraged, advanced to confront her, determined to take this shameless girl to the concubine for retribution. Xiaomei's gaze was resolute, making it clear that White Peony could not advance any further. Indeed, White Peony, what is the purpose of your insistence? Who had been intercepted by Xiaomei? Xiaomei curled her lip, casting a glance at Xunlan, who had intended to assist her. With a soft sigh, she thought to herself that Xunlan lacked the capability to aid her and was merely courting disaster. Thus, with Xunlan eager to help while evading Li Pufu, her eyes wide with fury, she was acutely aware of why she had been punished before and was determined not to let Xunlan escape unscathed this time. Li Fufu advanced, intent on confronting the shameless girl who dared to implicate the second young lady and herself. She was determined to take this audacious little maid to the concubine for a proper reckoning, as if the latter were no longer her master. Approaching with a gentle smile, Tong Luoyue inquired, Are you looking for me? Ignoring her, Bai Xiao continued, Indeed, miss. You seem rather forgetful. The master instructed me to inform you that I am originally from your household, and now only 2 of the original 4 maidservants remain by your side. At this point, Bai Xiao deliberately glanced at Xunlan, who was being pinned down and beaten by Li Pufu. She added, The master has said that I should return to serve you, Mississippi. What do you say? With a flicker in her eyes, she leaned in closer. Naturally, she believed that with the master's words backing her, Tong Luoyue would find it difficult to object. Tong Luoyue. Her eyes sparkled with sudden brightness as she exclaimed, Miss, have you finally awakened? Bai Xiao addressed Tong Luoyue without a hint of deference, as if the latter were no longer her master. Approaching with a gentle smile, Tong Luoyue inquired, Are you looking for me? Ignoring her, Bai Xiao continued, Indeed, miss. You seem rather forgetful. The master instructed me to inform you that I am originally from your household. I would not have spoken up, miss, would I? Bai Xiao's eyes glimmered with mischief as she stifled a laugh. Tong Luoyue stood quietly, observing her for a while until Bai Xiao realized she had perhaps overstepped her bounds and suppressed her laughter. Nevertheless, her demeanor remained assertive as she reiterated that she had been sent by the master to reclaim her original position. Xiaomei, did I miss here just now? Perplexed, questioned whether the uproar was merely to return this maid. Surely, it could not be that simple. She doubted that Tong Huan would so easily relinquish her. With a hint of amusement, she scrutinized Bai Xiao. Is that truly the case? You seem to dismiss the master's authority rather lightly. After all, he is your father. I am quite fatigued and shall retreat inside. Once you have dealt with it, inform me. We must ensure that no one is overlooked nor wronged. Do you agree? I would not have spoken up, miss, would I? Bai Xiao's eyes glimmered with mischief as she stifled a laugh. Tong Luoyue stood quietly, observing her for a while until Bai Xiao realized she had perhaps overstepped her bounds and suppressed her laughter. Nevertheless, as her typically composed demeanor was momentarily disrupted by the unexpected actions of her mistress, it seemed Tong Luoyue had placed an excessive amount of trust in her, thrusting her into the forefront rather than the clumsy Dongju, who remained at the door, observing the courtyard with a detached air. Xiaomei, unperturbed by Bai Xiao's doubts, resolved to address the disrespectful words spoken by her. Since Bai Xiao had volunteered to serve in this household, she could not hold anyone else accountable. After all, she was still a servant, a fact that could not be denied by anyone, not even by Tong Huan or the concubine. Unless the master were to acknowledge Bai Xiao as a daughter or take her as a concubine, her status as a servant would remain unchanged. Consequently, Xiaomei stepped back 2 paces from Bai Xiao, casting a glance toward the onlookers in the courtyard. Adopting a stern expression, she let a hint of coldness seep into her gaze, revealing the authority of a head maidservant. Are you all simply going to stand there and watch? Thrusting her into the forefront rather than the clumsy Dongju, who remained at the door, observing the courtyard with a detached air, Xiaomei, unperturbed by Bai Xiao's doubts, resolved to address the disrespectful words spoken by her. Since Bai Xiao had volunteered to serve in this household, she could not hold anyone else accountable. After all, she was still a servant, a fact that could not be denied by anyone, not even by Tong Huan or the concubine. Mingda inquired, her curiosity evident. First, bind her, Xiaomei declared through gritted teeth, infused with a hint of exasperation. Instantly, a swarm of maidservants surged forward to comply. Mingda, particularly enthusiastic, stealthily twisted Bai Xiao's arms, while Dongju, witnessing this, followed suit. The 2 maids were soon confined in the room, their heads resting on the windowsill as they witnessed the unfolding drama in Tong Liu's courtyard, their expressions morphing into excitement as they cheered on the maidservants. Meanwhile, Li Pufu, who had been energetically beating Chunlan, turned her head, sensing that the tide had shifted. The audacity of the maidservants in the courtyard was astonishing. Li Pufu, contemplating intervening. Realizing that no one should be left to sink alone, Xiaomei understood that more hands would be better. Just then, Mingda, who had been standing in a corner to avoid the sun's harsh rays, eagerly stepped forward, ready to assist. Xiaomei nodded, slightly in agreement. What shall we do? She realized the dire nature of her predicament. Initially intending to assist Xiaomei and ensure her own place, she had not anticipated such a brutal turn of events. Mingda, particularly enthusiastic, stealthily twisted Bai Xiao's arms, while Dongju, witnessing this, followed suit. The 2 maids were soon confined in the room. I could hear Chunlan wailing and crying out for assistance, urging me to come to her aid. Rarely do so many people seek me out, yet now, in this moment of crisis, they all seem to remember that they must rely on me.